In Konoha, my elder brother is the renowned White Fang of the ninja world. Meanwhile, I am merely an ordinary Jonin with a modicum of talent, a penchant for drinking and gambling. They remain unaware that my early support for Tsunade was a strategic move to thwart Dan Kato. My understated demeanor belies my ability to dominate the battlefield. As the shadows of the Second Great Ninja War loom, I shall no longer remain concealed. This time, I will safeguard Konoha and inscribe history with my own hand. Chapter 1. The Jonin Meeting. How does everyone view Tsunade's proposal to include medical ninjas in mission teams? With the deep, resonant voice of the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, echoing in the operations room, a lively discussion erupted among the gathered shinobi. Standing among the elite Jonin, Hatake Kawakaze's piercing gaze was fixed upon the stage. In his early 20s, with silvery hair and a tall, commanding presence, he was undeniably handsome, a rare sight indeed. As the discourse unfolded, curious glances were cast towards Tsunade, who stood confidently at the front. Her striking figure, complemented by her youthful allure, drew attention effortlessly. At just over 20 herself, she sported twin ponytails, with two strands of light blonde bangs framing her face, facing the crowd with poise. Kawakaze nudged his elder brother, Hatake Tsukumo, and shifted his focus to Tsunade. Brother, Tsunade Heim is quite beautiful. However, her Jonin attire modestly concealed her impressive assets, which Kawakaze found somewhat disappointing. Could you maintain some decorum? Tsukumo shot a frosty glance at his younger sibling, uninterested in such frivolities, especially as a married man. He had no inclination to voice his opinion on the proposal either. For him, the successful completion of missions was all that mattered. Talking to you is rather dull, Kawakaze retorted, accustomed to his brother's stiff demeanor. Observing the ongoing discussions, he felt a wave of boredom wash over him. With the Second Great Ninja War yet to commence, Tsunade's proposal was unlikely to pass in this meeting. A new thought crossed his mind. Making a memorable impression before her might not be a bad idea. I believe Tsunade's proposal is excellent. It could significantly reduce casualties in mission teams. Too many of our comrades from Konoha have perished due to lack of timely medical assistance during battles. His tone shifted from frivolous to earnest, capturing the attention of the assembly, and the room fell silent. Tsukumo regarded his brother with surprise. The Hatake clan had traditionally shied away from participating in proposal votes to avoid familial disputes. He couldn't fathom what had prompted his usually indifferent brother to openly support a member of the Senju clan, seemingly unconcerned about offending the Uchiha clan. Though taken aback, he refrained from reprimanding him, recognizing his brother's intelligence. At that moment, Tsunade turned her gaze towards him, offering a grateful smile. She was aware of this prodigy from the Hatake clan, rumored to have achieved Jonin status before the age of 12. Now, he was nearly on par with his brother, though their paths had rarely crossed until now. Unexpectedly, he was the first to lend her support in this meeting, while their mutual acquaintances Jiraiya and Orochimaru had yet to speak. Thank you, Kawakaze-kun, for your endorsement. Her sweet voice carried a note of sincerity, and Kawakaze returned her smile, radiating warmth and optimism. Your concern for everyone's safety is commendable. Thus, I naturally support you. Saratobi Hiruzen remained silent, observing the expressions of those present, keenly aware of the shifting dynamics. I too endorse Tsunade's proposal. Dan Kato, nearly regretting his hesitance, watched as Kawakaze stole the initiative. Tsunade acknowledged him with a slight nod, clearly pleased with Kawakaze's stance. Subsequent comments poured forth from various ninjas. The Uchiha clan voiced their opposition, while those aligned with the Senju clan expressed agreement. Several neutral families and ninjas chose to abstain, resulting in a near-type, "Let's table this for now. Tsunade, we shall revisit your proposal at a later date." Hiruzen appeared satisfied with the proceedings, not indicating a disapproval of the proposal, but rather a desire to postpone the discussion. As a student, Tsunade would likely have no major objections. Very well, sensei. Tsunade furrowed her brow, contemplating her response several times before simply acknowledging Hiruzen. Due to the economic disparities among nations and the looming specter of war, this operational meeting had been convened. Conflict seemed imminent. As the meeting adjourned, Hiruzen took his leave, prompting the remaining Jonin to exit in an orderly manner. Tsukumo observed his brother lingering at the door, uncertain of his intentions. Just as he was about to approach him, he noticed Tsunade exiting and engaging in conversation with Kawakaze, while Dan Kato lingered nearby, looking somewhat helpless. Though the proposal did not pass, I still wish to thank you, Kawakaze-kun. Tsunade reiterated her gratitude, intrigued by this charming man and the prospect of getting to know him better. I'm pleased to meet you. I enjoy a drink and a bit of gambling from time to time. Perhaps we could partake together someday. Kawakaze's lips curled into a slight smile, glimmering under the setting sun, leaving Tsunade momentarily entranced. This man was undeniably handsome, and their shared interests stirred something within her. Certainly, Kawakaze, let's drink together when the opportunity arises. I shall hold you to that. I hope I won't find you unavailable when I come a visit. Kawakaze jested lightly, revealing his desire to connect. Of course, you're always welcome at my home. Tsunade waved her hands dismissively, indicating her sincerity in wanting to forge a friendship. As the two engaged in lively conversation, two figures observed from beneath a nearby tree. It appears Tsunade is quite taken with this Hatake Kawakaze. Jiraiya, you have yet another rival. The voice was dark, and the speaker's pale visage was unsettling, his snake-like eyes revealing none other than Orochimaru. As long as she is happy, Jiraiya replied, unwilling to dwell further on the matter, departing with a somewhat melancholic demeanor. Orochimaru lingered a moment longer before turning away, dismissing the scene entirely. After a lengthy conversation with Kawakaze, Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, reluctantly took her leave. Once the most influential woman in Konoha disappeared from sight, Kawakaze approached Tsukumo. Shall we go, brother? It has been 22 years since I traversed into the world of Naruto, and I am still uncertain how this transformation occurred. In my memories, I was fervently writing a fanfiction about Naruto, deeply engrossed in the narrative. Suddenly, darkness enveloped me, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself as a helpless infant. While crossing into the Naruto realm was one thing, having an elder brother who contemplated suicide was another. Fate had indeed dealt me a curious hand. The Hatake clan, despite their skill in swordsmanship, lacks any extraordinary bloodline limits, making survival in this perilous world of shinobi quite challenging. Moreover, if my recollection serves me correctly, the Second Great Ninja War is on the verge of erupting in the Land of Rain, that I am certain my status as a Jonin from the Hatake clan will thrust me onto the battlefield. Perhaps due to my transmigration, I possess a unique advantage, a heightened cellular activity that grants me enhanced strength, speed, extraordinary recovery capabilities, and chakra reserves. Consequently, his prowess surpasses that of Shwomo, who is a few years his senior, rather than the rumors suggesting they are nearly equal in capability. Chapter 2. The Broken White Fang. As the martial factions across various nations began to stir, Konoha village also found itself enveloped in an atmosphere of preparation for war. Numerous Jonin had already been dispatched to gather intelligence, while the elites of the prominent clans rested and recuperated, awaiting the inevitable conflict. The training hall of the Hatake clan was grand and spacious. In the center, two figures engaged in a fierce exchange. Having already clashed numerous times in the blink of an eye, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene as one figure was sent hurtling backward, sliding several meters across the ground before coming to a halt. Big brother, you're not doing so well. The boastful tone accompanied by raucous laughter belonged to Hatake Kawakaze. He wielded an 8-sided blade, a high-quality chakra weapon, still crackling with residual lightning. Shikumo rose, brushing off his clothing, unfazed by his younger brother's mockery. He had grown accustomed to it. Since his brother had turned 10, he had never bested him in their sparring sessions, and his dignity and martial prowess had been thoroughly diminished. The chakra in his hand emitted a white glow as he vanished in an instant, reappearing before Kawakaze with a short blade aimed directly at his throat. Kawakaze's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he raised his sword to block. When the strike missed, Shikumo retreated instantly, positioning himself at a distance from his brother. The Hatake clan valued the principle of a decisive strike. Having transitioned from a samurai lineage to that of ninjas, where weaponry became their most trusted ally, a flash of lightning struck again. Kawakaze crouched low, his 8-sided sword resting at his waist, his feet crackling with lightning-infused chakra, emitting a sizzling sound. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward, leaving no trace of his presence. In the next moment, he was already in front of Shikumo. This move had been witnessed many times, yet Shikumo remained in awe. Combining lightning chakra with a swift draw was effortlessly executed, but attaining his brother's speed and strength was nearly insurmountable. After all, in the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. There was no time to evade. He could only raise his chakra-infused short blade to intercept, uncertain how much longer this ancestral blade could endure. With a resounding crack, the short blade shattered, and in the midst of Shikomo's astonishment, the eight-sided sword hovered at his neck, the chilling edge palpable against his skin. "Big brother, don't hold it against me. Just get old iron to forge another one. Our family can afford it." His words echoed in the training hall as he darted out the door, Kawakaze feeling as though he had committed a transgression, fleeing faster than a rabbit. "That was our ancestral blade," Shikomo exclaimed as he snapped back to reality, gazing at the broken blade in his hand, filled with impotent rage, while Kawakaze's figure had already vanished. Unsure of his next destination, Kawakaze wandered aimlessly, kicking at innocent pebbles until he arrived at the Hitaki weapon shop. Upon entering, the staff greeted him with respectful bows, addressing him as second young master. Kawakaze nodded in acknowledgement, having long since grown accustomed to his status. His father had perished on a mission, and his mother during childbirth, leaving only him and his task-obsessed older brother. Fortunately, their family business was substantial, otherwise the two children might have faced starvation. In a bid to enhance the family's economic standing and secure a better future for himself, Kawakaze had modernized the forging furnace, enabling the blacksmith to melt higher-quality materials, ultimately establishing Konoha's largest weapon shop. The Hitaki clan's wealth now ranked among the highest in the village. With the impending war, business was thriving beyond expectation. Upon entering the forge, a wave of heat washed over him, causing him to furrow his brow. A burly man in his 40s, clad only in his bare torso, approached him with a grin. "Second young master, what brings you here today?" This was Old Iron, a highly skilled blacksmith imported from the land of iron, who willingly remained with the Hitaki clan due to the excellent working conditions and generous salary. "I broke the White Fang. Please forge another blade for my brother as soon as possible," Kawakaze stated calmly. Old Iron's jaw dropped in astonishment. He was well aware of the first young master's deep affection for the ancestral blade, having never managed to observe it closely himself. "Don't dawdle. Use the finest materials available. It must not be inferior to my sword. Otherwise, it may break again, and that would be troublesome." Kawakaze was not concerned for his brother's feelings, but simply believed that the quality of the weapon would affect their sparring. "Rest assured about my craftsmanship. I will expedite the process. After all, crafting a blade that can rival your eight-sided sword is no simple task." Once the conversation turned to their craft, Old Iron transformed, his demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. "No worries, it's not as if I have no use for it. All right then, I have no further business. You may return to your work." Kawakaze gestured for Old Iron to leave, taking a leisurely stroll through his family's establishment before departing with a buoyant spirit. As he glanced at the patrons, he realized they were not mere customers, but rather glimmering coins. With his elder brother still seething, he decided to seek out Tsunade. Kawakaze set off towards the Senju clan's residence, where Tsunade resided among the common folk. He recalled her unfortunate younger brother, Senju Rope Tree, a pitiable soul who would meet his demise on the battlefield in the upcoming Second Great Ninja War. Reflecting on this, Kawakaze resolved to safeguard his brother-in-law's life. Upon arriving at the Senju compound, it was his first visit, and true to its reputation as Konoha's former leading clan, the entrance was quite impressive. He knocked on the door and awaited a response. Before long, the door swung open, revealing an elderly woman. "What brings you to the Senju clan?" Although she appeared to be merely a servant, her tone was anything but subservient. After all, even a low-ranking official would display a sense of dignity before a minister. Kawakaze was unperturbed. "I am Hitaki Kawakaze, here to see Tsunade. Please convey my message." He maintained the courtesy befitting the situation, accompanied by a warm smile. "Ah, Lord Kawakaze, please come in. Lady Tsunade has instructed me to expect you." This unexpected response surprised Kawakaze. He did not anticipate that Tsunade had informed her household of his visit. Following the elderly woman inside, he was not led to a room, but rather to the training ground, where Tsunade was instructing her younger brother in taijutsu. Upon seeing Kawakaze, her face lit up with joy as she deftly blocked Rope Tree's attack. "Continue your practice. Someone has come to see me," Tsunade instructed, releasing her brother's leg before striding toward Kawakaze. "I didn't expect you to seek me out today. I had intended to visit the Hitaki household myself," Tsunade remarked. Her attire no longer the dull combat uniform, but rather a stunning gambling outfit that accentuated her enviable figure, captivating Kawakaze. "My apologies for the intrusion. I came to escape misfortune. As you can see, I didn't even have time to change my clothes." Kawakaze, clad in his battle attire and carrying the eight-sided sword, stood in stark contrast to Tsunade's relaxed appearance. "What misfortune?" Tsunade inquired, curiosity piqued. Kawakaze chuckled as he recounted the tale of shattering the ancestral blade, inciting a fit of laughter from Tsunade. "I can hardly believe that the famed weapon of Hatake Shikomo was broken by his own younger brother. Well, I certainly couldn't stay there. I was hoping you might have time to share a drink with me." Kawakaze's gaze was intense, fixed upon Tsunade. "Perhaps later. Let us have lunch together instead, and enjoy a drink then." Tsunade had not yet reached the point of drinking before noon, extending an invitation for a midday meal. "Then I shall not hold back." With nothing pressing on his schedule, Kawakaze suggested, "Shall I offer some guidance to Rope Tree?" Chuanfeng quickly discerned the abilities of Shengshu, who at the tender age of 11 or 12 had barely reached the level of a genin. One must say that this young lad was utterly squandering his talents. Is this truly the legacy of the first Hokage's grandson? Tsunade, too, was undoubtedly a doting sister, lacking any intensity in their sparring sessions. It was evident that she had not heeded the famous adage of sweat more in practice, bleed less in battle. It was indeed an honor for Shengshu. Tsunade would certainly not refuse. The fact that Chuanfeng could break the sword of Kakashi Shoma indicated that his strength was far beyond mere rumors. Moreover, she recognized her own shortcomings, and having someone guide Shengshu was a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 3. First encounter with the brother-in-law. Upon hearing this unfamiliar ninja express a desire to instruct him, Shengshu paused to observe. Not just anyone had the privilege of teaching him. Tsunade was his sister, Orochimaru was his mentor, and he was curious about the prowess of this member of the Hatake clan. "This is Jonin Hatake Chuanfeng, and he is also a dear friend of mine," Tsunade introduced, fully aware of her brother's little thoughts. After all, Kakashi Shoma was no match for him. In her words, she almost reduced the unfortunate Kakashi to a mere backdrop, accentuating Chuanfeng's strength, which was quite impressive. Upon hearing his sister's words, Shengshu's eyes lit up, and a sunny, innocent smile graced his face. "Then I shall trouble you, Brother Chuanfeng." The younger brother was indeed perceptive, as Chuanfeng walked towards him with a measured pace, allowing for a semblance of dignity. It was not that his brother was weak, rather, he was simply too formidable. "We are merely exchanging pointers. I see your taijutsu is rather mediocre. I wonder how your ninjutsu measures up?" Chuanfeng had no intention of sparing this young brat's feelings. If he wished to survive, he must be a bit ruthless. As he finished speaking, he stood before Shengshu, and Tsunade's eyes widened at his remarkable speed. Shengshu, gazing at Chuanfeng, who had suddenly appeared before him, felt an overwhelming pressure as he looked up at him. This sensation was entirely different from what he experienced with his teacher, Orochimaru, whose presence was dark and oppressive. Chuanfeng, akin to a blazing sun or roaring thunder, ignited his heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. Any lingering resentment evaporated instantly, and his expression grew solemn. "I hope for your guidance, Brother Chuanfeng." Shengshu bowed respectfully, and Chuanfeng graciously accepted. "Unleash everything you possess. If you land a hit, I shall concede," Chuanfeng declared. Showing no intention of drawing his eight-pointed sword, his arms crossed as he regarded Shengshu with a playful smirk. Tsunade, observing Chuanfeng's arrogance, knew that a ninja's strength did not merely lie in brute force. "Chuanfeng-kun," her voice drifted to him, but he interrupted, gesturing for her to remain silent, hoping that his medical skills would not need to be employed on Chuanfeng. "Brother Chuanfeng, I shall not hold back." The young lad's pride was ignited, having been so underappreciated. Shengshu felt a surge of indignation, convinced he had the strength to make Chuanfeng move. However, reality often defies expectations. There are always those stronger than oneself. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Shengshu formed hand seals and expelled a stream of water that coalesced into a dragon, surging towards Chuanfeng. Yet, his chakra was insufficient, rendering the dragon no more than a diminutive serpent compared to the grand techniques of his great-grandfather, Hashirama. Chuanfeng's expression remained unchanged, his warm smile unwavering. With no visible effort, he emanated sparks of lightning, and the tiny serpent collided with him, leaving no trace behind. It was simply vaporized. "Lightning armor?" Tsunade furrowed her brow, recalling the secret techniques of the Cloud Village. This was a technique that Chuanfeng employed, utilizing lightning chakra to stimulate every cell in his body, significantly enhancing both his offensive and defensive capabilities, akin to lightning armor. However, given the volatile nature of lightning chakra, It was no small feat to maintain such a state for an extended period without a special advantage. Witnessing his most prized ninjutsu yield no effect, Shengshu's heart simmered with frustration, prompting him to form more seals. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Upon completion, a dragon's head emerged from the earth beside him, and it unleashed a torrent of mud at Chuanfeng. As the earthen projectile approached, Chuanfeng dissipated his lightning aura, deftly drawing his 8-pointed sword. With grace and finesse, he sliced through the mud balls, leaving them halved at his feet. Tsunade watched in awe as Chuanfeng stood poised with his sword, the gentle breeze tousling his silver hair. She was momentarily entranced. Not only did Chuanfeng's display intimidate Shengshu, but it also showcased his flair in front of Tsunade, a true twofold achievement. Brother Chuanfeng, I wish to learn swordsmanship from you. Shengshu's eyes sparkled. The sword was simply magnificent, and after witnessing his two favorite ninjutsu fail, he lost all desire to attack further. Learning swordsmanship is certainly possible, but I have a small condition, Chuanfeng replied, retracting his sword and stepping closer to Shengshu, his smile taking on a more mischievous quality. Thus began the brother-in-law's strategic endeavor. What condition? Shengshu wondered, feeling as though this charming older brother had suddenly turned somewhat lecherous. Tsunade continued to observe the two without intervening. I will teach you the sword, and you shall assist me in pursuing your sister. Chuanfeng was forthright, leaning in to whisper, leaving Shengshu momentarily stunned. Is it typical for adults to be so direct? How could I possibly help you? Shengshu did not find his sister particularly appealing. She was strong and struck hard. Aside from her fair skin and decent figure, what else did she possess? He cast a furtive glance at Tsunade, shivering at the very thought of being attracted to a woman like her, still too young and naive. When the time comes for you to be of assistance, the doors of the Hitaki family shall always be open to you. I shall even gift you a sword. Chuanfeng expertly grasped the child's psyche. Every boy dreams of being a warrior. I desire a sword like yours. Shengshu, hesitating for even a moment, would be disrespecting his dream of becoming a warrior. Deal. Chuanfeng triumphantly patted Shengshu on the shoulder, the young lad showing great promise. And how much chakra do you have left? After concluding the vital matter, Chuanfeng did not overlook the finer details. I still have enough for a few more uses, but it won't be of any help to you, Shengshu innocently replied, omitting Chuanfeng's name altogether, directly addressing him as brother. At your age, your chakra reserves are quite impressive. However, your hand seal speed requires improvement, and your taijutsu lacks practical experience, rendering it insufficiently lethal. Moreover, remember, there are no useless ninjutsu, only useless ninjas. Chuanfeng pointed out Shengshu's shortcomings while providing sage advice. This boy was indeed the direct descendant of the Senju clan. His chakra reserves likely outshone his peers. It was uncertain whether Tsunade was reluctant to be harsh, or if Orochimaru's teaching quality had taken a downer. What a promising seedling. Yet only at the level of a genin, far inferior to his future nephew, Kakashi, who had attained Jonin status at the age of 12, merely a step behind him. Then I shall entrust my training to you, brother. I will strive to improve. My teacher has been busy and hasn't guided me for quite some time. Tomorrow, I will visit your home. Bring along my sister. One must admit, this lad was a true talent, having already learned to interject. Very well, very well. Chuanfeng grinned widely, giving Shengshu's shoulder another hearty pat, nearly toppling him to the ground. Katsuyu observed the cheerful exchange between Chuanfeng and her younger brother, noting that Shengshu seemed quite fond of Chuanfeng. Chuanfeng, what do you enjoy eating? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare something special. With her mind at ease, Katsuyu approached to make arrangements for a dish that would please Chuanfeng's palate. Anything will suffice. I am not picky, Chuanfeng replied candidly, admitting that he could manage Japanese cuisine, though he found the sake lacking. Very well, I shall head to the kitchen. If my hospitality falls short, I hope you will forgive me, Chuanfeng. Katsuyu exuded an air of sophistication, revealing none of her notorious strength. You go ahead. I will practice a bit more with my brother, Shengshu interjected, eager for his sister to leave. Lunch will be ready for you. Katsuyu shot him a disapproving glance, noting his ungratefulness as he called upon their elder brother. With that, she turned and departed. Chapter 4. Uzumaki Mito. Chuanfeng watched Katsuyu's graceful figure sway until she vanished from sight. Focus, brother, Shengshu urged, tapping Chuanfeng's arm, wondering why he was still gazing after her. Did his sister possess some hidden charm? Shinshu's mind was filled with questions. Clearing his throat, Chuanfeng shifted the topic abruptly. I was contemplating my lost aspirations. Allow me to teach you something valuable. Chuanfeng, with wide eyes, began to instruct Shinshu. What will you teach me, big brother? Shinshu's face lit up with excitement, feeling that he would soon be as formidable as Chuanfeng. Stand straight, half squat, arms extended. Chuanfeng picked up a stick he found and adjusted Shinshu's posture, placing the stick across his arms for balance. What is this? Is it useful? Shinshu questioned, feeling as though he had been led astray. Breathe deeply. Exhale. Chuanfeng guided him through breathing exercises, insisting on 2 hours of practice. He had discovered that due to the superior physical condition of individuals in the world of ninjas, the benefits of such stances were greatly enhanced. Not only strengthening leg muscles, but also promoting cellular vitality and accelerating chakra conversion. Remember to convert chakra. Try using water chakra to relieve muscle fatigue. Shinshu, eager to grow stronger, complied, though he would not have listened to Chuanfeng had he not acknowledged him as an elder brother. It was certainly not for the sake of wielding a magnificent sword. With a swift movement, Chuanfeng leaped to a nearby tree, pulling out a magazine featuring beautiful women, noting that none compared to Katsu's figure. Shinshu, following Chuanfeng's instructions, adjusted his breathing and maintained his balance while converting chakra. As his legs began to ache and he activated chakra for relief, he struggled to control the subtle movements, nearly collapsing. After some trial and error, he found that the chakra conversion was faster than before. Truly, Chuanfeng was remarkable. He had imparted such excellent training methods upon their first meeting. Shinshu was determined to assist him in courting his sister. After approximately 2 hours, Chuanfeng dozed off in the tree, having perused countless magazines and unable to linger too long over one. Time for lunch, Chuanfeng. Katsu's voice reached him, though he could not see her. Shinshu remained squatted. Unaware of how long he had been in that position, he continued as long as Chuanfeng did not say to stop. What a waste it would be for such a talent to go to waste, Chuanfeng mused as he descended from the tree and approached Shinshu, removing the sword from his back and handing it to him. Do you like it? Here, play with it for a while. I'll craft one for you later. Shinshu, overjoyed as if he had received a cherished toy, held the sword tightly. If it weren't lunchtime, he would have loved to practice with it longer. Brother, this sword appears quite sharp, Shinshu exclaimed, struggling to draw it from the ground, its length challenging for him. Observing the sword's many facets, he could sense its lethal aura. It was indeed a weapon with blood on its hands. Of course, it is one of our finest creations at the Kiki Weaponry. No one in Konoha can forge such a blade. Chuanfeng took pride in his craftsmanship, for it was his sole lucrative venture. So, brother, does that mean you possess great wealth? Shinshu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He had already accepted Chuanfeng as a brother-in-law, pondering how much his sister had spent. Not much. Just among the top 3 in Konoha, Chuanfeng replied modestly, dismissing the notion. Before Shinshu could express his admiration, Katsuyu grew impatient. Shinshu, I called you for lunch. Can you not hear? Come here. Her tone was decidedly different with her brother, displaying a commanding presence. Chuanfeng wondered if he had been misled by some impulse and should reconsider. Before he could reflect further, Shinshu tugged him towards Katsu. Come, Chuanfeng, I have prepared fine sake. Katsu's warm demeanor left Chuanfeng momentarily bewildered, unsure of which version of her was genuine. Very well, you may call me Chuanfeng from now on, Katsuyu-chan, he said. His mind momentarily clouded by her charm. Only those close to one another used such informal terms, and having known her for less than 2 days, it felt rather presumptuous. All right, Chuanfeng-kun, Katsuyu replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, embracing the new form of address with grace. I am famished. Shinshu unwittingly disrupted the pleasant atmosphere, brandishing the sword as he dashed ahead. Katsuyu and Chuanfeng exchanged amused glances, following him to the dining hall. The Senju clan's rich heritage was evident in their grand dining area, far surpassing the Kiki household. Upon entering, they spotted an elderly woman with a red-haired bun, fair skin, and beauty seated at the head of the table, accompanied by a similarly red-haired young girl. Chuanfeng had already surmised their identities, and the timing corroborated his suspicions. Shinshu approached, greeting his grandmother before taking a seat and placing the sword beside him. The sword immediately captured the young girl's attention, as it was unlike anything she had seen before. Kushina, this is my brother's sword, isn't it beautiful? Shinshu exclaimed, brimming with youthful exuberance as he flaunted the weapon. How beautiful is it? Kushina, having faced exclusion at school due to her red hair, found camaraderie with Shinshu, perhaps due to their familial ties. Katsu guided Chuanfeng to sit, exchanging pleasantries with their grandmother. Lady Mito, It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Kiki Chuanfeng. I look forward to your guidance. Chuanfeng bowed respectfully, sensing an ominous chakra emanating from Mito. Despite her attempts to conceal it, there is no need for such formalities, Chuanfeng-kun. Little Katsuyu has already spoken highly of you. Please, take a seat, Mito smiled, gesturing for him to sit beside Katsuyu, feeling no malice from him. As they settled in, servants began serving wine and dishes. A familiar array of seafood sashimi, delectable appetizers, and sushi graced the dining table. Tsunade poured sake for Kawafeng, while his grandmother unexpectedly requested a cup for herself before finally filling her own glass. Shoju and Kushina, under the permission of Uzumaki Mito, embarked on a spirited revelry. Chapter 5. Space Ceiling to Lady Mito. I raise my glass in gratitude for all you have done for Konoha. As a member of the village, Kawafeng felt no profound reverence for the third Hokage. He appeared simple-minded, merely an ineffectual conspirator. However, he held deep respect for this ageless goddess, who willingly became a Jinchuriki for the sake of her village. Enduring pain, yet continuing to love the village founded by her husband, dedicating her life to it. It was but a modest contribution, the culmination of Hashirama's labor. Upon mentioning this, Mito's expression softened with nostalgia as she clinked glasses with Kawafeng, gracefully concealing her face with her long sleeves, and downed her drink in one gulp. This is your time, the youth, she remarked. With the impending war, how many of our Konoha ninjas will find their graves in foreign lands? War is an inescapable reality of every era, a truth that Hashirama wished to avoid. As a Jinchuriki, Mito could only lament that she would not engage in battle unless absolutely necessary, serving as Konoha's nuclear deterrent. Tsunade refilled her grandmother's cup, and with war looming, she proposed the inclusion of medical ninjas in mission teams, a suggestion that Saratobi-sensei rejected with a hint of disappointment. The third Hokage certainly has his own plans. I believe your proposal will eventually see the light of day. Kawafeng offered this as comfort, knowing that for various reasons, the proposal would not pass until Tsunade herself became Hokage, at which point she would implement the reform. You have good intentions, yet our medical technology is still underdeveloped, and the number of medical ninjas is scarce. Equipping a team with a ninja solely skilled in medical arts would hinder their combat effectiveness, Mito astutely pointed out, revealing the significant flaw in the proposed reform. Tsunade fell into contemplation. She was still too young, her considerations lacking the depth of thought that the third Hokage possessed. He not only scrutinized her proposal to gauge the reactions of various factions, but also suppressed it for his own benefit, extracting valuable information without incurring any loss. Tsunade would need several more years of experience to match such cunning. Lack of personnel can be remedied through training. That day will inevitably arrive. With exquisite wine before them, there was no need for self-inflicted distress. Observing Tsunade's troubled expression, Kawafeng sought to console her once more, clinking his cup against hers and taking a hearty gulp. Thank you, Kawafeng-kun. Tsunade managed a strained smile, lifting her cup to drink it down. The conversation shifted away from heavy topics, as Kawafeng entertained the pair with knowledge from the modern world, eliciting hearty laughter and creating a harmonious atmosphere. Shoju and Kushina had already eaten their fill and were chattering animatedly around the Hachiman's sword. In their exuberance, they accidentally knocked a cup off the table, provoking Mito's displeasure. Rising, she took hold of the Hachiman's sword, drawing it slightly from its sheath, revealing its exceptional craftsmanship. Kawafeng-kun, carrying a sword daily may prove to be inconvenient. Today, I shall bestow upon you a small gift. With a smile, she approached Kawafeng, extending her right hand. Unaware of her intentions, he extended his own hand in earnest. Mito performed a single-handed seal with the sword, a surge of potent chakra coalescing, followed by a peculiar wave. Seal. Upon completing the seal, she pressed the sword into the palm of Kawafeng's hand, and a strange sensation coursed through him as the Hachiman's sword vanished from his grasp, leaving behind a prominent character for sword etched in his palm. What an impressive sealing technique. It is no wonder you are a paragon of the Uzumaki clan, he remarked. By stimulating the seal with chakra, you can release your sword. Mito regarded this as a trivial feat, knowing that a ninja's weapons are typically sealed within summoning scrolls for convenience. Kawafeng had never seen a weapon sealed upon the body itself. Even the formidable Orochimaru merely concealed the Kusanagi sword within. Eager to test this, Kawafeng concentrated, and with a surge of chakra, the Hachiman's sword materialized in his hand. This is the power of space, he realized. Your sealing technique, Lady Mito, is truly unparalleled. He offered timely praise, recognizing that the application of spatial power was beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas. It is of little consequence. It was merely inspired by the teachings of Tobirama, she replied. Her demeanor calm, having long passed the age of exuberance. My Byakugo technique owes much to my grandmother's assistance, Tsunade interjected, dismissing Kawafang's flattery as that of an inexperienced youth. In a moment of inspiration, Kawafang made the sword vanish once more with a flourish akin to a magic trick. Thank you for your generous gift, Lady Mito. At this moment, Mito appeared lost in thought, her gaze distant, unresponsive to Kawafang's words. She had become engrossed in the world of her seals. On a massive rock, a fox was pinned, its 9 tails and chest secured by wooden stakes. Iron chains binding its body. Such a sight was profoundly tragic. Mito, this man feels eerily familiar. If he were to grow, he would pose a significant danger. The 9 tails' crimson gaze fixated on Mito, expressing its pent-up frustration. Could he truly surpass you? Mito felt displeased at the 9 tails dragging her into its thoughts, frowning slightly as she stood at a distance from the rock. Through the 9 tails assessment, her perception of Kawafang elevated. How laughable. It is merely a matter of some threat. Who have I ever feared? The 9 tails' pride and dark emotions would not permit it to show weakness. Are you not afraid of those eyes? Mito's lips curled into a slight smirk, the teasing evident. This remark deeply wounded the 9 tails' pride, unleashing a thunderous roar as its chains rattled violently. In its eyes, she was merely a mount. Mito paid no mind to the 9 tails' commotion, confident in her sealing prowess. Having uttered her words, she vanished before the 9 tails, returning to her true form. It was merely a minor trick, not worthy of thanks. In the future, I trust you will look after Tsunade. She had heard Kawafang's earlier words and was now responding. Grandmother, Tsunade exclaimed with playful indignation, discontent with her grandmother's remarks, feeling capable enough without needing others' oversight. Witnessing this rare display of femininity from Tsunade ignited a spark in Kawafang's heart, and in that instant, he felt a decisive clarity about what to name their future children. Of course, I shall do my utmost. Kawafang replied with a charming smile, wholeheartedly agreeing. As the banquet drew to a close, the trio did not indulge excessively. They were not even tipsy. After bidding farewell to Mito, Tsunade and Shoju escorted Kushina to the entrance. Do come to my home for drinks, Kawafang invited, addressing Tsunade, as Shoju was still quite young. Certainly, Tsunade responded readily, not declining the invitation. I want to go too. Kushina chimed in, her lively spirit eager to join the fun after being cooped up at school. Of course, you may, he replied, familiar with Naruto's mother as he affectionately ruffled her crimson hair. It looks lovely, too bad mine is silver. This teasing brought a blush to the young girl's cheeks. Brother, see you tomorrow. Shoju discreetly cast a glance, hoping his brother would understand. Chapter 6, Uchiha Fugaku evidently. Shoju's gesture was intended for the dog. Kawakaze's eyes were nearly filled with chasms. The shallow man envied his future children, certain they would be well fed. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, he took his leave of Tsunade. Reflecting on the feast, he mused on Tsunade's remarkable figure. Strolling leisurely home, he assumed his brother had probably visited the weapon shop. Returning now would likely only earn him a scolding. Kawakaze silently applauded his own cleverness. Given the tense atmosphere of impending conflict, the streets of the village were largely deserted, populated only by hurried ninjas. As Kawakaze passed a secluded alley, sunlight barely penetrated. Suddenly, a sense of vigilance surged within him. He was being followed. Since his arrival in this world, apart from training, he had been engaged in commerce. He questioned whether he had unwittingly provoked any enemies. Who are you? Show yourself. Kawakaze halted, his tone icy, eyes fixed on the ominous shadow ahead. Haha, as expected of a genius from the Hitaki clan. A youth emerged from the shadow, appearing to be around 18 or 19, with long hair cascading down his shoulders, lacking a forehead protector, and clad in the attire of a Konoha Jonin. The emblem resembling a ping-pong paddle was visible on his shoulder. The newcomer belonged to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha, what brings you to me? Kawakaze furrowed his brow, pondering if his support for Tsunade had drawn the ire of the Uchiha. Such pettiness was no wonder they faced annihilation. Are you Hitaki clan members seeking to ally with the Senju? His expression turned grave, his words laced with arrogance, befitting the Uchiha name. Do I need to report my associations to you, Uchiha? You nearly made me laugh. Your clan truly has a wide reach. The long-standing enmity is not merely talk. Even the Senju clan, after integrating into the village, remains vigilant. If you were to associate with others, that would be one thing. But befriending the Senju clan is something we cannot overlook. The youth advanced step by step, his demeanor hostile, suggesting a readiness to engage in combat. I, Kawakaze, do not yield to any threats. He declared, if I am to give you face, keep your distance. Should I choose not to, I can bury you. What can you do about it? Realizing the conversation was unlikely to end amicably, Kawakaze understood this individual did not come with peaceful intentions. And given his current standing in Konoha, he feared no one. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, the Hanjin, into his hand. The Uchiha's eyes narrowed, and the three Tomo Sharingan manifested, yet they failed to perceive how the sword had appeared. Three Tomo, you truly overestimate yourself. Kawakaze wore a disdainful expression, standing firm, unflinching. What arrogance! Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you understand that not everyone is suitable for indiscriminate alliances. Kawakaze felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Jiraiya and Orochimaru's troubles were not ones he dared to confront, yet here he was, treated as a soft persimmon. The youth's expression darkened. He had never encountered someone so brazen before the Uchiha. He drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it at Kawakaze. With hands forming seals, he unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique. Kawakaze, unwilling to endure the might of an elite ninja's technique, deflected the kunai with his sword and evaded. However, the kunai veered back towards him. The Uchiha's kunai techniques were indeed cunning. Lightning release, lightning palm. Kawakaze thrust his palm outward, unleashing a bolt of lightning that dissipated the kunai. What a peculiar technique, requiring no hand signs, the youth remarked, astonished, as Kawakaze charged towards him. Before these eyes, all your efforts are futile. His confidence resonated with certainty. As the words fell, the figure vanished from sight, and in the next moment, the youth was sent sprawling to the ground with a tremendous crash. How is this possible? So fast. Blood trickled from the youth's mouth, his expression one of disbelief. Clutching his abdomen, he crouched on the ground, clearly injured. Had Kawakaze not shown restraint, he would not have seen the dawn. To this extent. And you dare to follow others? Come find me again when your eyes have progressed further. His words dripped with mockery when faced with such insolence. Kawakaze would certainly not show mercy. The Uchiha, in his eyes, was nothing remarkable. Without the Mangekyo, one could never achieve greatness. Unbeknownst to him, Kawakaze had already sheathed his sword. Such a character was not worth the effort. Having spoken, he did not glance back at the youth, pondering that had it not been for the complications of village politics, he would have simply eliminated him. Why bother with such intricacies? Inflicting a wound served as a reminder to the Uchiha. Kawakaze was not a soft persimmon for them to manipulate at will. With that, he exited the alley, vanishing from the Uchiha's sight. As the youth watched Kawakaze depart, the terror in his eyes had yet to dissipate. Never had he encountered someone whose speed could outpace his Sharingan. Coughing, he expelled a mouthful of blood, staining the ground crimson. Kawakaze, I, Uchiha Fugaku, shall remember you. Fugaku, at 40 years, had perished, with Sasuke and Naruto at 7. This meant that when Manado passed at 24, Fugaku was already 33. This man was to become the next leader of the Uchiha clan. Had Kawakaze overheard, he might have wished to dissect his brain, allowing his son to slaughter the entire clan, leading his wife to a voluntary demise. What could possibly be going through his mind? Shortly after Kawakaze's departure, the Umbu arrived late. Discovering the injured Uchiha Fugaku, Fugaku claimed he had been wounded while sparring with friends and requested the Umbu to escort him home. The Umbu immediately discerned his deception. Yet due to the Uchiha's formidable influence, they could only comply, escorting him back to the Uchiha compound, eager to depart without lingering even a moment longer. Supported by clan members, Fugaku hastily treated his internal injuries before entering the council hall. In the center sat a middle-aged man, bearing a resemblance to Fugaku, his expression grim. This man was the current leader of the Uchiha clan and Fugaku's uncle. Is this small matter beyond your capability? You required the Umbu to bring you back over a mere subclan Jonin. Clearly, the uncle was displeased with Fugaku's performance. With such a Fugaku, gaining his trust to succeed as the next clan leader would be a challenge. Leader, Kawakaze's speed was too swift. My eyes could not keep up, and I was unable to counter a single blow. Fugaku admitted Kawakaze's strength honestly. Defeat was defeat. What? Did he employ some forbidden technique? The leader's expression shifted dramatically. Rising to his feet, he had presumed it would at least result in mutual injury, but reality was far harsher. He believed Kawakaze had utilized some immensely powerful forbidden art. I do not know. After defeating me, he said to come find him again when my eyes had progressed further. Fugaku recounted Kawakaze's words in detail. Kawakaze, how utterly laughable. He could not fathom the Mangekyo's power, merely a frog at the bottom of the well. For now, he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with him. With war on the horizon, he intended to make the ninja world aware of the Uchiha name once more. The clan leader was filled with vigor, yet events did not unfold as desired. The second great ninja war was not the Uchiha's domain. Then I shall take my leave to tend to my injuries. Fugaku departed apprehensively, returning home to seek further treatment for his wounds, feeling the chakra within him roiling. That Kawakaze truly was a formidable opponent. With astonishing speed, the lightning release required no hand seals, and the body techniques could even disperse one's own chakra. I must awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan before seeking him for a rematch. At this moment, Kawakaze returned home leisurely, entirely unaware that he had become the driving force behind Uchiha Fugaku's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 7. Over the top. Upon arriving home, Kawakaze found the training hall devoid of Shoma's presence. This task-obsessed elder brother was solely devoted to missions and training, with a remarkably limited social circle. It was no wonder that he would later succumb to despair. However, under Kawakaze's intentional guidance, he was now significantly stronger than in the original narrative, at least possessing the capacity for emotions to be expressed, preventing him from becoming ensnared in his own thoughts. In the living room, his sister-in-law was busy feeding her beloved ninja dog, with long, flowing chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders and 2 crimson markings gracing her face. She radiated an unusual charm rather than appearing odd. The ninja dog, a large black beast towering at half the height of a man, had its ears concealed beneath a thick mane of fur, clearly not a creature to be trifled with. Without a doubt, his sister-in-law hailed from the Inuzuka clan. Originally named Inuzuka Natsuki, a name as melodious as it was fitting. She was strikingly beautiful, and as Kawakaze often remarked, it was a mystery why she chose to be with such a dullard. At this moment, Shoma cast a playful glare at his younger brother before turning a fond smile toward his wife. Kawakaze, you're back. Your elder brother has been shouting in the training hall for half the day. Natsuki, without lifting her gaze, recognized through scent that her brother-in-law, Kawakaze, had arrived. Huh. That broken blade is just right for a change. Out with the old, in with the new. Kawakaze laughed as he boldly approached the fierce beast, squatting down to rub its thick fur to his heart's content. The sensation of this large ninja dog was beyond compare, truly exquisite. In contrast, he thought of the creature Kakashi kept. Was that a pet ninja dog? It was a disgrace to Natsuki. Aside from a bit of confidence in its sense of smell, Kakashi had inherited none of the admirable traits. Determined to ensure Kakashi acquired a fierce dog, Kawakaze mused that it was essential for the identity of the lesser heir of the Hitaki clan. The fierce beast, Goryo, let out a disgruntled whine, contemplating that if it weren't for the fact that this individual was the master's uncle, it would have bitten him to shreds. What's the matter? I'm just giving you a little rub. Don't be so stingy, Kawakaze said, clearly noticing Goryo's displeasure. He gave its head a gentle pat before reluctantly withdrawing his hand, realizing that he had nearly worn a patch in its fur from excessive attention. Don't keep patting Goryo's head. You're going to make it foolish, Natsuki quipped, casting a sideways glance at her brother-in-law. She had never seen such a ferocious-looking creature, yet her younger brother seemed to take a liking to it. On their first encounter, he had held the beast down and rubbed it vigorously, causing her heart to ache with empathy. Goryo nodded in agreement, silently conveying that if Kawakaze continued, it would not hold back. Is your elder brother not home? Kawakaze casually inquired, hoping to gather some intelligence, preparing to retreat should the situation turn awry. He went to the weapon shop and then returned to the ancestral hall to apologize. You should go and persuade him as well, Natsuki responded with exasperation. Despite being brothers, Kawakaze and Shoma had entirely different temperaments. It was uncertain what kind of woman could possibly tame someone like Kawakaze. Then I shall rest easy, he replied, rising with a smile, ready to return to his room for a midday nap. After finishing Goryo's meal, Natsuki could only shake her head, for it was he who had severed the blade, yet he now seemed to revel in the misfortune. Sister-in-law, call me when dinner is ready. Kawakaze yawned broadly as he made his way to his room. Understood, Natsuki replied, covering her face in resignation. It seemed best to let the two brothers resolve their matters on their own. After enjoying a comfortable nap, Kawakaze was awakened by Goryo's persistent barking. The creature had lingered at the doorway for quite some time, ultimately mustering the courage to enter the room that had haunted its existence. It pushed open the door, barked furiously at Kawakaze, then dashed away without a backward glance. "It's just a little dog meat. Why are you being so melodramatic?" Kawakaze grumbled, yawning and stretching as he got up to eat. Upon reaching the dining room, he discovered that the servants had already set the table with food. Shoma, with a face that resembled a thundercloud, sat at the head of the table. His wife occupied the seat to his right, while the empty seat to his left was naturally reserved for Kawakaze. The Hitaki family was indeed sparse, with Kakashi still absent, rendering the meal quite desolate. Ignoring Shoma's displeased expression, Kawakaze took his seat. "Let us eat." Without waiting for his elder brother to begin, he dove into the meal, finding 3 people at the table hardly warranting any formality. He picked up a sushi roll and devoured it in one bite, thinking to himself that it was merely seaweed-wrapped rice. Natsuki watched as her husband's face darkened, letting out a sigh as she joined Kawakaze in the meal. "Can you even eat that?" Shoma could no longer contain himself, glaring at his younger brother who was relishing his food with abandon. "I'm at the perfect age for growth," Kawakaze replied, taking a bite of roasted pig. "You know, it's a family heirloom blade." He interrupted Shoma, noting that his elder brother's arguments were disappointingly repetitive and lacking in substance. "Do you know why the heirloom blade can break?" Kawakaze countered, leaving Shoma momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He could not possibly claim that the quality of the family heirloom was subpar. After swallowing the last bite of pig, he took a sip of wine, adopting an air of self-importance. "Because during the time of the Hitaki clan, I was not present. From this day forth, I, Kawakaze Hitaki, shall ensure that the sword I wield becomes a cherished family weapon passed down through generations." Such audacious words left both Shoma and Natsuki in shock, not expecting their younger brother to harbor such grand ambitions. "I find great comfort in this. To our esteemed ancestors," Shoma exclaimed, raising his cup and clinking it against Kawakaze's empty one before downing its contents in one gulp. Natsuki joined him, sharing in the toast. Kawakaze, taken aback, thought to himself, "Hey, I was merely putting on a show. There's no need for such theatrics. You're making it hard for me to back down." With Shoma's emotions finally stabilizing, he no longer dwelled on the broken blade. The dinner turned out to be quite enjoyable. Kawakaze succumbed to his elder brother's enthusiasm, consuming enough wine to make up for the lack of it at lunch. During the meal, Shoma shared numerous unexpected insights, enhancing Kawakaze's image in his elder brother's eyes. "Little rascal, you certainly know how to make money. Little rascal, you're quite a handful. Little rascal, you're making me furious." By the end of the evening, a tipsy Shoma, supported by his wife, expressed a desire to pay respects to their ancestors, proclaiming that the Hitaki clan was about to produce an extraordinary individual. As the instigator of this spectacle, Kawakaze could only observe in silence, realizing that his words had been taken to heart by his elder brother. What a troublesome situation. Revitalizing the clan and becoming a formidable ninja was not truly his dream. He merely wished to court the most beautiful women, drink the finest wines, and ride the fiercest horses. Why did it suddenly feel as though the weight on his shoulders had grown heavier? Shaking his dizzy head, he swiftly caught hold of Goryo, the reluctant beast tasked with escorting him back to his room. Goryo, perhaps due to its lack of mental acuity, did not flee immediately, revealing its unclear perception of Kawakaze. Now, it had no choice but to bear the burden of this 100-plus-pound man back to his hellish chamber, a true testament to the trials of dog life. Living under the roof of another, my dear canine companion, I find myself in great distress. Chapter 8, Flying Thunder God / After indulging in libations, slumber is particularly sweet. Had I not used chakra to sober up, it would have been in vain. Chuanfeng slept soundly until dawn, free from worries, which allowed for a restful night. Awaking, he sensed he was embracing something soft and comforting. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was none other than the ghostly mastiff, nestled in his bed. With a face full of disdain, he unceremoniously kicked the still, slumbering mastiff off the bed, only vaguely recalling having summoned it to escort him back to his room. The moment he collapsed onto the bed, his memory faded entirely. The mastiff, startled and in pain from its fall, barked in protest, questioning who had ambushed it. Upon lifting its gaze, it met Chuanfeng's quizzical stare, and turning its head, it realized it had spent the night in this hellish abode, ensconced by this vexatious human. The mastiff, concerned about its unclean state, dashed out of Chuanfeng's room, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye, showcasing its remarkable speed as a ninja dog. Chuanfeng, indifferent to such thoughts, mused that embracing a dog was hardly worth pondering, especially since it was not like he had spent the night with Tsunade. After rising and washing up, he was greeted by the lingering scent of alcohol, unaware of what time Shinshu would arrive. Chuanfeng was determined to seize the opportunity presented by his brother-in-law. Meanwhile, his brother Shuan Mao, a family man, was already diligently training in the martial arts hall, leaving only his single brother to indulge in a leisurely morning. Since their family had acquired wealth, the quality of life for the Hitaki clan had surged, possibly accounting for the mastiff's gain of several pounds over the years. With a casual command, a sumptuous breakfast was promptly served, allowing Chuanfeng to feast in solitude. Just as he prepared to savor another bowl of porridge, his sister-in-law's voice echoed, "Chuanfeng, the esteemed members of the Senju clan have arrived. I have arranged for them to be in the living room." As a member of one of Konoha's elite families, his sister-in-law held a certain respect for the Senju clan. No sooner had she spoken than her figure appeared in the dining room. "Very well, I shall go at once." While pondering the situation, he took a final sip of porridge, wiped his mouth, and departed with his sister-in-law. He had anticipated only finding Shinshu waiting in the hall, but upon arrival, he discovered his elder brother engaged in conversation with Tsunade, while Shinshu and Kushina sat nearby. It was clear that his younger brother had proven himself worthy of the title. Tsunade, dressed in her signature short attire complemented by a green trench coat and charming light yellow twin tails, remained captivating as ever. The atmosphere in the living room was somewhat peculiar, as Tsunade and Shuan Mao struggled to find common ground, resulting in an awkward exchange. Upon Chuanfeng's arrival, Shuan Mao visibly relaxed, recognizing that social engagements were better handled by his younger brother. "Chuanfeng, Tsunade is here for you. Now that you've arrived, I shall take my leave." With that, he hastily greeted Tsunade and made his exit, leaving his wife and brother in a state of confusion. "My elder brother must have urgent matters to attend to. Perhaps you should check on him, dear sister-in-law," Chuanfeng suggested, nudging her to leave. As he felt hampered in the company of others, unsure of her younger brother's intentions, Naishua offered a farewell and followed her husband's departing figure. "Tsunade-chan, I didn't expect to see you here," Chuanfeng exclaimed, donning a warm smile as he took the seat recently vacated by Shuan Mao. "It was I who summoned my sister here," Shinshu interjected, unwilling to let his contribution go unacknowledged. Meanwhile, Kushina, typically obedient, sat quietly in her chair, her eyes flickering as she sensed something unusual about Chuanfeng. "Chuanfeng-kun, Shinshu has come to seek your guidance, and as his sister, I wish to make a gesture of goodwill. Today, I bring you a gift, and I hope you will find it pleasing." Tsunade reached behind her and produced a scroll, presenting it before Chuanfeng. "What is this?" he inquired, uncertain of the scroll's contents. "Ah, merely a ninjutsu developed by my great-grandfather. I believe it would suit you well, so I brought it along. Please, take a look and see if it meets your expectations." Tsunade, evidently having curated this gift with care, eagerly anticipated Chuanfeng's delighted reaction. Upon hearing the mention of Tobarama, Chuanfeng's mind immediately leapt to the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei. Surely, the scroll did not contain such a game-changing jutsu, for that would be exceedingly advantageous. With anxious anticipation, he steadily unrolled the scroll. His pupils widened as he realized the technique was indeed suitable for him, an aspiration he had long harbored, the Flying Thunder God / developed by Senju Tobarama. His speed had stagnated for far too long, and mastering this technique would elevate his lethality to unprecedented heights. "Thank you. This technique is rather intriguing," he replied, carefully stowing the scroll away. "I'm glad you like it. However, this technique requires a profound understanding of spatial power. I hope you will be able to master it." Tsunade elucidated the essence of training in the Flying Thunder God technique, noting that those lacking talent might never grasp it. "I shall endeavor to delve deeply into it, ensuring that the legacy of the second Hokage remains untarnished." This technique was indeed the one that had vanquished Uchiha Izuna, Madara's own brother, a being capable of going toe-to-toe with Hashirama. "Shinshu will be entrusted to you. I shall take Kushina back now." Tsunade, having completed her ceremonial offering of apprenticeship, noted Chuanfeng's satisfaction and prepared to take her leave. "Since you've come all this way, it would be remiss of us not to share a meal. Otherwise, People might think the Hitaki clan is incapable of hosting even a simple meal. Chuanfeng's words, though lighthearted, ring true. The Hitaki clan was now affluent, and the entirety of Konoha was likely aware of their prosperity. With such a large weapon forge, it was inconceivable that they would not profit. Then I shall not decline your generous invitation. With mutual intent, Tsunade acquiesced, and as they conversed, she agreed to join him for a meal. Meanwhile, Kushina, who had initially been reluctant to leave, now wore a smile, finding the prospect of an outing far more enjoyable than learning sealing techniques with Mito. Brother, I wish to learn the sword. I want to learn the sword. Shinshu, having remained silent due to his sister's formidable presence, could no longer contain his excitement. Very well. Let us go to my family's training hall. Chuanfeng directed this comment towards Tsunade, as his younger brother was not worth mentioning in her presence. All right. Tsunade replied with a smile, rising to follow Chuanfeng, and the four of them made their way from the living room to the training grounds. At the training hall, Shuo Mao was engaged in physical training, as his new blade had yet to be forged, leaving him to practice his body techniques. Naishue was training the ghostly mastiff, with both human and canine movements synchronized in perfect harmony. The training hall was still somewhat limited in space. Perhaps he would consider expanding it in the future. The Hitaki training hall was already larger than that of the Senju clan, yet Chuanfeng still found it lacking, almost as if he were flaunting his wealth. On the surface, Tsunade displayed no reaction, yet internally, she calculated how long it would take to match the Hitaki clan's resources. Today, I shall teach you something different and assess your aptitude for swordsmanship. Chuanfeng observed Shinshu's eagerness and retrieved a wooden sword from the weapon rack, handing it to him. As Shinshu grasped the sword, he felt its weight. It was indeed crafted from ironwood. There are 8 fundamental movements. I shall demonstrate them once. You can observe closely. With a swift motion, Chuanfeng drew his sword. Watch carefully. Thrust, chop, flick, hang, cloud, point, collapse, cut. With an intention to impress Tsunade, Chuanfeng executed the 8 basic movements with remarkable flair, showcasing a formidable offense and clever defense. Chuanfeng-kun, your swordsmanship is truly impressive. Tsunade clapped her hands in appreciation. Indeed, a handsome man practicing swordsmanship was a sight to behold. Kushina's eyes sparkled with admiration, imagining how splendid it would be if Manado could wield a sword with such elegance. Brother, you are too fast. Slow down and show me again. This posed a challenge for Shoju, who lacked the copy wheel eye and could only remember the beginning and end of the 8 movements. What do you mean by fast? This is called continuity. Kawafu seemed reluctant to accept Shoju's remark and demonstrated the slow motion once more. The aesthetic appeal diminished several notches, yet it served an excellent educational purpose. With a wooden sword in hand, Shoju clumsily imitated the movements. Raise your hands, lower your center of gravity, and keep your legs steady, Kawafu instructed, relishing the experience of teaching. Observing Shoju earnestly learning under Kawafu's guidance, Tsunade felt his charm increase even further. Could it be that this woman possessed a professional filter? Chapter 9. Establishing a hospital after correcting Shoju's improper postures, Kawafu allowed him to practice independently. It must be said that the genes of the Senju clan were remarkably exceptional. Shoju, inheriting his family's extraordinary strength, found the weight of the sword no challenge. Furthermore, the Senju family possessed several swordsmanship texts, and with Kawafu's professional guidance, he began to exhibit a commendable proficiency. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction as she watched Shoju's diligent efforts. Clearly more focused than during his training at home. Kawafu-kun, is this the sword technique of the Hitaki clan? Upon hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Kawafu shifted his gaze from Shoju, wearing a warm smile as he humbly acknowledged the essence of 5,000 years of Chinese heritage. It is merely a small insight from my personal training. Tsunade, possessing a discerning eye, had yet to encounter a superior foundational sword technique. Kawafu-kun, you truly are a genius of the Hitaki clan. Not at all. It is merely the legacy of my ancestors. This statement held truth, and Tsunade perceived it as a humble acknowledgement. Kushina, overhearing the exchange, rolled her eyes. Despite her carefree demeanor, having arrived alone in Konoha at a young age, her maturity had long surpassed her years. Women who fawned over handsome men were often irrational. She suspected Tsunade had fallen under Kawafu's spell. Redirecting her focus to Shoju, she approached the weapon rack, selecting a wooden sword to practice a few stances. Envisioning impressing Manado with her newfound skills, As she practiced, a self-satisfied smile crept across her face, leading her to become the very person she despised. Let us sit for a while. Kawafu, with no desire to train, pondered whether the allure of beauty outweighed the pursuit of mastery. He guided Tsunade to a stone table in the training hall, the ancient round stone table complemented by 4 stone stools, exuding a profound sense of Chinese antiquity. Once seated across from him, Tsunade adjusted her attire, discreetly tightening her garment, feeling slightly bashful under Kawafu's occasionally heated gaze. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared to serve freshly brewed tea. The advantage of wealth was the abundance of servants. This is this year's new tea. As Kawafu poured a cup for Tsunade and filled his own, she remarked, "Thank you, Kawafu-kun." Taking a sip, she recognized the Hitaki clan's considerable wealth. This tea was of the finest quality from the land of tea, something most families could scarcely afford. Delicious tea. Haha, if you like it, Tsunade-chan. I shall bring you 2 pounds when you leave. Kawafu, displaying magnanimity, regarded such a trifle as insignificant in his eyes. I have been contemplating your earlier suggestion regarding medical ninjas. Would you be interested in hearing my thoughts? Kawafu sought to engage Tsunade in meaningful discourse, aiming to establish a partnership that would inevitably lead to more time spent together. Oh, please enlighten me, Kawafu-kun. Upon mentioning her specialty, Tsunade's interest peaked instantly. The main issue is the shortage of medical ninjas. My proposal is to establish a hospital to train personnel. Not only would it save lives, but once we have enough staff, your ideas can be realized. Kawafu's plan resonated with potential. Hospitals were lucrative, and with Tsunade's involvement, numerous advancements could be explored, such as the Cells of Hashirama. As for medical ninjas, they were secondary. Expecting them to solve everything was unrealistic. This idea sounds promising. Tsunade pondered briefly. Yet a dilemma arose. However, I lack funds. With the Senju clan disbanded, she, as its princess, found herself with minimal resources, compounded by her notorious propensity for losing money. Any issue that can be resolved with money is not a problem. My question is, would you be willing to take on the role of the hospital director? I believe you are the strongest medical ninja in all of Konoha. Kawafu began to subtly persuade Tsunade, envisioning the hospital as his own, with her as an integral part of it, an enticing thought. So, are you prepared to invest in me as the director? Tsunade, grasping Kawafu's intent, felt a twinge of disbelief. Establishing a hospital was no trivial matter. Having known him for merely 3 days, she suspected that this was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather a potential pitfall. Although my Hitaki clan is not a prominent family, establishing this hospital would help you fulfill your aspirations and benefit Konoha. My investment is merely a small contribution. Kawafu continued his persuasive rhetoric, his noble demeanor combined with his handsome visage significantly enhancing his credibility in Tsunade's eyes. Since Kawafu entrusts me so much, I shall not hesitate to accept. Let us toast with tea. We shall celebrate our partnership over lunch. Tsunade, not one to dawdle, readily agreed. Raising her cup, she clinked it with Kawafu's, both sharing identical smiles, albeit with differing thoughts, and drank heartily. The two then engaged in detailed discussions regarding the hospital's establishment, site selection, investment capital, talent acquisition, and equipment procurement, among other matters. Shoma and Naishiwa soon joined them, but finding themselves lost in the conversation. They sipped tea for a while before excusing themselves, preferring that their brother handle such complexities. I will consult with my teacher regarding the site selection. However, regarding funding, I will need your assistance, Kawafu-kun. My teacher is not a philanthropist. Securing land required the authorization of Saratobi Hiruzen, without which it would remain unattainable. No worries. I am prepared to allocate funds at any time. Kawafu, unfamiliar with the third Hokage, acknowledged that Tsunade would have an advantage in this matter due to their teacher-student relationship, especially considering the Senju clan's previous generosity towards him. I will also rely on you for personnel. I truly lack connections in this area. While Kawafu knew many warriors, he had no acquaintances among doctors, having never needed one due to his robust healing abilities. Once the location is confirmed, I will contact the personnel and ensure the hospital is established as swiftly as possible. Tsunade spoke with an air of certainty, treating the hospital project as a foregone conclusion, unaware that the challenges ahead would not be as easily surmountable as she anticipated. Konoha was not as straightforward as she imagined. Since the passing of her grandfather and great-grandfather, the village had transformed in ways she could hardly comprehend. Then let us wish for our success. Kawafang gazed at the spirited Tsunade, her commanding presence igniting a spark of admiration within him. Furthermore, he was eager to compare the vitality of his own cells with that of the Senju cells. The clinking of their teacups heralded an afternoon filled with potential tumult. Chapter 10. This woman's drinking etiquette is mediocre. As noon approached, Shoju concluded his morning training, his arms weary from exertion. Fortunately, Tsunade was there to alleviate his fatigue with a simple application of medical ninjutsu. Kushina, seeking a bit of comfort, leaned in for a quick touch of her arm, oblivious to whether her efforts to impress were worth the toil. "Let us go eat," Kawafeng announced, leading the trio to the dining hall, where his elder sister had already arranged everything, leaving Shoju to focus solely on his meal. Upon entering the dining area, they found servants gradually bringing forth the dishes: spicy beef slices, fried peanuts, and braised beef. Over the years, Kawafeng had taken a keen interest in culinary pursuits, and the chefs had honed their skills, producing authentic side dishes that perfectly complemented the drinks. "This is a specialty of the Hitaki family, specially prepared by the chef for today," he said, graciously guiding Tsunade to her seat beside his sister. He took his place opposite her, with Shoju and Kushina beside him. Tsunade, taken aback by the unfamiliar dishes, wondered if the cuisine of the affluent differed significantly. She maintained a composed demeanor, though her appetite was clearly piqued. Once the dishes were served, Kawafeng waved his hand. "Bring us 2 bottles of the aromatic liquor." This was a significant endeavor for him since arriving in the world of shinobi. Dissatisfied with the lightness of sake, he had taken to brewing his own aromatic spirits. Unfortunately, others found it hard to appreciate, preventing it from becoming a lucrative endeavor, though he and Shoju frequently indulged, which had led to yesterday's drunken episode. A servant soon arrived with a canister of his homemade liquor, which Tsunade had never encountered before. "What kind of liquor is this?" she inquired, her expression revealing her unfamiliarity with such beverages. This is my own distilled spirit. Let us see if it suits your palate. If not, we can switch to something else," Kawafeng replied, uncapping a canister and pouring each of them a glass, the rich aroma wafting through the dining room. Both Shoju and Kushina scrunched their faces at the potent scent. Shoju, either emboldened by the liquor or eager to play the gracious host, forced a smile and raised his glass. "Welcome, Tsunade, to the Hitaki household. Let us share a drink together." Tsunade promptly lifted her glass in response, clinking it with Shoju's. With a synchronized intake, the 4 of them downed their drinks, frowning in unison at the intensity of the flavor. Shoju eagerly selected a piece of his favorite spicy beef, prompting everyone to dig in. Both Shoju and Kushina eagerly grabbed generous portions of the pig trotters they had been eyeing. The meal commenced in earnest. Tsunade evidently relished the strong liquor, alternating between sips and peanuts, embodying the essence of a true drinker. Occasionally, Kushina would join in, while Kawafeng and Tsunade engaged in a spirited back and forth, thoroughly enjoying their libations. After a while, their faces flushed with warmth. They had polished off 1 canister in nearly half of a second, which contained 2 pounds of liquor. As the alcohol flowed, so did the conversation, with Shoju becoming particularly loquacious. Noticing his increasingly animated demeanor, Kushina averted her gaze, reluctant to intervene in front of others. "Tsunade, your drinking style is quite bold, and I appreciate that. Let us go another round. I'll down mine, and you can choose how much you want," Shoju declared, his previously aloof demeanor replaced by an exuberant glow. Tsunade, unimpressed, shot back, "What do you mean you choose? I'm not one to be looked down upon. Let us drink together." With that, she tilted her head back and drained her glass, refilling it immediately. Kawafeng felt increasingly out of place, his inclination towards sleep overshadowed by the duo's relentless drinking. Sharing a glance with his sister, they both sighed, taking delicate sips of their drinks. Shoju and Kushina, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, had already scampered off to the training hall to practice. "Dear Kawafeng, let us share a drink. You're quite handsome, you know," Tsunade said, rising to his side, draping an arm around his shoulder and casting a flirtatious glance that left Kawafeng startled. Averting his gaze from her enticing figure, he quickly raised his glass to meet hers, downing the contents in one go. "Tsunade, what do you think of my brother? I believe you two would make a splendid match. A union of talent and beauty. Our family may not boast much, but we are certainly well off now. You would not suffer should you choose to join us," Shoju chimed in, unsure if he was intentionally playing matchmaker or simply speaking under the influence. "I'm quite the gambler. Are you not concerned I might squander the Hitaki fortune?" Tsunade remarked, maintaining lucidity amidst the revelry. I can lose, but you can win. A match made in heaven, Kawafeng interjected, shedding any pretense of reticence and adopting a playful demeanor. Your gaze betrays your thoughts. Am I truly that captivating? Tsunade replied, her eyes glimmering mischievously as she finished her drink and set her glass down. She then cupped her ample bosom with both hands, leaving Kawafeng momentarily speechless. His earlier furtive glances now laid bare. Enjoy the view, by all means, she teased, before embracing his head, the softness of her touch sending shivers down his spine. Initially lost in the pleasure of the moment, he soon found himself gasping for air as her grip tightened. Shoju's drink had toppled to the ground, his mouth agape in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Kushina turned her head in embarrassment, stealing glances at the pair, summoning all his strength. Kawafeng finally wriggled free from Tsunade's grasp, gasping for breath as the heat of the alcohol mingled with the intoxicating tension, clouding his thoughts. Have you seen enough? Tsunade asked playfully, her laughter ringing out as she downed another glass, then leaned in, planting a bold kiss on Kawafeng's lips, leaving a trail of crimson marks behind. Huh, Kawafeng, you truly are delightful, she exclaimed, her laughter echoing as she succumbed to the effects of intoxication. Shoju, regaining his composure, picked up his fallen glass, opting not to drink further, gesturing for Kushina to assist him back to their room, as he too felt the effects of indulgence creeping upon him. Leaning against his wife, he muttered, this woman's drinking etiquette is quite lacking. Kawafeng, observing the raucous laughter of Tsunade, found himself alone to navigate the aftermath of their revelry. As his brother and sister-in-law departed, Tsunade, I believe we've had enough for today. Perhaps we may indulge again another time? He suggested, attempting to quell her enthusiasm. No way. I still wish to drink. Tsunade firmly insisted, filling their glasses once more. Kawafeng, resigned, braced himself for the continued festivities, pondering the ramifications of their escapades. Chapter 11. Unblemished and Pure. That night, within the confines of Kawafeng's chamber in the Hitaki household, on a spacious wooden tatami, a man and a woman lay entwined, their breaths rising and falling in a rhythmic symphony. Tsunade, with her back turned to Chuanfeng, had her green trench coat sprawled on the floor, leaving her clad only in a short inner garment. Chuanfeng wore a devilish grin, his lips twitching as if lost in a delightful dream. Tsunade resembled a languid cat, blissfully unaware of the passing of two significant figures in her life. Their thighs intertwined, she nestled comfortably in Chuanfeng's embrace. As time passed, perhaps feeling the warmth, Tsunade shifted slightly, inadvertently rousing Chuanfeng from his slumber. The softness beneath his hands was perplexing. Was he cuddling a ghostly mastiff? He resolved to keep it at bay next time he overindulged, as sleeping with a dog was hardly dignified. Still with his eyes closed, he pondered this trivial thought and squeezed again. Something felt amiss. The fur of the mastiff did not possess this texture. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of light yellow twin tails. Suddenly alert, he thought, had his dream materialized? Unconsciously tightening his grip, Tsunade began to wake, feeling a bit uncomfortable. What was this? Chuanfeng's face turned beet red as he realized the situation. Tsunade's memories lingered on their drinking contest, and her leaning on him as they returned to the room together. Now, recalling that they had collapsed onto the bed, her sleepiness vanished, akin to a startled mouse. She sprang out of Chuanfeng's embrace, displaying the fluid grace of a seasoned jonin. Chuanfeng stared at her in confusion, noting the crimson hue creeping up to her ears. We are innocent, he managed to stammer, caught off guard and unsure of what to say. Tsunade glanced down, realizing that her outer garment had merely slipped off. Surely, she had just drunkenly collapsed onto a bed. It was not a grave matter. Yet, this was her first time sleeping with a man, and being held like this, almost squished, was rather overwhelming. Chuanfeng-kun, we are innocent? Tsunade felt a bit flustered, quickly following with a question. I will take responsibility. Chuanfeng hastily sat up, eager to assert that he was not a scoundrel. Cough, cough. Tsunade nearly choked in surprise. Chuanfeng-kun, that is not what I meant. Where are Shirakumo and Kushina? She was reluctant to dwell on the matter, thinking that even if he was handsome, she wouldn't easily acquiesce. Changing the subject alleviated their awkwardness, and thankfully, no one else was present in Chuanfeng's room. I don't know, let us go check outside. They discovered it was already late. Past dinner time. Tsunade hurriedly dressed, wrapping herself tightly in her clothes. Chuanfeng also got up, and as they left the room, they encountered the butler. Did you see the two young ones who came today? Chuanfeng inquired kindly, maintaining a respectful tone, a testament to his 9 years of compulsory education. Young master, Shirakumo and Miss Kushina have been sent home. You both drank too much, so I arranged a room for Lady Tsunade to rest. The family warriors escorted them back without a hint of suspicion regarding your stay together. The butler winked suggestively at Chuanfeng, his mustache giving him an oddly lewd appearance. It was evident the butler was adept at navigating such situations, and Chuanfeng couldn't help but admire him. What do you mean we stayed together? You misinterpreted, Chuanfeng retorted, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Yes, I must have misjudged, the butler quickly conceded, bowing his head in apology. Tsunade rolled her eyes at the comedic exchange between the two, lamenting her tarnished reputation. She had already dismissed her drunken antics from her mind, unaware of how little innocence remained in the eyes of Shirakumo and Kushina. Well then, Chuanfeng-kun, I think I should head back. Tsunade, feeling flustered, interrupted their dialogue. Oh, it's late. Why not have something to eat before you go? Chuanfeng suggested, wanting to ensure she felt better after drinking. No, I'm worried about Shirakumo, she deflected, using her brother as an excuse to decline his offer. All right, then I'll see you home, Chuanfeng said, guiding Tsunade through the training hall and out of the Hitaki residence. Waving her goodbye, Chuanfeng-kun, I'm heading back now, she said, her gaze meeting his, a blush creeping across her cheeks. With that, she turned and departed, feeling as though she had succumbed to the intoxicating allure of the evening, vowing to seek another opportunity for a rematch. Chuanfeng remained silent, watching her fade into the moonlight, almost vanishing from sight. I will take responsibility, Tsunade-chan, he murmured, uncertain if she heard him, only to witness her vanish in an instant. He lifted his hand to his nose, catching a whiff of her lingering scent. This woman had an impressive ability to leave behind traces of her fragrance. His hand was now infused with the aroma. Chuanfeng shook his head in disbelief and returned home. After a refreshing wash, he encountered Shirakumo in the dining room, who was just awakening. Perhaps they both felt the weight of their respective awkwardness. Shirakumo smiled faintly at his brother, sipping on yogurt at the table, where a meal had already been laid out. However, Kushina was nowhere to be seen. Chuanfeng settled beside his brother, joining him in the yogurt. Chuanfeng, do you have feelings for Tsunade? Shirakumo inquired, licking his lips. He had sensed something amiss during their gathering, and Tsunade's behavior only confirmed his suspicions, nearly causing his jaw to drop. They had known each other for only a few days, and he felt as though he was aging too quickly, unable to keep up with the times. After all, it had taken him years to win over Kushina, the woman of his dreams. Indeed, Tsunade is the sister-in-law I have chosen for you. What do you think? Quite a match, don't you agree? Chuanfeng declared without reservation, fully aware that his brother couldn't do much to stop him. He was no match physically, and neither of the couple had any financial acumen. It was not an exaggeration to say that without him, the Hitaki family would falter. They do seem compatible, Shirakumo admitted, his words reduced to two simple ones. As long as you're happy. This peculiar duo seemed well suited for each other, one adept at stirring trouble and the other skilled at managing it. Receiving his brother's approval brought Chuanfeng great joy, for a marriage blessed by family was indeed a prosperous one. He raised his yogurt in a toast to celebrate with his brother. They hastily finished their dinner and retreated to their rooms, marking the end of another day. Chapter 12. Saratobi Hizashi. Upon returning home, Tsunade found Shirakumo and Kushina already asleep, exhausted from a day of training. She made her way to the bath, shedding her clothes and immersing herself in the warm water. As she reflected on the events of the day, memories flooded back, burying Chuanfeng's head in her bosom, planting a kiss on him, and the astonished expression on Shirakumo's face. Tsunade's cheeks flushed anew. Splashing water on her face, she tried to cool her embarrassment, but it only intensified her blush. Once again, Tsunade found herself reminiscing about the blissful slumber she had shared with Kakashi. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she buried her face in the water, submerging herself for an extended period until her mind finally settled. She firmly believed in the purity of her relationship with Kakashi, and even if one were to argue otherwise, his willingness to take responsibility marked him as a truly admirable man. With her appetite forgotten and the remnants of alcohol still lingering on her breath, she returned to her room and collapsed into bed, clutching the covers tightly, though it felt somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, it would have to suffice. The following morning, Shoju came to summon Tsunade to the Hitaki residence, but she declined, for pressing matters awaited her. Kushina remained behind with Mito to study sealing techniques. The Ninja Academy was currently on break, affording her no spare time otherwise. Shoju ventured alone to the Hitaki house, where few dared to openly confront him. Even those from the Root organization, as Danzo himself was a disciple of Tobirama. Kakashi had risen early, full of vigor. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment at not seeing Tsunade, it did not hinder his efforts to cultivate a beneficial relationship with Shoju. He warmly welcomed Shoju, outfitting him with the basic footwork and swordsmanship essentials before immersing himself in practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, which piqued his interest immensely. He meticulously examined the scroll, which detailed the essence of the technique, utilizing an object inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula to traverse through space and deliver a fatal blow from an enemy's blind spot. This bore a striking resemblance to the Hitaki clan's lethal strikes, albeit with a more sophisticated application of power, one relying on sheer speed, the other on spatial manipulation. The first step required acquiring the formula for the technique, thoroughly elucidated in the scroll, making it quite easy to inscribe. As for the materials, Kakashi could have any weapon forged by his ally. The initial task was to establish a connection with the formula to achieve spatial movement. Following the scroll's guidance, Kakashi learned the inscribing method. With sufficient control over his chakra, this posed little challenge for many. The next step, however, proved crucial. With a flick of his wrist, the eight-sided sword materialized in his hand. Without any visible movement, the hilt bore two fork-like symbols of the Senju clan. He hurled the eight-sided sword towards a distant tree, where it embedded itself firmly. Kakashi began to attune himself to the Flying Thunder God formula inscribed on the sword, but he could only sense a faint connection. Not only was spatial movement elusive, but he couldn't even perceive the essence of spatial power. While he pondered this conundrum, Tsunade, having completed her morning routine, set out to seek an audience with her mentor, Hiruzen Saratobi. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, she was unimpeded and ascended directly to the third floor, where Hiruzen conducted his affairs. A gentle knock on the door caught his attention, and upon recognizing her presence, he set aside his pipe and donned a welcoming smile, inviting her in. "Good morning, Tsunade. What brings you here today?" Hiruzen inquired, his tone imbued with warmth. Tsunade, still harboring a degree of affection for him, both as a mentor and a ninja who upheld the legacies of her grandfathers, responded candidly. "Today, I seek your approval for a parcel of land large enough to construct a hospital." Tsunade was straightforward, eschewing any unnecessary preamble. "A hospital? What prompts this initiative?" "Surely, you lack the necessary funds," Hiruzen remarked, his brow furrowing as he considered the implications for Konoha and any potential threats or benefits to himself. The two advisors paused their tasks, their curiosity piqued, as this proposal seemed uncharacteristic of the typically reckless Tsunade. "It is true. The Hitaki clan is willing to partner with me in building a hospital. Not only will it benefit Konoha, but it will also serve to cultivate medical ninjas. This venture offers countless advantages with no drawbacks," Tsunade asserted, her boldness apparent. "Indeed, the Hitaki clan has become quite prosperous in recent years," Hiruzen mused, his frown deepening as he pondered their ambitions. "However, I cannot provide an immediate answer. This is a significant matter, and I must confer with the higher-ups. Moreover, should the land be approved, the financial aspect cannot be overlooked, for Konoha's land belongs to all its citizens." Hiruzen established the tone for the discussion, leaving the outcome uncertain, yet emphasizing that should it proceed, adequate funding would be necessary. "This is a matter that would benefit the villagers. Is there truly anything to deliberate?" Tsunade attempted to press her case, but Hiruzen interrupted with a resigned sigh, revealing the burdens of his position. "You do not occupy my seat, so you cannot fathom my difficulties. Every decision is not solely within my purview." With his words silencing her further protests, Tsunade recognized the wisdom in his caution. "Very well. I shall await your response," she replied, her expression darkening as she exited the office, casting a frustrated glance back, bewildered by the complexities surrounding a seemingly straightforward endeavor. "What do you think of Tsunade's proposal?" Hiruzen inquired of his two companions. "I see little merit. The Hitaki clan may be affluent, yet their numbers are sparse, limiting their potential," Mito stated, dismissing the idea of a new hospital as a means of growth. "That is not entirely accurate. Kakashi and Shoma are formidable jonin. With financial backing, establishing a hospital could enhance their reputation and perhaps attract supporters," Koharu countered, though she acknowledged that this issue would likely trouble Danzo more than Hiruzen. "Indeed. Let us select a site," The funds from the land sale could contribute to building essential infrastructure for the villagers. This would benefit both the community and the Hitaki clan. Hiruzen concluded, a twinkle of mischief in his eye as he took a puff from his pipe. The trio soon resolved the matter and resumed their work. Chapter 13. The breakthrough in the Hitaki training hall. Kakashi stood motionless like a statue, prompting Shoma to suspect his brother had fallen under a spell. When Shoma approached, seeking to engage him, he was met with a lackluster response and retreated in disappointment. Shoju, having just completed a series of stances, began practicing his swordsmanship. A gentle breeze ruffled Kakashi's silver hair, beads of sweat dotting his face as he exerted considerable mental energy. He sensed an increasingly profound connection to the Flying Thunder God technique, yet the final step eluded him. The sensation was akin to a veil separating him from breakthrough. He needed only to pierce through it to achieve spatial movement. Reflecting on the spatial power, Kakashi recalled the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, which had opened a window for him. Now he had to push it open. After an extended period of fruitless searching, he concluded that the issue lay in his inability to perceive the essence of spatial power. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he swiftly moved to the grand tree and unsheathed the eight-sided Han sword. In an instant, the sword vanished from his grasp. Chuanfeng closed his eyes, attuning himself to the subtle force of space. The sensation was both violent and enigmatic. He had never before experienced such a tumultuous and mysterious power. The eight-sided Han sword materialized in his hand, only to disappear again, reappearing in a cyclical dance. Chuanfeng immersed himself completely in that fleeting moment, striving to grasp the essence of spatial energy. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He enveloped the eight-sided Han sword with chakra and made contact with the force of space, understanding it at last. As he opened his eyes, a piercing light erupted from him, and he hurled the eight-sided Han sword towards Shinshu. Startled, Shinshu, who had been practicing his swordplay, was taken aback. Observing his elder brother standing with closed eyes beneath the tree had already seemed peculiar, but now, with a sudden attack, he felt cold sweat trickling down his back. "Brother, I'm your little brother," he exclaimed, raising his wooden sword defensively and burying his head in his arms, shutting his eyes tight. His loud call of brother drew the attention of Shuan Mao and Nai Shui. Is this little brother already a brother-in-law? Chuanfeng, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. A smile graced his face as the eight-sided Han sword halted just before Shinshu. Gripping the hilt firmly, he successfully executed the Flying Thunder God technique. "Brother, you're not really going to kill me, are you?" Shinshu opened his eyes, finding Chuanfeng holding the sword, and, feeling a sense of relief, he patted his chest in a mixture of fear and gratitude. He had no desire to face that brush with death again. Chuanfeng's formidable power had escalated in his eyes. Perhaps even Orochimaru would be akin to this. "You are my dearest little brother. How could I bear to harm you?" It was merely a test of the newly acquired Flying Thunder God technique, Chuanfeng said, sheathing the sword and affectionately patting Shinshu on the shoulder. "Wow, testing ninjutsu on me. You truly are a remarkable brother-in-law," Shinshu thought. Unable to voice his complaints, he could only manage a smile, feeling a bitter pang in his heart, yet having no one to confide in. His elder brother was indeed a prodigy. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique in just one morning was no small feat. "Not at all. It's thanks to your grandmother," Chuanfeng replied, unable to hide his pride. Without Mito's spatial seal, he knew it would have taken him much longer to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. "Practice a bit more. I'll call you for lunch," he instructed, leaving Shinshu standing in place, still dazed, lacking the energy to continue sword practice. As he honed his skills, he observed Chuanfeng darting between the grand tree and the stone table, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that the Flying Thunder God technique had also been inscribed beneath the stone table, the emblem of the Senju clan clearly visible. When lunch arrived, Shinshu could hardly contain his excitement and rushed to Chuanfeng's side as soon as the butler appeared. Chuanfeng had just sheathed his sword. With daily practice, he would soon be able to apply the Flying Thunder God technique in combat. He planned to visit the weapon shop later to forge custom shurikens, feeling that the kunai lacked the stealth of shurikens. Just as he was about to take Shinshu to lunch, Tsunade approached. "Tsunade-chan, what perfect timing. Care to join me for a drink?" Chuanfeng exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy over his newfound ability, while Tsunade was filled with ire. "Not interested," she replied, shooting him a glare. "Are you trying to take advantage of me? It's rather impolite to ask so soon." "I went to find the teacher," she continued, But Chuanfeng interrupted her. Are we even going to eat? Well then, I want to hold back, Tsunade said, feigning politeness as she wrapped her arms around Shinshu's neck and followed Chuanfeng closely. Poor Shinshu, still recovering from the shock, now had to bear the brunt of his sister's fury, feeling like a true punching bag, unable to express his grievances. Stumbling along, he was practically dragged to the dining hall of the Hitaki family. Upon seeing Shuo Mao and Nai Shui, Tsunade released Shinshu and greeted them. As everyone took their seats, Shuo Mao immediately began to eat, launching the first strike in their culinary battle. Today, there was no soy sauce, and the events of the previous day were still fresh in their minds. The sake had been discreetly collected by the servants at Shuo Mao's behest. What did the third Hokage say about the land? Chuanfeng asked, taking a bite of his tuna sushi to continue the earlier conversation. The teacher mentioned discussing it with the higher-ups, but neither a yes nor a no was given, Tsunade replied, perplexed by Hiruzen's thoughts. She sighed as she chewed on a piece of sashimi, her brow furrowed. Meanwhile, Shinshu was blissfully enjoying his meal, with a keen sense of self-awareness. Shuo Mao wisely refrained from speaking on financial matters. He was adept at killing but preferred to avoid business dealings. Nai Shui, too, remained silent, leaving only the voices of Chuanfeng and Tsunade to fill the table. Do not worry, the land should be approved. It's merely a matter of finances, Chuanfeng reassured, his confidence leaving Tsunade momentarily speechless. Do you have spies around the Hokage? She inquired. What do you mean, Chuanfeng-kun? She asked, her youthful innocence evident. Chuanfeng shook his head. Being the Hokage is no easy task for you. The third Hokage is simply considering whether this matter benefits Konoha or poses a threat to him. Even if my Hitaki family establishes a hospital and earns money, we would merely be a wealthy clan. Moreover, as Hokage, I could never threaten his position. The money from selling land could enhance his reputation among the villagers. Hence, this matter is bound to succeed. However, Chuanfeng left them in suspense, deliberately withholding further details. 3 pairs of eyes fixated on him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He paused for a moment before continuing. Yet, gaining approval for the land is merely the first step. Inevitably, someone may emerge to create disturbances due to my Hitaki family being perceived as a potential threat. Who? Tsunade and Shuo Mao demanded simultaneously, their voices fierce. They exchanged awkward glances before sharing a smile. Chuanfeng appreciated their fiery temperaments. Chapter 14, 100 million 2, I'm only speculating. We will know soon enough. Chuanfeng did not state it outright, but he sensed that someone would undoubtedly intervene, as this presented a significant variable beyond their control, prompting them to choose to sabotage or eradicate it in its infancy. I understand, Shuo Mao nodded. Whether genuinely comprehending or merely pretending, he feigned enlightenment to minimize family conflict. He was aware of Konoha's dynamics and had indeed deduced the identity of the individual Chuanfeng referred to, though he refrained from naming them directly. I see, Tsunade declared, unwilling to be outdone. Her stubbornness masked her burning curiosity, which she suppressed. Under Hashirama Senju's orders, the Senju clan integrated into the village, while Hiruzen Saratobi attempted to shield her from the village's strife, treating her with great care. Without his protection, Tsunade would not enjoy such carefree days, especially with the Uchiha clan being sufficient to keep her on her toes. After all, the world is not merely about fighting but also about interpersonal relationships. Haha. Then let us patiently await the fish to bite. Chuanfeng laughed heartily, fully confident, believing everyone was in the know. After lunch, Tsunade departed with a belly full of questions, accompanied by Kawafeng. Despite Kawafeng's boast of having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, she did not exhibit much surprise. Rather, she was left in a state of intense curiosity, her mind swirling with thoughts. In the afternoon, Shinshu continued his training at the Hitaki residence, while Orochimaru had yet to commence his experiments and seemed preoccupied with other matters, leaving no time to instruct his favored disciple. However, Kawafeng had his own speculations. As a frontrunner for the next Hokage, Orochimaru was likely quite busy before impending war. After arranging Shinshu's training schedule, he exited the Hitaki household and made his way to the weapon shop. The place was bustling, with ninjas crowding the area. Upon entering the forge, Lao Tai was still working shirtless. Second young master, the elder brother's blade is not yet complete. It will take at least 3 more days, he remarked, noticing Kawafeng set aside his task for his apprentice and approaching him swiftly, initially assuming Kawafeng had come for Shuo Mao's new weapon. I am not here for my brother's weapon. I require your assistance in forging some kunai, Kawafeng stated, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling the oppressive heat of the place. What are your specifications? Lao Tai inquired, displaying his keen understanding of Kawafeng's needs. Something lighter and faster, Kawafeng replied. He did not anticipate using the kunai for harm. They merely needed to serve as vessels for the Flying Thunder God technique, easily portable and capable of swift deployment. Then I will need to experiment with reducing weight and minimizing resistance. We can sacrifice lethality, correct? Lao Tai summarized, exhibiting his professionalism. Yes. Please deliver them to my residence once completed, Kawafeng agreed, appreciating the ease of communication with someone astute. They will be delivered within a week, Lao Tai confirmed. Taking the matter seriously, understanding the importance of the two young masters to his livelihood. Very well, I shall take my leave now, Kawafeng said, eager to escape the sweltering heat. Upon returning home, he found Shinshu diligently practicing basic sword techniques, showing no ambition to delve into more advanced teachings. Kawafeng nodded in approval. With such dedication, it was a shame that many had perished in the Great War. As the future brother-in-law, he felt it was his duty to assist Shinshu in evading a tragic fate. Another day passed, and Shinshu did not linger for dinner, bidding Kawafeng farewell before mealtime. A night passed in silence, with Kawafeng washing up and drifting into a blissful slumber, nearly drooling at the thought of delectable treats. The next morning, Tsunade returned with Shinshu to the Hitaki residence. Upon seeing Kawafeng, she joyfully produced a warm document from her bosom. Kawafeng-kun, the land has been approved. Kawafeng was surprised by the third Hokage's efficiency as he reached out for the document. I expected it would take a few more days, he remarked, opening the document to reveal 6,000 square meters of land for the price of 120 million Rio. At the bottom was the signature of Hiruzen Saratobi, with the location not far from the Konoha guard station. Theoretically, this document was effective, but Kawafeng understood it was Tsunade's influence, preferring to wait until the funds were secured for peace of mind. Frowning at the address, he wondered if the third Hokage had ulterior motives. Is there no other land available? This location is my choice. I reviewed the map, and other areas were either too small or too distant. After much consideration, this plot seemed the most suitable. My teacher advised me as well. Tsunade's words made Kawafeng sigh. She seemed to overestimate the Uchiha clan's capacity for forgiveness. Even if your clan was annihilated, the Uchiha would still harbor animosity towards you. It is a blood feud, a fated bond. However, since this was deemed the most appropriate site, Kawafeng could not appear fearful of the Uchiha clan. Then let it be this land, but I will require a few days. The swift approval of the land caught Kawafeng off guard. His funds were not yet in place, and the price of 120 million Rio was reasonable, indicating that the third Hokage did not view the Hitaki clan as easy prey. I still have over 10 million Rio in personal savings. Tsunade unexpectedly offered her long-saved gambling funds. No need. I merely did not anticipate the speed of the approval, Kawafeng replied with a smile, recognizing that even 10 million Rio would hardly suffice for Tsunade's gambling habits. Her willingness to help was appreciated. However, are you certain? Tsunade's determination was evident, as this was her entire fortune. Since you are so sincere, perhaps I shall accept it? Kawafeng teased, leaning closer, towering over her with a playful grin, while Shinshu gaped in disbelief. Man, Shinshu thought, wishing he could retort if only he were not outmatched. You said it wasn't necessary, Tsunade remarked, sensing the shift in Kawafeng's gaze and stepping back, clutching her document with a flushed face. Keep it for yourself. If you lose less, you can always come to me for more, Kawafeng retorted, unabashed by the awkwardness of the moment, exuding a brash demeanor. Who wants your money? This is not the right time, Tsunade muttered, her voice noticeably softer, though Kawafeng failed to hear her. Chapter 15. Root ninjas sooner or later. The day will come when you will need it. Kawafeng advanced rather than retreating, lifting Tsunade's chin with his right hand. Their eyes met, and Tsunade gazed into his handsome face, adorned with a mischievous smile. Her cheeks flushed, she turned away, her tone gentle. Kawafeng-kun, I am hungry. Shinshu stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the transformation of his sister. Let us go, Shinshu, we shall dine. Kawafeng laughed heartily, throwing his arm around his younger brother's shoulder, guiding him towards the dining hall without regard for Shinshu's willingness. Tsunade followed behind, her head bowed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a covert underground chamber in Konoha village, A spacious room featured a lone chair at its center. Seated upon it was a middle-aged man with an X-shaped scar on his chin, his eyes revealing a hint of malice. Below him knelt a ninja adorned with an odd mask. "My lord, the land from the Hitaki family has been approved by the third Hokage. Just as I suspected, Hiruzen will not make things easy for me. Yet, he underestimates me. For me, this may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Let us proceed according to plan." The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the kneeling ninja vanished in an instant. "Hiruzen, I have secured my place as Hokage." As he spoke, the man rose, clenching his fist with a fierce expression. Meanwhile, Kawafang enjoyed a meal with his family, unaware that troubles were already on the horizon before the hospital even commenced construction. The dinner table was filled with 5 people relishing their meal, as Kawafang had significantly elevated the dining standards of the Hitaki household. "This is pot stickers. This is chive pockets. This is brown sugar steamed cake." Kushina and Shimoku, akin to the character Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden, exchanged glances and made a silent pact. From now on, they would seize every opportunity to indulge in the morning meals of the Hitaki household. "Shimoku, take your time. Do be careful not to choke," Kawafang remarked, observing Shimoku's exaggerated reactions as he devoured the rice cakes. He hastily poured him a glass of fresh milk, marveling at the quality of life they enjoyed. Kushina, glancing at her seemingly inept brother, felt a tinge of embarrassment at being associated with him, quietly savoring a delicious chive box, which was truly delightful. After finishing breakfast, she stood to take her leave, as there were numerous matters to attend to concerning her hospital. Kawafang appeared to offer little assistance beyond financial support. In the training hall, Shimoku commenced his regimen of horse stance and basic sword techniques. Kawafang began to weave between the stone table and the large tree, reminiscent of the previous day's activities. Suddenly, both Shimoku and Kawafang turned their gaze to a corner of the training hall. "Who goes there?" Kawafang reacted swiftly, launching his 8-faced sword with precision, reaching the intruder before a moment had passed. In the corner, a ninja clad in a peculiar mask found himself at the mercy of the sword's blade pressed against his neck. He sensed the palpable murderous intent emanating from the man before him, with the chilling edge of the blade leaving a bead of sweat on his brow. Shimoku arrived a few seconds later, joining his brother at the scene. Nesuke and the ominous Goryo stood beside Shimoku, while numerous vigilant swordsmen emerged from the corners of the Hitaki residence. "Who sent you?" Kawafang demanded, applying pressure with the sword, drawing a thin line of blood that trickled down the ninja's neck. "Lord Danzo instructed me to deliver this to you." The rooted ninja, grappling with fear, produced an envelope from his attire and handed it to Kawafang. Under Shimoku's urging gaze, he accepted it. "The root organization?" Kawafang's voice sharpened, revealing his concealed hostility, astonished that Danzo had acted so promptly. "Indeed, the letter has been delivered. You may choose to kill or spare me at your discretion." Danzo's cunning was truly remarkable. "In that case, do not blame me for what follows." With a horizontal sweep of his sword, Kawafang turned and departed without a backward glance. "Clean this mess up. What purpose do I have for you if you cannot even handle such trivial matters? Do you think any stray cat or dog can waltz into my Hitaki home as if it were their playground?" After the killing, Kawafang felt no sense of satisfaction. Was this the result of his investment in training these family warriors? He ordered that all scouts, both hidden and visible, report to the ancestral hall for punishment, warning that any future transgressions would not be tolerated. Shimoku observed the lifeless body lying in a pool of blood, his brow furrowing as he handed the envelope to his brother and hurried away. "Yes, second young master." Upon closer inspection, these warriors were merely teenagers, with the oldest barely in their 20s, impoverished youths whom Kawafang had taken under his wing. Their abilities varied, while they were capable of guarding the home. They lacked the strength to confront an organization as formidable as the Root. "No worries, continue your training," Kawafang reassured Shimoku, ruffling his hair. He had not witnessed the gruesome scene, but clearly saw the body being removed from the edge of the training hall. Even now, an unsettling aura of menace lingered around Kawafang, revealing a side of him that Shimoku had never before encountered. He was far from the sunny and warm figure he had always perceived. Not everyone was privileged to receive his smile. Gazing at Kawafang's handsome face, Shimoku couldn't help but smile, relieved that he might become his future brother-in-law. With a calm demeanor, he resumed his sword practice, determined to one day stand on his own rather than merely being a child in the shadow of women. "Kawafang, is everything all right?" Nesuke inquired, stepping closer while Goryo maintained a prudent distance, his instincts sharper than Shimoku's. All is well. These minor nuisances are not capable of causing harm. With that response, Nesuke took her leave with Goryo. Holding the envelope, Kawafang swiftly made his way to the stone table, where servants had begun to serve tea. He opened the envelope and took a sip, the mocking expression on his face deepening. Danzo had invited Kawafang to meet him at a tavern, claiming there were urgent matters to discuss. Only Danzo would disregard the lives of his subordinates for the sake of delivering a message. Shimoku returned from somewhere, just then, taking a seat across from Kawafang. How did you punish them? In total, there were 12. They received 20 lashes and a 3-month salary deduction. Following their recovery, they must engage in an additional 6 months of training. Shimoku sipped his tea, having just dealt with those warriors, all of whom had been nurtured by their family. Despite their lack of strength, they still required honing. A moment of leniency today could lead to decay tomorrow. That seems reasonable. Danzo wishes to meet with me, Kawafang remarked, expressing no discontent towards his brother's disciplinary actions. Enjoying his meal and drink while receiving a generous salary, life was certainly more comfortable than that of a ninja. Let him come. Does he think my Hitaki family is akin to stray cats and dogs? Shimoku had long held a strong disapproval of Danzo's methods, who sends subordinates to infiltrate and deliver messages. As you said, letting him stew for a while wouldn't hurt. Kawafang had his own plans and held 3 speculations about Danzo's intentions, though he remained uncertain as to the depth of Danzo's schemes. With a smile, he crumpled the letter and envelope in his hand, then opened it again, only to find it reduced to ashes. Chapter 16. Political demands. As the morning passed without incident and no uninvited guests arrived, the lingering scent of blood in the corner of the training hall dissipated, as if nothing had transpired. After lunch, Kawafang chose to remain indoors, sensing that significant matters were yet to unfold. He dedicated the afternoon to guiding Shimoku, helping him achieve more fluid movements. The training for the Flying Thunder God technique had reached a satisfactory level, with practical application now assured. Shimoku refrained from inquiring about the morning's events, aware that it was beyond his current understanding. This sunny boy appeared increasingly perceptive in Kawafang's eyes. After an afternoon of practice, Shimoku, fatigued, returned home under the escort of skilled warriors. Kawafang, ever cautious, recognized that one could never be too careful with a man as unpredictable as Danzo. Life held little value in Danzo's eyes, a realization that had previously eluded Kawafang. That evening, after washing up and preparing to rest, Kawafang was informed by a hurried butler that an unwelcome guest had arrived. "Where's my brother?" Kawafang chuckled softly, as everything unfolded as expected. "The eldest is already waiting in the front hall. Show him to the quiet room. I will join shortly." Upon changing into a sleep robe, Kawafang understood the importance of showing respect, even to someone he held in low regard. After donning his attire, he entered the quiet room to find Shimoku seated across from Danzo, flanked by 2 root ninjas. This was Kawafang's first encounter with Danzo. They had never crossed paths before. The man before him matched the descriptions from the original narrative, devoid of the calm eyes of a sage. Nor did he possess the Hashirama cells or Sharingan tattoos adorning his arms. Kawafang scrutinized Danzo, who returned the gaze. "You, at such a young age, are managing the vast affairs of the Hitaki family, though few realize it is you, and not the renowned Shimoku, who truly holds the reins. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit tonight, Lord Danzo?" Kawafang smiled, taking a seat beside his brother and pouring tea for Danzo, choosing to disregard the 2 silent figures behind him. "Why ask what you already know?" Danzo chuckled awkwardly, though the forced laughter felt unsettling. "Oh, what do you mean, Lord Danzo?" Kawafang replied, unperturbed by the possibility that his earlier actions might provoke Danzo's ire, emboldened by his own strength. "You have slain my kin, yet you feign ignorance?" Tuanzang's demeanor shifted abruptly, as he slammed his teacup onto the table, his voice dripping with menace. "No need for anger. Speak plainly." Chuanfeng calmly restrained his elder brother, who was prone to violence at the slightest provocation. "Ah, young Chuanfeng, despite your tender years, you possess a remarkable talent for maintaining composure," Tuanzang observed, his facade of a smile marred by irritation as he noted Chuanfeng's refusal to engage in his theatrics. "I have heard that you intend to establish a hospital in partnership with the Senju clan? Indeed, could it be that Lord Tuanzang is also intrigued?" Chuanfeng feigned surprise, as if the notion were entirely new to him. "My funds are rather limited. Your assistance would be a timely boon." He was well aware that his resources were entirely dependent on Tuanzang's support, as he possessed no substantial capital. The Hitaki clan is prosperous. I doubt my assistance is necessary, Tuanzang retorted, deftly sidestepping the issue. Nevertheless, I am indeed interested in this hospital. I wish to be its director. Tuanzang unabashedly revealed his intentions, leaning forward to fix his gaze upon Chuan Feng. My roots can provide protection for the hospital, yet I shall not interfere in its operations or share in its profits. This request was hardly unreasonable and might even prove advantageous for Chuan Feng. The strength of the roots was well acknowledged, far more reliable than his own warriors. Setting aside Tuanzang's promise to Tsunade to assume the directorship, it was imperative for him to conduct certain research and experiments within the hospital that he preferred to keep discreet. A nominal directorship? Public acclaim? Lord Tuanzang plays his cards well. And if I refuse? Chuan Feng's smile vanished, a palpable aura of menace beginning to envelop him. You desire a piece of the Hitaki clan's pie? You must understand, I approach this with sincerity. You may not fully grasp the extent of my root's power. Tuanzang, having traversed the battlefield of corpses and blood, was unfazed by Chuan Feng's burgeoning hostility. It would be in your best interest to acquiesce to my demands. For both you and the Hitaki clan, the threat hung heavily in the air. Remember my name. I am Hitaki Chuan Feng. As the words left his lips, Chuan Feng materialized behind Tuanzang, his right hand forming a claw that grasped Tuanzang's throat. The two ninjas accompanying Tuanzang had already succumbed to Shuan Mao's swift strike, collapsing silently against the wall. One could only wonder if the masked figure regretted accompanying Tuanzang to the Hitaki residence. Are you conspiring to betray Konoha? Tuanzang's composure crumbled as he realized the gravity of his predicament. He could not die yet, for he had yet to ascend to the role of Hokage. Does Tuanzang truly represent Konoha? My hospital project is sanctioned by the third Hokage. I must provide 100 million Rio in cash. And you simply declare yourself the director? Do you believe yourself superior? As Chuan Feng tightened his grip, Tuanzang began to experience the suffocating sensation of asphyxiation, his expression contorting in desperation. His chakra, disrupted by an unseen force, rendered him powerless to resist. The prowess of these two brothers was astonishing. Had he known, Tuanzang would have never walked into this trap. Spare me, and we can negotiate the hospital matter further. Tuanzang managed to choke out a few words, perhaps unable to fathom that Chuan Feng would actually kill him, even as death loomed. Go negotiate with death, Tuanzang, Chuan Feng laughed, incredulous at the audacity of one willing to barter power for their life. He exerted more force, and Tuanzang's eyes began to roll back in his head. I concede. With every ounce of strength, Tuanzang uttered the words, gasping for the fresh air, oblivious to the blood that tainted his breath. You should have said so earlier, Lord Tuanzang. Chuan Feng returned to his seat, riding Tuanzang's cup, which still bore traces of blood. He filled it with tea once more. Please. Tuanzang, still reeling from the brink of death, gulped down the bloody tea, finding some comfort in the respite it offered. You know, killing you would be quite troublesome, but that does not mean I am incapable of doing so. My name is Hitaki Chuan Feng. I hope you truly remember it this time. Farewell. Chuan Feng drained his cup, striding out of the quiet room, with Shuo Mao following closely behind. A ruthless elder brother. Without uttering a word, he has already claimed 2 lives. No wonder he is destined to be known as the White Fang of Konoha. In an instant, the room was left with only Tuanzang and the 2 lifeless bodies. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he steadied himself against the wall. Fear and resentment entwined within his gaze. Hitaki Chuan Feng, I shall remember you. The teacup in his hand had been crushed unknowingly. Ignoring the 2 corpses, Tuanzang stumbled out of the quiet room, departing the Hitaki residence. The confrontation with Tuanzang had reached a temporary conclusion. Yet Chuan Feng understood that this man would not relinquish his ambitions so easily. Chapter 17. The sleeping spring. Chuan Feng and Shuo Mao lingered in the shadows, observing Tuanzang leave with a countenance filled with animosity. Wouldn't it be simpler to just kill him? Shuo Mao's expression darkened, his voice laced with murderous intent. He believed that with his strength, taking Tuanzang's life would require but a single strike. However, as a disciple of the third Hokage, Tuanzang occupied a position within Konoha's upper echelons. To kill him outright would likely lead to complications. After all, their roots lay firmly within Konoha. As for his subordinates, they were of little consequence. Chuan Feng provided his brother with a sound rationale, which held true. Presently, Tuanzang's abilities were mediocre. nowhere near the formidable opponent he would become during his later confrontations with Sasuke. Aside from the third Hokage's reliance on him, he posed no significant threat. Yet, should the third Hokage's ire be directed at the Hitaki clan due to Tuanzong, the repercussions would be dire. What other schemes does he possess? Shuo Mao spat disdainfully. A dark-hued schemer aspiring for prominence. Some individuals place great value on power, but they often lack the fate to wield it, Chuan Feng remarked with a serene smile, dismissing Tuanzong entirely. In the original narrative, Tuanzong's tenure as acting Hokage was short-lived, culminating in his demise at the hands of Sasuke. A fitting end to a life steeped in malevolence. Whether he would live to see that day was uncertain. That old fool will inevitably face judgment. Shuo Mao's words suggested that others might misconstrue his sentiments, as if he felt aggrieved for having taken Tuanzong's life. It is getting late. Brother, we should rest. Your wife awaits you in the sheets, eager for your company. Chuan Feng jested, feigning an attempt to ambush his brother's most sensitive area. Shuo Mao deftly dodged and hurried toward his room. At our age, still playing such tricks, he thought, shaking his head as he retreated to his bed, where Nishua had been waiting for quite some time. Meanwhile, Chuan Feng pondered, if my brother's child were to arrive prematurely, would Kakashi still be Kakashi? Such inquiries were worthy of contemplation. With thoughts of Kakashi swirling in his mind, Chuan Feng dreamt of Tsunade, realizing that his nephew was merely a serendipity, while Tsunade remained his true love. The following day, dawn broke. Tsunade arrived once more, accompanied by the still breakfastless Shoju, trailed by Kushina, who had begun to form a breakfast-seeking brigade. Ever since Shoju returned home yesterday, extolling the virtues of his brother's sumptuous breakfasts, Kushina had promised to learn sealing techniques for 3 consecutive days in exchange for the privilege of joining them for a meal today. At the dining table, Kushina transformed into a whirlwind, devouring food with fervor, feeling that she must justify the price she had paid. After breakfast, they resumed their repetitive training. Shengshu, feeling a sense of duty, positioned himself beside the weapon rack and began to squat in a horse stance. Seeing this, Kushina mimicked him and followed suit. Tsunade and the Kawafeng brothers took their seats at the stone table, savoring the finest tea from the land of tea. Last night, Danzo had paid a visit. Kawafeng, sipping his tea, casually engaged in conversation, his gaze lingering on Tsunade. What was his purpose? Tsunade inadvertently revealed her ignorance with a single remark, completely unaware that Danzo was the very individual Kawafeng referred to. It was all about the hospital, after all. Shuo, slightly bewildered, found it hard to comprehend. Hadn't they agreed she would know? She just knew how to eat. Kawafeng chuckled at his brother's expression, and it was only then that Tsunade realized the situation. Maintaining an air of composure, she took a deliberate sip of her tea. So it was a misjudgment on my part. Had it not been for the blush of embarrassment creeping onto her cheeks, Kawafeng might have been convinced. So, the person who came yesterday afternoon was indeed from Root? Shengshu had returned to inform her about it, and upon hearing Danzo's name, the identity of the ninja became unmistakable. Yes, he intended to assume the title of nominal director, willing to safeguard the hospital with Root's support, without involving himself in its operations or profit-sharing. Kawafeng spared Tsunade's dignity by not exposing her misunderstanding, allowing her to believe she had simply misjudged. Wasn't this a positive development? Tsunade cared little for her position as director. It was evident that this arrangement posed no significant detriment to the establishment of the hospital. He sought to leverage the hospital to gain public prestige. Did he truly believe he could accomplish what he claimed once he became the director? Kawafeng articulated his thoughts clearly, fearing that this naive girl might not grasp the implications. Shuo, feeling somewhat envious, realized that this insight had come to him only while resting in bed last night. Was Tsunade not expected to think critically? How did your discussion go last night? Tsunade was certain it had not ended well. She just did not know the specifics. They killed 2 individuals, but spared 1. Shuo finally interjected while sipping his tea. He certainly would not let this go. Tsunade was relatively familiar with Danzo. He was the embodiment of darkness within Konoha. Thus, there was a task he must undertake. Kawafeng had already devised a plan, even if Tsunade did not arrive. He intended to seek her out. What task? If I recall correctly, Advisor Haruno is a medical ninja, is she not? Kawafeng's gaze towards Tsunade remained warm and his smile bright. Yes, is there a problem? Tsunade struggled to comprehend what role Haruno could play in this matter. Her eyes filled with curiosity. I want you to invite her to be the vice director of the hospital, merely in name. I will offer her an annual salary of 5 million. Kawafeng was confident that for a middle-aged medical ninja nearing retirement, such an amount would be impossible to refuse. There would be no need for her to exert effort. Merely holding the title would suffice, even if she were an advisor to the Hokage. After all, no one would ever turn down excess money. What purpose does this serve? Tsunade transformed into a torrent of questions, incessantly prattling. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply follow my instructions. Kawafeng withheld his full plans, unwilling to divulge too much before matters were settled. Then what salary are you offering me as the director? Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. 5 million for the nominal vice director, so surely 6 million for her actual position as director would not be excessive. At year end, the profit sharing would essentially mean you are working for yourself. Covering her forehead, she received an answer that did not align with her expectations. Kawafeng struggled to keep pace with Tsunade's thought process. Was her interest in money merely a result of her penchant for gambling? Very well, I shall seek out advisor Hiruzen. With that, Tsunade finished her last cup of tea and prepared to leave. Kawafeng, come back to reality. Shuo, unable to bear his brother's lack of ambition, intervened to pull him back. What use is advisor Hiruzen? Shuo finally voiced the question that had been troubling him. Why should he be the one to think critically when being a layabout seems so much easier? There are more than one of the third's disciples. After all, Kawafeng merely uttered this one statement, confident that his elder brother's intelligence would lead him to a reasonable conclusion. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he appeared directly beside Shangshu. The household now enveloped in the technique's presence. His sudden appearance did not disturb Shangshu, who was diligently maintaining his stance, but it did startle Kushina. The abrupt appearance of a living person truly frightened the little firecracker. However, this technique was undeniably impressive. If only Manado could master it. His little mind was filled with thoughts of the young Manado. Shuo sat on the stone bench, tugging at his hair. Damn it. I know there are 5 disciples of the 3rd Hokage in total. Can you finish a sentence in one breath? Chapter 18. Danzo's night visit to the Uchiha. Ignoring the still pondering Shuo, Kawafeng assumed he was preoccupied with wondering why his sister-in-law had not yet conceived. In any case, he knew his nephew was named Kakashi, so he refrained from offering consolation. Such matters could not be rushed. Observing Kushina's inquisitive demeanor, Kawafeng gently ruffled her beautiful red hair. What, do you want to learn? Kushina nodded, then quickly shook her head. Kawafeng, big brother, it's not that I want to learn. I just believe that if a friend of mine learned this technique, they would undoubtedly become very formidable. Unable to resist teasing her due to her adorable expression, Kawafeng inquired, Is that friend of yours a boy? Yes, how did you know? Does he have golden hair and a charming smile? Yes, have you seen him? Is his name Manado Names? Kawafeng did not answer Kushina's questions. Her astonished expression was far too amusing. You guessed everything correctly. At this moment, Kushina finally displayed her childlike demeanor, tearing away the strong facade she usually wore. Such trivial matters, I can easily discern with a snap of my fingers. Kawafeng raised his head, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. I don't believe you. You must have heard it from somewhere. After all, Manado is my only friend at school. Kushina regarded her boastful elder brother, her intellect reclaiming its high ground. Were it not for the mention of Manado, she wouldn't have had the slightest interest. Ahem. The awkwardness of Kawafeng's failed attempt at bravado prompted him to clear his throat. This is Manado's signature technique. How could it not be impressive? If your friend is interested, he can come find me. I am in need of a student. Taking Manado as a disciple would indeed be a source of pride. As of now, Jiraiya likely had not yet discovered this remarkable talent. So there was no question of love rivalry. Besides, with so many disciples under Jiraiya, losing one would not be a significant loss. Kawafeng rationalized his thoughts. Having already stolen Jiraiya's goddess, now he sought to take his disciple as well. Truly, he was an ungrateful son. Big brother, you're a bit much. Shangshu, who had been quietly maintaining his stance, grew displeased at the suggestion of lacking students in his presence. Am I not learning from you? Oh, Shangshu, you are different. What we share is not something ordinary individuals can compare to. Kawafeng quickly altered his tone to placate him. That may be true. I shall forgive you. Shangshu, momentarily stunned by the appeasement, realized that this eccentricity must have been inherited from Hashirama. Had he possessed even a hint of Tobirama's intellect, he would not have so easily forgiven Kawafeng. Really? Kushina, on her part, paid no mind to their exchange. Her face was alight with excitement, believing that with Manado's potential, if he had a teacher as formidable as Kawafeng, he would undoubtedly become incredibly powerful. Indeed, Kawafeng confirmed, Manado was as good as his. Even the Grim Reaper could not change that. As we made a pact, I shall speak to Naruto upon the commencement of the school term. He will undoubtedly be elated. With that, Kushina extended her pinky finger. Kawafuru, embracing a moment of childishness, intertwined his tiny finger with hers. Since Kawafuru was willing to take Naruto as his apprentice, Kushina had no desire to continue practicing martial stances with shoujo. Let those who wish to endure it, do so. Her attention was soon captivated by the rambunctious hound, a veritable embodiment of ferocity. Most girls would shy away from such a creature, but she, in her audacity, sprinted towards it. Ah, what a magnificent dog. Perhaps it was the natural affinity of the Uzumaki clan, for the hound did not resist as Kushina playfully petted it, even appearing to relish the attention, emitting low whines that hinted at Kawafuru's displeasure. Why do you seem to languish under my touch, while this charming young girl enjoys herself? Where shall I place my dignity? The hound's fur bristled, and it deftly extricated itself from Kushina's grasp, finally feeling the dissipating tension it had exuded. What a possessive man he was. It was rather daunting. As the day unfolded, Shoju and Kushina returned to the Senju clan under the escort of the samurai, with the moon perched upon the branches. The entirety of Konoha fell into a serene silence. As the night deepened, 3 figures cloaked in black arrived at the Uchiha compound. Bathed in moonlight, one could discern a distinctive X-shaped scar on the chin of the foremost figure. It was Shimura Danzo. Having visited the Hitaki residence the previous night, he now approached the Uchiha. One could only wonder how many subordinates he possessed to meet their demise. Evading the Uchiha's watchman, they navigated the compound with ease. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan leader's door, one of them stepped forward to knock, then retreated to stand by. A moment later, the door swung open to reveal a young man clad in a kimono. I am Uchiha Fugaku. What brings you, esteemed guests, to our Uchiha clan unannounced? Fugaku's demeanor was haughty, tinged with suspicion. After all, the presence of 3 strangers at the clan leader's threshold spoke volumes of their capabilities. I am Shimura Danzo, and I seek to discuss urgent matters with your clan leader. Danzo regarded the young Uchiha with little esteem, for he intended to eliminate the Uchiha clan in due course. Fugaku furrowed his brow, well aware of Danzo's notorious reputation, as conflicts with the Uchiha had been frequent. The animosity Danzo harbored towards the Uchiha was palpable, leaving Fugaku to ponder the purpose of this unexpected visit. Without shutting the door, he turned his back. A door, after all, was merely a flimsy veil for a ninja. Moments later, Fugaku led Danzo and his companions to the quiet chamber of the clan leader. As he surveyed the room, which bore a striking resemblance to the one from the previous night, Danzo felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, as if the pain in his neck had returned. After a brief pause, he took a seat opposite the Uchiha clan leader. Behind him stood 2 root ninjas, while Fugaku remained at the clan leader's side. At the elder's signal, Fugaku poured tea for Danzo. Since when have we Uchiha had matters of significance to discuss with Lord Danzo? The Uchiha clan leader spoke without a hint of cordiality. The Senju clan intends to establish a hospital adjacent to the security forces. Danzo refrained from mentioning the Hitaki clan, for the Senju were indeed the Uchiha's sworn adversaries. Is that so? Fugaku pondered, momentarily suspecting it to be a new tactic devised by the 3rd Hokage against the Uchiha. Observing the sudden change in Fugaku's expression, Danzo allowed a barely perceptible smile to cross his face. It is indeed true. The approval has already been granted. Construction will commence once the funds are secured. Danzo spoke the truth, albeit omitting the fact that the funds originated from the Hitaki clan. What is your aim? Fugaku remained skeptical that Danzo would willingly divulge such information. I, too, wish for this hospital not to come to fruition. Since I cannot serve as its director, I would prefer it remain unbuilt, even if it necessitates an alliance with the Uchiha, whom I detest most. His malevolence was palpable, having navigated the treacherous waters of politics for much of his life. The Uchiha clan leader quickly discerned Danzo's intentions. He feared that Tsunade's rising prominence could challenge his claim to the Hokage position. This hypothesis indeed aligned with Danzo's ambitions. What form shall this collaboration take? The Uchiha clan leader, recognizing their shared interests, was amenable to an alliance with Danzo, especially considering Tsunade's newfound association with the Hitaki clan, which could prove formidable. Fugaku's prowess was well regarded among the Uchiha. Yet he had never managed to land a single blow against Kawafuru. Were he to learn that Danzo had nearly met his end at Kawafuru's hands the previous night, it would surely alter his perspective. Chapter 19. Funds secured. It has come to my attention that the security forces have recently engaged in covert operations. Establishing a hospital in this vicinity may not be prudent. Upon hearing Danzo's words, the Uchiha clan leader understood immediately. Indeed, Lord Danzo is quite well informed. Such confidential matters have reached your ears. The two seasoned foxes shared a knowing smile as they took sips from their teacups. Thus, I shall coordinate with Root for a fruitful collaboration. Agreed. The Uchiha clan leader warmly escorted Danzo to the door, as though they were longtime friends. Take care. Thank you. After exchanging pleasantries with the Uchiha clan leader, Danzo and the two Root ninjas vanished into the moonlight. Danzo is far too overbearing. It is time to make some adjustments. The Uchiha clan leader's countenance darkened, shedding the earlier mirth. Yes, clan leader. Fugaku bowed in compliance. Dear uncle, he ventured. Fugaku, evidently still inexperienced and lacking the foresight befitting a future clan leader, inquired, has the Uchiha clan engaged in any covert operations recently? Use your brain more. The clan leader, exasperated, pointed his middle finger at Fugaku's temple. This is merely a ruse. Should any disturbances arise, the third Hokage will inquire. And we shall have an excuse. Do you believe the Senju clan will allow us to manipulate them at will? Understood. Fugaku nodded vigorously, his uncle's teachings resonating within him, though he felt a pang of disappointment for having let him down time and again. This sentiment only fueled his resentment towards Kawafuru. And what of the alliance with Root? Do they presume to use us as pawns? At that juncture, we shall find an excuse for Root to take the lead. Shaking his head, the clan leader departed. Reflecting on how this nephew was still too young, he could only hope to endure a few more years until Fugaku matured. Beneath the moonlight, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze was resolute. He resolved to flee upon encountering Kawafuru, for if one can endure the mountains, they need not fear the absence of firewood. In contrast, the Hitaki clan enjoyed a night of tranquility. Without any arrangements made, Kawafuru slept soundly and dined heartily. The morning feast was a lavish affair. As Kawafuru elevated the household's culinary standards for Tsunade, revealing to Shoma that breakfast could indeed be more sumptuous. In private, he lamented to his wife that raising a younger brother was hardly preferable to the hound, as he was utterly unhelpful. Naishua teased him. Tsunade can carry on the family line, while you can only bicker with him. This quip rendered Shoma speechless. Tsunade, the funds have been secured. Shortly, you may present them to the third Hokage. Kawafuru paid little mind to the matter of money, rather wishing to wipe the remnants of milk from Tsunade's lips. Tsunade, blushing, accepted the napkin, thwarting Kawafuru's intentions. Shall I go alone? Do you require someone to escort you? The two clearly had differing thoughts. While Tsunade was apprehensive about the substantial funds being entrusted to her, Kawafuru was confident that no one in Konoha would dare to seize her. No need. I can manage on my own. After finishing my meal, I will take you to retrieve it. Wiping his mouth, Chuanfeng handed another fried dough stick to Tsunade. Shoju observed his elder brother's attempts to please his sister with a disdainful expression. Had it not been for the absence of the label sycophant in the role of Hokage, he would have already affixed it to Chuanfeng. Brother, is my sword not ready yet? Do not fret, you can use a wooden sword for now. A real sword is merely ornamental at this stage. Chuanfeng's intent was not to belittle him. The reach was simply insufficient, and they would wait for Shoju to grow taller. Indeed, focus on mastering the wooden sword first, and heed your elder brother's advice. Tsunade also supported Chuanfeng's words, her fierce gaze prompting Shoju to swallow back his retort. Observing Shoju pitifully nibbling on a rice cake stirred a softness in Chuanfeng's heart. Shoju, I possess a practiced sword from my childhood. I'll have my sister-in-law find it for you. Due to its mediocre material, Chuanfeng had long forgotten its whereabouts, only to discover it after Naishua married into the family. Keeping it as a memento seemed fitting. You are the best, brother, Shoju exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Nothing compares to a genuine sword. Naishua, eager to tease the sunny young boy, added, that is Chuanfeng's cherished possession. Take good care of it. I will. Shoju responded with gratitude in his eyes, solidifying his bond with this brother-in-law. Sensing Shoju's sincerity, Chuanfeng laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a trifling matter, no need for concern. After their meal, Shoju accompanied Naishua to fetch the sword, while Chuanfeng took Tsunade to collect money. Shoma, on his own, ventured to the training hall, where his short sword had already arrived. After navigating several traps, Tsunade was astounded to discover the wealth of the Kiki family upon entering the storeroom. Chuanfeng directly opened a chest filled to the brim with banknotes. This amounts to 100 million Rio. Take it. Tsunade was still reeling from the array of antiques and luxuries surrounding her. Such wealth could sustain her for an eternity. Do you like it? Feel free to take what you wish. Noticing Tsunade's stunned silence, Chuanfeng playfully encircled her waist from behind. Everything here shall be yours. Leaning closer to whisper in her ear, the pleasant scent of milk wafted between them, only to be abruptly interrupted by a shriek. Ah! Tsunade executed a shoulder throw, sending Chuanfeng crashing into the solid floor of the storeroom. Humph! Do not presume that a pretty face grants you advantages over me. Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson. Her heart racing. Flustered, she gathered the scattered banknotes and hurriedly exited the storeroom without a backward glance. Chuanfeng regained his footing, his bruises fading as he watched her retreating figure. Strong girl, just you wait. Closing the storeroom door, he ambled towards the training hall. By this time, Shoju had acquired the genuine sword. Although it was still somewhat long for him, it was no longer a significant issue, indicating that Chuanfeng had been taller than him even as a child. Wielding the real sword, he moved with vigor, his focus surpassing that of wielding the wooden sword. He paused only when he noticed Chuanfeng approaching. Brother, my sister ran so swiftly just now. She ignored my calls. Ahem. Chuanfeng would not divulge his own embarrassing tumble. He was eager to deliver the money to the third Hokage. Thus he concocted an excuse to send Shoju to practice his stances. Watching his elder brother skillfully wield the newly forged short sword, Shoju couldn't help but smirk at the sight. Extending his hand, he grasped the sword, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to appear directly before Shoma. The two engaged in combat. The new weapon indeed surpassed the quality of the ancestral short sword, although Shoma still found himself at a disadvantage. However, it could withstand the sharpness of the eight-sided blade. Without a weapon's advantage, Chuanfeng ceased to hold back. With the Flying Thunder God technique in rapid succession, the eight-sided blade silently pressed against Shoma's neck as he gazed on in astonishment. Brother, would you like to learn? Yes. Shoma replied without hesitation. Such a ninjutsu was too valuable to ignore. Then call me big brother. Chuanfeng sheathed his sword and laughed heartily. Shoma, exasperated, playfully knocked him on the head. I've been calling you that for years. Will it kill you to say it back? Just as Shoma raised his hand, Chuanfeng slipped away. Nearby, Naishue, unable to contain her laughter, leaned against the ghost dog, bursting into peals of mirth. Chapter 20. Hidden intentions. As the farce concluded, Shoma still refused to address Chuanfeng as big brother. Chuanfeng, reveling in his role as an elder brother in front of Shoju, approached Shoma with an awkward smile. Let me teach you. No need. You are my elder brother. Shoma was still fuming, perturbed that this young rascal dared to provoke him. Brother, let's not jest. Chuanfeng raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. Show a bit of spirit. If he refuses to learn, so be it. Naishue, observing their antics, approached to intervene, while the ghost dog wisely refrained from entering the fray. This is a matter between humans. It does not concern dogs. Shoma shot a glare at his wife, sensing her intent to stir trouble. Who says I want to learn? Come on, he insisted, pulling Chuanfeng aside and leaving Naishue behind. The essence of the Flying Thunder God technique lies in sensing spatial energy. Brother, I cannot guarantee that you will master it. When the conversation turned serious, Chuanfeng's demeanor shifted. With a sudden change of expression, he produced a scroll inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique from his pocket. I only learned it through a fortunate encounter with Lord Mito's assistance. Begin with the theoretical aspects and give it a try. With that, Chuanfeng handed the scroll to Shoma. Should Shoma succeed in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, his chakra limitations would prevent him from utilizing it as continuously as Chuanfeng could. However, it would still serve him well in combat, and as the future Konoha White Fang, his chakra levels should not be underestimated. Shoma immediately began studying the scroll. Before long, the technique appeared on his short sword, presenting no challenge for him. However, he soon struggled with sensing spatial energy. Regardless of how earnestly he attempted to attune to the technique, there was no progress. Chuanfeng could do nothing but observe, relying on Shoma's own insight. His mind began to drift, recalling a moment with Tsunade in his embrace. Meanwhile, Tsunade had arrived at the third Hokage's office. A box filled with banknotes lay open at the center of the room. Teacher, this contains 100 million Rio. We are ready to commence our preparations. Tsunade stood before the third Hokage, Her demeanor relaxed. Throughout her journey, no one had attempted to hinder her. Indeed, the Kiki family is quite affluent. I had anticipated it would take longer. Now, the village's schools and facilities can be considerably improved. It will serve as a boon for the village. The third Hokage puffed on his pipe, a genuine smile gracing his face. Tsunade felt a deep respect for her teacher under his guidance. The lives of Konoha's citizens had indeed improved. We are fortunate to have a leader who cares for Konoha. Haha, I am merely a vessel for the will of fire. The third Hokage chuckled heartily, embodying the very essence of that legacy. The faces of Mito and Konoha's former leaders reflected a sense of nostalgia. But their teacher was no longer present. Are you quite close with Kiki Chuanfeng? The third Hokage inquired, shifting the topic. Why do you ask, teacher? With such a substantial sum, he has never personally delivered it to me. Does he fear an old man like me? The third Hokage's words echoed the concerns that Tsunade had previously entertained, now recalling the moment when Kawafeng had wrapped his arms around her waist in the storeroom. A faint blush unwittingly crept across her cheeks. We are good friends, after all. The credibility of Tsunade's current demeanor in stating this would only be judged by the third Hokage. Well then, you may return. A great war is impending, so take care of your safety. The third Hokage expressed his concern for Tsunade. After all, she still had a Jinchuriki at home. Understood, sensei. Tsunade bid farewell to her companions, exchanging a knowing smile with Torin Koharu. Their plans had long been settled. Upon exiting the Hokage building, she was at a loss as to where to go. She felt a bit hesitant to visit the Hitaki household, so she decided to slip into a nearby casino instead. The fabled big spender had arrived at the gambling establishment, drawing the attention of the gamblers of Konoha, who swarmed the small casino, filling it to capacity. Tsunade, gleefully shaking the dice, was oblivious to the fact that her monetary donations were being closely observed by the root ninjas. In a dimly lit underground chamber, a root ninja knelt before Danzo. Sir, Tsunade has already sent the money to the Hokage's office. So soon? It seems the Hitaki household is indeed financially robust. Danzo remained seated in the underground chamber, aware that every move in the Hokage tower was being monitored by his men. His ambitions were becoming increasingly evident, and only the third Hokage could tolerate such individuals. They were now preparing to commence the construction of the hospital. Notify the Uchiha clan to be ready. We shall wait for the right moment. Danzo instructed his subordinates to deliver the message, unaware that the Uchiha clan leader had already devised a plan of his own. How could two old foxes possibly collaborate wholeheartedly? Just as he issued his command, the Uchiha were already making their preparations. The root ninja, believing that the Uchiha could come and go as they pleased, was taken aback when two captains from the security division apprehended him as soon as he stepped onto the clan's territory, escorting him before the clan leader. You should release him at once. The clan leader made a grand display, clearly attempting to assert dominance over the root. His subordinates had mistaken him for a spy, which led to his capture. The two captains released the root ninja, feigning apologies. Lord Danzo has informed us that the Senju clan's hospital will commence construction shortly. The captured root ninja had remained silent throughout the ordeal, only now revealing critical information. Danzo's indoctrination and the curse mark he had created had indeed produced a batch of emotionless ninjas, truly ruthless. Return and inform Lord Danzo that we, the Uchiha, will certainly cooperate. After the clan leader's command, he gestured for the root ninja to depart. Finally, Fugaku spoke up. Clan leader, how shall we proceed? That piece of land for the hospital is under constant watch. We should act only when there is movement. The clan leader exhibited great composure, while Fugaku knew he was at a disadvantage. The entire morning had been spent by Shomo in attempting to comprehend the Flying Thunder God technique, showing admirable determination. Regrettably, aside from a clearer perception of the technique, he had made no tangible progress. Observing the sweat that had formed from his excessive exertion, Kawafeng offered some words of advice. Brother, take a break. Mastery cannot be achieved in a single day. He forgot that he himself had mastered it in front of Shomo just that morning. Indeed, you are superior to me, Shomo begrudgingly admitted, acknowledging that his younger brother's exceptional talent was beyond his own. Their conversation marked the end of their training, and the two settled at a stone table. Naesuk had thoughtfully prepared cool tea and pastries, her eyes filled with concern. My dear, you are wonderful in every way, but your stubbornness is excessive. Eat something and rest. Mastery is not a matter of haste. With a sigh, she urged him, knowing that Shomo was likely still harboring frustration. I understand. Shomo's gaze softened as he smiled at his wife, taking a piece of pastry and feeding it to her. Dog slaughter! Dog slaughter! Kawafeng shouted, startling Shomo, while Naisuke blushed and turned away. Upon hearing Kawafeng's cries, the loyal hound, who had been lounging beneath a tree, sprang into action and vanished from the training hall in an instant. The Hitaki family had only one dog. Would it wait idly for its demise? After a long search, it finally found Naisuke, seeking refuge in her embrace and whimpering in fright. Chapter 21. The Sage of Slugs. Tsunade emerged from the small casino with a scowl, the night having fallen. Damn it, luck has once again eluded me. After spending a significant part of the day, she had only managed to lose a few million, a mere drizzle of misfortune. She patted her still empty stomach, suddenly recalling that she had not eaten dinner. Fortunately, she had only brought a few million, which spared her from spending more on dinner. With the scent of smoke and sweat clinging to her, she thought of her grandmother's disdain for gambling. She would surely face scolding upon returning home. Thus she made her way to the Hitaki household. Along the way, she pondered how she had hesitated several times. Surely betting large amounts was not a guaranteed win. The sound of dice echoed in her mind as she reached the entrance of the Hitaki home. The keen-eyed butler soon appeared before her. Lady Tsunade, the second young master is dining. I shall escort you. Thank you. His words snapped Tsunade back to reality, and she politely responded before following the butler to the dining room. The second young master, Lady Tsunade, has arrived. Even before entering the dining room, the butler's voice had already reached Kawafeng's ears. He was currently sharing a drink of fragrant rice wine with Shomo, attempting to console his elder brother, who was feeling disheartened after failing to grasp the Flying Thunder God technique all day. Upon finishing his drink, he promptly stood up, adjusting the cushions beside him, and Tsunade came into view. Tsunade, come sit. His mind was clear, his movements gentlemanly, indicating that the banquet had only just begun. All right. Tsunade bypassed the butler and took a seat. At that moment, new tableware was also brought before her. Has Shura returned? Tsunade inquired, noticing her brother's absence. He left before dinner. Where have you come from? Kawafeng detected a faint odor. It was the smell of smoke lingering on Tsunade. Just a little gambling. As she spoke, she poured herself a drink. Kawafeng did not need to see her expression to know the outcome. Could the fabled big spender ever win? Choosing not to bring up the sensitive topic, he first served Tsunade some dishes, knowing that drinking on an empty stomach was unwise. Shomo raised his glass to Tsunade, offering no words. The two seemed to have cultivated a tacit understanding from their previous gathering. Tsunade sampled a few dishes, raising her glass to Shomo in a silent toast, downing its contents in one go. Kawafeng stared in disbelief. What was this behavior? Eat a bit, don't rush. He served Tsunade a generous portion of braised beef, knowing from her demeanor that she had not dined. I lost 3 million. When will Lady Luck ever smile upon me? Tsunade lamented, pouring herself another full glass. Shomo's eyelid twitched. Even if the Hitaki family was wealthy, such losses were unsustainable. Ah, it's just a small amount. Consider it a form of entertainment. Besides, once the hospital is established, who needs to worry about funds? At this moment, Kawafeng could no longer remain passive and began offering words of comfort. Yes, the hospital. I will seek out a construction team tomorrow. I want the best. Tsunade seemed to have found her resolve. Only by generating income could she sustain her grand gambling ambitions. Rubbing the back of his head, Kawafeng clearly understood her intentions. He hoped this reckless gambler would not lose the hospital in her pursuits. Let us not rush. The hospital's establishment is not an easy task. Who dares to obstruct me? I will eliminate one if they come, and a pair if they come as a duo. Tsunade's eyes ignited with a fierce glimmer, declaring that those who hindered her path to wealth would meet their demise. Well said. Who dares to bully the Hitaki clan? Tsunade, let us take our leave. Shuo Mao's passionate declaration stirred the blood, embodying the spirit one would expect from a devoted brother-in-law. Unbeknownst to them, the two were operating on entirely different wavelengths. Only Nai Shui and Chuan Feng, fully aware of the underlying dynamics, exchanged resigned glances and sipped their drinks. When do you plan to commence? Chuan Feng inquired after Tsunade had swallowed her meat. Shuo Mao directed his gaze towards him. Tomorrow, Tsunade replied impatiently. Then we must make some arrangements, Chuan Feng asserted, noting the 3 pairs of eyes fixated on him. Who truly understands the burdens of being the intellectual anchor? If my instincts are correct, the operation will undoubtedly face obstacles. We should start with a small team of workers and avoid a large-scale mobilization. We can adapt as circumstances change. We will address any issues as they arise. Having concluded his thoughts, Chuan Feng indulged in a drink, relishing the feeling of being the center of attention. Is that all? Shuo Mao interjected, seemingly on the verge of adding, is that it? Tsunade too had anticipated some profound strategy from Chuan Feng. After so lengthy a discourse, she found herself questioning the essence of his words, skepticism flickering across her features. Is this fellow truly competent? Surely his offspring cannot be so foolish. Nai Shui, unable to bear the bewilderment of the duo, interjected, given our current advantage. A small construction team could shift our circumstances. Do you truly require elaborate schemes with your combined strengths? Your elder sister is indeed astute. Chuan Feng and Nai Shui shared a knowing smile, finishing their drinks. The Hitaki clan still possesses its share of brilliance, Shuo Mao coughed, attempting to assert his own intelligence, only to be met with the disinterest of Chuan Feng and Nai Shui. I concur, Tsunade chimed in, and reluctantly, the two companions raised their glasses once more. After discussing the pressing matters, the atmosphere elevated under the influence of alcohol. Shuo Mao was the first to delve into absurdity. Tsunade, I must say, your Flying Thunder God technique is extraordinarily difficult to master. I practiced all day and couldn't even manage to urinate the distance. Nai Shui, unable to watch any longer, recalled Shuo Mao's previous remarks about Tsunade's poor drinking habits, realizing he was no better. Who said otherwise? You think I haven't tried? Even my grandmother couldn't help me. I might as well give up. Chuan Feng, initially puzzled as to why Tsunade couldn't master Tobarama's technique, now understood it was a matter of aptitude. Fueled by the alcohol, he began to inquire about questions he had never gleaned from the original texts. Where did your grandfather learn his sage techniques? In the Wetbone Forest, Tsunade replied nonchalantly. Where else? Then why didn't you learn? Perhaps intoxicated, Tsunade bit her finger and slammed it on the table. Summoning technique. In a swirl of smoke, a slug, roughly the size of a wine jar, materialized on the table. Slug Sage, please explain to him why I do not practice sage techniques. Tsunade wisely limited the summoning to the sage's essence. Otherwise, given the Hitaki clan size, the slug's bulk would likely be uncontainable. Very well, young Tsunade. The slug sage, adept at adapting to environments, quickly realized this was merely a modest family gathering, not a battlefield. Aside from Hashirama, none who practice sage techniques in my Wetbone Forest have survived. Your sensitivity to natural energy is insufficient to support the transformation of sage chakra. The slug sage elaborated, essentially stating that Tsunade's attempts would lead to her demise. I see. Thank you for your guidance, slug sage. Chuan Feng could only marvel at how the reincarnation of Ashura was indeed favored in the world of shinobi. While Hashirama mastered sage techniques as effortlessly as drinking water, others met with untimely ends. Chapter 22, Summoning Technique. Shuo Mao and Nai Shui listened as if to gossip, their eyes glazed, ears perked up. What is your name? The slug sage sensed the unusual cellular vitality in Chuan Feng, a trait he had only previously detected in Hashirama. His name is Hitaki Chuan Feng, my friend, Tsunade introduced, almost revealing him as her future husband. Feeling suddenly shy, her cheeks flushed, turning a shade reminiscent of autumn leaves. What insights does the slug sage offer? This was Chuan Feng's first encounter with such a remarkable summoning creature, capable of both healing and combat. I perceive a cellular vitality in you akin to that of Hashirama. If it is you, perhaps the Wetbone Forest sage techniques could be revived. The slug sage expressed his hypothesis. Then let us learn. Before Chuan Feng could voice his thoughts, Tsunade summoned a large scroll, the very summoning contract. She unfurled it on the ground, extending several meters long. Chuan Feng looked up. The names of the Senju clan summoners adorned the scroll, with Tsunade's name clearly inscribed at the end. With blood as the contract, Chuan Feng, please inscribe your name. Without hesitation, Tsunade, recognizing the extinction of the Senju clan, decided that having the slug as a family summoning creature would be advantageous. Then I shall not hold back. The slug sage did not object, allowing Tsunade to take the lead on such matters. Shuo Mao watched with envy. After all, this was one of the three great summoning beasts of the ninja world. Tsunade was indeed generous. Chuan Feng pricked his finger and wrote his name beside hers. In that moment, he felt a stir deep within his soul, connecting him to some mysterious place. Now, we must form hand seals. Once familiar with the slug sage, this step can be omitted. Tsunade rolled up the scroll, which vanished from her grasp. She imparted a few seals to Chuan Feng, completing the summoning technique. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. The slug sage disappeared in a cloud of smoke. having not consumed a single morsel of food. In comparison, the serpents of the dragon cave seemed utterly detestable. Chuan Feng, do you truly wish to learn sage techniques? Shuo Mao, still haunted by the slug sage's words about no survivors, felt a pang of worry for his only brother. Although often frivolous, he was still his dear younger sibling. If the opportunity arises, I wish to give it a try. Chuan Feng was candid. Shuo Mao had no idea how formidable Hashirama's sage techniques were. However, he understood that with wood release, a simple clap could manifest anything desired. Coupled with the background music from the sea of trees, it was simply invincible. Great demon of heaven, earthly king of the underworld, all Buddhas of wisdom, and so forth. Just the thought of it ignited Chuan Feng's fervor. He was determined to pursue sage techniques. Yet caution must prevail. One's safety is paramount. Naishui wisely advised. The phrase no survivor sounds rather ominous. Chuan Fengkuan, consider your decision carefully. I will support you. Tsunade raised her glass, sharing another drink with the handsome man before her. The banquet continued, with everyone becoming increasingly inebriated. Reminded of the last drunken escapade at the Hitaki residence, Tsunade set her glass down before succumbing to complete inebriation, having eaten her fill. If things turn out as they did last time, I dread to think of the consequences. Shuo Mao persisted in urging her to drink, while Naishui clapped her hands, insisting it was time to retire for the night. At this late hour, why not rest at my place? Chuan Feng suggested, trying to maintain his composure despite the effects of the alcohol to keep Tsunade with him. No need, Chuan Fengkuan. I fear you may lose control. Tsunade, swaying slightly, rose to her feet and made her way outside. Kawakaze hurriedly approached to support her, wrapping one arm around her waist while placing her hand on his shoulder. The two inebriated souls stumbled out of the Hitaki residence. The night had deepened, with the moon hanging high in the sky. Let us go back. I can manage. Tsunade insisted, attempting to free herself from Kawakaze's grasp, fearing that if she remained embraced, she might truly wish to stay. Then I shall watch you leave. Their hazy gazes locked, and Kawakaze's breath grew uneven, his heart racing. Under the moonlight, Tsunade appeared even more enchanting. He suddenly leaned in, cradling her face with his hands, and lowered his head to press his lips against her soft, rosy mouth. The moment they touched, Kawakaze closed his eyes. Tsunade's pupils widened in surprise as she placed her hands against his chest, struggling to find words but only managing soft sounds. Kawakaze became increasingly intoxicated, his hands moving to press her head closer, savoring the delightful tenderness of her lips. Tsunade's hands, resting on his chest, remained there, instinctively finding their way to Kawakaze's waist. After a long moment, their lips parted, the corners of their mouths still glistening with remnants of their kiss, both breathing heavily. For a brief instant, Kawakaze yearned for more. However, as he leaned in closer, Tsunade abruptly pushed him away and fled without a backward glance. Already intoxicated, her emotions heightened. She nearly stumbled over a rock, but managed to regain her balance and vanished in a few leaps. Kawakaze stood still, licking his lips, contemplating the merits of alcohol with a slight smile before turning to head back. The following day, Tsunade awoke from her slumber, her mind still a whirlwind of confusion. Faint memories of her kiss with Kawakaze lingering in her thoughts, accompanied by a shy smile. Suddenly, she became aware of an unpleasant odor clinging to her, a mix of smoke, alcohol, and sweat. Frowning, she considered how difficult it must have been for Kawakaze to endure. Rising, she headed to the bathroom to freshen up, and after breakfast, it was time to attend to business. She set off towards a renowned construction company in Konoha, known for its reliable infrastructure projects. The company was reputed for its quality and swift completion, largely due to a team of skilled ninjas proficient in earth techniques. Ideal for construction. Upon arriving at the company's reception, she encountered a short, dark-skinned middle-aged man who clearly recognized the illustrious Senju princess. With a humble demeanor, he approached her and bowed slightly. What brings you here, Lady Tsunade? Tsunade, accustomed to her fame, replied, I'm here to discuss a significant project. The man's eyes brightened at her words, recognizing the gravity of her proposition. He escorted her to an office, eagerly pouring tea as he spoke. I'm on duty today. Please, tell me about this major project. A 6,000 square meter hospital. Would you consider that substantial? Tsunade asked, elegantly sipping her tea, while the man's eyes widened in awe, quickly averting his gaze, understanding that such a woman was not to be trifled with. Of course. When can we commence? Will it be a daily settlement or a lump sum? He inquired eagerly about the start date and payment method. After half an hour of discussion, Tsunade decided to hire 10 workers on a daily settlement basis to initiate work that afternoon, using this small team as bait while awaiting the arrival of more significant players. Fortunately, her adversaries were also from Konoha, thus less likely to act openly against the construction company during the day, merely resorting to intimidation if necessary. Otherwise, Tsunade would not have executed Kawakaze's plan. The Senju clan's goal was to protect the village, and Tsunade still resonated with her grandfather's ideals. Chapter 23. Sparring. Having finalized the arrangements, Tsunade departed from the construction company, making her way back to the Hitaki residence. The closer she got, the clearer the memories of the previous night's enchanting moments became. Upon reaching the spot where she had parted from Kawakaze, she instinctively wiped her mouth, composing herself before knocking at the door. Moments later, the door opened to reveal the butler. Lady Tsunade, the second young master, is in the training hall. With that, he bowed and left, deeming it unnecessary to guide her further. Tsunade proceeded directly to the training grounds. Today, Shinjiro had come in the morning and left, having been summoned by Orochimaru. Kawakaze, of course, would not impede him, understanding that in the original narrative, Orochimaru had genuine feelings for Shinjiro. Had it not been for Shinjiro's demise, Orochimaru might not have hastened his pursuit of eternal life. Upon entering the training hall, Tsunade witnessed Kawakaze engaged in conversation with the Sage of Slugs, evidently having mastered the summoning technique. "Kawakaze-kun, you've arrived," she greeted, and as their eyes met, both felt an inexplicable warmth wash over them. "I must take my leave now, summon my clone when needed, and I shall call you to the Wetbone Forest using reverse summoning," the Sage of Slugs stated, sensing the palpable excitement in the air before vanishing in a puff of smoke. "Have you resolved to train in sage techniques?" Tsunade inquired, her gaze shifting to him. "Indeed. I plan to head to the Wetbone Forest to familiarize myself once the hospital begins construction," Kawakaze replied, not concealing the information from her, though he had yet to inform Shinjiro. "Be cautious. You have family and loved ones who care for you," Tsunade said softly, gazing at his face. "I will. I have you." Kawakaze's deep voice caused a flush to rise on Tsunade's cheeks, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Have you secured the construction team?" Kawakaze noted her discomfort and changed the subject. "Yes, they will commence work this afternoon. Would you like to accompany me?" Only when discussing business did Tsunade shake off her fanciful thoughts. She had even conjured names for future children. "We can go, or we can stay," Kawakaze teased, a hint of mischief in his smile. "Let the construction team proceed on their own while we observe from the shadows." Tsunade's instincts kicked in. After all, she was an exceptional ninja. "Yes, you can inform the team to start or conduct preliminary assessments, and I will wait at home with my brother," Kawakaze proposed, to which Tsunade nodded in agreement. "Are you interested in exchanging a few moves?" Tsunade's attention was drawn to her diligent older brother, Shinjiro. Seeing him drenched in sweat reminded her of her own arduous training, which mirrored his struggle. The only thing hindering her from mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was her understanding of spatial manipulation. "Sure," she replied, her thoughts returning to the present at the sound of Kawakaze's voice. Engaging with a formidable opponent like Kawakaze was something Tsunade would never refuse. "I want to go easy on you," she warned. As her words fell, Tsunade struck downward with her right fist, unleashing a powerful surge of chakra that shattered the ground beneath her. "This troublesome woman can't practice at home anymore," Kawakaze thought, a grin on his face while internally cursing. "Then I shall not hold back either." With that, the two took their positions in the arena, their energies beginning to radiate throughout the space. Nai Shui, accompanied by the formidable K9, observed the battle from the sidelines, even prompting Shuo Mao to cease his training and cast his gaze towards the fray. The warriors lurking in the corners of the arena began to reveal themselves once more. Chuan Feng maintained a gentle smile, yet it exerted immense pressure on Tsunade. With a burst of energy from his feet, the ground shattered beneath him, yet another monetary loss. Tsunade's right fist shimmered with a brilliant white light, and with a fierce cry, she charged towards Chuan Feng. Chuan Feng's eyes narrowed, and although his speed was commendable, it was merely relative. Should he continue to evade Tsunade, he might never feel the brush of her garments. In an instant, he enveloped himself in lightning-infused chakra, his silver hair billowing wildly, his entire demeanor taking on a frenzied edge. When their fists collided, the ground behind them cracked in a circle, and a powerful shockwave surged outward, causing trees to sway and leaves to fall. What a thrill! Tsunade beamed with joy and stepped back. Chuan Feng pursued her closely. As their fists and feet clashed in an intimate melee, precisely the style Tsunade favored. The arena resounded with the forceful sounds of their exchanges. After another 2 kicks met in midair, they landed and separated, both standing firm. It seemed that a victor would not emerge easily. Thus, Chuan Feng declared that he would reveal his true prowess. With sword in hand, Chuan Feng's presence became far more imposing than before, prompting Tsunade's expression to grow serious. Baihao no Jutsu, she invoked, as the curse mark on her forehead spread across her body. This was indeed her ultimate technique. Chuan Feng then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing behind Tsunade, his sword slicing across her shoulder and sleeve, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Tsunade's speed accelerated. With a resounding impact, her right fist made contact with Chuan Feng's body, sending him hurtling backward. This wife is no easy opponent, he thought. Shuo Mao observed his brother's reluctance to hold back, his expression fluctuating between concern and annoyance. Why had he never shown such leniency toward me, his elder brother? Chuan Feng's injuries began to heal, while Tsunade's strength surged to new heights, proving Baihao no Jutsu to be an S-class forbidden technique. With her incredible strength and regenerative abilities, it was no wonder she could contend with Uchiha Madara. Tsunade, allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship, Chuan Feng proclaimed, adopting a stance for a powerful draw. Tsunade's eyes sharpened, her defenses fully engaged. In a flash, he unleashed a series of 6 lightning-fast strikes. To Tsunade, Chuan Feng transformed into a bolt of lightning. His speed now leagues above what it had been. She found herself unable to react in time. In a single breath, he darted past her in a zigzag pattern. As he reappeared behind her, the lightning dissipated, and his sword was sheathed. A faint crimson mark appeared on Tsunade's neck, a fatal injury. She raised her hand to touch the wound, the sword mark vanishing, and the curse mark receding. Chuan Fengkuan, I have yet to encounter anyone faster than you, she remarked, her voice tinged with surprise. Coughing slightly, Chuan Feng, who had been standing with an air of nonchalance, felt his composure shatter at her words. He struggled to articulate a response, aware of his own speed. Well, you may express it however you wish, he conceded, covering his face, unable to articulate his thoughts. As a medical ninja, Tsunade's familiarity with the human body was formidable. Realizing this, she scoffed, what does being handsome matter if you possess such a devious mind? With a glance at Chuan Feng, she made her way to the stone table. Shuo Mao and Nai Shui, who had been watching, were now sipping tea, while the canine had even received a share of pastries. As Chuan Feng approached, the canine, unable to resist the allure of food, crept behind Nai Shui, awaiting further offerings. Chapter 24. 2 old foxes. Before Tsunade had even settled, Nai Shui had already poured her a cup of tea. Thank you, Tsunade said, taking a sip. Elder brother, won't you pour me a cup? Chuan Feng, who had just taken his seat, turned to speak with Shuo Mao. Shuo Mao, absorbed in his tea, cast a disdainful glance at him. The unspoken sentiment was clear. You've nearly exhausted my patience. Do you really expect me to serve you tea? It seemed that even brothers might share a telepathic connection, as Chuan Feng chuckled awkwardly and poured his own tea. This afternoon, we shall head to the construction site together, Chuan Feng announced after finishing his tea. Shuo Mao, clearly disinterested, merely nodded without uttering a word. Very well. This is Tsunade's domain. Should we bring the canine? Nai Shui inquired, uncertain of what to expect. Of course, its nose is quite adept, Chuan Feng replied, dragging the massive canine from behind Nai Shui. The dog barked, seemingly calling for help. Nai Shui turned her face away, pretending nothing was amiss. The canine's expression visibly dulled, and it ceased barking. After all, the bond had weakened over time. Chuan Feng, unfazed, placed the canine's front legs on his lap, engaging in a fervent bout of affection. Tsunade watched in astonishment, thinking that Chuan Feng might well be capable of smothering the creature. Would you like to join? Do not be deceived by the canine's fierce appearance. It is quite pleasant to pet, Chuan Feng offered, but Tsunade waved her hand in refusal, still recovering from her earlier thoughts. The canine lay on Chuan Feng's lap like a soulless shell, showing no signs of life. After a while, finding it rather dull, Chuan Feng discarded the canine aside, demonstrating a true lack of sentiment. The canine, having lost interest in waiting for its master's affections, glanced at Nai Shui and departed, its silhouette forlorn. Nai Shui, unable to shake her concern, bid farewell and went to comfort the canine. The remaining trio fell into a prolonged silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. At mealtime, Nai Shui returned with the canine, calling the three to dine. By then, the canine's spirits had been lifted, a testament to Nai Shui's nurturing nature. Upon reaching the dining hall, they abstained from alcohol, for pressing matters awaited them in the afternoon. After their meal, Tsunade departed for the construction company once more. Chuan Feng donned his Jonin attire, while Shua Mao strapped on a short sword, and Nai Shui accompanied by the canine, all awaited Tsunade's return. Upon arriving at the construction site, Tsunade found a team of 10 already assembled, led by a burly figure well-versed in earth jutsu. Lady Tsunade has arrived. We are ready to set off, he announced, gesturing to begin under Tsunade's leadership. However, Tsunade produced the land authorization papers, presenting them to him. This location is for you to investigate. I have other matters to attend to. You may decide whether to survey or commence work. And do not attempt to play tricks on me. Her voice was low, her gaze piercing, a warning clear in her demeanor. Rest assured, I am not so bold. The burly man replied, trembling as he returned the documents to Tsunade. In the land of the leaf, there was no location he did not recognize. You may proceed. With that, Tsunade watched the construction team depart before she returned to the Hitaki residence. Upon her return to the Hitaki hall, she found the trio prepared to leave. And together they set off toward the construction site. Upon arrival, they discovered the construction team engaged in surveying the land's edges, pulling out paper and pens to take notes. Appearing quite professional, the four of them, along with the dog, concealed themselves behind 2 large trees, masking their presence and chakra fluctuations. Unless an exceptionally perceptive ninja were to arrive, they would be nearly undetectable. I wonder if Danzo will make a move, Tsunade pondered aloud. Uncertain. It is time to test patience. Hence, it is necessary for you to employ a few more days. Chuan Feng, too, remains in the dark, waiting. Shuomo, the task enthusiast, revels in the current ease of his situation. Naiju is on high alert, while the hellhound exhibits a serious demeanor, its nose occasionally twitching. Time rewinds to the moment the construction team arrives at the site. As soon as this team enters the premises, they are detected by the Uchiha ninjas stationed at concealed locations. Promptly, someone returns to the clan to report the findings. In the Uchiha clan's assembly hall, the clan leader sits in the center, his expression serene, devoid of sorrow or joy. Faik kneels at his right, and no other figures occupy the room. The returning ninja kneels before the leader to report. Clan leader, a construction team has entered the hospital site and is currently conducting surveys. Are there any Senju members accompanying them? The leader inquires sharply, seeking crucial intelligence. The leading ninja, sensing the chakra fluctuations emanating from him, deduces that he is merely a construction worker skilled in earth release. The Uchiha ninja relays the information he has gleaned from the construction team accurately. Very well. Continue to observe. Do not reveal yourselves, and refrain from taking any rash actions. Deliver this information to the roots. The leader gestures for the ninja to withdraw, sending this beleaguered individual on his errand. What shall we do next? Faik, momentarily taken aback by his uncle's inquiry, realizes the intention behind the question. It is a test of his judgment. He rests his chin on his hand, pondering before formulating a response. Let us wait for Danzo to make a move or for a Senju to appear before we discuss further. The Uchiha shall not intervene prematurely. Allow the roots to take the lead and probe the situation. After he speaks, he glances at his uncle's expression, catching a fleeting, almost imperceptible smile on the clan leader's lips. Well said, though there are areas that require refinement. If Danzo seeks to act, why not grant him that opportunity? The old fox remains cunning, viewing his allies merely as tools for exploitation. Are you implying that? Faik's face betrays surprise, realizing his own naivety. Let us await further news before devising our plans, the clan leader concludes, rising to depart, leaving Faik deep in contemplation. The Uchiha ninja, upon relaying the message to the roots, returns to the construction site to continue his watch. It must be acknowledged that the Uchiha clan currently possesses a remarkable sense of unity. The younger generation remains untainted by the third Hokage's influence, nor has anyone been indoctrinated with the will of fire. Sadly, their current strength pales in comparison to the prodigies that would emerge later. Even Uchiha Faik is merely a 3-tomo jonin at this point. Upon receiving the Uchiha's intelligence, Danzo does not arrange for immediate action. Sitting in his seat, his expression darkens as he instructs the kneeling root ninja before him. Keep a close watch on the Uchiha's movements concerning the Senju's hospital. He will be more anxious than I. Understood, Lord Danzo. The two root ninjas respond swiftly before making their exit. Danzo, indeed, excels as a leader in the shadows, possessing a keen insight into human nature. The Uchiha observe the construction site, while he scrutinizes the Uchiha. The forces embroiled in the hospital's construction have now formed a precarious balance of power. Chapter 25. What is your dream? Chuanfeng and his group, accompanied by a dog, wait in the trees until the construction team concludes their day, yet not a single figure appears. It seems they have decided against taking action today. We shall return tomorrow, Chuanfeng declares, rising gracefully on the slender branch, showing no signs of faltering. What if they never act? Tsunade voices her concern, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chuanfeng's upright form. Shuomo and Niju remain silent, patiently awaiting Chuanfeng's response, while the hellhound appears indifferent, scanning the surroundings. Chuanfeng, from his elevated position, feels as if his eyes are ensnared in a chasm. Upon hearing Tsunade's question, he takes a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. For now, it is merely a test. We shall observe for 3 days. Should there be no developments, I will reveal my plans. Enough of this suspense. If you don't speak, I'll kick you, Shuomo exclaims, clearly exasperated with his brother's penchant for theatrics. Ahem, Tsunade pretends to cough, stifling her laughter. I propose that on the 4th day, we compel the construction team to commence their work in earnest. However, this may inevitably lead to civilian casualties. I hope to draw that old fox out within these 3 days. Chuanfeng sighs, acknowledging the harsh reality that, in the world of ninjas, civilians remain the most vulnerable. There is no alternative. We shall do our utmost when the time comes, Tsunade replies pragmatically, well aware of the ninja world's cruelty, resigned to trying to mitigate civilian losses. Upon hearing his brother's words, Shuomo nimbly leaps away, gradually disappearing, with Niju and the hellhound following closely behind. Tsunade-chan, shall we return for dinner? Certainly. The two walk side by side towards the Hitaki household. Tsunade-chan, what is your dream? Chuanfeng inquires idly, invoking a profound thought. Ami? Tsunade momentarily falters, pondering the question. Dreams? Does having twins count? A boy like Chuanfeng and a girl like myself. As she contemplates, a blush creeps onto her face. Isn't there anyone else you dream of? Chuanfeng glances around, hands raised in feigned innocence. I don't have any grand dreams. This is quite satisfactory, Tsunade responds shyly, causing Chuanfeng to feel slightly uncomfortable. I believe you should aspire to something noble, Chuanfeng muses, envisioning Tsunade donning the Hokage's robes and the potential joys that might bring. What dream? Tsunade inquires, curiosity piqued. You are destined to become Hokage. You will inherit the legacy of the first and second, and only you can protect their hard work. Chuanfeng speaks with gravity, his words striking a chord with Tsunade, leaving her momentarily speechless. Is that so? Me, Hokage? Tsunade's tone is tinged with skepticism, pondering whether she is truly capable of such a feat. Can Konoha withstand my inadequacies? Indeed, it is you. I envision a future where your husband and children will take pride in you, Chuanfeng asserts, employing persuasive charm that nearly overwhelms her. I believe. I can do it. I will strive for it. Tsunade is ignited with fervor, envisioning her future twins taking pride in their Hokage mother, and her husband basking in her glory. In an instant, she has embraced the aspiration of becoming Hokage as her exalted dream. And what about you, Chuanfeng-kun? What is your dream? My dream is to take pride in you. Chuanfeng gazes gently into Tsunade's eyes, his affection nearly spilling over. We have arrived, Tsunade. Feeling flustered under his gaze, hastily lands on the ground, no longer far from the Hitaki residence. In all things, excess is counterproductive. Chuanfeng refrains from further verbal advances. He follows Tsunade at a leisurely pace, admiring her graceful form, a smile gracing his lips. Upon entering the house and making their way to the dining room, they find Shuomo and Niju already seated, while the hellhound devours its beef heartily. Upon seeing Chuanfeng's arrival, it drags its bowl away and vanishes from the dining area. The dog and Chuanfeng do not share the same dwelling. Having arranged for Tsunade to sit beside him, the banquet commenced. After 3 cups of fragrant liquor, the chatter among the guests began to flow freely, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Brother Shoma, do you think I could become Hokage? Tsunade, evidently intoxicated, sought the opinions of others, buoyed by the spirit of the moment. Shoma was perplexed by her seemingly absurd aspiration. Konoha has enough to offer you, doesn't it? Isn't Orochimaru more formidable than you? He noted her excessive drinking, You are of the Senju clan's direct lineage. Your qualifications for Hokage are beyond question. Shoma carefully selected his words, deliberately avoiding a discussion on Tsunade's potential as Hokage. I believe you can, Tsunade. You could be Konoha's first female Hokage, setting a benchmark for our female ninjas. Naiju, another formidable woman, raised her cup to toast with Tsunade. Rest assured, we are your strongest support. Just charge ahead, and we will have your back. Observing the effectiveness of his persuasion, Chuanfeng employed a dual approach, softening his tone. If Tsunade were a modern figure, one might say, it's all in the drink. Shoma, taken aback by Chuanfeng's words, thought, are you serious? Are you investing so much to win a woman's heart? In comparison, his own pursuit of Neiju had been rather modest. At that moment, Tsunade's attention was entirely on Chuanfeng as she grasped his hand resting on her lap. I will make you proud. With that, she filled his cup and drank first. The mood had escalated to such a point that Chuanfeng felt compelled to partake as well, downing his drink in one go. As he clasped Tsunade's hand, it seemed their hearts drew closer together. What are your plans? Shoma, unable to watch his sister being led astray by his younger brother, recognized the familiar pattern of his own past. As an older brother, he had been the primary victim of such persuasion tactics. Now, if Chuanfeng dared to fuel his ambitions, he would gladly reciprocate. Tsunade, caught up in the fervor of the moment, seemed to lack a structured approach to her lofty dreams. Realizing the situation was slipping, Chuanfeng glanced at his brother, conveying a silent message. You want me to be the last? He then spoke up. I have already mapped out a plan for you. Tsunade's bewildered gaze appeared to find a foundation, brightening with clarity. First, many ninjas have benefited from your aid. You have a strong support base. Second, once the hospital is completed, you can focus on caring for civilians and bolster your reputation. Third, a great war is looming, which will elevate your renown. Fourth, we will eliminate Saratobi and elevate you to power. Of course, Chuanfeng only contemplated the fourth point without voicing it. Once the initial 3 steps were accomplished, the position of the 4th Hokage would be virtually assured. Chuanfeng-kun, I trust your judgment. Tsunade, recognizing the clarity and organization in Chuanfeng's fabricated Hokage scheme, expressed her approval. Shoma began to suspect that his brother must have once aspired to be Hokage himself, perhaps relinquishing his original ambitions in pursuit of a woman. Observing the affectionate gaze Chuanfeng directed at Tsunade only strengthened his conviction. So it is. Nothing escapes the keen eye of Shoma Hitaki. Satisfied, he raised his cup and reveled in his triumph. Chapter 26. Enigmatic Intrigues. With varying thoughts in mind, 2 jars of fragrant liquor were consumed. Naiju, having partaken less, was still able to move about. Chuanfeng and Tsunade were carried back to their respective rooms by servants, while Shoma leaned heavily on Neiju as they stumbled back. Shoma, with an air of mystery, leaned close to his wife and whispered, I've discovered a secret. Chuanfeng wants to become Hokage. Now he asked, giving way to Tsunade. He awaited Neiju's astonished reaction, only to find she was oblivious to her brother-in-law's ambitions, believing instead that supporting Tsunade's rise was a more credible notion. Have you ever seen a Hokage who adores dogs? Neiju dismissed her husband's ramblings, assisting him as they made their way to the room. Tonight, it seemed, the prospect of creating a family was dim, as their current state of mind might affect their future children. The night passed in silence, and dawn broke anew. Tsunade awoke in the guest room, surveying her surroundings and realizing she was not in her own quarters. Her heart raced as she glanced at the bed, relieved to find she was alone. Her attire was tidy, devoid of any surprises. Upon rising, she stepped outside and encountered Chuanfeng, who was drying his hair with a towel. With his bare torso revealing well-defined abs and glistening silver hair, he exuded a pleasant scent of soap. Good morning, Chuanfeng-kun. Good morning. I was just waiting to see if you were awake. Go wash up. My sister has prepared some clothes for you. Chuanfeng removed the towel from his head and shook it dry. Tsunade, with her head down, walked past, forgetting to inquire about the location of the bathroom. Just go straight. Then turn right for the bathroom. Chuanfeng called out behind her. All right. Tsunade vanished from view, leaving only her affirmative reply echoing in his ears. Once Tsunade finished washing up and emerged from the bathroom clad in a stunning purple qipao, Chuanfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a beautiful outfit. The qipao accentuated Tsunade's figure, making her even more alluring. Tsunade shot him a sidelong glance as she settled beside him. This attire may not be suitable for the construction site. Chuanfeng sipped his porridge, acknowledging her beauty while noting its impracticality for surveillance. I have my combat attire. I'll have Tsunade change into it shortly. Naiju interjected just in time, sparing Tsunade the hassle of returning home to change clothes. During breakfast, Chuanfeng's gaze remained fixated on Tsunade. Eventually, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, she hastily finished her meal and pulled Naiju away to change. You're too young. This behavior tarnishes the Hitaki family's reputation. Shoma, resembling a monk in deep meditation, finally chastised his brother. What do you know? That is Tsunade in a cheap how. Chuanfeng replied, finding little common ground with his older brother. After breakfast, the familiar quartet, along with their canine companion, returned to the two adjacent trees to resume their watch. The construction team had assembled, possibly due to their diligence or Tsunade's imposing presence. After approximately 2 hours of vigilant observation, movement finally occurred. Someone's coming. Both Naiju and Chuanfeng exclaimed, one relying on instinct and the other on his dog. Although no one had yet appeared, Tsunade and Shoma chose to maintain their belief in the situation. Their eyes remained fixed on the construction site, where a trio of individuals soon emerged, engaging in discussions with the construction team. They are from the Uchiha clan. Tsunade recognized the clan emblem on the shoulders of the ninjas. Indeed, the Uchiha clan had intervened. Chuanfeng, displaying no surprise, had anticipated this outcome upon reviewing the documents. The group continued to observe, noting that while they could see the figures, they could not hear the conversation. As the Uchiha trio approached, the only ninja from the construction team, a dark-skinned man, stepped forward to negotiate. What business do you three esteemed Uchiha have here? He inquired, his demeanor haughty. We are employed by Lady Tsunade to survey the terrain. Construction of the hospital will commence shortly. The dark-skinned man replied truthfully, aware that he could not provoke the Uchiha clan. In this vicinity, close to the Uchiha clan's security forces, I decided to investigate upon sensing some unusual activity. You may continue with your affairs. We shall take our leave. With a wave of his hand, the leader signaled his companions to depart. The dark-skinned man was left perplexed, wondering about the abruptness of their exit. Unable to fathom the situation further, he resumed his reconnaissance. What did the Uchiha mean by this? Kawakaze found himself pondering, his brows furrowed. The situation was spiraling out of control. Given the proximity to the security forces, it was not unusual for Uchiha members to approach for inquiries. Shimo, with his limited capacity for understanding, deemed this rather unremarkable. Nesuke remained silent, sensing the complexity of the situation but unable to pinpoint the source of the problem. What shall we do next? Tsunade inquired, still relying on Kawakaze for guidance. Stay here, I will investigate. Kawakaze resolved to scout ahead, leaving a flying thunder god technique mark on a branch before vanishing. He stealthily followed the three Uchiha, who were heading back to their clan's territory. Suddenly, Kawakaze sensed someone ahead. The chakra felt oddly familiar. He halted, observing the unfolding events. The three Uchiha, possessing no more than mid-level shinobi skills, were utterly oblivious as they continued toward their clan's land. As they passed beneath a large tree, they were startled by the fierce wind generated by a descending ceiling shuriken. Who goes there? The trio instinctively retreated, their expressions turning wary as they formed a defensive stance, kunai in hand, vigilant of their surroundings. Though the Uchiha were known for their arrogance, their individual combat prowess was commendable. The Uchiha are overrated. Do you dare to threaten my Senju clan's hospital? As the words fell, a figure cloaked in black appeared before them, obscuring their features. Kawakaze stood in confusion, questioning the identity of this Senju clansman. We mean no harm. We were merely inquiring. The leader of the Uchiha protested, recognizing that this figure was beyond their capacity to confront. Allow me to impart a lesson. Keep your distance from the hospital construction site. The cloaked figure, unwilling to waste words, swiftly engaged the three in combat. Kawakaze discerned that this individual was not particularly skilled in ninjutsu, displaying numerous vulnerabilities in their movements. Nevertheless, they were still far too formidable for the trio of Uchiha. In a matter of moments, the three shinobi lay on the ground, each sustaining injuries, the most severe being a few cuts from kunai. Return and inform your clan leader. My Senju clan is not to be trifled with. With that, the cloaked figure vanished, retreating in the opposite direction. Kawakaze's interest in this self-identified Senju clansman grew, prompting him to conceal his presence and follow. The cloaked figure traversed a wide arc through the forest before entering the Uchiha territory, disappearing from sight. Kawakaze opted not to pursue further, sensing the situation becoming increasingly intricate and intriguing. After some contemplation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing beside Tsunade. Chapter 27. The trap. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her, prompting Tsunade to instinctively throw a punch. "It's me," Kawakaze quickly called out, retreating to another branch. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't T-react in time." Tsunade lowered her head, flustered. "It's fine, you didn't T-hit me," Shumo remarked, treating the incident lightly. "So, did you uncover anything?" Naesuk inquired, disregarding the minor commotion. "Quite interesting. There seems to be a collaboration between the Uchiha and Danzo." Kawakaze revealed a shocking truth that left everyone astonished. Impossible. Given Danzo's disdain for the Uchiha, how could they possibly collaborate? Tsunade voiced her disbelief. Well aware of Danzo's animosity toward the Uchiha, "I just witnessed Uchiha members attacking the trio we saw earlier. Who else could be staging this drama but Danzo?" Kawakaze had already identified the familiar chakra belonging to the Uchiha ninja he had previously incapacitated in the alley. The Uchiha truly dares to conspire with a tiger. Tsunade remained incredulous. "You underestimate the Uchiha's hatred for the Senju." Kawakaze pointed out a truth that Tsunade had yet to recognize. She believed that the dissolution of the Senju clan would nullify their grievances. However, age-old enmities are not so easily extinguished. Shumo and Naesuk listened in silence, occasionally furrowing their brows, while even the ghostly hound lay quietly atop a tree, refraining from making a sound. With the Uchiha and Danzo collaborating, can the hospital still be constructed? After all, this location is perilously close to the security forces. Tsunade sensed the situation growing more troublesome, regretting her choice of this site over a smaller one. "We shall observe the developments. I anticipate some intriguing events to unfold." The cunning foxes of Danzo and the Uchiha would never engage in a seamless partnership. Kawakaze perceived the potential for entertainment, already aware that the Uchiha must have ulterior motives. "Shall we continue to monitor them?" Tsunade tentatively suggested. "If you wish to stroll with me, that is an option. I believe my elder brother and sister-in-law can keep an eye on things here." Kawakaze observed a slight upturn at the corners of Tsunade's mouth. Shumo turned away, unwilling to witness it any longer, as it soured his mood. Naesuk, however, watched Tsunade's reaction with keen interest. There may be opportunities in the future. Tsunade, blushing, dismissed Kawakaze, feigning interest in the construction site. Undeterred, Kawakaze squatted back down beside her. "So, may I embrace you in the future?" Tsunade subtly shifted her position, finding him rather bothersome. "We shall address such matters later." Her fair visage flushed as if intoxicated. "Just don't throw me over your shoulder, then." It was instinctive. "You didn't announce yourself either," Sundara retorted in a flurry of defense. "So, your implication is that if you had introduced yourself, it would have been acceptable?" He edged closer, unabashedly pursuing closeness. "I never said that." Tsunade had never encountered such shamelessness. Jiraiya might tease, but would never stoop to such depths. This man's audacity rivaled that of a fortress. Naesuk chuckled softly, having never seen his younger uncle pursue anyone before, pondering where he had learned such boldness. Only Shumo remained diligently committed to the task at hand, showcasing his dedication as one of the most accomplished shinobi in completing missions, an attitude of professionalism that Kawakaze could only admire. The cloaked figure entered the Uchiha territory, passing by the sentries to reach the clan leader's residence. In the quiet chamber, the clan leader sat, sipping tea. "Uncle, it's been taken care of. But will Danzo fall for it?" Removing his cloak revealed the figure to be Uchiha Fugaku. However, he may not be so easily deceived. What if his people also suffer injuries? The clan leader had devised a comprehensive plan. Whether Danzo played the role of the scapegoat or not, it mattered little. Once the three return, they will promptly report to the root. Additionally, ensure they recover well. We cannot afford any lasting repercussions. The clan leader resumed his tea, reveling in the sensation of orchestrating events. "All our kin, my nephew did not inflict severe harm." Fugaku was not yet desperate enough to sacrifice all his clansmen, clearly showing restraint toward his own family. Otherwise, Kawakaze would not be so intrigued by him. "Keep an eye on things. Inform me of any developments." Fugaku excused himself to a concealed spot within the clan territory, preparing to await the return of the unfortunate trio. An entire hour passed before the three individuals, leaning on one another for support, staggered into the confines of their clan's territory. Fujitake hurried forward, his performance impeccable. "What has happened to you? Who dares to lay a hand on my Uchiha?" The leading ninja responded. "We were ordered to inquire with the construction personnel." only to be ambushed by members of the Senju clan upon our return. How audacious to embellish their own misfortune. No wonder they were chosen as leaders. Fujitake's expression darkened. You were ambushed? How could such a thing happen to you? Suppressing his displeasure, he led the injured down to tend to their wounds, while simultaneously gathering the clan's ninjas and sending word to the root for assistance. A conflict had erupted, and support was urgently needed. In an instant, the Uchiha clan, unaware of the details, found themselves on high alert, and Root observed all of this with keen interest. The Uchiha clan's elder was cunning, and every move made by Danzo fell within his expectations. By the time the Uchiha ninjas arrived to report, Danzo was already aware of the skirmish between the Uchiha and the Senju clan. As a collaborator, he could not remain passive, listening to the ninja before him, who knelt on one knee to relay the news. Danzo impatiently waved his hand to interrupt. He dispatched 2 squads to assist the Uchiha. As long as the construction teams could not proceed, there was no need for desperate measures. With the mission assigned, the Root ninjas gathered their teams and set off toward the Uchiha. Once his subordinates departed, Danzo felt a strange sensation permeate the air. Though he did not anticipate that the Uchiha clan leader would be willing to resort to violence against his own kin. Stroking the scar on his chin, he fell into deep contemplation. Upon the Root ninjas' arrival at the Uchiha territory, they were met by a ninja bearing the Uchiha clan emblem, who came to negotiate with them. The clan leader has ordered that you need not engage for now. Merely observe. Follow me, and should the need arise, we hope you will lend your assistance. The Root ninjas, pleased by this development, found it aligned with Danzo's instructions to wait for an opportune moment. Without hesitation, they agreed and followed the Uchiha to a vantage point near the construction site. Meanwhile, Fujitake was in a quiet room, sipping tea with the clan leader. They have already departed. Fujitake, do you feel confident? The leader expressed concern, as Fujitake was not on par with Kakashi Hitaki, and faith in his abilities had waned. Uncle, while you may doubt me, you must trust our judgment. As Fujitake's eyes transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan, the leader mused, indeed, how many Kakashi Hitakis can there be? Do not hold back. If we can capture any survivors, they may serve as messengers. The leader's gaze hardened. He harbored no fondness for Danzo. And the teacup crashed onto the table with a resounding thud. Chapter 28. Tsunade visits the Uchiha by noon. The construction team had departed, and no further incidents occurred. Kakashi and his group also withdrew, returning to their original positions after their meal. What scheme is the Uchiha clan concocting? Tsunade pondered the Uchiha's self-directed play, but could not arrive at any conclusions. There is no need for excessive contemplation. Tonight, I will take you to uncover the truth. Kakashi's confident demeanor reassured Tsunade, though she was unaware that the reality of the evening might diverge drastically from her expectations. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the location of the Root ninjas. Of the 6, only 1 remained, struggling for breath and gravely injured, while the other 5 lay lifeless on the ground. You Senju clan, how can you act in such a manner? Are you not afraid I will report this to the 3rd Hokage? The surviving Root ninja attempted to threaten the figure cloaked in black before him. Our territory was sanctioned by the 3rd. What is your hidden agenda, Root? Moreover, should you fail to return, who would know I was the one who killed you? With that, the figure in black moved in for a lethal strike. In the distance, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and the masked face of the Root ninja brightened with hope. I am saved. Damn it. Fujitake cursed under his breath as he departed without a moment's hesitation. The surviving Root ninja, having narrowly escaped death, never considered that this Senju could have easily slain him before leaving. Following Fujitake's exit, an Uchiha Jonin arrived with dozens of clan members. Spotting the bodies strewn across the ground and the last survivor still clinging to life, he remarked, I came over upon hearing the commotion, intending to head to the construction site. What have you encountered? The Jonin's hurried explanations were riddled with inconsistencies, but fortunately, the survivor had no time to scrutinize. I encountered members of the Senju clan. It is truly infuriating. I will escort you back. The Uchiha Jonin disregarded the bloodstains and carried the Root ninja away. While the remaining Uchiha dispersed, they had no intention of actually proceeding to the construction site. It was merely a grand performance. Once the Root ninja reached the main camp, the Uchiha Jonin left with a smile. What is Danzo, what is Root, but mere playthings in the hands of the Uchiha? Danzo, having arranged for medical ninjas to sustain his life, was consumed by anger. Only one of the 6 returned. Was it easy for him to train these men? What transpired? His voice brimmed with undisguised fury. I encountered members of the Senju clan, and I was saved by the timely arrival of the Uchiha. The Senju were frightened off by our numbers. The Uchiha have invited you to confront the construction team tomorrow. First, it was the Uchiha who were injured. And now 5 of my root members are dead. Should this matter reach the 3rd Hokage, we will undoubtedly be in the right. The root ninja, suppressing his pain, relayed the entire encounter and the words of the Jonin who had rescued him. Even if it is your teacher's clan, they cannot treat us so disdainfully. At this moment, Danzo had no suspicion of ulterior motives and had entirely fallen into the Uchiha clan leader's trap. It would be difficult for him to extricate himself when they confronted the construction team tomorrow. Take him below to tend to his wounds. Danzo ultimately refrained from killing out of rage, as Root had already suffered significant losses. He awaited tomorrow, determined to exact vengeance. What could the Senju clan do? This hospital would provide an excellent opportunity to settle scores. Danzo could not help but recall Kakashi, the memory of the claw at his throat still vivid. Should he encounter Kakashi again tomorrow, he would need the Uchiha to take the lead. At this moment, Kakashi felt no sense of impending trouble. He appeared relaxed. Were it not for Tsunade's presence beside him, he might have already returned home. After enduring the long wait for the construction team to finish their work, Kakashi stood and stretched. The workday is over. With a few swift movements, he vanished from sight. After dinner, Tsunade and Kakashi sat across from each other in the training hall. Shobu and Naishiwa had their own matters to attend to and did not wish to interrupt the two. Kakashi-kun, where are you taking me later? Tsunade could hardly contain her excitement, as Kakashi had yet to disclose their destination. To the Uchiha territory. Kakashi savored his tea, gazing at the moonlight, as if discussing inconsequential matters. What? Tsunade exclaimed, rising in astonishment. You cannot simply go to the Uchiha. Do you have any idea how many people belong to that clan? Tsunade clearly disapproved of this plan, recognizing the potential for danger at the Uchiha territory, where lives could be at stake. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had always been a sensitive topic among the higher-ups in Konoha. Do not worry. I have my reasons for taking you. With the Flying Thunder God technique, our safety is assured. Kakashi's confidence was unwavering. He believed that without the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Uchiha could not impede him, even without the Flying Thunder God. Seeing Chuanfeng so resolute, Tsunade also calmed down, feeling assured of their safety. The moon hung higher in the sky, and Chuanfeng sensed it was time to depart. Let us go. He placed his right hand on Tsunade's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. By the time Tsunade regained her senses, they had already arrived on a branch where they could observe the area. Gazing at Chuanfeng, whose expression was calm, she couldn't help but be astonished by the immense chakra he possessed. Let us proceed directly, Tsunade suggested, initially believing Chuanfeng intended to conceal their presence. However, he brazenly led her straight to the Uchiha clan's territory, where they were intercepted by a ninja. Kikuki Chuanfeng and Tsunade Heim seek an audience with the Uchiha clan leader. We hope for your notification. Before the Uchiha ninja could respond, Chuanfeng had already introduced himself. Please wait. The Uchiha ninja's demeanor was unwelcoming as he scrutinized Tsunade several times, uncertain of what their adversaries intended. Yet, this was not a concern for a mere subordinate. He turned and hurried to report to the clan leader. The clan leader, who had not yet rested, was equally perplexed and summoned Fugaku. After a brief discussion in the quiet room, they agreed that failing to meet could tarnish the Uchiha's reputation. They prepared tea and instructed the reporting ninja to bring the visitors in. Throughout their journey, Chuanfeng and Tsunade exchanged no words, and they followed the guiding ninja directly to the clan leader's quiet room, where they encountered the Uchiha clan leader and Fugaku. Oh, it's you? Chuanfeng remarked with a chuckle upon seeing Fugaku glaring at him. Humph, Uchiha Fugaku has met Lady Tsunade. As the designated heir of the prominent clan, Fugaku maintained a certain level of composure. Chuanfeng's eyes flickered with intrigue. This man was the father of Itachi and Sasuke? His strength appeared quite mediocre. Tsunade acknowledged the Uchiha clan leader with the requisite courtesy, while Chuanfeng casually poured himself a cup of tea, displaying an air of arrogance. The displeasure in the old fox's eyes was palpable, but he suppressed it. Tsunade took her seat beside Chuanfeng. What brings you both to visit the Uchiha clan at this hour? The clan leader inquired first, while Fugaku fixated on Chuanfeng, wary of any dangerous actions he might take. Chapter 29. Internal Division. Chuanfeng's hand casually glided beneath the table. I have heard that you are collaborating with Danzo. His words instantly plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. What do you mean by that? The clan leader's expression hardened, suspecting Chuanfeng was there to seek vengeance. Danzo was known for his treacherous ambitions and had never held the Uchiha clan in high regard. The clan leader's actions might well amount to conspiring with a tiger. Chuanfeng remained unfazed and took a sip of tea. The Uchiha clan has no ties to Danzo. Please refrain from speaking nonsense. Is that all you came to say? If so, I must show you out. The clan leader gestured for Fugaku to escort them away. As Chuanfeng observed Fugaku rising, he couldn't help but smile. You truly are a promising future clan leader, capable of turning against your own kin. Fugaku, realizing Chuanfeng had witnessed his actions, dropped his hand in realization. When have I ever harmed my clan? Do not speak such nonsense, or I shall not be courteous. He retorted, angered and embarrassed. Your subtlety is lacking. You still require experience, Chuanfeng commented, then turned his gaze to the clan leader. Danzo opposes the establishment of my hospital because I nearly killed him. What is the Uchiha clan's rationale? Chuanfeng feigned ignorance, unaware that his words had already instilled fear in the Uchiha clan leader. Observing the clan leader's darkened expression, Chuanfeng leaned forward slightly. Is it merely due to the long-standing feud between the Uchiha and Senju clans? The Uchiha clan leader was clearly overwhelmed by the pressure. And if so, my Senju clan has integrated into Konoha by decree of the second Hokage. The feud between our clans can no longer persist, can it? Tsunade struggled to comprehend the Uchiha clan leader's perspective. Was not the peace of the village the ultimate goal? State your intentions plainly. The Uchiha clan leader, still trying to grasp the situation, found himself provoked into a lapse of his usual wisdom. You Uchiha merely wish to assimilate into the village, to gain the honor and recognition you deserve. I can assist you. Or perhaps the next Hokage can aid you, Chuanfeng suggested, gesturing towards Tsunade. The Uchiha clan leader did not respond with joy, but rather grew more agitated. The thought of the Senju clan once again rising to the position of Hokage was unimaginable to him. Had it not been for the second Hokage's decision to establish a security force beside the prison, the Uchiha would not have fallen so out of favor with the populace. Once you have finished speaking, you may leave. His thoughts were consumed with the idea that this hospital must not be established. It was about the future of the Uchiha clan, beyond mere feuds. You need not be overly concerned. Setting aside whether I can become the Hokage, do you truly believe that collaborating with Danzo to prevent the construction of our hospital will benefit the Uchiha clan? Tsunade countered, prompting the clan leader to regain his composure. Indeed, there were no other motives beyond their historical feud, nor any visible advantages. Conversely, Danzo could eliminate threats to himself. If you are willing to collaborate with us, I assure you that the Uchiha clan will be able to integrate into the village in the future. Even if Tsunade becomes Hokage, she would never act against the Uchiha. I come with sincerity, Chuanfeng added, and before the clan leader could respond, he placed a hand on the leader's shoulder, and they instantly vanished from the quiet room. Fugaku and Tsunade exchanged glances, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Where did he take my uncle? Fugaku drew a kunai, ready to confront Chuanfeng. Even if it meant facing Tsunade. I am still here. He will bring him back, Tsunade reassured, remaining steadfast in her belief that Chuanfeng would not abandon her. Fugaku's expression turned grave as he fell into contemplation, hesitating to alert the clan. Otherwise, the news would create a tremendous uproar. Maintaining vigilance, Fugaku observed, while Tsunade sipped her tea unhurriedly. Chuanfeng had disappeared without so much as a word. It was all too sudden. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chuanfeng returned with an ashen-faced clan leader. He kicked over a low table, revealing the Senju clan emblem beneath. Indeed, it is the Flying Thunder God technique. I have agreed to your terms. I hope you can fulfill your promises, the clan leader stated, his complexion having regained some color, as he resisted Fugaku's attempt to assist him. Do not see us out. We shall depart on our own. It was a pleasure collaborating with you. Chuanfeng repeated his previous tactic, taking Tsunade with him as he employed the Flying Thunder God technique, and in the next moment, they found themselves before the stone table in the training hall of the Kikuki clan. Is it truly so far? Tsunade, now unconcerned about the events of the past 10 minutes, was bewildered by Chuanfeng's use of the Flying Thunder God, which exceeded her understanding. The chakra consumption for such long-distance teleportation was immense. This is about my limit for sensing. Chuanfeng's pallor appeared even more pronounced under the moonlight, performing as though it were real. Why show off? Can't you simply walk back slowly? Tsunade assisted Chuanfeng toward the room. It is merely for convenience. It will not happen again. Chuanfeng leaned against Tsunade, feeling comfortably relaxed. I do not believe you. I know you are impressive, she remarked, casting him a playful glare. After a moment's thought, she retrieved her special food pills from her pocket and stuffed one into Chuanfeng's mouth. Bite my hand. As he watched Chuanfeng swallow the military rations with a cheeky grin, he reluctantly withdrew his saliva-laden fist. Had he unleashed that punch, Chuanfeng might have been able to extort her. However, he hesitated to strike, leaning closer to her instead. The pain was palpable as Chuanfeng cried out. His hair caught in Tsunade's grip, the pressure increasing with every inch he leaned forward. Come here, he whimpered. I was wrong. His head was pulled back, forcing him to gaze at the stars above. The two playfully tussled back to the room, where Tsunade gently assisted him onto the bed. I'm leaving, she stated, only to have her hand grasped by Chuanfeng. Is there anything else? Tsunade attempted to shake free, but to no avail. Tomorrow, ask Shochuin to attend the groundbreaking ceremony. Chuanfeng suppressed his unsavory thoughts. This strong-willed cow had truly gone mad. Did she no longer care for the house? I see. Is this part of your plan? Tsunade recalled her earlier doubts, abandoning any intent to leave. She settled onto the edge of the bed and engaged Chuanfeng in conversation. How did you persuade that old fox? A big stick and some red dates. Who knows what works? Chuanfeng's nonsensical remarks left Tsunade perplexed. She tightened her grip on his hand, urging, speak properly. I simply took him for a stroll. I didn't harm him. Furthermore, once the hospital was operational, you must assist Uchiha in training doctors and medical ninjas. He readily agreed. Chuanfeng's account was straightforward, yet Tsunade discerned the underlying intricacies. The clan leader had chosen life over death, opting for integration into the village rather than harboring animosity. Their hands clasped as they conversed, while Uchiha's leader, after a night of torment at the low table in the quiet room, likely found little rest. Chapter 30. The conflict arises the following day. Tsunade awoke at her home, having conversed with Chuanfeng until the late hours, nearly forgetting to return. Feeling a hint of embarrassment, she pondered over her candid words. Had he not appeared so feeble, she would have wished to inflict a few wounds upon him. After getting up and freshening up, she composed herself and headed to the construction company to announce the formal commencement of work. Next, she arrived at Shochuin's residence, only to find the advisor yet to begin her duties. After knocking, a maid opened the door. Is Advisor Shochuin home? Lady Tsunade, please come in. Upon entering, Tsunade spotted Shochuin enjoying breakfast. Ah, Tsunade, what brings you here today? Shochuin inquired, her face radiating warmth, devoid of any elder's frown. Today, we commence construction at the hospital, and I invite you to witness it. As the vice president, you're a part of the hospital too. Tsunade smiled as she took a seat across from Shochuin. Certainly. I'll join you once I've finished eating. Without hesitation, Shochuin agreed, exercising her autonomy as an advisor. Once Shochuin finished her meal, they set off for the hospital construction site, where activity buzzed with vigor, and the surrounding area was guarded by the Hitaki clan's warriors. Chuanfeng and Tsukumo stood at a vantage point, visible to all. Nesuke patrolled the site with the Hellhound at her side. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha territory, the clan leader and Danzo had gathered a multitude of ninjas, preparing to confront the hospital construction site. As the leader and Danzo set off, the ninjas followed closely behind. Tsunade and Shochuin chatted as they walked, discussing Hashirama, Tobarama, and the present. In political matters, Shochuin provided Tsunade with an insightful lesson, for in the realm of medical ninjutsu, she could not compare to Tsunade's expertise. Upon reaching the hospital, Chuanfeng and Tsukumo approached them. Advisor Shochuin, we need you to step aside for a moment. Today marks the first day of construction, and your presence is requested for guidance. After all, you are a respected elder. Chuanfeng's flattery left the middle-aged woman a bit dazed. She pondered why she had not encountered such a charming young man in her youth. Guidance is a stretch. I will provide any suggestions if necessary. Shochuin's face crinkled into a smile, for what woman does not relish hearing kind words? Tsunade shot a discreet glare at Chuanfeng, wondering when she had ever praised Shochuin's medical ninjutsu. Under Chuanfeng's and Tsukumo's guidance, Shochuin meticulously observed various areas of the construction site. With their deliberate framing, it almost resembled a leader inspecting a rural project. Before long, a commotion erupted outside the site. A clash had ensued between the Hitaki warriors and the incoming Uchiha, igniting conflict. A warrior approached to report, and Chuanfeng declared, I'll handle this. Advisor Shochuin, please stay back. Observing the situation, Shochuan felt a spark of irritation at being sidelined. Her spirits remained high. I'm also a member of the hospital. We shall go together. It would be an honor to have you join, Chuanfeng replied, a sly smile crossing his face, as he maintained control over the situation. Let us see who dares to disrupt the hospital that serves the villagers. Shochuan refrained from mentioning the familial strife, prioritizing the welfare of the villagers. Before they arrived, the blame had already been placed upon the opposing party. Very well, Chuanfeng led the way, and they reached the site of the conflict, where several clan warriors lay injured on the ground. A fierce glimmer crossed Chuanfeng's eyes as he signaled for the wounded to be taken away. The assailants were none other than the Root Ninjas, led by Danzo. Danzo felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing Chuanfeng, yet reassured by the presence of Uchiha. He felt a sense of ease. Should anything arise, he could always flee. When he noticed Shochuan, confusion filled his gaze. Shochuan, what are you doing here? Danzo, I am the future vice president of this hospital. Is my presence here unusual? Although Shochuan shared a lineage with Danzo, her perception of him was far from favorable, as dark figures rarely garnered affection. Coupled with Danzo's ambition and ruthless demeanor, her disdain grew, leading her to speak with little courtesy. You are the vice president? Danzo felt a surge of unexplainable anger, unsure where to direct it. Just then, the Uchiha clan leader stepped forward, addressing the assembly. None of this matters. Today, we Uchiha and Lord Danzo are here solely to demand the handover of the culprit. You have harmed our Uchiha kin and slain 5 from the root. Do you intend to shield such criminals? His tone was abrasive, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if a fight could erupt at any moment. Chuanfeng silently mused that the old fox was indeed a talented actor, remaining ever vigilant of Uchiha's movements. Do not feign ignorance of my words. Even if I were to protect you, what then? The irate elder drew his weapon at the slightest provocation, his aloof facade rapidly fading. Can't Chuanfeng defeat a bunch of insignificant pests like you? Hataki Tsukumo, do not go too far. Danzo could no longer contain himself, recalling the root ninja who had perished at Tsukumo's hands. What if I do, old man, you wretched insect of the shadows? Tsukumo's words were liberating, leaving Danzo's face dark with fury. Let us discuss matters reasonably. There is no need to incite a brawl. As Tsunade's advisor, Haruno Sakura did not wish to witness a conflict between clans, and thus she stepped forward to mediate. However, before she could utter a second word, a kunai affixed with an explosive tag soared toward her. In an instant, Kawakaze deflected the kunai, which detonated with a tremendous explosion in the distance. It was not my hand that struck, Danzo hastily explained, sensing the impending danger. Yet, the situation had spiraled beyond his control. With Kawakaze's intervention, Shikumo descended upon the root ninjas like a tiger among sheep, swiftly dispatching them as if they were mere vegetables. Fortunately, Shikumo was alone, and most of the root ninjas managed to distance themselves from him. The warriors of the Hataki clan clashed with Uchiha ninjas, engaging in a fierce battle of taijutsu. Kawakaze had already set his sights on Danzo, wielding his blade without hesitation as it approached Danzo's throat. Previously, in the confined space of the quiet room, Danzo had sensed something amiss and evaded the strike. The blade missed its mark. Now this is intriguing, he thought. It's not my doing. It was the Uchiha's hand. Danzo continued to defend himself, unaware that he was ensnared in a trap designed specifically for him. Meanwhile, Sakura, under Tsunade's protection, withdrew from the conflict, having fulfilled her purpose. Nesuke, accompanied by the Hellhound, rampaged through the root ninjas, encountering virtually no resistance. It was evident that Shikumo had no interest in ordinary women. At this moment, Danzo, disregarding the fate of his subordinates, felt the overwhelming intent to kill emanating from Kawakaze. He ceased his attempts at justification, tossing a smoke bomb and fleeing rapidly. As the smoke dissipated, Danzo found himself dozens of meters away. A trivial technique, and yet you dare to flaunt it, Kawakaze scoffed coldly, closing the distance with a swift step. Today, Danzo was destined to die. The warriors of the Hataki clan continued their skirmish with the Uchiha, maintaining a flawless execution of their tactics, with no injuries sustained. Meanwhile, the root ninjas began to scatter, crumbling under the combined might of Shikumo and his wife. Danzo's singular focus was to return to the village. If he could reach the Hokage's office, or any location with Umbu presence, he believed he could salvage his life. Despite reaching his utmost speed, he could not shake off Kawakaze, who drew ever closer. Kawakaze, why do you press so relentlessly? I shall no longer interfere with your hospital. Spare me this time. Danzo spat through clenched teeth, having abandoned any thoughts of the hospital. You said the same during your last visit to my home. Yet you shall have no further opportunities, Kawakaze retorted, his body suddenly surging with lightning-infused chakra, propelling him forward at an even greater speed. In an instant, he closed the gap, and Danzo realized that this was merely a cat-and-mouse game. Regrettably, he was the mouse. Kawakaze's sword, swift as lightning, sliced through the air like a brilliant white flash, aimed directly at Danzo's neck. Feeling the chilling aura, Danzo bit his finger, pressing it against a tree, summoning technique. With swift hand seals, he conjured a gust of wind, unleashing a vacuum wave. A cloud of smoke erupted, and once visibility returned, Kawakaze's blade was intercepted by a colossal summoning beast, the Dream Eater, which bore an elephantine trunk and tusks. The eight-faced blade cleaved through its trunk, causing the Dream Eater to emit a pained roar before inhaling deeply, generating an immense suction force. Kawakaze was drawn toward its gaping maw. Just as Danzo's wind technique surged toward him. Well coordinated, you are not without merit, Kawakaze remarked with a hint of mockery, unfazed by the peril. His sword, enveloped in chakra, pulsed with lightning, extending beyond the length of the Dream Eater. He raised his blade high and struck down upon the creature. With a final, anguished cry, the Dream Eater and Danzo's wind technique were obliterated, dissipating into smoke, leaving their fates uncertain. Realizing he was outmatched, Danzo fled once more, urging himself to run faster. As he caught sight of the Hokage's building in the distance, a cold voice pierced through the air, followed by an agonizing pain. Farewell, Danzo. Do not oppose me in your next life. Kawakaze's sword pierced through Danzo's back, delivering a lethal blow. Danzo's eyes reflected a mix of regret, reluctance, and resentment toward Kawakaze as he fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, ending his nefarious existence before truly beginning his tenure as Hokage. Kawakaze, expressionless, flicked the blood from his blade, which then vanished. He approached Danzo's lifeless body, cautiously confirming its state. Danzo, devoid of the Sharingan to perform as an Aji, was irrevocably dead. Kawakaze had no intention of disturbing Danzo's corpse. This incident would be impossible to conceal. With a nonchalant turn, he departed toward the hospital construction site. Upon arrival, the conflict had subsided, as the root forces had been entirely decimated. Shikumo still radiated an aura of malevolence, instilling fear in those around him, including Nesuke and the Hellhound, who kept their distance. The Uchiha clansmen and Hitaki warriors stood starkly divided. Tsunade conversed with the clan leader, while Sakura joined the discussion. Reflecting on the assassination attempt on her, aimed at diminishing the third Hokage's power. Danzo, the traitor of Konoha, had met his end. Kawakaze approached, placing the blame squarely on Danzo's shoulders. With Danzo deceased, Sakura had no choice but to align herself with him. The expressions on everyone's faces varied. Shikumo remained unfazed, having sought to eliminate Danzo for his own reasons. Nesuke showed little interest, still tending to the distressed Hellhound. Tsunade appeared unsurprised, while the Uchiha clan leader, initially shocked, quickly regained his composure, realizing Kawakaze's decisive action had been anticipated. You killed Danzo? Sakura found it hard to believe, considering Danzo's formidable prowess as a veteran ninja. Kawakaze appeared unscathed, a stark contrast to the turmoil that had just unfolded, providing her with a newfound respect for his capabilities. Furthermore, she was astonished by his audacity. Killing Danzo, a comrade of the third Hokage, was no small feat. Regret washed over her as she realized that she had unwittingly taken on the blame for Kawakaze's actions. Indeed, should the third Hokage inquire, do not feel compelled to defend me. Maintaining the village's peace and stability is merely part of my duty. Kawakaze displayed a magnanimous demeanor, perfectly embodying the essence of shamelessness. Sakura, recognizing her inability to best him in a confrontation, repressed her urge to retaliate. Having accepted payment for his troubles, there was no other option left. Alas, I must return to face the third Hokage, she said, steeling herself as she departed alone. Do take your time, Sakura. The hospital's grand opening requires your esteemed presence at the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Kawakaze called after her, but Sakura, clearly drained, feigned deafness. Is this your ulterior motive for hiring Sakura as the vice director? Tsunade finally grasped the long-term vision behind Kawakaze's actions. Otherwise, my wealth would seem to have been blown in by the wind. I wish you would utilize it. Kawafa still finds amusement in jesting with Tsunade. Sooner or later, I shall see you squander it all. Tsunade huffed and ceased her conversation. With that, Kawafu took his leave. I hope you will not forget the promise you made to me. Uchiha clan leader, seeing the tide has turned, no longer lingers. He leads his clansmen back, uncertain if collaborating with this little fox was indeed the right choice. Uchiha Fugaku, I hold great expectations for you. Kawafu inexplicably called out from behind. Fugaku glanced back but offered no reply, perhaps thinking it an insult from a defeated subordinate. Little did he know, Kawafu's vision extended far into the future. The Uchiha clan bears a curse. The more precious what is lost, the stronger their abilities become. Their individualism makes it difficult for them to integrate into Konoha's collectivism. Is this a sin? As a time traveler, Kawafu suddenly yearned to know how the Uchiha would integrate into the village. What would Konoha look like then? Fugaku, Obito, Shursui, Itachi, Sasuke. Surely these few Sharingan users could suppress an entire region. Viewing it as a diversion on the journey of life, Kawafu decided to lend a hand to the unfortunate Fugaku. Chapter 32. Aftermath. With the Uchiha's departure, the construction of the hospital had reached a definitive stage. Kawafu led everyone away. The construction workers, previously stunned, resumed their normal activities, utilizing earth release and their exceptional physical abilities. The hospital would be completed in merely a few months. Toka Haruno had already pieced together the events. This was a strategy orchestrated by Kawafu against Danzo. She realized she was merely a significant pawn drawn into the game at a high price. Now was her moment to play an essential role as she gathered her thoughts and made her way to the Hokage building. Ascending to the third floor, she pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage and Mito Kazuma were busy sorting through documents, planning how to allocate the funds from the land purchased by the Hitaki clan. Welcome, Toka, the third greeted, puffing smoke from his pipe. Danzo is dead. Toka's revelation was akin to a bombshell. The pipe slipped from Saratobi Hiruzen's grasp, crashing onto the desk. Mito Kazuma wore a look of astonishment. What happened? How could Danzo die? The third clearly found it hard to believe that the root organization S. Danzo could meet his end. Today, I was invited by Tsunade to tour the hospital construction site. Danzo and the Uchiha clan came to cause trouble, which led to a conflict where Danzo was slain by Kawafu. Toka concealed her role in the incident. After all, being a 1,000-year-old fox, it would sound absurd to claim Danzo had tried to assassinate her. That was merely the official narrative. Kawafu? I never imagined our decision would provoke Danzo to such an extent. He brought this upon himself. Mito shared a similar disdain for Danzo. His death was inconsequential. Ambition. Saratobi shook his head, collecting his emotions as he picked up his pipe. What of his body? The remaining root personnel should gather and hand it over to the Umbu. The third quickly arranged for the aftermath, deeming it unnecessary to explain Danzo's death to the villagers. After all, he existed in the shadows, well beyond the reach of common folk. Umbu had already been dispatched to retrieve him. Kawafu is quite remarkable, Toka noted, having anticipated this before entering. His strength and support for Tsunade might not be a bad thing after all. With someone like him backing her, perhaps Tsunade could inherit her teacher's legacy. The third held high hopes for Tsunade. Given her strength and her Senju lineage, her ascension to Hokage would likely face little opposition. Give Danzo a grand burial, and inform Kawafu that there is no need for a life-and-death conflict. I wish to avoid any future incidents. The third instructed Toka to convey this, subtly warning Kawafu. Fortunately, Toka had been involved. Otherwise, Danzo's death would not have passed so easily. The demise of Danzo marked a conclusion here, with Kawafu skillfully ensuring that no trouble fell upon the Hitaki clan or himself, while simultaneously eliminating a lingering threat. The greatest victor of this scheme was undoubtedly Tsunade, who, with her considerable assets, reaped the most fruit without needing to exert herself. With matters resolved, Kawafu and the others no longer needed to keep watch, and the construction crew dared not slacken their efforts. That evening, in the Hitaki family dining hall, a variety of dishes had been prepared for another feast. Kawafu-kun, do you think the teacher might blame you for Danzo's death? Tsunade expressed her concern. After all, only Danzo truly understood his weight in the third's eyes. Anger is likely, but with Toka as an advisor, it will amount to little more than a reprimand. I doubt it will escalate. Kawafu had studied the third thoroughly, recognizing his loyalty but also his limitations. Come, let us drink. Shikumo was straightforward, suggesting they indulge. I saw you discussing plans for a large underground chamber beneath the main building with the construction crew today. Tsunade, puzzled about the purpose of this underground chamber. Had not yet brought it up in front of outsiders. It's a laboratory for you, designed for various research endeavors. How else can we enhance medical techniques? Kawafa spoke the truth, albeit with his own ulterior motives. Without a proper laboratory, how could one research the cells of Hashirama? I see, Tsunade nodded, raising her cup to clink with Kawafu's. In truth, the teacher harbors a grand ambition, though it has yet to be realized. Setting her cup down, Tsunade opened up. Kawafu and the others listened intently, savoring their food and drink. Since my grandfather's passing, the teacher has desired for Konoha to produce another ninja proficient in wood release. He gathered a team of medical ninjas to study grandfather's cells. Upon hearing this, Kawafu felt a surge of excitement. It was surprising how the third had never shied away from involving the Senju clan. He offered Tsunade some food, urging her to continue. Unfortunately, fate proved unkind. Grandfather's cells had a high degree of assimilation. None of the volunteers who participated in the research survived, all turning into withered trees. Even many of my Senju blood relatives perished. Tsunade's tone turned somber. With this laboratory, I hope to study grandfather's cells and see if I can replicate the glory of wood release. Kawafu had not anticipated that Tsunade would voice his thoughts first, saving him the trouble of persuading her later. I support you, but why didn't you participate personally? I was too young then. By the time I grew up, the experiments had concluded. The losses were too great for Konoha to bear. Therefore, I want to easily conduct live experiments until we achieve groundbreaking progress. Tsunade shared her thoughts. My cellular vitality is quite high. I hope it can assist you. This was also Kawafu's greatest confidence in merging with Hashirama's cells. Together, we shall surely replicate grandfather's wood release in the world of shinobi. Kushina radiated enthusiasm, unaware that even if the Senju cells were thoroughly researched, they were not something that just anyone could transplant. Kawakaze refrained from voicing such disheartening thoughts, as long as he could harmonize with them. The establishment of this laboratory would not be in vain. He was confident in Tsunade's capabilities, for in the original narrative, Naruto's severed hand was regenerated using the Senju cells that Tsunade had cultivated. Shoma and Naishue, overhearing the discussion about wood release, felt a surge of excitement. It was a powerful bloodline limit that could subdue the Nine Tails. Should Tsunade succeed in her research, it could potentially alter the very fabric of Konoha. No ninja village would dare provoke a shinobi capable of wielding complete wood release. Once the hospital was completed, they could commence with the instruments. The laboratory would be furnished with the finest equipment. I shall finance it for you. There is no need to be frugal on my behalf. It shall be yours in the future. While discussing serious matters, Kawakaze couldn't help but tease Tsunade. She shot him a glance, exuding charm, but chose not to respond. Unsurprisingly, the celebratory feast ended with the four of them intoxicated once more. Shoma lay on the ground, toasting loudly, while Tsunade, cheeks flushed, clung to Kawakaze, who had already fallen asleep. Only Naishue retained a semblance of consciousness, summoning the attendants to escort them to their rooms. Another night of sweet dreams ensued. Chapter 33. Manado Names. As days passed, the oppressive atmosphere of war grew increasingly palpable. More and more shinobi were dispatched to the Land of Rain, reportedly to negotiate passage with Hanzo of the Salamander. Kawakaze shook his head at the rumors. The third Hokage had truly begun to show his age, engaging in such absurdities. Hanzo was no fool. With a large contingent of Konoha shinobi crossing through, it was debatable whether the Land of Rain would even retain its name. The war was destined to erupt in the Land of Rain, yet as long as it had not officially commenced, it posed no threat to him. Kawakaze continued to enjoy his days, training the returning shouju from Orochimaru, flirting with Tsunade, and playfully vexing Shoma. He was quite content. The practice of sage techniques was also on the agenda. Once the hospital was completed, he planned to spend some time in the wet bone forest. One day, Kawakaze sat at a stone table in the training hall, savoring tea. With the hospital's construction underway, Tsunade was far busier than he, the carefree investor. Shouju was diligently practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, showing significant improvement over time. Ordinary genin were no longer his match, and even chunin could be bested with ease. However, he had recently suffered a rather harsh defeat at the hands of Kawakaze. Had it not been for a supportive sister, he would have needed a week to recuperate after such training. At that moment, the butler approached with two children, one with long, flowing red hair, none other than Uzumaki Kushina, and another with short, golden hair, Manado Names. Kawakaze was pleasantly surprised that Manado had indeed been brought along by Kushina. Sipping his tea with a smile, he remained seated, taking in the sight of the legendary fourth Hokage as a mere child. A feeling of wonderment that only he could truly comprehend. Kawakaze and I've brought my friend. Kushina exclaimed joyfully, approaching him but not taking a seat. Manado, feeling somewhat nervous under the gaze of the silver-haired man, introduced himself. Greetings, Lord Kawakaze. I have come today to seek your guidance. The 10-year-old Manado was undeniably adorable, displaying resilience despite the loss of his parents. Kawakaze sensed his yearning for love. Kawakaze and Manado graduated today, he's only 10, Kushina remarked, seeing Kawakaze's silence as an opportunity to extol Manado's talents. Her words conveyed a singular message. Manado was a prodigy. Oh, Kushina, when did you graduate? Kawakaze asked, affectionately ruffling her red hair, to which she responded with no sign of annoyance. Manado had never seen such a compliant Kushina before. He felt too shy to even touch her hair. Lord Kawakaze is truly impressive, Manado thought to himself, unaware that Kawakaze would find such praise amusing. I usually spend my study time on sealing techniques. Otherwise, I'd have graduated too, Kushina replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. As Manado had no friends at school after graduating. Kushina, I will always make time to accompany you, Manado assured her, understanding her sentiments, a true warm-hearted boy. Which explained Kushina's infatuation with him. Two children, both yearning for affection, found solace in one another, and Kawakaze silently rooted for their budding relationship. Manado Names, is it? Kawakaze adopted a serious demeanor, managing to instill a bit of pressure on the young boy. Yes, Manado replied. I accept you as my disciple, haha. Kawakaze's sudden shift from sternness to laughter was disarming. There was no need for a trial. Manado was undoubtedly a genius. Splendid. Manado, quickly address me as your teacher. Knowing Kawakaze's prowess in swordsmanship and the Flying Thunder God technique, Kushina rushed to Manado's side, pressing his head down in a bow. Enough, enough. I care not for such formalities. Kawakaze waved his hand, interrupting her. Do you live on your own? He inquired. Yes, teacher. I am an orphan, Manado replied. His expression unchanged, having grown accustomed to it, radiating warmth like a little sun. Then come live with me. You shall have a new home, Kawakaze said, standing and ruffling Manado's golden hair. Manado felt an unfamiliar warmth wash over him, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yes, teacher. As he wiped the corners of his eyes, he realized he now had a family. Kawakaze and can I come visit often? Kushina asked, her demeanor devoid of the bashfulness typical of young girls, endearing her further to Kawakaze. Certainly, I will have Manado wait for you at home every day. His words caused both children to blush furiously. I'm off to find Shoujo and Kushina said, her cheeks red as she dashed off to find Shoujo, leaving Manado alone with Kawakaze. What skills do you possess now? Kawakaze inquired, wishing to assess Manado's current abilities and mold him into an even mightier shinobi. I can perform the body replacement technique, some wind and water release techniques, and I've trained in taijutsu, Manado answered earnestly, embodying the image of an obedient student. It was hard to believe that he would one day develop a fondness for Jiraiya's novels and pass that habit on to Kakashi. Very well. I shall give you a test, Kawakaze declared with a serious tone. Please, teacher, command me, Manado responded, believing that every teacher only accepted students who passed their tests. Finally feeling at ease, Kawakaze, in a playful manner, placed his arm around Manado's shoulder and bent down to his eye level. Do you like Kushina? He asked. Oh, is this related to the test? Manado was taken aback, finding it surprising that his teacher would ask such a personal question. Of course, Kawakaze replied, feeling no remorse in deceiving the little son. I do, Manado answered simply. If you like her, you must tell her. Otherwise, how will she know? Kawakaze began to encourage Manado to confess his feelings to Kushina. This is rather concerning. Watergate appears somewhat hesitant. What kind of trial is this? This challenge is a measure of your courage. As a disciple of the esteemed Kakashi, you must undoubtedly possess bravery. Do you? Kakashi employed his persuasive techniques, igniting a fervor within Watergate. I do. Being still quite young, Watergate, with a flushed face, shouted loudly, capturing the attention of both Shoshu and Kushina. Then go confess your feelings. You are a courageous child. Kakashi stood, giving Watergate a gentle push. Observing Watergate stride confidently towards Kushina, Kakashi crossed his arms, resembling an amused spectator. Truly, what a fine teacher he is, reveling in the drama unfolding before him, even at the expense of his 10-year-old disciple. Arriving before Kushina, Watergate's face was a deep crimson. "What is wrong with you, Watergate?" Kushina inquired, tenderly touching his forehead. Shoshu, watching from the side, mused to himself. "Is this little brat flaunting his affection before me? Does a single dog have no rights?" Chapter 34. The Wet-Bone Forest. Kushina, I like you, Watergate declared loudly, stirring even those hidden in the shadows of the Hatake clan. After his proclamation, he stood like a condemned prisoner, eyes shut, bracing for the impending storm. "I like you too," came Kushina's soft voice, whispering in Watergate's ear. When he finally opened his eyes, filled with joy, he found that Kushina had already turned shyly away, heading home. At this moment, Shoshu had already ventured off, unable to stomach the nauseating display of affection. "Teacher, Kushina said she likes me too," Watergate exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he shared his joy with Kakashi. Kakashi wore a knowing expression. "I have merely expedited your fateful connection by several years. Your call of teacher is well placed." "Indeed, everyone in the Hatake clan is now aware," Kakashi remarked, causing Watergate to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him, though the flush on his face remained. "You should head home and tidy up. I will have the butler prepare a room for you." Kakashi summoned the butler, declaring that from this day forth, Watergate would be his first disciple. As for Shoshu, he was merely his beloved nephew and should not be conflated. "All right, teacher. I will be right back." Watergate bowed to Kakashi before departing for home, relieved that there wasn't much to organize. That evening, in celebration of acquiring a disciple, Kakashi invited Tsunade, who had not dined at his home in quite some time. Tsunade, busy with construction, personnel, and medical equipment matters, had not spent as much time with Kakashi recently, but she readily accepted the invitation. Even Shoshu and Kushina were not to miss this banquet. After a long absence, the feast naturally included wine. Poor Watergate bore the burden of pouring drinks that night. This was hardly a welcome for him. It was merely Kakashi's own revelry. Watergate's obedient demeanor won the affection of the guests. Shoshu kindly urged him to address him as uncle. Naiju playfully pinched his cheeks, exclaiming how adorable he was, and mused about wanting a son just as charming in the future. Having indulged, Kakashi grabbed Watergate as he poured more wine. "Call her master." Watergate followed Kakashi's pointing finger, which indicated Tsunade. "No, that is Lady Tsunade." Just as he hesitated, Tsunade swept him into her embrace. "In the future, if you have matters to attend to, invoke the name of your master." It was evident that Tsunade was teetering on the edge of drunkenness. "All right, master," Watergate said, his face flushed, finally escaping Tsunade's grasp. He hurriedly sat beside Kushina. While his heart fluttered, he felt the warmth of home, unaware that he and Kakashi now shared the same generation. In the future, it seemed Kakashi would merely call him brother rather than teacher. "That's how Tsunade behaves when she's had too much to drink. Don't take it to heart," Kushina kindly explained. Yet Watergate had already mentally categorized Tsunade as the untouchable master. As the banquet concluded, Kushina and Shoshu helped the dazed Tsunade home. Kakashi instructed the butler to escort Watergate, who stumbled back to his room to rest. 2 months later, the hospital officially opened its doors. The attendees of the ribbon-cutting ceremony were of great repute. The third Hokage, 2 advisors, and the Uchiha clan leader were in attendance, alongside numerous elite ninjas from Konoha and families skilled in secret arts, such as the Inuzuka clan. Following the ceremony, the hospital commenced operations. Kakashi fulfilled his promise, allowing qualified members of the Uchiha clan to learn medical techniques. This was not merely for livelihood, but to enhance relations with the villagers. However, this was but a drop in the bucket. Kakashi had no intention of addressing the deeper issues just yet. The next day, he instructed Watergate and Shoshu to follow their training schedule. Kakashi bit his finger and summoned the Sage of Slugs. Tsunade set aside her work to accompany him, and Shoshu and Naiju naturally followed suit. A cloud of smoke enveloped them. The towering Sage of Slugs appeared before them. "Kakashi, are you prepared?" the sage inquired, fully aware of Kakashi's intentions. "Yes, Sage of Slugs, I appreciate your assistance." Kakashi's demeanor shifted, filled with earnestness. "I wish to join as well." Tsunade, unable to shake her concern, spoke up, requesting the sage to take her along. "Very well, wait a moment while I prepare." The Sage of Slugs, appearing somewhat leisurely, nevertheless demonstrated efficiency in her actions. With a swirl of smoke, she vanished from the Hatake training hall. "Kakashi, remember, you are my only brother." "Shoshu, unable to interfere with Kakashi's aspirations, could only express his sentiments through words. "Worry not, I possess a certain level of confidence," Kakashi replied with a casual smile. Before he could utter another word, he and Tsunade disappeared from Shashu's sight. With the reverse summoning technique, when Kakashi regained his bearings, he found himself in the wet-bone forest. The surrounding environment was thick with a corrosive, sticky liquid, and the cavern was cold and damp. Before him loomed a colossal slug, its end obscured from view. He and Tsunade stood atop a pristine boulder, presumably prepared by the Sage of Slugs. A unique energy permeated the space, far denser than anything they had experienced in Konoha. "Do you feel anything?" Kakashi asked Tsunade, who found the energy soothing, akin to soaking in a hot spring. "A bit. In such a place, I feel the air is significantly fresher." Tsunade sensed it too, albeit less intensely than Kakashi. "Can you sense the natural energy?" The Sage of Slugs' voice echoed within the cavern. "Is this natural energy?" "It feels like being in a hot spring," Kakashi affirmed, his earlier doubts dispelled. "I'm not feeling much," Tsunade admitted, having no intention of practicing sage techniques, hence no need for deceit. After all, they were betting their lives on this training. "Indeed, you are a talented child," the Sage of Slugs remarked. "Kagetsu, it appears that you are still ill-suited for the practice of sage techniques. The Slug Sage has already dismissed you at the first trial. I am merely here to observe, as I cannot shake off my concerns. Sage, you may instruct him in the ways of sage techniques." Kagetsu felt a surge of joy upon hearing the Slug Sage's words, for it indicated that Chuanfeng's chances of mastering sage techniques had significantly increased. "Very well, Chuanfeng. The essence of sage techniques lies in the harmonious fusion of three distinct energies: physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy. When these three forces unite seamlessly, they give rise to sage power, thereby enabling the practitioner to wield sage techniques." The Slug Sage endeavored to impart this knowledge of sage power to the two. Although Chuanfeng was already well acquainted with it, he simply lacked a suitable environment for cultivation. Sage techniques have always been the treasured skills of the three great sage beasts, and the number of individuals in the entire ninja world capable of wielding such techniques is exceedingly scarce, seemingly non-existent in the current era. With the passing of Hashirama Senju and Jiraiya likely yet to master them, the situation appears dire. Chapter 35, The Greater the Risk. The stronger the sage art. Observing Chuanfeng's nonchalant demeanor, Kagetsu finally spoke up. "It may sound deceptively simple, but the dangers inherent within have yet to be disclosed to you." Kagetsu was no stranger to the Slug Sage's discourse on sage techniques. The Slug Sage, enjoying Kagetsu's interjection, ceased his commentary. Noticing the seriousness in Kagetsu's expression, Chuanfeng finally adopted a more earnest demeanor. In the original narrative, during the cultivation of the Miyaboku mountain sage techniques, one might experience transformations into frogs or petrification, with two toads striking Naruto to alleviate the transformation. Initially, Chuanfeng believed the Slug Sage's assertion of no survivors to be an exaggeration. However, observing Kagetsu's expression, he sensed that the reality could diverge significantly from his expectations. "Speak, and I shall listen." The training process for the wet-bone forest sage techniques is irreversible. Should one fail to convert their chakra into sage chakra, the consequence is a fate of becoming a puddle of pus. As she spoke, Kagetsu's complexion turned pallid, perhaps due to having witnessed such an outcome before. In that moment, Chuanfeng too felt his composure shatter. This truly was a technique that gambled with one's life. Truly, Hashirama Senju is the god of the ninja world. The Slug Sage, noticing Chuanfeng's prolonged silence, resumed his explanation. Although the wet-bone forest sage techniques are fraught with peril, their potency is indisputable. The Miyaboku mountain sage techniques lack endurance and require lengthy preparation. The techniques from the Ryuchi cave cause physical manifestations akin to snakes. Conversely, the wet-bone forest sage techniques not only maintain a flawless form, only revealing minor curse seals, but they also significantly enhance chakra levels and bodily recovery capabilities, allowing for the autonomous absorption of natural energy as a supplement. In simpler terms, as long as you can absorb natural energy swiftly enough, you can sustain the sage mode indefinitely. The Slug Sage spoke of the wet-bone forest techniques with an air of pride, unmistakable to all who listened. Were it not for the sage's dignified demeanor, one might suspect he considered all other sage techniques to be inferior. Upon hearing the Slug Sage's words, Chuanfeng felt an overwhelming yearning. It was no wonder that Hashirama's sage mode was so formidable, especially in conjunction with his wood release, rendering him almost unbelievable in strength. Are there any auxiliary measures? Chuanfeng inquired, seeking to know if there were any means of preserving his life, akin to the two toads wielding sticks. Indeed, the slug sage responded with unwavering certainty. What auxiliary measures? Chuanfeng's face brightened. As long as he could survive, he was willing to endure any trials. I can utilize shadow clones to enhance your sensitivity to natural energy. Should you fail and turn to pus, the process will be expedited, thus minimizing your suffering. The slug sage spoke with a calmness that rendered the matter seem trivial. Chuanfeng was at a loss for words. The notion of a quicker transformation into pus was a rather alarming statement for a sage to utter. Perhaps we should reconsider. Even without mastering sage techniques, you are already quite powerful, Kagetsu interjected, urging Chuanfeng to withdraw. I cannot resign myself without giving it a try. Chuanfeng understood that in the latter stages of the Naruto saga, lacking any special abilities would render him mere cannon fodder. Sage techniques were merely the beginning. Without formidable strength, one could not even protect oneself, let alone the family he now had. You must be certain. If you must perish, it must be before my eyes. Kagetsu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clutched Chuanfeng's sleeve tightly. Trust me, with you by my side, I shall succeed. Chuanfeng gently patted Kagetsu's head, managing a smile despite the gravity of the moment. Slug Sage, how do we commence? Once he made up his mind, Chuanfeng no longer hesitated, fearing that prolonged contemplation might diminish his courage. We can begin at any time. Follow my instructions. The voice of the slug sage echoed continuously within the cavern. Sit cross-legged, placing your hands on your thighs with palms facing upwards. Are you instructing me to meditate? Chuanfeng quipped in jest. Do not speak. I wish for you to find stillness first. Inhale deeply and exhale slowly. Were it not for the fact that this was indeed the slug sage, Chuanfeng might have suspected he was being misled by some master of Qigong. Once his mind settled, the slug sage provided new guidance. Kagetsu observed anxiously from the side. Her worry palpable. Channel your physical and mental energies, allowing them to merge into a singular entity. Gradually sense the natural energy in the air. Attempt to make contact and merge, ultimately achieving a state of balance among the three forces. The slug sage watched as Chuanfeng entered a meditative state. Countless tiny slugs cascading from his form, gradually enveloping him entirely. Kagetsu could no longer see Chuanfeng, only a mass of slugs. As Chuanfeng endeavored to connect with the natural energy, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation coursing throughout his body, accompanied by a sticky texture, signaling the slug sage's intervention. The natural energy he had previously sensed now surged in magnitude, accelerating the merging process. The first strand successfully integrated, followed by the second and third. Just as Chuanfeng reveled in his triumph, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A searing pain radiated throughout his body, his skin beginning to corrode. Slugs fell away from the areas of his body that were being devoured. The wounds visible to Kagetsu were horrifying. She gasped in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet, she could only watch helplessly. Any attempt to intervene would only hasten Chuanfeng's dissolution due to the intrusion of her chakra. In that moment, Chuanfeng's heart raced with fear. The merging of natural energy accelerated, yet the pain intensified concurrently. He wished to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips, just as despair threatened to overwhelm him. Thoughts of Kagetsu filled his mind. He had yet to savor food with her, he had not yet encountered Kakashi, and Shoma had not yet driven him to madness. It seemed that the cells within his body, unwilling to see his aspirations shattered, began to exhibit remarkable vitality, resisting the encroaching natural energy while simultaneously healing and merging. Kagetsu observed as the deterioration of Chuanfeng's exposed wounds began to slow, minor injuries starting to mend. Realizing there was a glimmer of hope, she wiped her tears, praying silently. Her gaze unwavering, she longed for the healing to hasten, yearning for the moment when a healthy Chuanfeng would reappear before her. Chuanfeng felt the vitality bestowed by his cells, and the fusion of natural energy continued. He was mere moments away from achieving a state of balance. At this moment, the slug sage was also astonished. For an ordinary person, the corrosive dissolution caused by the frenzied fusion of natural energy is irreversible. Yet, Chuanfeng, while being eroded, was simultaneously undergoing restoration. His miraculous self-healing ability had begun to rival the adverse effects of natural energy. If this continued, He truly had the hope of becoming the second person to successfully master the Wet Bone Forest Sage technique. As time passed, Chuan Feng's body had become riddled with injuries from the simultaneous processes of dissolution and recovery. There were hardly any slugs left on him. Tsunade looked at the person before her, unable to recognize his once handsome visage. Gradually, she noticed red seals appearing around Chuan Feng's eyes. He had succeeded, and the backlash from the natural energy had come to an end. I did it, Chuan Feng thought as he opened his eyes, his pupils now golden. His voice was hoarse, and upon seeing Tsunade embracing him, he turned his head and fainted. Chapter 36. Initial Mastery of Sage Techniques. When Chuan Feng opened his eyes again, he was greeted by Tsunade's fair countenance, deeply asleep. She had exhausted her chakra to heal him. It would be best not to disturb her. Chuan Feng then realized that several slugs still clung to his face, their cold, slimy touch lingering. His wounds had mostly healed. What a foolish girl she was. All right, Slug Sage, he murmured as he gently moved Tsunade to rest on his lap, the hard stone beneath them already uncomfortable. He brushed aside her light yellow hair to prevent it from disturbing her slumber. How do you feel now? He responded to the Slug Sage's inquiry. Sensing his physical condition, a potent force coursed within him, the Sage Chakra. This is normal. I never expected your cellular activity to be so high. Lord Hashirama completed the fusion directly, yet you managed to turn the situation around after your initial failure. Today has truly opened my eyes. The Slug Sage praised Chuan Feng without reserve. Who would dare say that the Wet Bone Forest lacks sage techniques? The frogs and snakes can step aside. They were merely lucky and almost met their demise. Life merely returns to the earth, and even transformed into pus, it is just another way of merging with nature. Chuan Feng was at a loss for words. There was likely nothing more to discuss with the Slug Sage. Have I completed my training now? As he spoke, Chuan Feng activated his Sage Chakra, the red seals appearing around his eyes. Feeling the astonishing regenerative capacity and immense destructive power of this chakra, he realized it was on an entirely different level than his own. You have managed to grasp it, but you still need to adapt to the absorption of natural energy. The external natural energy is thin, making it difficult to maintain Sage mode indefinitely unless you possess Hashirama's wood release to continuously absorb natural energy. The Slug Sage maintained her professional demeanor on technical matters. Chuan Feng could only sigh for the nth time. Being the reincarnation of Ashura was indeed impressive. With various advantages inherent to him, he could summon anything with a clap of his hands. When could he reach such a level? One must remain grounded, he thought, relieved that he now possessed the Sage technique. Slug Sage, are there any sage arts to learn in the Wet Bone Forest? Chuan Feng continued to inquire about training. The Slug Sage was not the type to engage in discussions about life and ideals. Not specifically. However, using Sage Chakra will amplify your techniques greatly. And when combined with your unique skills, they will become even more formidable. The Slug Sage's words quickly enlightened Chuan Feng. In the original narrative, whether it was Hashirama, Jiraiya, or Naruto, most techniques were a fusion of Sage mode with their strongest abilities. It was no wonder their techniques were so overwhelmingly powerful. For instance, Naruto. How many of my Rasengan can you withstand? Understood, Chuan Feng replied, and he had no desire to continue the conversation with the Slug Sage. The Slug Sage, equally aware, remained silent, diligently working to heal Chuan Feng's remaining injuries. Chuan Feng closed his eyes. In just that short time, the fatigue had already dissipated. Truly, the Sage arts of the Wet Bone Forest were exceptional. As he withdrew from Sage mode, Chuan Feng resumed absorbing natural energy, having merely grasped the basics. He was still far from fully storing Sage Chakra. During this process, he also adapted to the absorption and fusion of natural energy, with no further backlash occurring. This was indeed a path of either success or demise. No wonder Tsunade proudly spoke of her grandfather mastering Sage techniques in just a day. As Tsunade gradually awakened, leaning against Chuan Feng's leg, he concluded his training. Meanwhile, the Slug Sage's clone had already departed, revealing Chuan Feng's handsome features once more to Tsunade. You're finally all right, Tsunade exclaimed, climbing up to embrace Chuan Feng. For a moment, Chuan Feng felt a bit unaccustomed, sensing her warmth against his chest. And he reciprocated the embrace, wrapping his arms around her back. He leaned down to her neck and whispered softly, I'm fine now. You've worked hard. After a brief moment, Tsunade composed herself and pushed away from Chuan Feng, her cheeks flushing as she realized the extent of her earlier actions. Have you completely mastered the Sage technique? She asked, adjusting her hair to shift the conversation. Yes, let us go outside and test its power, Chuanfeng suggested as he took Tsunade's hand and led her out of the cave, unsure of its length. Fortunately, slugs were not adept at burrowing, and within minutes, they emerged into the sunlight once more. They found themselves in an open area surrounded by only sparse trees and deep marshes. Clearly not a place suitable for long-term human habitation. I'll first test how much Sage Mode enhances my abilities, Chuanfeng declared, releasing Tsunade's hand as the red seals reappeared around his eyes. Grasping the eight-faced sword in his right hand, he felt the surge of lightning chakra enveloping him. He was certain that the lightning attribute, under the influence of Sage Chakra, would become even more ferocious. His cells began to feel a tearing pain. Fortunately, this sensation would soon be repaired, not affecting his combat capabilities. Drawing his sword, Chuanfeng moved with such speed that he resembled a bolt of lightning, appearing dozens of meters away in an instant and leaving scorched earth in his wake. What incredible speed and destructive power, Tsunade murmured, having faced this technique from Chuanfeng directly before. The power had escalated significantly when executed in Sage Mode. Not bad, Chuanfeng said, reappearing before Tsunade, satisfied with both his speed and strength. Even against tailed beasts, such power could inflict considerable damage. I also have a sage technique from my grandfather. Would you like to see? Tsunade pulled out a scroll from her pocket. It was a handwritten technique from Hashirama, specifically brought along for this occasion. Let me take a look. Chuanfeng was initially uninterested, as he lacked wood release, and thus could not utilize Hashirama's sage techniques. Upon opening it, he discovered a sealing technique, Sage Art, Divine Gate. This was a powerful sealing technique Hashirama had used to suppress the Tentails while in Sage Mode. If Chuanfeng was not mistaken, Uzumaki Mito must have played a significant role in its creation. It was also one of the rare techniques of Hashirama that required hand seals. I'll give it a try, Chuanfeng stated, and Tsunade nodded, stepping back slightly. Chuanfeng formed hand seals and shouted with great vigor, Sage Art, Divine Gate. As a vast amount of sage chakra flowed forth, the sky descended with crimson torii gates, deeply embedded in the earth, resembling a series of shackles that could firmly bind the enemy. Truly, this was the prowess of the original sage arts, undeniably formidable. Kawafeng was not merely flattering. This technique might falter against humans, but it was utterly devastating against tailed beasts. As long as you like it, Tsunade said, narrowing her eyes with a sweet smile. Kawafeng took her hand and began to lead her deeper into the cave. Along the way, he contemplated a plan regarding Manado, needing to expedite the research of the Rasengan. While he possessed a strong cellular vitality, the genius of chakra transformation was still something to behold. At worst, he could provide some insight to Manado for experimentation. Once Manado perfected it, everyone would undoubtedly seek his guidance regarding the grand sphere in his hand. As he thought of this, Kawafeng chuckled to himself, drawing Tsunade's bemused glance, wondering at his silliness. Chapter 37. Returning home upon returning to the cave. The two faced the Sage of Slugs and were filled with homesickness. The Sage of Slugs was indeed the master of conversation endings. Sage, how do we return? Kawafeng suddenly pondered a troubling question. It seemed no one in Konoha utilized this summoning slug anymore, which implied that reverse summoning would be ineffective. Do not worry. I have already left a clone at your home, the Sage of Slugs replied, seemingly reading Kawafeng's thoughts. It would be quite maddening to traverse back to Konoha. Haha. The Sage of Slugs truly has a keen mind, Kawafeng remarked, genuinely pleased, praising the sage for such meticulous work. However, I left a clone as a precaution. To return your essence should anything untoward happen. After all, you humans value being buried in your homeland. Upon hearing this, Tsunade could not suppress her laughter, while Kawafeng's expression darkened. Sage of Slugs, your creature is rather delightful. Were it not for the knowledge that the Sage of Slugs could not comprehend, Kawafeng would have certainly retorted. Please take us back, Sage of Slugs, Tsunade interjected on Kawafeng's behalf. Very well. Moments later, their figures vanished amidst a cloud of smoke in the wet-bone forest, only to reappear in the damp grass of the Hitaki training hall. The Sage of Slugs thrived in this environment, and Kawafeng understood why. After expressing his gratitude to the sage's clone, he hastily exited. It had only been a day since Kawafeng's departure, and it was now afternoon. Shojitsu and Manado had been practicing sword techniques, but rushed over upon their arrival. Sister, big brother, teacher, mistress. Tsunade had initially been somewhat uncomfortable with Manado's address, but after this expedition to the wet-bone forest, She accepted it with ease. Shojitsu. Do you have a summoning beast? Ah, yes. A snake? Shojitsu nodded as Kawafing nudged him aside. Manado, you don't have a summoning beast yet, do you? No, teacher. Good. I believe the Sage of Slugs would suit you perfectly, Kawafing said, pulling Manado over to the Sage of Slugs clone. Without any complications. Manado bewilderingly signed his name in blood on the contract scroll, thus forfeiting his qualification for summoning. After this matter was settled, the Sage of Slugs departed. Kawafing no longer feared taking Tsunade back to the Wetbone Forest. Teacher, have you finished your training? Manado was a perceptive child. Although he did not know what techniques Kawafing was pursuing, he could infer from Uncle Shomo's actions that it was a dangerous endeavor. Yes. Wait until you grow up to see if you can learn it. Ruffling the young boy's hair, Kawafing recalled that in the original story, Manado also mastered sage techniques. Big brother, I want to learn too. Shojitsu, unwilling to fall behind, insisted on not being overshadowed. Go seek Orochimaru. Kawafing was hesitant to let Shojitsu practice casually, fearing he might end up like a puddle, which would surely distress Tsunade, the brother-supporting demon. All right, you two go train. I will accompany Kawafing-kun to change our clothes. Tsunade could no longer tolerate the unpleasant odor clinging to her after shifting environments and sent her brother and Manado away. She and Kawafing headed for a bath, each to their own private room. Shomo had also seemingly vanished with his wife, and the ghostly hound was nowhere to be found. After washing up and donning clean attire, Kawafing did not wait foolishly for Tsunade nor invite her to bathe together, exhibiting a hint of stinginess. He entered the training hall, showcasing his determination. Manado, come here. Kawafing seated himself at the stone table while a servant brought fresh tea. What is it, teacher? Manado inquired, placing his wooden sword back on the weapon rack and hurrying over. Though still young, his speed was already quite notable. Do you think it is possible to condense a rapidly moving, irregular chakra sphere in your hand? Kawafing sought to directly encourage Manado's talent with his words. Unbeknownst to him, this notion stemmed from Manado's inspiration drawn from the tailed beast bomb, a technique he had spent 3 years developing, now merely a prototype. Theoretically, an attribute-less Rasengan could incorporate any elemental change to achieve greater potency. Manado, upon hearing this, remained silent, opening his right hand while furrowing his brow. He assumed his teacher was testing him. However, this concept was not something one could conjure from thin air. He could not quite envision what Kawafing was describing. I don't know, teacher. Kawafing, hearing Manado's response, was not surprised. He was still too young. Perhaps with time, he would grasp it. He also needed to enhance Manado's knowledge of ninjutsu, but this was not his forte. He would later inquire with Tsunade for suitable candidates. Then I shall assign you a task. Develop this hypothesis into a ninjutsu. As for the time frame, I will give you a year. Kawafing believed himself quite generous. Considering Manado a genius, surely a year would not be too long. Manado, however, was still bewildered, wondering why he had to develop ninjutsu when he was merely a genin. Teacher, I will do my best. Ultimately, he succumbed to the hopeful gaze of Kawafing, becoming the teacher's diligent apprentice. Go now, and I will find someone formidable to teach you about ninjutsu. Kawafing felt a twinge of discomfort at not having the Rasengan in his palm. After Manado bowed, he returned to Shojitsu to practice his swordsmanship, but his focus was evidently scattered. Who wouldn't be bewildered when called upon by their teacher to develop ninjutsu as a genin? Manado, what's wrong? You seem distracted. Shojitsu noticed his friend's lack of concentration and inquired with concern. The two sunny boys had already forged a close friendship. The teacher asked me to develop a ninjutsu, Manado hesitantly confessed, as if he were in a dream. What? Big brother isn't joking, is he? Shojitsu's mouth fell agape, astonished by Kawafing's audacity. A genin? Developing ninjutsu? Do you think this is a game? It doesn't seem like it based on the teacher's demeanor. And he even set a year-long deadline. As the two boys idly chatted, Tsunade emerged from her bath, her demeanor transformed, no longer disheveled. Come here for a hug. Kawafing, with mischievous intent, opened his arms, wishing to embrace the fair maiden. However, Tsunade deftly sidestepped him and sat beside him. There are so many people around. What do you think about when no one is around? Tsunade, aware of Kawafing's scheming, interrupted him, casting a sideways glance filled with authority. Sipping tea poured by Chuanfeng, one truly savors life, while the dampness of the forest is utterly detestable. Is there a particularly formidable ninjutsu technique? Please introduce me to one. Chuanfeng's chatter is not incessant. Otherwise, he would appear rather lecherous. What's the matter? The mightiest, of course, is the master. His title as a doctor of ninjas is not merely for show. Tsunade naturally cradled the stinky foot of Saratobi Hiruzen, yet he indeed possesses some skill in ninjutsu. It's inappropriate. He is far too busy. I seek someone to impart knowledge of Manado's ninjutsu, as this is not my area of expertise. Chuanfeng did not mention his desire to develop ninjutsu under Manado. It was merely a fleeting thought. It was only after Manado departed that he comprehended the difficulties involved. After all, little Taiyang is merely 10 years old. Exploiting child laborers would warrant capture, but fortunately, Chuanfeng resides in the world of Naruto. Chapter 38. Might Guy then I have another candidate. Though I am uncertain if he is still in the village. Shoju, come here. Tsunade suddenly shouted, startling the two who were idly lounging. Thinking they had been caught slacking, Shoju hastily handed the wooden sword to Manado and scampered over to his sister with a grin. What is it? Is your master in the village? The other candidate Tsunade mentioned is Orochimaru, the most distinguished disciple of the third Hokage. Regarding his mastery of ninjutsu, Orochimaru not only learns swiftly, but also possesses the ability to apply knowledge innovatively. To call him a genius would not be an exaggeration. At this moment, Chuanfeng's eyes sparkled. How could he have forgotten such a significant figure? The master said he would return tomorrow to stay for a while. Shoju candidly shared information about Orochimaru, one being his biological sister and the other his future brother-in-law. Nothing to conceal. Tomorrow, we shall visit your master together, Tsunade declared, finalizing the plan. The master will surely be pleased. He also remarked on how impressive his elder brother's horse stance is and that his swordsmanship is extraordinary. He will visit the Hitaki household when the opportunity arises. Shoju felt delighted that his idleness had gone unnoticed, and also because these individuals were among his closest kin. Their interactions were indeed worthy of celebration. Is that so? Your master has quite discerning taste. Having spoken highly of Orochimaru, Chuanfeng inadvertently lauded himself as well. Enough, go practice. Once used, discard it. Tsunade and Chuanfeng learned this swiftly. Shoju, startled by a sudden thump on the ground, realized that his idleness had indeed escaped not even his sister's keen eyes. At that moment, Shikumo and Naishue returned, followed by the lethargic Kiba. Upon seeing Chuanfeng, both of them brightened. Success in training was secondary, as long as they were safe and sound. They settled at the stone table with Kiba. Has Kiba been neglected? Chuanfeng was the first to speak, his malicious thought eliciting a sidelong glance from Kiba. I truly wish to sink my teeth into this nuisance. No. He was brought home by your elder brother to mate. Kiba is one of the rare fierce hounds of the Inuzuka clan. Naishue revealed their purpose for going out. Observing Kiba's half-dead appearance, Chuanfeng speculated that he had indeed been overworked. How goes the training of sage techniques? Having returned unscathed, Shikumo expressed curiosity about Chuanfeng's training results. It was settled in a day. You should celebrate by calling me elder brother, given my genius. Tsunade sprayed her tea onto the ground, unable to contain her laughter. You won't let me die of anger, will you? Let us duel, you little brat. For many years, Shikumo had relied on his elder brother's reputation to overshadow Chuanfeng. So how could he agree to call him elder brother? That would be akin to discarding the last shred of modesty. After finishing his tea, he darkened his expression and dragged Chuanfeng to the center of the training hall. Have they always been like this? Tsunade had yet to recover from the shock. Tapping her temple with her finger, Naishue sighed, having grown accustomed to their antics. Initially, she had thought the Hitaki family had a history of mental illness. The two brothers relied on each other, accustomed to their bickering. Listening to Naishue, Tsunade surveyed the luxurious mansion and the spacious training hall. Is this what you call relying on each other? This is merely a life of opulence for two. Oh, 1,000 words condensed into a single word. The two women showed no interest in the duel unfolding before them. Those two merely waved their swords back and forth, lacking any element of spectacle. Within the brief span of 2 cups of tea, Chuanfeng returned. Unsurprisingly, the unyielding Chuanfeng was an unattainable dream for Shikumo. However, refusing to call him elder brother was the line Shikumo would not cross. After Chuanfeng settled down, Shikumo returned to the stone table. With a disgruntled huff, he remarked, "Isn't it unworthy of you to go easy on him? You, insufferable brat." As this farce concluded, the group quickly engaged in conversation. Shikumo gradually regained his composure. He realized that quarreling with Chuanfeng was futile, as he would simply exhaust all 9 of his lives. The following morning, Chuanfeng held a fine sword obtained from the Hitaki weapon shop, with Manado trailing behind him. They met Tsunade and Shoju at the Senju clan's residence and set off to visit Orochimaru. Orochimaru has returned to the village. What of Jiraiya? Chuanfeng recalled the perverted sage, feeling no guilt for having seized the fate of Kato Dan. He has gone to Mount Mayaboku for training, likely to pursue sage techniques. Currently, the third Hokage's disciples are still on good terms, so it is not surprising that Tsunade knows Jiraiya's whereabouts. However, he may find it challenging to master them. Chuanfeng understood that Jiraiya's mastery of sage techniques took nearly a decade, earning him the reputation of a diligent ninja. He is the most dedicated ninja I have ever encountered. Tsunade offered this high praise. Jiraiya hails from a humble background and lacks exceptional talent, yet his efforts are evident to her. However, the current Jiraiya does not align well with her temperament. Otherwise, Chuanfeng would not be involved in any of this. Just as they were conversing, Chuanfeng noticed a fat cat leaping toward him. Such a plump feline, adorned in gold and silver, undoubtedly the pet of some affluent lady in Konoha. He reached out and seized it by the scruff of its neck, only to feel another hand brush against his, withdrawing almost instantaneously. Such speed. Chuanfeng looked up to see a young man clad in a form-fitting green outfit, sporting shiny black hair parted down the middle. The genin Might Guy had encountered Lady Tsunade before. The newcomer was none other than the father of Guy, the first to master the 8 Gates technique. Hello. Tsunade clearly did not recognize this low-ranking ninja still engaged in basic tasks, but responded out of courtesy. Greetings, I am Hitaki Chuanfeng. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chuanfeng found him quite intriguing. Hello. As a genin, Might Guy had never received such courtesy from another ninja, especially someone like Chuanfeng, who clearly did not belong to an ordinary family. He spoke a bit awkwardly. You were trying to catch this cat, weren't you? Chuanfeng offered the plump cat to him. Thank you, Lord Chuanfeng. Might Guy readily accepted it, turning to leave, not expecting a noble would assist him. Wait, I noticed your speed. Your taijutsu must be well practiced, correct? This was a rhetorical question from Chuanfeng. For how could one excel in the 8 Gates technique without rigorous training in taijutsu? It's acceptable. Dai revealed a set of brilliantly white teeth, grinning in an endearing manner. With your skills, why are you still undertaking the tasks of a genin? Chuanfeng pondered how someone capable of unleashing the formidable 8 Gates, nearly decimating the 7 ninja swordsmen, could still be classified as a mere genin. I only practice taijutsu. I cannot pass the chunin exams. The promotion system in Konoha is rather rigid. Commoners face significant obstacles to advancement. If I belonged to a prominent clan, I would have ascended long ago. Is that so? I shall find a way to assist you. Let us be friends. Do visit the Hitaki household whenever you have the leisure, Chuanfeng offered, unperturbed by the chance to help Might Dai, who he regarded as a commendable companion. Thank you. May youth ever accompany you, Dai replied, flashing his iconic thumbs up and dazzling smile. Truly, he was worthy of being the father of the illustrious K. Shinosuke and Manado were momentarily taken aback, observing that this peculiar individual seemed to hold a special fondness from their elder, teacher. After parting ways with Might Dai, Chuanfeng and his companions continued towards Orochimaru's residence. Does this individual possess any unique qualities? Tsunade expressed her curiosity about Chuanfeng's willingness to extend a hand to a genin. I sense he embodies something truly precious. Chuanfeng responded cryptically, a mysterious smile gracing his features. This insight stemmed from his understanding of the original narrative, which Tsunade could not quite grasp. Without the guidance of Might Dai, the birth of K would not have been possible. It was as a father that Dai imparted the most vital tenets of the ninja way to K. True victory does not lie in vanquishing the strong, but in safeguarding what is truly significant until death. For this, Might Dai paid the ultimate price, as K risked his life to unleash the Night Guy. Were it not for the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto, K might not have survived. Oh, the mystery, Tsunade remarked, rolling her eyes at Chuanfeng. Meanwhile, Shinosuke and Manado engaged in hushed whispers, deliberating on what the precious thing could be. Shinosuke, ever naive, believed it to be a priceless treasure, while Manado, displaying greater insight, speculated it might refer to a rare spirit. This stark contrast foreshadowed their future roles, with Manado ascending to Hokage while Shinosuke remained but a pawn. How much farther? Chuanfeng queried, unfamiliar with Orochimaru's abode, having had no prior dealings with him. Not far now. Just ahead, Tsunade indicated towards a distant cluster of buildings, identifying them as a residential area. Chuanfeng refrained from voicing his skepticism about their indistinguishable nature. Does Orochimaru keep many snakes? He asked, feeling a slight unease towards such cold-blooded creatures. Who told you that? He merely has a summoning beast that is a snake. Tsunade remarked, baffled by the absurd rumors Chuanfeng had encountered. Ah, that is reassuring, Chuanfeng chuckled, grinning like a fool as they approached the residential area. Shinosuke, familiar with the route, confidently approached a grand mansion and knocked on the door. Teacher, my sister has brought guests to visit you, he called out, his cheerful demeanor evident even towards Orochimaru. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing Orochimaru clad in a kimono. I knew it would be noisy. What an uproar, he remarked, affectionately ruffling Shinosuke's hair. This demeanor starkly contrasted with the image Chuanfeng had formed of Orochimaru from the anime. The tender, icy smile was an unexpected sight. Orochimaru, my apologies for the unannounced visit alongside Chuanfeng-kun. Tsunade spoke casually, clearly unfazed by the situation. Not at all. I am delighted by your presence. Please, come in. Orochimaru welcomed them with a polite smile. Greetings, Chuanfeng-kun, he continued, his demeanor warm yet unsettling. Hello, Orochimaru-kun, Chuanfeng replied, struggling to reconcile the pale visage before him with the figure etched in his mind. Do summon someone. However, this did not deter him from seeking to gain favor with Orochimaru. He nudged Manado forward, encouraging him to step closer. Orochimaru-sama, I am Manado Namikaze. Manado appeared somewhat apprehensive, given Orochimaru's intimidating presence. Greetings, another fine young man, Orochimaru smiled, noting the similarities between Manado and Shinosuke. Let us proceed. Shinosuke moved as if returning to his own home. Leading the way into the mansion, Chuanfeng followed closely behind Orochimaru, observing the spacious yet minimally decorated interior. The absence of servants suggested that Orochimaru preferred solitude. Under Shinosuke's guidance, they arrived at the parlor, where he busied himself brewing tea. Chuanfeng surmised that he must often engage in such tasks. Orochimaru-kun, I have heard you also possess an affinity for swords. I have brought a fine weapon from the Hitaki Forge as a token of goodwill, Chuanfeng said with a smile, recognizing the necessity of small gifts when seeking favors. Chuanfeng-kun, you are too kind, Orochimaru replied, accepting the sword and examining it for a moment before unsheathing it. The glimmer of his serpent-like pupils reflected in the blade, exuding a chilling aura. This is indeed a fine sword. Unfortunately, it is rather rigid and may not suit my needs, yet it is a rare gift. I shall gratefully accept it. Thank you, Chuanfeng-kun, he expressed, placing the sword beside him. At this moment, Shinosuke returned with the tea, dutifully serving the three elders while he and Manado knelt respectfully to one side. Please, do not stand on ceremony. We shall all be friends moving forward, Tsunade interjected, unable to tolerate the awkward formalities between the two men. Her casual approach placed no burden on her, yet it left Chuanfeng and Orochimaru feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chuanfeng recalled a phrase, we're all buddies here, why the formality? He cast a glance at Tsunade, envisioning her inebriated state as she uttered those words, finding it entirely fitting. Chuanfeng-kun has come today to seek your guidance on Manado's ninjutsu knowledge. Manado is my newly accepted disciple, Tsunade stated plainly without hesitation. Manado lowered his head in respect upon hearing her words. Of course, I have no objections. I shall be in the village for some time, Orochimaru readily agreed, recognizing the mutual benefit of their arrangement. Shinosuke has been learning under Chuanfeng-kun's tutelage. Teaching Manado would be a reciprocal gesture. Then I shall entrust Manado to you for the time being, Chuanfeng declared, unperturbed by the idea of passing off his newly acquired disciple to Orochimaru. When the time comes, let Manado and Shinosuke train together. Orochimaru confirmed their training arrangements. You have been frequently absent from the village lately. Are you engaged in missions? Tsunade inquired over her tea, showing no trepidation in broaching such confidential matters. Chuanfeng remained silent, quietly sipping his tea, recognizing that departing immediately after concluding a task might appear excessive. Speaking of which, Orochimaru sighed, his expression shifting to one of solemnity, revealing a hint of compassion. My teacher has dispatched me to the land of rain to negotiate passage and subsequently launch an offensive against other ninja villages. However, Hanzo the Salamander is not easily swayed. The negotiations have been at a standstill, as he is unwilling to grant passage. The impending outbreak of war remains uncertain, yet it looms like a tempest, promising a deluge of blood and sorrow. Countless vibrant lives and cherished companions may soon depart from us, leaving families shattered and children displaced. At this moment, Orochimaru's expression darkens, revealing his aversion to conflict. He harbors a profound disdain for it. Kawafeng begins to grasp the multifaceted nature of Orochimaru beyond the screen. Had it not been for the war provoking such contemplation on life, perhaps he too would have been a ninja who cherished his village and existence. For now, there is no hint of darkness in Orochimaru's demeanor, and his eyes genuinely reflect his feelings. Ambition and warfare indeed serve as the demons that transform a person. Chapter 40. The signal of war. These matters are beyond our control. We can only strive to protect those we hold dear. Kawafeng wishes to offer words of solace. Yet in the face of war, the power of the individual seems utterly insignificant. At least at this moment, he lacks the ability to alter the course of conflict. Will you continue with the negotiations upon your return? Tsunade inquires, knowing that if war comes, she too must face the battlefield, a duty inherent to a ninja. This is the final negotiation, with an ultimatum already issued, a fortnight's time. Should Hanzo of the Salamander refuse to allow passage, the Land of Rain shall be the first target. Orochimaru's statement signifies that war is imminent. Kawafeng recalls that the Second War was sparked by Hanzo's initial aggression, an audacious move for a small nation to confront two great powers, even managing to best the Land of Iron. The demigods of the ninja realm possess terrifying prowess. Prepare accordingly. As far as I know, Hanzo is not one to remain passive. We must prevent him from striking first. Kawafeng offers this caution, aware that it is ultimately the ninjas of Konoha who will bear the consequences. Surely he is not so arrogant as to confront both Konoha and Tsunade with the strength of a single nation. Orochimaru doubts, yet he commits the thought to memory. He is not only a formidable ninja, but also a remarkable commander. Caution in all matters invites fewer errors. Tsunade does not share the belief that Hanzo possesses such audacity, but concurs with Kawafeng's warning. I will be vigilant, Orochimaru answers solemnly. I hear you have opened a hospital. I missed the grand opening since I was away from the village, and have yet to congratulate you. Having navigated through the heavy topic, Orochimaru shifts to lighter matters. I owe much to Kawafeng's support. Tsunade beams, acknowledging that without the backing of her benefactor, the hospital would not have come to fruition. You must ensure you do not lose the hospital, Orochimaru jests, fully aware of Tsunade's vices. If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. Tsunade's countenance darkens immediately, as memories of her lost 3 million resurface, a debt she is determined to reclaim. Orochimaru's lips curl into a smile, betraying no hint of anger. Should the hospital be lost, she could simply repay with her own assets. Kawafeng, too, teases Tsunade, earning an eye roll in return. Sharing a knowing glance with Orochimaru, they sip their tea, the atmosphere gradually lightening. Shoju and Manado occasionally join in the conversation. At noon, Orochimaru invites everyone to dine together, ordering takeout. Though it pales in comparison to the dining standards of the Hitaki household, it is nonetheless a lavish spread. As a high-ranking ninja, Orochimaru possesses considerable wealth. After the meal, when Kawafeng takes his leave, he invites Orochimaru to visit his home when time permits. After a morning of interaction, he finds himself quite fond of this individual with such a strong personal magnetism. If only Orochimaru could remain untainted, having him as a friend would be a delightful prospect. Manado and Shoju do not accompany Kawafeng and Tsunade as they remain at Orochimaru's residence for guidance. In the ensuing days, Kawafeng secures a chance for Might Guy to take the Chunin exam. With his influence and financial backing, coupled with Guy's sufficient skill, his promotion is all but assured. While his abilities qualify him for Chunin, his task completion levels and overall aptitude fall short for Jonin. When Guy successfully passes the Chunin exam and earns his ninja vest, he is overwhelmed with joy, realizing his youth has not been in vain. He resolves to visit the Hitaki household to personally thank Kawafeng for their brief encounter. Manado, receiving guidance at Orochimaru's home, remains focused on the mission assigned by his teacher. The conception of the Rasengan piques Orochimaru's interest, and a collaborative development process begins between the two. Meanwhile, Shoju finds himself on the periphery of their endeavors. One day, Kawafeng leisurely sips tea in the dojo, savoring the tranquil moments. Regrettably, Tsunade is busy at the hospital. The Uchiha clan's aptitude appears woefully inadequate, as they have yet to master medical ninjutsu after several days. Kawafeng harbors some resentment over his inability to spend time alone with Tsunade. Thankfully, with Manado and Shoju at Orochimaru's, he is spared from becoming their emotional outlet. which he would inevitably justify as being for their benefit. His thoughts drift, untouched by the looming shadows of war, for he is inherently optimistic. At that moment, Natsuki arrives with her canine companion, Kiba. Shoma continues to train diligently, aspiring to surpass Kawafing one day. Sister-in-law, Kawafing pours Natsuki a cup of tea. Mischief stirs within Kiba, who readies to pounce on Kawafing, seeking to alleviate his worries. However, Kiba has learned caution, and as soon as Kawafing's hand leaves the teapot, the dog swiftly retreats, casting a disdainful glance at Kawafing, as if to say, "Do you truly believe me so easily trifled with?" Kawafing, unable to endure such insolence, rises, prompting Kiba to bolt as if he has seen a ghost. "What are you engaging in with Kiba?" Natsuki chuckles at Kawafing's disgruntled expression. "That damn dog. I swear. Should I catch him?" Kawafing sits back down, sipping tea, still fixated on the elusive canine. You wait," he grumbles. Natsuki's words falter as she begins to dry heave. "Sister-in-law, are you feeling unwell?" Kawafing cannot rise to comfort her and can only inquire. "Not really. I just feel nauseous for no apparent reason today. Perhaps I ate something off," Natsuki replies, recovering from her episode. She prepares to sip her tea, but Kawafing snatches it away. "What's wrong?" Natsuki fears someone may have tampered with her drink, scanning the surroundings. "The tea is not suitable for you. I'll have my brother take you to the hospital. You might be pregnant." Kawafing, aware that tea is ill-advised for pregnant women, seizes the cup, convinced of Natsuki's condition. After all, next year marks the 37th year of Konoha, coinciding with Kakashi's birth year. That could indeed be a possibility, Natsuki responds softly, her cheeks tinged with crimson, recalling Shoma's recent attentiveness. "Brother, sister-in-law may be pregnant. Please take her to our hospital for an examination." Kawafing calls out to Shoma, who appears at his side, brandishing a short blade. "Goodness, I nearly thought you meant to use that on me," he exclaims, realizing he had forgotten to sheath the weapon. "Is this true? Take her, and I will follow shortly." Shoma, now realizing the situation, remembers Kawafing's marked presence at the hospital. As it turns out, after diligently practicing the Flying Thunder God technique for quite some time, he has indeed made progress. However, his chakra reserves are evidently insufficient for long-distance transportation. I wonder how his younger brother possesses such an abundance of chakra. Are they truly of the same lineage? Very well, I shall escort my sister-in-law first. Without any pretense, Chuanfeng contemplated more pressing matters that warranted precaution. He placed his arm around Naishua's shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, they materialized beneath the grand tree at the entrance of the hospital, startling nearby patients and their families. Chapter 41. Naishua's pregnancy. Chuanfeng guided Naishua into the hospital, where the staff were well acquainted with him as a significant benefactor. Along the way, numerous individuals greeted him, to which Chuanfeng responded with patient nods and smiles. They proceeded to the classroom where Tsunade was teaching. Through the window, one could observe Tsunade diligently writing professional knowledge on the blackboard, while a group of naive Uchiha sat attentively, absorbing her teachings. The solemnity of healing and saving lives left no room for carelessness, as any oversight could lead to a patient's demise. Tsunade's demeanor was serious, and she reprimanded any distractions without mercy. This made Chuanfeng, with his mischievous inclinations, reminisce about some less wholesome Japanese films. Before long, Shuamao joined them, and he inquired, "Why didn't you bring your sister-in-law for a checkup?" "Tsunade's medical skills are unparalleled. We shall wait for her," Chuanfeng replied confidently, provoking Shuamao's irritation. "You insist on waiting for Tsunade for a mere pregnancy checkup. What are you hiding?" "Enough of this. Tsunade will be out shortly," Naishua interjected, fearing the two would cause a scene in the hospital. When Tsunade emerged after the class, she was surprised to find Chuanfeng and Shuamao with their wives. "What brings you here?" Tsunade inquired, her expression brightening upon seeing them. "My sister-in-law may be pregnant, and we seek your expertise for a checkup," Chuanfeng said, successfully charming Tsunade. Shuamao rolled his eyes at Naishua, muttering, "It's just a checkup." "Sister-in-law, please follow me," Tsunade said modestly, leading Naishua to the examination room. This left the two brothers in an awkward silence, clearly still simmering with unresolved tensions. "Calm down. Being angry is not good for the fetus," Chuanfeng awkwardly consoled his brother. Shuamao was perplexed. "It's not as if the child is in my belly. What's the matter if I'm angry?" Moments later, the two brothers found themselves in a scuffle at the hospital. When Tsunade and Naishua re-emerged from the examination, the two of them sheepishly brushed off the dust from their clothes, pretending that nothing had occurred. Is she pregnant? Shuo Mao asked, his face alight with anticipation. Congratulations. You are to become a father, Tsunade announced, prompting Shuo Mao to exuberantly spin Naishue around in joy, relieved that their efforts had borne fruit. If you continue this way, I'm quite concerned about our child's future development, Naishue teased, beaming as she remarked on her husband's antics. Fine. As long as he doesn't make me call him big brother in the future, I want to hit him. Shuo Mao readily agreed. Who will hit whom? You know full well. Chuanfeng quipped, only to be pulled away by Tsunade, both brothers exhibiting a hint of eccentricity. Could you repeat that? Shuo Mao asked as he was seized by the hand. Were it not for the two women, a fierce battle between the brothers would have ensued. Chuanfeng was escorted to Tsunade's office, which was lavishly decorated, courtesy of his benefactor status. As they settled on the sofa, Chuanfeng remembered to ask a different question. Is there a risk of death during labor? Yes, there is. However, there are many causes for difficult childbirth. Severe hemorrhaging can easily lead to death, Tsunade replied, puzzled by Chuanfeng's sudden inquiry, but she patiently explained. Oh, we of the Hitaki family have few members. I'm merely being cautious. Chuanfeng fabricated a reason, recalling that in the original narrative, Kakashi's mother had passed away early, likely due to complications during childbirth or during the Second Great Ninja War. Having resolved his queries regarding childbirth, Chuanfeng felt assured that either he or his elder brother would be present on the battlefield, so there was no need for concern. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will personally intervene. If I am unable, I will arrange for the finest medical ninjas. Even in the case of a cesarean section, I will ensure the safety of both my sister-in-law and the child. Tsunade, without doubt, acknowledged the brothers' deep bond despite their eccentricities. That is good to hear. When will you give me a child? Chuanfeng, after addressing the serious matter, shifted to a more frivolous tone, inching closer to Tsunade and wrapping his arm around her waist. Let go. We are in a hospital. It's inappropriate for others to see, Tsunade protested lightly, her feeble resistance failing to deter Chuanfeng's advances. Later, Tsunade reluctantly promised. But Chuanfeng pressed. When is later? He leaned closer, whispering near her ear, brushing against her earlobe, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Just as Chuanfeng intended to escalate the situation, the office door swung open. I saw nothing, Naishue declared before slamming the door shut again. What is happening? Shuo Mao, still dazed, attempted to open the door, but was thwarted by Naishue's hand. Meanwhile, Tsunade had forcefully wriggled out of Chuanfeng's embrace. I told you someone would see. You wouldn't listen, she chided, lightly hitting Chuanfeng twice, resembling a playful pout. It's fine. She is not a stranger, Chuanfeng shrugged, nonchalantly dismissing the incident. But Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance as she returned to her desk. Very well, you carry on. I shall take my leave, Chuanfeng resigned. Realizing he had gained nothing from the encounter, Tsunade glanced at him, silent, her blush still lingering. Remember for later, Chuanfeng teased as he exited the office. He found Shuo Mao and Naishue waiting. Did I interrupt something? Naishue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Not at all. We're heading home, Chuanfeng replied, disinterested in divulging the details of his flirtation. With a snap of his fingers, he vanished into thin air. I told you not to wait for that little brat, Shuo Mao exclaimed in frustration. Oh well, wasted time, Naishue chuckled, taking Shuo Mao's hand as they strolled home. She hoped their future child would neither be as stubborn as Shuo Mao nor as mischievous as Chuanfeng. As Naishue contemplated having such a father and uncle, she could only silently pray for her child's happiness. Upon returning home, Chuanfeng remained seated at the stone table, where a servant had already refreshed the tea, demonstrating keen insight. At this moment, the ghostly dog emerged from its hiding spot, sensing the absence of Naishue's scent and feeling insecure. Do you dare to appear before me again? After being interrupted during a tender moment with Tsunade, Chuanfeng found this creature to be a most welcome outlet for his frustrations. The ghostly dog, realizing its mistake too late, faced a grim fate without its master present. Chuanfeng swiftly captured it using the flying thunder god technique, lifting it effortlessly as one would a cat. The esteemed figure of Chuanfeng lifted the monstrous dog to his eye level, locking gazes with its fearful eyes. Today, in a rare moment of good spirits, he decided to spare it. Soon, I shall become an uncle, and you must prepare the strongest pup for my nephew next year. Do you understand? Chuanfeng drew the creature even closer, and the dog nodded frantically, understanding that it was merely a matter of breeding. It willingly accepted the indignity of such arrangements. preferring that to being at the mercy of Chuan Feng's grip on its fate. Now, that's more like it, he chuckled maniacally, casting the dog aside. Chapter 42. Shuan Mao vs. Dai. What is so amusing? That laugh is quite grating. A man named Might Dai has come to see you. Upon entering, Shuan Mao was immediately assaulted by the cacophony of laughter, prompting him to mock without hesitation. Lord Chuan Feng, I am now a Chunin. Might Dai expressed heartfelt gratitude for Chuan Feng's gallant assistance. It was merely a trifling matter, please have a seat. Chuan Feng disregarded his elder brother's furious outburst, challenging him to confront him directly. At that moment, the monstrous dog spotted its master and let out a woeful whimper, rushing over for comfort. However, Shuan Mao raised his hand to halt the creature, knowing a pregnant woman could not withstand such a forceful embrace. The dog's forelegs rested upon Shuan Mao's arm, its eyes brimming with tears of grievance. Nai Shui, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy and gently patted its head in consolation. The four gathered around a stone table, and Shuan Mao was curious about the peculiar Chunin visiting Chuan Feng. The dog had already found a small corner to nurse its wounds, mourning its fate in the Leaf Village. Chuan Feng poured tea for the others, and Might Dai spoke first. Today, my wife discovered she is pregnant, and with my promotion to Chunin, I can undertake more advanced missions, earning more to support my family. Thus, I must personally thank you to convey my sincerity. Chuan Feng mused that Might Dai truly lived up to being Kakashi's lifelong rival, as both a promotion and a pregnancy were revealed on the same day. Shuan Mao still could not comprehend the connection between Dai's promotion and Chuan Feng, but he refrained from asking questions at that moment, silently sipping his tea while Nai Shui enjoyed her milk, focusing on her own nutrition. Congratulations. I initially intended to inquire about the requirements for Jonin, but based on your task completion and overall capabilities, you still fall short. However, once you accumulate sufficient experience, I believe becoming a Jonin will be within your grasp. Your child will surely take pride in you. Chuan Feng's words nearly brought Dai to tears, recognizing him as a fortuitous benefactor. I will strive diligently. The fervor of youth shall never wane. Tears glistened in Dai's eyes, and his brilliant smile dazzled the Hitaki family. This fellow possesses Jonin-level strength? Shuan Mao exchanged glances with Chuan Feng, doubting Dai's prowess as a formidable ninja. Ignoring his brother's gaze, Chuan Feng's mind raced with schemes. He decided to put Dai to the test. Dai, I've heard you possess a remarkable taijutsu. My brother is quite knowledgeable in this area. Might he seek your guidance? Chuan Feng slyly pushed Shuan Mao forward, though it was he who wished to witness the 8 gates technique. Just as Shuan Mao was about to speak, he reconsidered, thinking it unworthy of a Jonin to bully a Chunin. Of course, please. Dai, eager for the chance to challenge a strong opponent, rose and politely bowed to Shuan Mao before swiftly moving to the center of the training hall, leaving an imprint of his foot in the ground. This sparked Shuan Mao's interest. The clash of 2 training enthusiasts was about to commence. To show my respect, I shall remove my weights. Dai flashed a smile at Shuan Mao, deliberately unfastening his weighted gear, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud, deeply indenting the earth. Shuan Mao's eyes widened. This Chunin possessed formidable strength. Once the weights were removed, Dai leaped lightly, feeling unburdened. With one hand behind his back, he assumed his starting position. Shuan Mao drew his short blade from behind, his expression serious. He had likely underestimated this Chunin. At that moment, Chuan Feng and Nai Shui munched on seeds. Who will win? Nai Shui expressed no concern, confident that Chuan Feng would not harbor ill intentions toward his brother. I'm not certain, but it will undoubtedly be spectacular. As Chuan Feng grabbed another handful of seeds, both combatants remained focused on each other. Shuan Mao refrained from using the Flying Thunder God technique due to its high energy consumption. He doubted Dai would necessitate such a move. The short blade radiated with white chakra, and Shuan Mao made his move. Dai narrowed his eyes, raising his right hand and narrowly striking Shuan Mao's wrist before retreating to create distance. Not bad. Next time, let us see how you evade. Shuan Mao's probing had yielded results. In terms of speed, Dai fell short. Open the first gate. With a loud shout, Dai's face flushed, and a green energy began to emanate from him. Burn bright youth. Dai charged at Shuan Mao, initiating a counterattack. His figure began to blur, leaving behind multiple green phantoms. That seems impressive. Indeed, when fully unleashed, this technique can surpass even a Kage's power. The 2 spectators were still engrossed in their discussion. Dai unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, which Shuan Mao withstood, In terms of raw power, he ultimately could not compete, striking Dai away with a kick. He then aimed for a quick combo from behind. However, Shuo Mao anticipated this, and before Dai could land his blows, he vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Dai was momentarily disoriented, unable to comprehend how such a large figure could disappear so suddenly. You are formidable and a worthy opponent, but that alone is insufficient. Shuo Mao's voice echoed from behind Dai, utilizing the Flying Thunder God in the training hall, giving him a tremendous advantage. Just as Dai processed this, Shuo Mao delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling, causing Dai to relinquish his blade. Having endured oppression for too long, Shuo Mao sought to vent his frustrations through physical confrontation. Dai crossed his arms to brace for the impact, his pupils widening in disbelief at the speed of Shuo Mao. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. With his face darkening and blood rushing, Dai unleashed the sixth gate. His fist swung rapidly, igniting flames through friction with the air, and he attacked Shuo Mao at an astonishing frequency, surrounded by fiery punches. Shuo Mao struggled to utilize the Flying Thunder God due to the pressure. After withstanding several blows, he finally managed to escape Dai's range. What a spectacle! My brother has taken a beating, the two spectators exclaimed, thrilled by Dai's performance. I concede, Dai announced as he released the sixth gate state. Shuo Mao, having drawn his blade halfway, halted in frustration. Did he just endure this for nothing? You haven't lost yet. Had this been a real fight, I would have been dead. Dai displayed keen insight, recognizing that had Shuo Mao used his blade with his feet, he would have met a dire fate. Hearing this, Shuo Mao could only irritably sheath his short blade, feeling quite unlucky. What kind of prodigy is this, merely a chunin? Little did he know, without Chuan Feng, Dai would have remained a lowly genin for life. Had it not been for the fierce confrontation with the 7 ninja swordsmen, few would have recognized the formidable prowess of Might Guy. After opening the sixth gate, Guy maintained an unperturbed demeanor, indicating that his physical conditioning had rendered him capable of withstanding the aftereffects of such an exertion. Unlike Li, who nearly incapacitated himself after opening the fifth gate, Guy donned his weights once more and returned to the stone table. At this moment, Shuma's gaze bore no trace of disdain. The two onlookers adjusted their postures, resembling obedient children, refraining from exacerbating the situation. Chapter 43. The Cells of Hashirama. What technique is this, Guy? Shoma inquired. I call it the 8 gates of heaven. Currently, I am only capable of opening up to the 6th gate. Guy candidly responded to Shuma's question. Does opening the 8th gate grant one power surpassing that of a Hokage? Naishue recalled Chuanfeng's words. Guy nodded, cautioning about the dangers of the 8 gates. However, the 8th gate, known as the Death Gate, exacts the price of one's life upon its activation. It should be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Chuanfeng's expression grew solemn, aware that Guy had indeed perished after opening the 8th gate. It is too early to speak of that. I have yet to reach such a level of mastery, Guy chuckled, not believing he would soon attain the ability to open the 8th gate. May I learn your technique? Shoma, his face flushed, hesitantly asked. Captivated by the 8 gates of heaven, Shoma, Naishue interjected, feeling it was impolite and concerned about her husband practicing such a perilous technique. Do not worry. It is merely an external matter. If my elder brother wishes to learn, I shall gladly oblige. How can one traverse the path of youth without companionship? Guy generously agreed. Much to Chuanfeng's surprise, as in the original narrative, he had only taught his son. Thank you. Stay and share a drink with us at noon. Shoma joyfully invited Guy to dine, appreciating his character, which aligned well with his own. It seemed he would soon have a sparring partner, who would seek to fight Chuanfeng without a hint of skill. During lunch, Shoma and Guy drank until their faces were crimson, leaving Chuanfeng bewildered at how his elder brother could bond with Guy. Was it possible that the camaraderie between Kakashi and Guy had its roots in their father's generation? Ultimately, Chuanfeng escorted the intoxicated Guy out of the Hitaki household, regrettably missing the spectacle of Guy performing drunken boxing. Perhaps that skill belonged exclusively to Li. Chuanfeng. You need not see me off. I am capable of finding my way, Guy declared, having grown closer to Chuanfeng through their shared libations. No longer addressing him as Lord Chuanfeng. Very well, take care, Chuanfeng replied, watching as Guy swayed away. Realizing that Konoha would soon gain another renowned ninja amidst the ongoing Second Ninja World War. The following day, Shoma commenced training with Might Guy. Eager to learn the 8 gates of heaven, Naishue remained at home, nurturing her pregnancy, while Chuanfeng continued his idle pursuits. Manado was wholly engrossed in the development of the Rasengan, yet progress remained elusive. Orochimaru began to wonder if Chuanfeng was merely jesting with the children. How could one possibly manifest a chakra sphere in their hand, devoid of attributes, spinning at high speeds? Since you were so adept at pondering, why not attempt it yourself? Tsunade had arranged a meeting with Chuanfeng for an important discussion, instructing him to await her arrival. However, it was all for naught, as Chuanfeng seldom ventured out nowadays except to meet Tsunade. Before lunchtime, Tsunade arrived, and after their meal, they settled into the quiet chamber. The subject of their conversation was of utmost confidentiality and significance. Chuanfeng-kun, do you recall my mention of researching my grandfather's cells? Tsunade initiated the discussion, which immediately piqued Chuanfeng's interest. Indeed, has it been placed on the agenda? Chuanfeng recalled that Orochimaru had unearthed the first Hokage's grave to acquire the cells of Hashirama. Was Tsunade suggesting they excavate a grave as well? I have yet to make a decision, which is why I sought your counsel. Chuanfeng pondered the dilemma. If Tsunade were to inquire whether they should exhume a grave, would he agree or decline? You speak. He maintained a serious demeanor, careful not to reveal his own thoughts, aware that a misstep could lead to repercussions. I previously mentioned that the research on my grandfather's cells within the village has been ordered sealed by my teacher. It not only contains experimental data, but also the existence of my grandfather's cells. I am contemplating whether I might request these from my teacher. I am uncertain of the potential repercussions of such an action. Tsunade, now cognizant of her limitations, sought Chuanfeng's advice, as she felt ill-equipped to contend with the cunning old foxes. Otherwise, her character would have led her to Saratobi's office by now. Allow me to think. Chuanfeng had initially believed that the laboratory had long been devoid of Hashirama's cells. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have dared to disturb the grave of the first Hokage. Danzo had already been eliminated by him, posing no threat. The third Hokage's objective was to cultivate a wood-release expert, which did not conflict with his own aspirations. Including Boruto's timeline, the number of individuals capable of merging with Hashirama cells was exceedingly limited. Even the esteemed guy was an anomaly, possessing physical limitations rather than transplanted limbs. This indicated that even if the cells were successfully researched, they would not be easily applicable. The requirements for the fusers were notably high. Having reached this conclusion, Chuanfeng had made his decision, but the third Hokage must not send anyone to participate in the experimental process. They could request the cells, provided they stipulated that the technological advancements would produce ninjas capable of utilizing wood release for the village. However, they must not be involved in the experiments. That was their bottom line. After years of research yielding no results, it was evident that the third Hokage lacked a competent research team. Sending additional personnel would only hinder progress. Very well, I shall proceed with confidence and speak with my teacher, Tsunade resolved. With the equipment for the underground research facility now in place, she was eager to initiate the project on Hashirama's cells. Do not rush, we have already come this far. Chuanfeng reached out, grasping Tsunade's hand as she passed by him. With a firm tug, Tsunade found herself in his embrace. What do you intend to do? Someone might see. Tsunade pressed both hands against Chuanfeng's chest, her voice tinged with shyness. There is no one here. I merely had the butler keep watch. Chuanfeng had already devised his plan. With no retort left, Tsunade realized this rogue had indeed arranged for a lookout. Kiss me, and I shall let you go. Chuanfeng leaned in closer to Tsunade. Do not. She protested, turning her face away. Refusal means consent. Chuanfeng pivoted to meet her blushing visage with his lips. Tsunade's small fist struck against Chuanfeng's shoulder, lacking any real force. As she felt the invasion of Chuanfeng's tongue, her eyes fluttered shut, her cheeks ablaze. You only know how to take advantage of me. Tsunade rose indignantly, her appearance now an alluring sight for Chuanfeng. With her hair cascading, her face flushed, and her tone coy, she struck a chord within Chuanfeng's heart. Without uttering a word, he lunged forward, aiming to embrace her legs. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Tsunade, clearly flustered, bolted away. Once said, it shall be so. Chuanfeng found himself grasping at air as Tsunade's words echoed in his ears, her figure vanishing from sight. This enchantress. Regaining his composure, Chuanfeng settled into a cross-legged position, pouring himself a cup of tea. Regardless of your myriad transformations, you shall bear my children in due time, he mused aloud, lifting the cup to his lips and downing its contents in one swift motion. After a brief moment, he exited the quiet chamber, unable to remain in such an environment alone. Upon arriving at the training hall, He found Naishiwa basking in the sun, while Shoma had sought out Guy once more. These two training enthusiasts were indeed a perfect match. In a cheerful mood, Chuanfeng leisurely scratched the chin of the mighty dog, allowing it to tilt its head in enjoyment. To his surprise, this fearsome man possessed remarkable massage skills, having previously only used his strength to dominate. At that moment, Tsunade had arrived at the Hokage building and knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. "Come in," came the voice of the third Hokage from within. Tsunade entered the office, finding only her mentor present, which made it convenient for her to speak. "Master," she began. Is there something you need?" "You do not visit the Hokage's office without a reason," the third Hokage replied, smiling as he removed his pipe from his mouth. "I would like to request something from you." "What is it?" The third Hokage continued to smile, willing to grant Tsunade anything as long as it wasn't excessive. "My grandfather's cells and the archived research materials." Tsunade remained forthright as ever. "What do you intend to do with them?" The third Hokage's expression grew serious, and he furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of the number of lives lost during that experiment in Konoha. "I wish to restart that experimental project." "Absolutely not. Return at once." The third Hokage refused without hesitation, not wishing to see more innocent lives lost due to that experiment. The casualties from that time still felt like a thorn in his heart, which explained his fury toward Orochimaru's unauthorized research. Had it been anyone else, they might have met a swift demise. "Master, I assure you I will not act recklessly." "No." The third Hokage's tone was firm, his expression darkening. "Master, I promise I will not conduct human experiments until I have results. There will be no innocent casualties. Your experiment was reckless, resulting in significant loss of life. I will not allow such a tragedy to occur again. Furthermore, a successful outcome could yield ninjas who can wield wood release for Konoha. Can Konoha truly be Konoha without wood release? Where the leaves dance, the fire shall continue to burn. The will of fire will be passed down through the might of wood release." Tsunade spoke passionately, her final words striking a chord with the third Hokage. The will of fire was something he had devoted his life to. Sighing, the third Hokage relented. "I can provide you with the materials, but you must guarantee that no innocent lives will be lost." His words offered a glimmer of possibility. He understood that the ultimate results of the experiment would have to be reflected on living subjects. If unavoidable, then the boundary for casualties must be set beyond the innocent. "Very well, I can adhere to that," Tsunade agreed, as she had previously discussed with Chuanfeng. "Additionally, I wish to send someone to assist." The third Hokage recognized that Chuanfeng had anticipated this. "No, I require absolute autonomy. Currently, I am the foremost researcher in medical science within Konoha." Tsunade's resolve was unwavering. As instructed by Chuanfeng, the third Hokage found himself unable to refute her. Her assertion was indeed factual. "Very well, I shall accompany you to retrieve it." Trusting Tsunade, who possessed a lineage more noble than his own as Hokage, he led her to the archives. Rising, he retrieved a long-sealed iron box from a safe and produced a complex key. "Let us proceed." Closing the safe, the third Hokage stepped out of the office, with Tsunade following silently behind. Upon exiting the Hokage building, the third Hokage dismissed the Umbu ninjas who had trailed them, leading Tsunade deeper into the forest of Konoha. "Do you know how your grandfather's cells came to be?" The third Hokage broke the silence. "I do not." Tsunade had never pondered this question before. "They were left by my predecessor, who believed that the cells of the first Hokage held unimaginable strategic value for Konoha." The third Hokage revealed this secret. It was unsurprising, given his words. Tsunade was not shocked. She was aware that her great-grandfather prioritized pragmatism over sentiment, possessing immense wisdom and a calm demeanor. Regrettably, her mentor had passed away before completing this experiment. In the aftermath, Konoha had lacked advanced combat power, and her urgency had led to catastrophic errors. "Do you understand my meaning?" The third Hokage's gaze was piercing as he looked into Tsunade's eyes. "I understand, Master. I will not repeat the mistakes of the past." Tsunade refrained from sugarcoating the truth. A mistake was a mistake. "That is good." The third Hokage smiled ruefully as they continued on their way. After walking for some time, they arrived at a large mountain, where the third Hokage found a hidden compartment. He opened the entrance to a cave, crafted by his own hands to prevent enemy reconnaissance. The two walked through the dimly lit cave, the third Hokage illuminating their path. Everything here was self-sufficient. Remarkably, after all these years, the lights still work. "Your great-grandfather was truly a genius," he commented. "Just ahead. You brought the storage scroll, correct?" Tsunade nodded in response. reaching a massive iron door. The third Hokage took out the key to unlock it. After some struggle, the door finally creaked open, revealing aging experimental equipment and scattered documents of little importance. The third Hokage ventured further, unlocking another chamber. Inside stood a cabinet filled with neatly arranged records. Experiment 1, Experiment 2, the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the Nara clan, the Saratobi clan, records of living experiments that left Tsunade astounded, revealing the immense cost Konoha had paid for this endeavor. Take them. They are my burdens. The third Hokage seemed to age several years in that moment. Master, I will succeed, Tsunade promised. Without further words, she produced the storage scroll and collected the entire cabinet. Watching the cabinet vanish, the third Hokage felt some of his internal pressure lift, though he knew he could never absolve himself of this sin. He then led Tsunade to the cryogenic chamber to retrieve Hashirama's cells. This place no longer serves a purpose. It is filled with painful memories. After exiting the cave, the third Hokage spoke, sealing the entrance with earth release, burying the cave completely. This burden was his alone to bear. Noticing her mentor's lingering melancholy, Tsunade chose not to leave immediately. She walked alongside him in silence, witnessing his rare vulnerability. He had truly aged. The days of joy spent with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, learning and laughing, were gone forever. In those times, he had been vibrant, becoming Hokage in his 20s, leading the village to ever greater prosperity. Now, it was time for Tsunade to shoulder her mentor's responsibilities. Upon returning to the Hokage building and settling into her chair, the third Hokage had yet to light his pipe when an umbu burst in. Lord Third, urgent news. Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain has declared war on Konoha, Sunagakure, and the Land of Iron simultaneously. The front lines are ablaze. Tsunade was taken aback by this intelligence, realizing that Xuanfeng's foresight had proven accurate. It had not even been 15 days. Summon all the Jonin in the village for an emergency meeting at the War Department. Immediately, the third Hokage sprang to his feet, slamming his pipe down onto the desk. At this moment, he regained his imposing demeanor, exuding an air of authority that demanded respect. Chapter 45, The Eve of Departure. In the familiar war room. It was the same place where he had first met Tsunade. Now, Kawafeng stood beside her, both positioned side by side, accompanied by Orochimaru and Shumo. More Jonin were en route, yet the third Hokage had yet to make an appearance. Kawafeng, with his keen intuition, was commendable. Orochimaru's expression was dark. The war was indeed commencing. Merely a series of conjectures, yet it was surprising that Hanzo of the Salamander exhibited such audacity. If Kawafeng had not read the original text, he could hardly fathom that a minuscule nation could initiate warfare on 3 fronts simultaneously. First, they would strike at the Sand Village, coinciding with Chiyo's efforts. Then, they would confront the Iron Country's Mitsuhashi, sparing him out of mercy. Finally, they would humiliate the 3 disciples of the third Hokage, bestowing upon them the title of the legendary 3 ninjas. The moniker demigod attributed to Hanzo was devoid of exaggeration. His strength was formidable. This was undeniably a representation of Kawafeng's youthful defiance. Unwilling to yield, he sought to confront them. The 5 great nations held no significance in his eyes. His teacher must be furious. How dare the small rain country provoke the might of Konoha? Tsunade observed the situation intently, noting how the third Hokage shattered his pipe upon the table. Yet, one must not underestimate Hanzo of the Salamander. Kawafeng reminded Tsunade, recalling how she had nearly been defeated by Hanzo. Were it not for Jiraiya's protection, she would have likely been left in dire straits. Kawafeng's words rang true. The demigods of the shinobi world were not merely a figment of imagination. Orochimaru was sufficiently cautious, believing that great renown was not without merit. Shumo stood like a silent log, listening to the chatter of the trio. Brother, why are you so quiet? Kawafeng nudged him lightly, breaking the facade of his aloofness. If we are to engage the Rain Country, then let us proceed. Shumo's words were succinct, his expression unwavering and gaze unyielding. You certainly are bold, Kawafeng mused, observing his brother's demeanor, inadvertently causing Shumo to crack. The third Hokage has arrived. Kawafeng quickly straightened up, while Shumo's unspoken words were swallowed back, leaving him frustrated. Tsunade regarded the two with a headache. She preferred the comfort of her sister-in-law, who was at home resting. Orochimaru watched with interest as the brothers bantered, a joy he had never experienced before. The third Hokage ascended the main stage of the conference room, accompanied by Nara Shikaku and Mito Kazumi. At this moment, the room fell into a profound silence, an oppressive atmosphere beginning to spread. The third Hokage stood for a moment before he began to speak. The Rain country has declared war on Konoha. The conflict has commenced. Today, I have summoned you all for a singular purpose, to demonstrate to Hanzo of the Salamander that the dignity of Konoha is inviolable. Orochimaru will lead the charge. We shall depart for the Rain country tomorrow. This battle allows for no defeat. Do you understand? This was not a meeting. It was a unilateral decree from the third Hokage. His last words were delivered with a sudden crescendo. It must be said that the third Hokage held immense respect among the shinobi. The Jonin in the conference room responded fervently, proclaiming their unwavering commitment to fulfill the mission. Fueled by the will of fire, the atmosphere was electric. Orochimaru, prepare the list of those who will march and those who will remain behind. Submit it to me shortly. Yes, sensei, Orochimaru replied, and the third Hokage departed with his 2 silent advisors. I'll join in, Shumo declared, already eager to enlist. Kawafing could only manage a wry smile, unable to deter his impulsive brother. Tsunade, you should stay in the village. The war has just begun, and there likely won't be any large-scale movements. You can join us when the time comes. Kawafing understood that Tsunade had recently acquired the cells of Hashirama and needed time to stabilize them. There was no need for her to rush to the battlefield on his account. Perhaps Tsunade won't need to engage in battle at all. The war might conclude before then. Orochimaru interjected, attempting to alleviate the heavy atmosphere. Let us hope for that, Kawafing replied with a bitter smile. He knew this war would not be swiftly resolved, as it had persisted for many years. Very well, I will heed your advice. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she regarded Kawafing for a moment before acquiescing. Then I shall return to my duties. Orochimaru then took his leave, as the remainder of the tasks fell to him. Fortunately, it was merely the list of Jonin, otherwise, he would never finish today. Kawafing, along with his brother and Tsunade, exited, preparing for their departure tomorrow and needing to tidy up at home. I'll head to the hospital. See you tonight. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Tsunade bid farewell. All right, Kawafing responded, watching her depart before continuing home with Shumo. Brother, why the rush? Kawafing wondered, perplexed by his brother's urgency to head to the battlefield when his wife was pregnant. If we do not fight for our future, how can the next generation thrive? Shumo's gaze was deep. Only in the presence of his younger brother did he reveal his true thoughts. Everyone possesses their own convictions, and he was no exception. This revelation made Kawafing understand why his brother had considered taking his own life. His heart brimmed with love for the village. When darkness enveloped him and he felt abandoned by the village, he had become despondent. Yet now, with Danzo dead, there remained him, Nashue, and the unborn Kakashi. This tragedy would not be repeated. I never realized you harbored such lofty aspirations, you silent one. Kawafing teased, attempting to lighten the somber mood. I have nothing to discuss with you. Shumo shot his brother a glance, hastening ahead, soon disappearing from Kawafing's sight. Kawafing shook his head and chuckled. His brother was indeed easily provoked. Upon returning home, Shomu and Manado had just returned from Orochimaru's training session, practicing in the dojo. Shomu, Manado, come here. Brother, sensei. What is it? Shomu and Manado hurried over, having set their swords aside. How is your training progressing? There has been no progress in ninjutsu development. I fear I have disappointed you, sensei. Manado felt a tinge of embarrassment, as he and Orochimaru had scoured through numerous materials without finding any leads. Haha, it's all right. You are still young. Time is on your side. Kawafing had already given up hope that Manado would develop ninjutsu at such a young age. It was rather outrageous to expect a 10-year-old to achieve that. Sensei says I lack practical experience. I have already reached the level of a chunin. Shomu spoke proudly. Since meeting Kawafing, his strength had soared. Excellent, excellent. Konoha is now at war with the Rain country. Are you aware? The 2 young ones shook their heads. The news had not yet spread. I will be heading to the front lines tomorrow. I intend to take you both with me. A ninja who has not seen blood cannot truly be called a ninja. Kawafing's expression grew serious. After all, going to war was no trivial matter. He could not guarantee that he would always be there to protect the 2 of them. All right, the 2 exclaimed in unison, their youthful fervor igniting. Yet, it remained to be seen whether they could still smile after witnessing the brutality of war. If there is nothing else, prepare for the night. We shall depart together in the morning. Shomu, stay for dinner. Your sister is coming over. After speaking, Kawafing stood to leave, while the 2 remained caught up in their excitement. After Kawafing departed, they continued their lively chatter. Chapter 46. The border of the rain country. Tsunade arrived at the hospital and made her way to the underground laboratory alone. She retrieved the materials and the cells of Hashirama from the storage scrolls. At this stage, she had no trustworthy assistant to help her, so she busied herself alone. After meticulously organizing the documents and placing the Hashirama cells back into the freezer, she left the hospital, and mealtime was approaching. Tsunade set off towards the Hitaki household. The dining table was adorned with a variety of sumptuous dishes, a feast fit for kings. The thought of heading into battle and missing such delightful fare made Kawafumi wish he could set another table. As Tsunade arrived, the banquet commenced. "I'm planning to bring Shoju along tomorrow," Kawafumi casually mentioned to Tsunade. "Then I shall entrust him to your care," Tsunade replied, her expression unchanging. Shoju had long harbored intentions of going to battle. This opportunity simply aligned with his aspirations. With Kawafumi accompanying him, the danger significantly diminished, and Tsunade felt no inclination to hinder him. "Rest assured, I will be there," Kawafumi declared, placing his hand over Tsunade's. The days of carrying one another were behind them. Shoju, feigning indifference, lowered his gaze to his meal. Manado, however, observed with keen interest, his mind occupied with thoughts of the red-haired girl. Lately, he had been preoccupied with training, neglecting her presence. Tsunade regarded the Sage of the Slug as a messenger. "You can relay messages to me through the Slug Sage." "Very well, let us drink." Kawafumi raised his cup, and the three of them drank heartily. Due to her pregnancy, Naishiwa had switched to milk. The alcohol infused the atmosphere with vibrancy, alleviating the earlier tension. Ultimately, whether by design or happenstance, Tsunade became inebriated. Manado, awkwardly, accompanied Shoju back to the Senju household, claiming he needed to bid farewell to Kushina and would return the following day. Leaving a small matter behind, he gained a significant advantage. Under Shomo's astonished gaze, Kawafumi, still sober, carried the unconscious Tsunade back to their room. The words of disgrace lingered unspoken in Shomo's throat, reminiscent of when he and Naishiwa had felt bashful merely holding hands before marriage. Upon returning to the room, Kawafumi gently placed the inebriated Tsunade on the bed and removed her coat. She murmured incoherently, "Safe return." At that moment, all thoughts fled from Kawafumi's mind as he gazed at her delicate, fair face. He placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead and lay down beside her, embracing her soft form as he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Manado was in the Senju household, trying to placate the irate Kushina, firmly placing the blame on Kawafumi. "Do not be upset. It was my teacher who urged me to develop my ninjutsu. I had no time. I must depart for the battlefield with my teacher tomorrow, which is why I came to say farewell." Minado's face was a mask of contrition as Kushina turned her back to him, pouting, clearly dissatisfied with his apology. "I leave early tomorrow. Will you not even spare a glance at me?" Manado deployed his ultimate technique, acting soft-hearted. Ultimately, Kushina could not bring herself to remain angry. Turning to face him, "I shall see you off." The next day, Tsunade awoke in Kawafumi's embrace. Feeling the large hand on her body, she quietly attempted to remove it. Even in sleep, he was restless. Turning to see Kawafumi still with his eyes closed, she playfully brushed her light yellow hair across his nose. As he reached out to grasp it, she pulled it away, but unexpectedly, Kawafumi's eyes flew open, and he pulled her into his embrace. "Early in the morning. My temper is quite high. Do not provoke me," he warned, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he tightened his hold on Tsunade. "Oh dear. I must get up," Tsunade exclaimed, feeling an unusual pressure in her abdomen, her face flushing crimson as she hastily extricated herself from Kawafumi's grasp and dashed out the door. "Scaredy cat," Kawafumi chuckled softly, stretching his neck before rising. At breakfast, Shoju and Manado, packed and ready, were followed closely by Kushina. As they finished their meal, the time for assembly and departure drew near. Shomo, holding the pack Naishiwa had prepared, shared a lingering farewell with her. "I will await your return." The battlefield was ever-changing. Naishiwa only wished for his safe return. "I will wait for you." In a rare display of affection before everyone, Shomo placed a gentle kiss on Naishiwa's forehead. Kawafumi had managed to gather everything he needed into a single storage scroll, which he handed to Manado. "Your disciple takes on the labor. It is only right." Kushina cast a scornful glance at Kawafumi, who stood empty-handed, utterly lacking in the demeanor of an elder. "Manado, please be cautious." Manado nodded gravely. "I will miss you." With that, Kushina shyly turned away, leaving Manado visibly excited. "I will miss you too." Kawafumi said nothing but embraced Tsunade tightly, feeling a deep longing. If you miss me, we shall meet again in the wet-bone forest. Goodness, the reverse summoning technique had become a tool for rendezvous. None of them maintained the requisite respect for the slug sage. At the entrance of the Hitaki household, the two groups parted ways. Shoju received a final affectionate head pat from his sister and a reminder to listen to your brother, or else he shall be the loneliest of all. Upon reaching the village's outskirts, a multitude of jonin accompanied by chunin had already assembled. Kawafumi-kun, Shomo-kun. A strikingly handsome figure with a middle part appeared before them. It was Mike Guy. As expected, the elder brother had summoned his recently acquainted close friend. Guy, let us depart. At this moment, Orochimaru signaled for the advance, and the large contingent of Konoha's ninjas began their journey toward the Rain country's border. Kawafumi produced a ninja world map. Noting that the journey from Konoha to the Rain country would take approximately 2 days at full speed for elite ninjas. However, with a sizable troop, including lower-ranked ninjas and supplies, it would likely take at least half a month to march. The Rain country bordered the Fire, Wind, and Earth countries. Nestled near the Grass country and separated from the Iron country by the Takigakure, Kawafumi pondered why Hanzo of the Salamander would choose to provoke them. It seemed rather unnecessary. The Rain country, perpetually drenched, was characterized by its valleys. Though the number of Rain ninjas was scant, under Hanzo's iron-fisted leadership, they were formidable, excelling in assassination and intelligence gathering. Consulting the map, Kawafumi synthesized the information he recalled from the original text and resolved to take initiative. The large troop would be too slow. Commanding the expedition was Orochimaru's responsibility, not something that concerned Hitaki Kawafumi. Gathering Shomo and Guy, along with the two younger ones, Kawafumi bade farewell to Orochimaru, and the group began to diverge from the main force. Along the way, they became self-sufficient, enjoying plenty of wild game. Kawafumi's storage scroll surprisingly contained a complete set of cooking utensils, earning him newfound respect from Shomo, who realized his elder brother was quite fortunate. After a week of rapid travel, the group finally crossed the border into the Rain country and located the encampment of Konoha's advanced negotiation team, as per Orochimaru's directions. Chapter 47. The proactive strike. As Kawafumi and Shomo entered the Rain country, they wore vigilant expressions. Upon entering the concealed camp, they were immediately confronted by a ninja wearing a Konoha headband, armed with a kunai, blocking their path. Within the perceptive range of Chuanfeng, two figures clad in the verdant vests of the Konoha ninjas, both of intermediate ninja rank, emerged. I am the elite Jonin, Hitaki Chuanfeng, and this is my elder brother, Hitaki Tsukumo, Chuanfeng declared, producing his identification to affirm his identity. One of the ninjas cautiously accepted the document, their kunai never once leaving their grasp. After thorough verification, their tension eased. I am the Chunin, Michikawa Ryu. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Chuanfeng. I am Chunin Jira, pleased to make your acquaintance, Lord Chuanfeng. As Chuanfeng retrieved his identification, a sense of unease washed over him. Something felt amiss within the camp. Has something transpired? Tsukumo furrowed his brow, scanning the area, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. Lord Chuanfeng, we have been awaiting the arrival of the main forces. However, we frequently face ambushes from the Rain ninja. We are merely the vanguard for negotiations and lack sufficient combat strength, resulting in considerable casualties. Ryu articulated, demonstrating a clearer command of expression than Jira. Who is leading your team at present? Chuanfeng inquired, eager to confer with the commanding ninja about their predicament. Lord Yamanaka Buncher has perished, Ryu lamented. Pain etched across his features. Let us proceed inside for further discussion. Tsukumo took the initiative, stepping into the camp. With no other recourse, Chuanfeng followed suit to assess the situation. Upon entering, they beheld the disarray of the tents. Some were so tattered that they could scarcely provide shelter from the elements. Within, wounded comrades wailed in agony, while a few intact ninjas approached, relieved that assistance had finally arrived. Shunshu and Manado, witnessing the grim aftermath of war for the first time, appeared pale. This is elite Jonin Hitaki Chuanfeng and Hitaki Tsukumo. Ryu introduced them to the gathered ninjas. I am aware. Lord Chuanfeng is a prodigious Jonin of the Hitaki clan, and Lord Tsukumo is the head of the Hitaki family. Many ninjas had heard of the brothers' renown, facilitating their command. Silence. Chuanfeng's voice rang out, interrupting the murmur of discussions. The time for deliberation was not yet ripe. The main forces are still en route and will likely arrive in approximately a week. Henceforth, follow my directives. Are there any objections? His gaze pierced through the mid and low-ranking ninjas, none daring to meet his fierce stare. No objections. Very well. Do any of you possess expertise in earth release? Chuanfeng assigned the earth release ninjas the task of constructing earthen shelters for the wounded, while also replacing the camp's dilapidated tents. Tasks were allocated according to each ninja's specialization, and the sentry positions were reassigned with a strategic acuity far superior to the previous arrangements. After a series of adjustments, the camp began to breathe with life again, a stark contrast to the previous desolation that had left the ninjas devoid of spirit. Their morale had evidently been crushed by the relentless assaults from the Rain Ninja. Yet, one could hardly blame them. Even the elite Jonin from the Yamanaka clan had fallen, leaving the lower-ranking ninjas feeling powerless. Chuanfeng received special consideration, as the Earth Release ninjas thoughtfully prepared him a humble earthen dwelling, which, albeit austere, was preferable to the tents. Inside, Chuanfeng and his party of 5 dined together. The pot held a modest assortment of noodles, a commendable offering given the battlefield's conditions. Each person had a small bowl, and they relished the meal heartily. What are our plans moving forward? Shall we continue to wait? Sakumo inquired, seeking his brother's thoughts. To remain passive is not my style. Since the Rain Ninja dare to attack, they must be prepared for the consequences. If I am not mistaken, these are merely diversions orchestrated by Hanzo of the Salamander. With 3 fronts engaged, he cannot afford to defend against us all simultaneously. Dispatching subordinates to harass us is his strategy to buy time before picking us off one by one. Sakumo pondered Chuanfeng's words, recognizing their validity. Although he was no novice in the art of assassination, he acknowledged that Chuanfeng possessed a keen strategic mind. Meanwhile, Dai, oblivious to the seriousness of the conversation, focused solely on his food, consuming more than anyone else at the table. The physical training required significant sustenance, and while Chuanfeng understood this, it was excessive for him to monopolize the food meant for the children. Shunshu and Manado watched with longing, unable to compete with Dai for the noodles, hoping Chuanfeng would offer them more. Feeling sympathetic towards the growing children, Chuanfeng generously decided to share more of his portion. Dai, delighted, savored his good fortune. Choosing to disregard the scene, Chuanfeng resumed his discussion with Sakumo. The persistent harassment from the Rain Ninja indicates that Hanzo's primary focus is not on us, the Konoha. I intend to take proactive measures, ensuring that the Rain Ninja think twice before approaching again, at least until the main forces arrive. Upon hearing this, Sakumo immediately expressed his willingness. Leave it to me. I shall deal with these bothersome pests. Brother, you and Dai remain here to guard the camp. I will take Shunshu and Manado with me. They require the baptism of blood. Chuanfeng's thoughts aligned with his words. Small elite squads were ideal for the growth of the 2 young ninjas. Large-scale battles could often yield unfavorable outcomes, risking even an elite Jonin's life at the hands of lower-ranked ninjas. Isn't that too reckless? Sakumo questioned, thinking Chuanfeng's approach was overly aggressive, suggesting a gentler method for instructing his disciples. Rest assured, I have inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique onto them, Chuanfeng revealed, his confidence in their safety bolstered by this secret. If things go awry, I can simply teleport to their rescue. Very well, then I shall remain with Dai, Sakumo conceded, giving Dai's shoulder a reassuring pat. Dai nodded in agreement. Fear not, Lord Chuanfeng, the camp is in our capable hands. Observing Dai's noodle-laden mouth, Chuanfeng couldn't help but feel amused at the thought of how fierce this child would grow to be, possibly surpassing even his own prowess. Shunshu, Manado, do you have any concerns? Chuanfeng inquired, ensuring he had their consent before proceeding. I am willing. The 2 young ninjas responded in unison, their politeness evident as they finished their meals and placed their bowls down. Eat well, and be prepared to follow me, Chuanfeng instructed, rising and stepping outside. He still had inquiries to make. He sought out Michikawa Ryu, who was resting in a tent. Lord Chuanfeng, Ryu greeted. Please, have a seat. No need for formality. Chuanfeng replied warmly, settling beside Ryu. From which direction do the Rain Ninja typically approach? Do they possess any unique abilities? With little recollection of the Rain Ninja, Chuanfeng sought to gather information from Ryu. They always come from the northern side of the camp. As for special abilities, none have been discerned. They can conceal their presence, mostly utilizing water release techniques, combined with water clones, which makes them elusive in the rain. Ryu, though only a Chunin, had managed to compile valuable intelligence, which Chuanfeng appreciated. He did not wish to press Ryu further, as this information would suffice for Shunshu and Manado, preventing him from appearing uninformed. After patting Ryu's shoulder in gratitude, Chuanfeng departed. Chapter 48. The Young One's First Battle. Are you both prepared? Chuanfeng inquired, his expression grave as he stood at the entrance of the camp alongside Shinshu and Manado. We are ready. The two young ninjas responded in unison, each bearing a sword at their waist. The silhouette of Chuanfeng appeared towering in their eyes, having taken on such an exhilarating task with two novices right from the outset. Truly, he was worthy of being their mentor. Prepared or not, there was no time to waste. They set forth. Chuanfeng slowed his pace, slightly ahead of the two youngsters, heading toward the northern part of the camp. Although it wasn't raining, the forest was damp, and the tree trunks were somewhat slick. The careless Shuji nearly lost his footing and fell, had it not been for Minado's timely grip, which would have certainly led to quite a predicament. How many times must I tell you to pay attention to the details? The chakra beneath your feet must be focused. If your stance is unsteady, what good is your sword training? Are you practicing your horse stance for nothing? Chuanfeng's reprimand was merciless, far harsher than during their training at home. Shuji, still a young boy, felt a bit aggrieved and replied, I will pay more attention next time. Manado stood by, hesitant to speak, having never witnessed such a furious Chuanfeng before. Even when the two were beaten at home, he would merely laugh it off. Manado is doing well. He just needs to adapt to the environment. The air here is humid, and the terrain is unlike that of Konoha. If you lack even this basic awareness, perhaps you should consider going home. Chuanfeng's admonishment stemmed from his realization that Shuji was rather oblivious, completely unaware of his surroundings. It was no wonder he had met his demise due to an explosive tag. His death was indeed not unjust. Without instilling a sense of caution in him, he would never overcome this life-threatening habit. In contrast, Manado, who distinguished himself in the Third War, excelled in these aspects far beyond Shuji. Understood, big brother. Shuji managed to respond more boldly as Chuanfeng's tone softened. Chuanfeng chose not to speak further and continued leading the way. Shuji, be cautious. The teacher is right. This is a battlefield where lives can be lost. Do you remember the grim fates of the injured? Manado began to counsel Shuji, having started to grasp Chuanfeng's words. Shuji's complexion gradually paled as he nodded heavily. Rest assured, I know big brother has my best interests at heart. The two youngsters walked side by side, already exerting considerable energy just to keep pace with Chuanfeng. Having ventured far from the camp, the moisture deep within the forest grew heavier, with puddles visible all around. Chuanfeng also began to notice some concealed markings, the meaning of which eluded him. However, he surmised they were unique signals from the Rain Shinobi. Heightened vigilance enveloped his mind. He was responsible for the two youngsters, and any mishap was something he wished to avoid. Heighten your guard and remain aware of your surroundings, Chuanfeng urged them. Shuji and Manado became increasingly cautious, which rapidly drained their energy. Chuanfeng observed this, realizing he had not sensed any chakra movements nearby. They pressed on at the same speed. After traveling a few more miles, Chuanfeng vaguely sensed several unfamiliar chakra signatures. He was not a sensory-type ninja, which indicated that the enemy was not far off. Be careful. Chuanfeng dodged a few shuriken, and a Rain Shinobi wearing a gas mask appeared before them. A Konoha ninja, daring to show themselves. Are they seeking death? The Rain Shinobi's face was obscured, but his tone was arrogant, igniting a desire in Chuanfeng to teach him a lesson. Gripping his eight-sided sword, he was about to deliver a fatal strike when he sensed something amiss. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Chuanfeng decided to toy with this Rain Shinobi. So brazen, yet so careless. The Rain Shinobi's anger flared at Chuanfeng's words. He quickly formed hand seals. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A massive water dragon surged forth from the Rain Shinobi, aimed directly at Chuanfeng. A trivial technique, Chuanfeng retorted as he met the attack head-on. His eight-sided sword crackling with lightning as he cleaved the water sphere apart, scattering droplets in all directions. Behind him, Shuji and Manado drew their swords, on high alert. It seems he's an elite ninja. Let us see how many of Konoha's elite I can take down. The Rain Shinobi, unaware of Chuanfeng's prowess, continued to boast. Chuanfeng could no longer contain himself. This insolent fool was too audacious. In an instant, he closed the distance with a swift movement, aiming to strike. Only to find the figure before him was merely a water clone that dissipated into mist. The real body struck from behind, a sinister smile visible beneath the mask. Yet, without even turning his head, Chuanfeng delivered a powerful kick, landing squarely in the shinobi's chest. The Rain Shinobi was sent flying. blood seeping through his mask as he realized Chuanfeng had held back, refraining from channeling chakra into the attack. This ranged shinobi, recognizing the futility of the fight, fled at once. "Stay alert, I'll be right back." Chuanfeng surprisingly abandoned the two youngsters to pursue the fleeing figure. Manado stared in disbelief. This was not how a shrewd mentor should act. Nevertheless, he remained silent, knowing that staying behind was merely to protect himself and Shuji. "If you dare pursue me, just know that if I delay, your subordinates will be waiting to collect your corpse." The ranged shinobi looked back at Chuanfeng's pursuit with a glimmer of hope, initially believing his mission would end in failure. "If I don't chase you, how can I provoke your subordinates to act?" Chuanfeng smirked slightly, no longer concealing his strength. He unsheathed his sword, taking the stance to strike. Lightning flash, 6 strikes. The ranged shinobi, seeing Chuanfeng's approach, hastily employed a water clone technique. Unfortunately, 2 streaks of lightning sliced through, splitting both the ranged shinobi and his clone in half. An elite ninja from the land of rain has met his end. Be sure to greet the Grim Reaper for me. In your next life, refrain from such arrogance. I will not allow someone more arrogant than me to exist in the ranks of Hokage. Chuanfeng sheathed his 8-sided sword and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the spot he had marked earlier. He could see Shuji and Minado's figures. His pursuit and return had taken mere moments. The ranged shinobi could never have imagined he would not even last a single breath. At that moment, Manado and Shuji stood back to back, a puddle appearing on the thick trunk of a tree in front of Shuji. He shot a shuriken towards it. Sensing something was amiss, how could a round tree trunk have a puddle? Chuanfeng felt genuine joy at this scene. His younger brother had finally shown a spark of intelligence. Just as the shuriken was about to reach the puddle, a ranged shinobi emerged, effortlessly knocking it aside. Indeed, still too naive. From the sound of it, this masked ranged shinobi was also quite young. 2 more ninjas appeared behind him. The puddle had vanished, now facing 3 chunin from the land of rain. Shuji and Manado felt a surge of crisis. "Your foolish commanding Jonin dared to leave you 2 little brats behind. Don't blame us for our ruthlessness if you die." As the words were spoken, the front ranged shinobi charged at the 2 youngsters, followed closely by his companions, forming a triangular formation, brandishing shurikens as they launched their assault. Chuanfeng felt a headache coming on. Truly, 1's leadership reflected the incompetence of their team. Had it not been for his intent to train the 2 youngsters, he would have descended upon them and dispatched each with a single strike, sending them to meet their boastful Jonin. Chapter 49. The Bloodied Trial. With each inch gained, strength is earned. With each inch lost, danger is incurred. Clearly, in this confrontation, strength prevailed without peril. The 2 youngsters wielded their swords with finesse, their foundational skills solid, pushing the 3 ranged shinobi back. Without a scratch, Shinshu split the Rain Ninja's mask in 2, revealing a youthful face beneath. The Rain Ninja discarded the mask in anger, his fury evident. The 3 of them could not subdue the 2 children and had their masks removed, an unbearable humiliation. Water release, water chaos wave. Ninja technique, 1,000 raindrops. Ninja technique, 5 food sharks. Each of the 3 rain ninjas unleashed a unique ninjutsu against the 2 young ones. Shinshu's expression turned serious as he formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The last time Chuanfeng witnessed Shinshu use this technique was during their previous encounter. And now the water dragon appeared significantly larger, justifying Orochimaru's claim of his newfound strength as a chunin. Earth release, earthland return. Shinshu's water dragon bullet countered the water chaos wave and 5 food sharks, showcasing his superior chakra reserves. He then employed earth release to block the descending 1,000 needles. Watergate's figure had already vanished behind the earth release, launching a side attack on the 3 rain ninjas. He discerned that their close combat abilities were rather mediocre. Chuanfeng observed keenly, marveling at Watergate's prowess that allowed him to stand out during the 3rd Great Ninja War. At just 10 years old, with such combat intelligence, he was destined for greatness. Faced with their ninjutsu being thwarted and Watergate's impending assault, the 3 rain ninjas had no choice but to engage. Shinshu also attacked from the front. The 5 engaged in an exhilarating melee battle. With the advantage of their long swords, the 2 children swiftly subdued the 3 rain ninjas, leaving several wounds on each. Realizing they were outmatched, the rain ninjas, despite sustaining injuries, retreated from the children's attack range. They regrouped, employing ninjutsu once more, positioning themselves to prevent the 2 from causing chaos. Separated by the ninjutsu, Shinshu and Watergate reached their physical limits. The Rain Ninjas had conserved their strength while the two had been on the move for quite some time. Breathing heavily, Watergate unleashed Wind Release. Great breakthrough against the lead Rain Ninja. Seeing this, Shinshu charged in as well, intent on concentrating their firepower to eliminate one first. The remaining two Rain Ninjas would not stand idly by. Another two water ninjutsu were launched. In a flurry, Shinshu managed to partially block one with Earth Release while enduring the brunt of the other. Blood spilled from his mouth, and though he staggered, he steadied himself and struck, piercing the chest of the Rain Ninja, still resisting the great breakthrough. Having tasted blood, Shinshu had no time to dwell on the discomfort of his first kill. He withdrew his sword and faced the remaining Rain Ninja. Now it was 2 against 2, their odds slightly improved. Chuanfeng, initially intending to aid Shinshu, halted upon witnessing him forming hand seals. Shinshu had accomplished a significant feat to conserve chakra. The two opted for close combat. Watergate, at the cost of a wound, eliminated his opponent. Shinshu, hindered by his injury, could not secure a victory until Watergate arrived to assist, finally bringing down the last Rain Ninja. The fallen Rain Ninja, watching Watergate approach, begged for mercy. Please spare my life. I came here on orders. If you let me go, I promise not to appear before you again. She was a girl, her mask shattered, revealing a delicate face, perhaps 13 or 14 years old. Tears streamed down her face as the shadow of death loomed. I'm sorry. This is war. Watergate's expression hardened as he plunged his sword down, and the girl met her end with resentment. At that moment, Shinshu collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted and unable to stand due to his injuries. Shinshu. Watergate withdrew his sword and rushed to support him, pulling out a soldier pill from his ninja pouch and placing it in Shinshu's mouth. These were specially made by Tsunade, remarkably effective. I'm fine, just drained, Shinshu replied, revealing a vulnerable side as tears welled in his eyes. When will Big Brother return? After swallowing the soldier pill, Shinshu exhibited his frail side, tears escaping from the corners of his eyes. Our teacher will be fine. Watergate had confidence in Chuanfeng's abilities. Experiencing his first kill, Watergate's mental resilience surpassed Shinshu's. Nevertheless, Shinshu embodied the essence of a novice on the battlefield, for after all, geniuses are always rare. Cough, well done. Chuanfeng finally emerged from his hiding place, approaching the two boys. A minor injury. Let me take you back. He assessed Shinshu's wounds and lifted him onto his back. Watergate has achieved Chunin strength. I am pleased. Chuanfeng unabashedly praised Watergate, which he duly deserved. Our teacher instructs well. Haha, I appreciate your honesty, my boy. Chuanfeng laughed heartily, buoyed by Watergate's words. Shinshu, you did well too. You exploited the enemy's weakness, trading injury for victory. While I don't fully endorse it, in dire circumstances, it is a commendable choice. From this day forth, you are a qualified ninja. Chuanfeng leaped among the branches, encouraging his young apprentice. Watergate realized that this was the test their teacher had set for both him and Shinshu. He had been safeguarding them from the shadows. Big brother, I'm so scared. I fear disappointing you and never seeing you or sister again. Shinshu wept more intensely on Chuanfeng's back. This is war. I hope we gain the strength to prevent such conflicts in the future. Chuanfeng sighed, recognizing that this was a wish shared by many, albeit each person employed different means to achieve it. However, war remained the central theme of the Naruto narrative. In this moment, he did not view Shinshu's display of vulnerability as weakness. He recalled that during his first mission, he had struggled more than Shinshu. Had it not been for his older brother, Shuoju, he might have taken much longer to recover. The education under the 5-star red flag had rendered the concept of killing utterly foreign to him. Yet this was a world where individuals preyed upon one another. He had grown accustomed to it, becoming numb to its reality. The trio retraced their steps. Shinshu fell asleep on Chuanfeng's back. Watergate consumed a soldier pill, gradually regaining his strength and chakra. With Chuanfeng deliberately slowing his pace, they managed to keep up. Teacher, what about that Jonin? Watergate could not restrain his curiosity. If you had returned when Shinshu acted, wouldn't that Rain Ninja have escaped? Dead, Chuanfeng replied succinctly. Watergate was at a loss for words, his shock deepening, as he gained a clearer understanding of Chuanfeng's strength. I know a very swift, forbidden technique. I'll teach you when you grow up. Chuanfeng ruffled Watergate's hair affectionately. Without the flying thunder god, how could Watergate be called the Yellow Flash? All right, teacher. I will study hard when the time comes. Watergate's curiosity was finally quenched, leaving him filled with anticipation. How fast is very fast? He could hardly contain his eagerness to grow up. Chapter 50. The arrival of the main force. The return to the camp was swifter than their departure, as Chuanfeng carried Shinshu to the camp entrance. Loyal Konoha ninjas emerged to inquire, their demeanor markedly warmer than when they first arrived. Upon quickly confirming their identities, the three were granted entry. Chuanfeng made his way directly to the small earthen house, where Shuoju and Dai were still engaged in theoretical discussions on the 8 gates of death, unable to practice. What happened to Shinshu? Shuoju asked upon seeing Chuanfeng carrying Shinshu, his tone reflecting genuine concern, as they would soon be family. Having sustained a minor injury and seeing blood for the first time, I awoke to find myself healed. Chuanfeng placed the rope tree from his back onto the bed. Mizumoto quietly settled himself beside. How many did we deal with this time? Shuo Mao expressed unwavering confidence in Chuanfeng's abilities, believing that any encounter would surely yield results. 1 Jonin and 2 Jinin had collectively taken down 3 Chunin. It was a standard team. Chuanfeng remained composed, regarding the Jonin merely as an ordinary adversary, presenting no real challenge to him. Well done, Mizumoto, Dai remarked with a smile and a thumbs up. Haha, Mizumoto scratched the back of his head, beaming brightly. Since you have returned, why not stay and guard the camp? Just 1 Jonin. The ranged shinobi likely do not comprehend the pain. Dai and I will venture out again, so the ranged shinobi can grasp the power of Konoha. At this moment, Shuo Mao could hardly contain himself. Guarding the home was never the task of an assassin. Indeed. Chuanfeng Kuan, my brother Shuo Mao, and I shall set out once more. This was Dai's first experience in such warfare, and he wished to prove his worth. Very well. You may go, Chuanfeng replied without a word of caution, confident that the formidable combination of his brother and Dai could easily overpower any ranged shinobi they encountered. Off we go. See you later, Shuo Mao announced as he rose, with Dai trailing behind him as they exited the camp. The 2 Jonin possessed far greater speed than Chuanfeng, accompanied by 2 inexperienced Jinin. Shuo Mao, equipped with more extensive combat experience, was more adept at uncovering clues and tracking than Chuanfeng. Together, they located 5 teams of ranged shinobi led by Jonin. 20 ranged shinobi fell victim to Shuo Mao's blade and Dai's 8 gates, with no survivors. The carnage was gruesome. With the addition of Chuanfeng's group, the ranged shinobi suffered significant losses. Originally, the task was a disruptive delay orchestrated by Hanzo of the Salamander, and the manpower was limited. Losing 20 men at once was a burden too great for the leading shinobi, Yimin, to bear. He began to retract their operational scope while dispatching a message to Hanzo, who was still engaged in battle with Chiyo from Tsunade. Upon receiving this news, Hanzo was infuriated and tore the letter to shreds. The Konoha shinobi had arrived far sooner than he had anticipated. He had believed that the main force of Konoha had already arrived. Little did he know that it was merely Chuanfeng and his companions who had come first. Reinforce Yimin, instruct him to remain vigilant, and avoid direct confrontation with Konoha forces for the time being. If the main Konoha army begins their assault, we must delay at all costs until I return, Hanzo commanded. And the shinobi kneeling before him obeyed the order. At that moment, Hanzo was within the land of wind, opting for a surprise attack on Tsunade rather than adopting a defensive stance. One could only admire his courage. In response to Hanzo's movements, Tsunade dispatched Chiyo, leading a large force to confront him. Several battles had already ensued, with both sides sustaining injuries. Hanzo's poison inflicted heavy losses on Tsunade, while Chiyo's puppets wreaked havoc on the ranged shinobi. That accursed puppet master, Hanzo cursed under his breath, thinking that without Chiyo, Tsunade would have been nothing more than a trivial threat. Meanwhile, within the Tsunade camp, Chiyo was diligently researching Hanzo's poison. However, the antidote was not easily discernible, even for someone of her expertise. That insufferable old man with the trachea, Chiyo muttered in frustration, continuing her study, realizing that it would take considerable time to uncover the solution. The thought of the Tsunade shinobi perishing at Hanzo's hands tightened her brow. Mother, you have been researching tirelessly for a day and night. You should take a break. The voice belonged to a striking young man with bright red hair and a handsome face, Scorpion's father. Indeed, sister, if this continues, your health will suffer. Hibizan added in support. I cannot rest until I decipher the antidote. Chiyo sighed, rubbing her tired eyes, her mind preoccupied with visions of tearing Hanzo to pieces. Soon after, another shinobi reported that Hanzo was launching another attack. Chiyo had no choice but to rally her brother and son to the fight. The Rain and Tsunade shinobi clashed relentlessly within the land of wind. Meanwhile, Chuanfeng and his comrades had ventured north over the past few days without encountering a single ranged shinobi. They surmised the ranged shinobi's intentions to withdraw, taking refuge in the camp for several peaceful days. A week later, Orochimaru arrived at the camp with a large contingent of troops. Naturally, the arrival of the main force prompted notification to Chuanfeng. He set out to greet Orochimaru alongside Shuan Mao and the others. A substantial supply of provisions, consumables, and medicines were transported into the camp. Under Orochimaru's meticulous organization, everything proceeded smoothly, and soon the camp expanded several-fold. All tents and shelters were arranged according to strict requirements, a realm of knowledge that was foreign to Chuanfeng. Once Orochimaru had settled the Konoha shinobi, the group convened in a newly constructed earthen dwelling. The interior was modest, with Chuanfeng and his companions seated around a low table, which bore some fruits, all freshly supplied. The two younger ones obediently knelt to the side. "Teacher," the rope tree stated, now fully recovered from injury, beaming at the sight of Orochimaru. "Chuanfeng-kun mentioned your commendable performance." Orochimaru affectionately patted the rope tree's head, his expression cool yet smiling. The praise caused the rope tree's eyes to crinkle with joy. "Do you have any intelligence to share, Chuanfeng-kun?" Orochimaru inquired, prompting the others to adopt a serious demeanor. The ranged shinobi currently consist of small combat units, primarily engaging in assassination and disruption. I suspect that Hanzo's primary objective is not directed toward us in Konoha. He is merely stalling for time. This group assigned for disruption may have been frightened by our recent actions, as they have not shown themselves for 3 consecutive days. Chuanfeng articulated the situation of the past week along with his speculations, trusting in Orochimaru's intellect to guide their strategy. Shuan Mao and Dai remained silent, merely listening. The earthen room echoed only with the voices of Orochimaru and Chuanfeng. "I find your conjecture quite reasonable. Consequently, I shall dispatch personnel to continue searching for the ranged shinobi's movements, feigning a large-scale offensive to observe their response. In due time, the truth will reveal itself," Orochimaru concluded, quickly formulating a comprehensive plan. Agreed. Chuanfeng, having never commanded troops nor intending to usurp authority, did not contest Orochimaru's strategy. Chapter 51. Search for the ranged shinobi. After a night of rest, Orochimaru commenced the arrangement of troops the following day, gathering all members of the Hyuga clan and sensory-type shinobi. They formed teams consisting of 1 Jonin, paired with 3 Chunin, personally leading a considerable number of Konoha shinobi to search the northern region of the camp. Chuanfeng proactively chose to remain behind to guard the camp, as the large-scale search would not serve to train the 2 younger ones. Their lack of experience could potentially hinder the mission, particularly since both were merely Chunin with limited sensory abilities. At the camp's entrance, Orochimaru intended to bring the rope tree along. "Rope tree, do you wish to accompany your teacher?" "No, I plan to further instruct the rope tree, as there are still areas in which he needs improvement." Kawafeng hastily intervened, shielding Shoju with his body, a hint of anxiety flickering across his face, fearing that Orochimaru might whisk Shoju away. If he were to perish before Orochimaru once more, it would be one thing for him to descend into darkness, but how could he ever face Tsunade upon his return? Shoju, bemused, gazed at Kawafeng, recalling how his elder brother had praised his performance the previous night. Why had the tide turned so swiftly? Though he opened his mouth to speak, he refrained, the memory of his earlier reprimand still vivid in his mind. "Very well, let us set forth." Fortunately, Orochimaru did not insist on taking Shoju with him. After bidding farewell to Kawafeng, he departed with his large contingent. Kawafeng led the 2 youngsters back to their camp. Naturally, Shumo was unwilling to be left behind on such an exhilarating mission and requested a Chunin from the Hyuga clan from Orochimaru, who then joined the departing ranks. "Sensei, do you believe we will locate the ranged shinobi?" Manado inquired, dutifully trailing behind Kawafeng. "We should be able to find them, but it remains uncertain how many we can eliminate." Kawafeng acknowledged the prowess of Konoha's ninjas, yet noted the difficulty in exterminating the ranged shinobi, who were resolutely consolidating their forces. After all, the land of rain was their domain. "Go train. I shall patrol the camp," Kawafeng instructed, gently ruffling the hair of the 2 youngsters, sending them off to practice. He conducted a thorough inspection of the camp, fulfilling his duty. Deep within the forest at the border of the land of rain, a ranged shinobi, his mask fallen and garments tattered, bore the marks of a recent brutal skirmish, blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth. He approached a grand tree and transformed into a puddle of water, seeping into the ground. Beneath lay an expansive underground chamber, spacious enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 range shinobi, representing almost a third of the ninja forces in the land of Rain. This indicated that Hanzo's declaration of war against the three nations was far from impulsive. It was a premeditated strategy. Such a subterranean stronghold could not have been constructed hastily. It likely existed long before the negotiations, suggesting that Hanzo had resolved to wage war during the time of diplomatic engagements. The negotiations were merely a ploy to buy time. Once his preparations were complete, Hanzo declared war without hesitation. Upon entering the underground chamber, the injured shinobi was promptly attended to. "Jia, weren't you on patrol? I have urgent news to report to Lord Yamen." With the assistance of his comrades, Jia approached Yamen, kneeling on one knee. The masked Yamen's features remained obscured. "Lord Yamen, the Konoha forces have entered the forest and are conducting extensive searches. The leading ninja appears to be Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage. Our numbers are vastly outmatched. Those remaining outside are few." As he spoke with fervor, Jia coughed up more blood. "Damn Konoha!" Yamen, enraged, clenched his fists and slammed them down upon the armrest of his chair, shattering it. He stood, his fury palpable. "Continue to contract our patrols. Do not engage Konoha directly. Sukichiro, take a group out to set traps. Every enemy we ensnare counts. We require eyes on the outside. Stay safe and do not perish out there." As Yamen finished his orders, a slender ninja immediately accepted the mission and departed. "When Lord Hanzo returns, we shall make these Konoha ninjas pay." Once his subordinates had dispersed, Yamen muttered to himself, his words overflowing with trust and admiration for Hanzo. An elite contingent of range shinobi, led by Tsukichiro, emerged from the underground chamber. Meanwhile, the Konoha forces had thoroughly scoured the surrounding area, encountering 80 range shinobi, of whom only one managed to escape. "Orochimaru-sama, it has been quite some time since we last encountered the range shinobi," Shumo remarked as he approached Orochimaru. "They must have a significant gathering place. Unfortunately, the range shinobi we let escape evaded us. Otherwise, we could have pinpointed their nest. If someone returns to report, our chances of locating them grow slim. If we fail to find anything soon, we should withdraw to the camp, rest for a few days, create a stir, and then feign a large-scale attack." Orochimaru, with his keen battlefield instincts, lamented that Jia had proven to be an adept escape artist, thus slipping through their fingers. "Very well, I shall scout ahead. Shumo-kun, be cautious." Shumo and Dai ventured forth alone, and Orochimaru did not hinder their progress. Had he not witnessed Dai's extraordinary prowess with the 8 gates, he would scarcely believe that such a ninja could possess such strength. For all his years in Konoha, he had never heard the name Might Dai. Should Shumo and Dai find themselves in dire straits, it would spell trouble for the entire contingent he commanded. "Shumo brother, what occupies your thoughts?" Dai observed Shumo's momentary distraction. Despite the diminished danger, "I miss my wife," Shumo blurted out without prelude. In this environment, his longing for Naishua and their unborn child intensified. "Haha, I miss my wife too," Dai replied with a chuckle, as the two men, far from home, reminisced about their families amidst the battlefield. Once the child is born, they would train together. The sooner the war concludes, the sooner they can return home. Shumo regained his clarity, envisioning their children training side by side. This was pure mischief, preemptively troubling Kakashi. He wondered if Kakashi would resent his father for this. The fervor of Kai's youth was something he could hardly bear. "Indeed. Let us hope this war ends swiftly," Dai concurred as they continued their patrol. Whether it was their good fortune or the misfortune of the range shinobi, one was caught off guard while setting a plethora of explosive tags, only to have his throat cut by Shumo's short blade, collapsing while clutching his neck. "It seems the range shinobi have received word. We must return to alert the main force." Shumo deduced the implications, gathering the explosive tags. "All right, let us head back." Dai kicked the range shinobi's corpse aside as they tidied up, recognizing the strategic value of their finds. Upon returning to Orochimaru with their discoveries, he promptly ordered a retreat to the camp to avoid unnecessary losses. After all, even the most skilled can falter. Should they fall victim to a trap laden with explosive tags, even a Jonin would meet their end. Restructure the formation, return to camp. With Orochimaru's command, the dispersed Konoha ninjas began to regroup and retrace their steps. The range shinobi's traps were destined to be ineffective, yet the scouts would survive, which was precisely what Orochimaru hoped to witness. Chapter 52, A Major Offensive Kawafankuin. Your suspicions were correct. The Rain Shinobi have once again contracted their forces, unwilling to engage us in direct confrontation. Outside, they are merely watching, at most laying a few traps, showing no intention of harassing us. It appears they will remain inactive unless we provoke them. Having achieved a minor victory, Orochimaru was in good spirits and even brought several jars of sake. Within the small earthen hut at the camp, he and Kawafing shared a drink. Only the voices of the two men echoed within the humble abode. Their aim is to stall us, not to defeat us. As long as we create the semblance of a large-scale offensive, the Rain Shinobi will suspect it to be a trap and will have no choice but to confront us. Oh, Orochimaru, what a cunning strategist you are. I suspect those Rain ninjas' eyes were intentionally left behind by you. Chuan Feng sees through Orochimaru's machinations clearly. This can indeed be described as a bold maneuver. The Rain ninjas will undoubtedly strike, and a fierce battle is inevitable. However, these are merely minor schemes, and Chuan Feng finds amusement in them. Orochimaru, now merely in his 20s, cannot help but indulge in a few extra drinks upon receiving such praise from Chuan Feng. As the impending conflict looms, do ensure you remain within my perceptive range. Chuan Feng finishes his cup of wine with Orochimaru, reminding the two youngsters not to stray too far. As long as they are within his sensory range, the Flying Thunder God technique will suffice to protect their lives. Yes, teacher, brother, the two youngsters respond obediently. Munching on the fruits Orochimaru has brought. Shuemo, the task of perimeter vigilance will fall to you, Orochimaru states without pretense, being the commander appointed by the third Hokage. Handling such matters poses no challenge for him. Very well. Shuemo does not elaborate further and clinks his cup with Orochimaru. As the drinking continues, the atmosphere grows increasingly jovial, and they transition from discussing military affairs to sharing pleasantries. The relationships among the group quickly deepen, their interactions feeling natural given their matched identities and strengths. Chuan Feng, you've taken Tsunade away, leaving Jiraiya quite sorrowful. He should still be on his way back from Miyaboka Mountain to Konoha, Orochimaru shares, revealing his penchant for gossip. Haha, I am not one to steal love. There are countless women in the world. Once I have the time, I shall find Jiraiya a suitable match. Chuan Feng chuckles, feeling justified in his straightforwardness, as he is not undermining anyone. Orochimaru, have you considered finding a wife? I am on the verge of becoming a father. Shuemo, emboldened by drink, dares to ask. Chuan Feng glances at his brother, feeling amused. It seems to fall to him. He watches curiously for Orochimaru's response. I have yet to find a suitable candidate, Orochimaru replies. Unfazed, raising his cup to toast with Shuemo, Chuan Feng reflects on Orochimaru's humanity. In Boruto, he even nurtured a child, indicating he is not inherently averse to family life. At the very least, he is still capable of experiencing normal human emotions. When the time comes, whomever you fancy, I shall forcibly bring them to you. Chuan Feng jokes with Orochimaru, sharing another drink. Very well, should you come seeking me later, do not feign ignorance, Orochimaru remarks, a faint blush appearing on his pale cheeks. Perhaps he himself is unaware of why he can converse so easily with Chuan Feng. Could it be merely because he accepted a sword from him? I wouldn't flinch at any village leader, Shuemo observes, noticing Chuan Feng's boastful demeanor and pouring him another drink. If he drinks enough, he might stop boasting altogether. Dai feels somewhat out of place, partly due to the disparity in their statuses, and partly because he is learning how to boast, striving not to appear dull. As the drinking escalates, Shoki helps Orochimaru back to the tent, while Chuan Feng collapses onto the ground, unable to boast any longer in the ensuing silence. Shuemo, satisfied, drags his brother to bed. Observing the inebriated Chuan Feng, he realizes this is the brother he cherishes, not the mischievous child he often encounters. The next thought crosses his mind. There is no way he can let Chuan Feng raise a child, or he might lose at least a decade of his life. With these absurd yet heartwarming thoughts, he drifts off beside his brother. Poor Dai lies on the ground, grateful for the warm-hearted Manado, who covers him with a blanket before settling down on a small bed nearby. The following day, the camp is bustling yet orderly, a grand spectacle. The Konoha ninjas are busy acquiring combat supplies, a scene observed by the Rain ninja scouts lurking at a distance. They promptly return to report, as this is clearly indicative of significant action on the horizon. Upon receiving this news, Mawan grows increasingly anxious, pacing restlessly in the hall. Engaging directly would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Yet, to abstain from confrontation would mean failing Lord Hanzo's directive. After much contemplation, He can only hope that Orochimaru's intentions lie in attacking them rather than delving into the heart of the Land of Rain. He continues to monitor the movements of Konoha's ninjas, reporting back promptly. After issuing his orders, Mawan takes a seat in his new chair, still agitated as he removes his mask. The frown on his masked face reveals his turmoil. If the Konoha army is indeed headed towards the heart of the Land of Rain, he would have no choice but to engage in battle. Orochimaru and Chuan Feng, in their discussions, decide to extend their preparation period to a week. Each day, they distribute supplies, and the Rain ninjas return to report daily. Mawan's emotional state begins to spiral out of control. The slow, torturous buildup is unbearable. By the 7th day, upon hearing that the Konoha ninjas are still in preparation, Mawan is nearly driven mad, yearning to confront Orochimaru directly. Which direction do you intend to strike? Give me a clear answer. That evening, as Chuan Feng and Orochimaru find themselves alone in the latter's tent, they sit opposite each other at a low table, savoring the finest tea. Orochimaru, I believe we are nearly ready. Tomorrow's actions will reveal all. Chuan Feng smiles broadly, pleased with their strategy. Undoubtedly, this plan is built upon Mawan's suffering. After 7 days of torment, I believe the spirit of the Rain Ninja's leader is on the verge of collapse, making him susceptible to rash decisions. Orochimaru's cold smile is rather captivating. Having grown accustomed to it, Chuan Feng no longer feels the oppressive chill. If all goes well, a feigned attack could very well transform into a genuine assault. What do you think, Orochimaru? Chuan Feng now relishes the sensation of strategizing and orchestrating events. Raising his teacup, he takes a sip, the fragrant essence lingering on his lips, utterly delightful. Your sentiments resonate deeply with me, Chuan Feng. The two share a knowing smile, recognizing the bond of true camaraderie. The next day, the Konoha ninjas gather at the camp. Sufficient personnel remain to guard the provisions and remaining supplies, while the rest prepare for battle, targeting the heart of the Land of Rain. With a single command from Orochimaru, the ninjas file out in an orderly fashion. He casts a casual glance towards the north, hoping that the time he has invested in assembling this force will not be squandered by the Rain ninjas. As Orochimaru makes his move, Mawan has already positioned the Rain ninja forces to intercept the Konoha troops ahead. At this moment, he feels a flicker of relief. He finally understands the intentions of the Konoha ninjas. Lord Mawan, the Konoha ninjas are numerous and formidable. Should we not avoid direct confrontation? Tsukichiro, standing beside Mawan, suggests, believing that engaging head-on is not their best course of action. Are you suggesting we let the Konoha ninjas pass? Allow them to ravage our lands and people? Mawan's fury erupts. He can no longer heed such counsel. His singular focus is to eliminate Orochimaru, making him experience the same pain he feels. Tsukichiro, lacking alternative strategies, retreats, knowing that Mawan is the leader personally appointed by Lord Hanzo. Lord Mawan, we have sighted the Konoha forces. Reports a scout responsible for monitoring. Prepare for combat. Water techniques at the ready. Let the inhabitants of Konoha experience the sensation of being submerged in water. Amaru is not entirely mindless in battle. He is aware of how to exploit the advantage of initiative to disperse the Konoha ninjas with his water techniques. Those of lesser strength could even be swept away entirely. Water release, water dragon bullet. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, water burst. The ninjas of the Land of Rain, proficient in water techniques, unleashed their specialties, coalescing into a terrifying wave that surged towards the Konoha ninjas. Observing the oncoming tide, Orochimaru remained unfazed, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. Awaiting their approach, Earth Release Defense, prepare, he commanded. Instantly, hundreds of Konoha ninjas skilled in Earth Release began to form hand seals. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. With a single hand on the ground after forming the seals, Orochimaru summoned 3 ominous gates with gaping maws, weakening the impact of the water time and again. By the time the water reached the earthen walls before the Konoha ninjas, it had been rendered docile, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Well done, Lord Orochimaru, Kawafeng observed, exhilarated to witness the ultimate defensive technique. He thought it might withstand a few strikes from his sage mode. Advance. Orochimaru nodded slightly at Kawafeng, signaling for the Konoha ninjas to charge forward. Kawafeng, unwilling to lag behind, found himself unable to match the speed of his younger companions, settling into a middle position. At this moment, Shua Emon no longer needed to be cautious. He drew his short blade and swooped down upon the enemy like a hawk upon its prey. In the clash of blades, he mercilessly harvested the lives of the Rain ninjas. Come on, open. Dai opened the sixth gate, becoming a whirling green cyclone amidst the Rain ninjas. Those in his path were sent flying as if struck by cannon fire. For the first time, Might Dai displayed his terrifying lethality on a grand battlefield. Orochimaru's ninjutsu, combined with his physical prowess, faced little resistance among the Rain ninjas, while the occasional poisonous serpent delivered fatal blows. Kawafeng could only watch as his younger companions dealt with the stragglers. Under the leadership of several advanced ninjas, the morale of the Konoha forces soared, unleashing their full potential. Already possessing a numerical advantage, the Rain ninjas crumbled under the onslaught. Amaru could scarcely believe the caliber of Konoha's elite fighters. He had abandoned any intention of confronting Orochimaru and was consumed by fear, realizing that he could not halt the advance of the Konoha ninjas even at the cost of his subordinates. After slaying several lower-ranking Konoha ninjas, Amaru discovered that Jiraiya had been sent flying by Dai's kick, his life force already undetectable in midair. Retreat! Retreat! Amaru shouted, rallying the few remaining ninjas to withdraw amidst the chaos. Once a leader loses their will to fight, the troops become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. The Rain ninjas were mercilessly slaughtered by the Konoha ninjas. On the battlefield, none were colder than these shinobi, as vibrant lives extinguished one by one. Under Kawafeng's protection, the younger ones also claimed the lives of several chunin. The jonin who sought easy prey were intercepted by Kawafeng, who effortlessly sent them to meet their demise. At this point, the Rain ninjas had lost all capacity for resistance, and Amaru fled with fewer than 100 remaining ninjas. The battlefield was too vast for Orochimaru to pursue, leaving him to continue eliminating any remaining Rain ninjas. His pale face was stained with blood, yet his form remained graceful. The serpents in his sleeves still fierce. Within 2 hours, the battle had reached its conclusion. Not a single Rain ninja was left alive on the field. How do you find it? Kawafeng, entirely unscathed and devoid of blood, stood in stark contrast to the dismembered limbs and pools of blood surrounding him. Ugh! Shosuke retched first, followed by Manado, unable to contain himself either. This was their first encounter with such a gruesome scene. This is war. It's either you perish or I do. You must strive to grow stronger. I do not wish for you to one day end up like those on the ground. Kawafeng's expression turned grave as he kicked a severed hand, prompting another round of retching from the younger ones. He believed that delivering such a lesson in this grim setting would leave a lasting impression on them. Thus, their futures would expand. As talent combined with relentless effort cultivates exceptional ninjas. I understand, Sensei. Manado, recovering first, wiped his mouth, beginning to acclimate to the visual shock. Shosuke, pale and unable to vomit further, nodded at Kawafeng, signaling his promise to remember. Let us proceed and see how Orochimaru plans his next steps. Kawafeng led the two young ones towards Orochimaru, who had gathered numerous ninjas around him. Upon seeing Kawafeng approach, they willingly parted, allowing him to converse with Orochimaru face to face. Lord Orochimaru, a portion of the Rain ninjas has escaped. We must remain vigilant regarding our supplies. They pose no further threat. Kawafeng maintained his attentiveness, not overlooking any potential danger. You worry too much, Kawafeng. Fewer than 100 Rain ninjas have fled, and they are all injured. Even if they reach their camp, they face certain death. Orochimaru smiled slightly, acknowledging the validity of his words. Shall we rest before advancing? I will send someone back to notify them to bring supplies along. If Hanzo of the Salamander does not return, we shall encounter no significant resistance along the way. Orochimaru assessed the battlefield and estimated that over 800 Rain ninjas had fallen, corroborating Kawafeng's claims. Hanzo's division strategy had merely served to delay. Now that the Rain ninjas on Konoha's side had been eradicated, unless Hanzo returned, the Land of Rain would be unable to mobilize any further forces. Yet, Kawafeng sensed something amiss. If the Land of Rain were so easily vanquished, how could Hanzo in the original story find time to battle Tsunade and the Land of Iron before returning to confront Konoha? Chapter 54, Supplies Destroyed. Very well. Send someone back, Kawafeng, unable to comprehend the intricacies at play, acquiesced to the changes. The original text provided scant details regarding the Second War, focusing primarily on the appearances of key figures. Analyzing the current situation, Kawafeng found no fault with Orochimaru's strategy. He speculated that his own actions had set off a chain of events. Ito, Take your team back to the camp and gather all supplies. We will advance slowly, aiming to catch up soon. Is there any issue? Orochimaru was not inclined to waste time, directing the main forces to continue deeper into the Land of Rain. No issues, Lord Orochimaru. The Konoha Jonin known as Ito nodded and departed with 3 Chunin back to the camp. Kawafeng-kun, you deserve half the credit for this victory. Orochimaru, in a good mood after securing 2 consecutive victories, displayed a softer demeanor, his lips curling into a slight smile. You flatter me. I merely offered some suggestions. With Tsunade absent, Kawafeng held no interest in accolades, humbly responding. In contemplating the swift conquest of the Land of Rain, it is evident that when the time comes to engage in battle with the other ninja villages, Tsunade must be called upon to bolster our reputation. Otherwise, the role of Hokage may prove to be quite arduous. The 2 young ones observed the exchange between their elders in silence, aware that the extent of their learning from their mentors depended solely on their own abilities. Let us proceed. Very well. Orochimaru has now taken to regarding Chuanfeng as a consulting partner, often seeking his opinion on various matters. Assemble, and let us depart. With a commanding voice, the Leaf Ninjas, having cleared the battlefield, continued their march forward. In stark contrast to the spirited ninjas of the Leaf, the remnants of the Rain Ninjas, led by Mayan, fled the battlefield in a disheveled manner. They quickly circled back to the location of the Leaf's encampment, astonished by the numerous skilled fighters among them. Tsukichiro also perished at the hands of that peculiar individual clad in a skin-tight suit. Now, the advance of the Leaf's main forces is unstoppable. We are left with but one final recourse. We must annihilate their supplies. Only then can the Leaf Ninjas be compelled to halt their invasion. Shimon, I implore you to inform Lord Hanzo. I, Mayan, shall not disappoint his expectations. With that, Mayan, accompanied by several gathered ninjas, charged towards the Leaf's encampment at the border of the Land of Rain, each ninja adorned with an abundance of explosive tags. This was their last opportunity, Mayan's final desperate attempt. Fueled by a belief in his own demise, Shimon watched his departing comrades with a deep gaze before turning away, aware that his own mission was equally significant. As Mayan approached halfway, Leaf Ninjas emerged to confront them. There were no ninjutsu duels, only the chilling screams and violent explosions reverberating around the encampment. The Rain Ninja's suicide charge swiftly breached the camp. Although the Leaf Ninjas held a numerical advantage, the scattered Rain Ninjas could not effectively impede their advance. After the Leaf suffered the loss of over 100 ninjas, Mayan, leading the remaining Rain, reached the supply warehouse without a hint of hesitation. With a loud cry, he proclaimed, Lord Hanzo, I, Mayan, shall follow you again in the next life. Following this, a tremendous explosion shattered both Mayan and the warehouse into countless fragments, scattering them into the air. When Ito returned to the camp with 3 Chunin, he was struck with fear at the scene before him. What has transpired? Ito stormed into the encampment, his voice filled with fury. My lord, the Rain Ninjas launched a suicide attack, and all our supplies have been destroyed. Over 100 ninjas have perished. At that moment, a remaining Leaf Ninja approached to report the current situation. Those damned Rain Ninjas have sunk to such depths of madness. You all reorganize the camp. I shall report to Lord Orochimaru. Without pausing to even drink a sip of water, Ito hurried off, neglecting the Chunin he had brought along. They had to move at full speed. Without supplies, it would be impossible to conduct further operations deep within enemy territory. Ito's heart was heavy with concern, unaware of the fury that awaited them from Lord Orochimaru. The thought of Orochimaru's cold visage and emotionless serpent-like eyes sent a shiver down his spine. Finally, after an hour, he caught up with the main forces, weaving through the throngs of ninjas until he found Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, the camp's supplies have been destroyed by the Rain Ninjas. We are now entirely without food. Advancing into the heart of the Land of Rain is not a prudent course of action. Ito conveyed the intelligence, scarcely daring to breathe. Chuanfeng observed closely as Orochimaru's previously smiling face turned as frigid as ice. What transpired? Speak clearly. Orochimaru's sharp gaze bore down on him, struggling to contain his rising anger, as though a bucket of cold water had doused all his ambitions. Speak slowly. Do not rush, Chuanfeng interjected, attempting to alleviate Ito's burden. The aura of menace emanating from Orochimaru was palpable. Approximately a dozen Rain Ninjas, evading capture, charged toward the camp, laden with explosive tags. Their intent was not merely to kill, but to target the supplies, obliterating every warehouse in their path. None of the rain ninjas survived. At last, under immense pressure, Ito managed to clarify the sequence of events. What a ruthless heart, willing to impede our advance. Orochimaru, now somewhat calmed, retracted the murderous intent that had previously engulfed him. To declare war against three nations requires more than mere personal conviction. It embodies the very essence of Hanzo's strength. Chuanfeng refrained from mentioning his earlier advice regarding the importance of supplies, understanding that such a remark would only serve to discomfort Orochimaru. Alas, Chuanfeng, it was my folly not to heed your counsel. Orochimaru reflected regretfully upon Chuanfeng's earlier words, though it was of little consequence now. Let us return to camp. Dispatch someone to the Leaf to request provisions from the third Hokage. Once supplies arrive, we can set forth once more. The deaths of these rain ninjas will merely buy the land of rain a fleeting respite. After contemplating the situation, Chuanfeng noted that the Leaf still held the advantage and thus offered his insights for Orochimaru's consideration. Very well, let it be as you suggest, Chuanfeng. Issue the orders to return to camp. Orochimaru had come to terms with the reality, yet a hint of unwillingness lingered in his tone. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped away in an instant, and upon the arrival of the feudal lord's provisions, the battlefield's circumstances would be uncertain. Let us depart. Chuanfeng followed closely behind the main forces as they made their way back to camp. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the sight of the fallen Leaf ninjas sent a chill through Chuanfeng. It reminded him of the brutality of human bombs in the Middle East. Even the second Hokage had only employed the Edo Tensei for explosions, never foreseeing the turmoil it would wreak upon the ninja world. Chapter 55. Return to the Leaf, Chuanfeng-kun. This encampment has lost all significance. I plan to lead the team in retreat to a town within the Land of Fire until the supplies arrive, at which point we can seek a new campsite. Orochimaru surveyed the ruins of the warehouse before approaching Chuanfeng to express his decision. It was evident that he now felt neither joy nor sorrow, showcasing a psychological resilience that far surpassed Mayans. This encampment was not only compromised but also devoid of supplies. Orochimaru could not expect to lead the main forces in the wilderness. This was the only course of action available. Who do you intend to send back to the Leaf? Chuanfeng, also recognizing the futility of remaining at the encampment, understood that the priority was now the arrival of supplies. You. Orochimaru smiled softly as he uttered the word. Me? Chuanfeng was taken aback, momentarily doubting his hearing, yet he was eager to return and see Tsunade. It had been over a month, and he longed for her presence. Indeed. Chuanfeng-kun, your speed is commendable. You can convey the message back with utmost swiftness. Surely, you must miss Tsunade as well. A trace of playful amusement danced across Orochimaru's features. Haha, then I shall not decline. There's no time to lose. I shall depart immediately. Very well, be cautious on your journey. Orochimaru turned to lead the troops to the town for refuge. Chuanfeng entrusted the two young ones to Shumo and Daizhao for care, as he would not feel at ease if it were someone like Jiraiya. He then hurriedly made his way back to the Leaf, having cleverly inscribed numerous flying thunder god techniques along his route. He returned to the Leaf in just one day. As he gazed at the gates of Konoha, Chuanfeng felt as if he were in a different world. Those who return from the battlefield likely harbor a deep yearning for peace within their hearts. Upon knocking on the village's gate, two sentinels opened it, confirming Chuanfeng's identity before respectfully allowing him entry. Upholding a sense of professional integrity, he refrained from seeking out Tsunade immediately. Instead, he made his way to the Hokage building, where, after being interrogated by the Anbu, he was brought before the third Hokage. Lord Third, Chuanfeng greeted, ensuring to convey the respect due. After all, this old man had treated Tsunade well. Chuanfeng, why have you returned? The third inquired, his brow furrowed, smoke wafting from his pipe, instinctively sensing that the news would not be favorable. We achieved significant victories in the Land of Rain, defeating nearly 1,000 enemy combatants. Chuanfeng reported. Good, the third exclaimed, rising from his seat in excitement. A common protocol in reporting where good news precedes the bad, thus softening the blow for the leader. However, our supplies were destroyed, and we have retreated to a town at the border of the Fire Country. Orochimaru sent me back with the hope that you might persuade the daimyo to dispatch another supply shipment to the front. Chuanfeng refrained from mentioning that this idea was his own, leveraging Orochimaru's name to his advantage. What? The third's expression darkened again, his mood fluctuating like a roller coaster. If he were not so young, his heart might not withstand the pressure. The sudden onslaught of ranged shinobi, who detonated explosive tags upon contact, had overwhelmed the station ninjas. Chuanfeng clarified, "It's not that we were incapable. The enemy was simply reckless." "Very well, I understand. I will discuss this with the daimyo as soon as possible." The third sat back down, gesturing for Chuanfeng to leave. As Chuanfeng exited, the third summoned 2 advisors, and the 3 engaged in fervent discussion. They dispatched Umbu Ninja to the daimyo's residence to request supplies, as this was a matter of national conflict and the daimyo should be responsible for such provisions. However, this no longer concerned Chuanfeng. The moment he left the Hokage building, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the underground research facility of the hospital. As expected, Tsunade was diligently engrossed in her research, clad in a white lab coat, exuding the essence of a true scientist. The moment he appeared in the lab, she noticed him, given the confined space, and he made no effort to conceal his presence. "Chuanfeng-kun," Tsunade exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. She dropped the instrument in her hand and rushed into his embrace. Cradling the cherished figure in his arms, Chuanfeng gently stroked her hair, inhaling her familiar scent as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "I have returned." After a lingering embrace, Tsunade reluctantly withdrew from his warm hold. "Weren't you on the battlefield? Our supplies were destroyed, and I came back seeking assistance. I headed straight here after leaving the third." Chuanfeng succinctly conveyed his intentions for returning. "Come, let me show you my findings." Tsunade, disinterested in battlefield affairs, sensed that Chuanfeng would not wear such a cheerful expression if the situation were dire. She took his hand and led him to the experiment table. "I have successfully cultivated my grandfather's cells. They are, however, currently unstable, often leading to annihilation. The cell activity is remarkably high, and my next objective is to stabilize these cells. Then we can proceed with fusion experiments. You mustn't be stingy with your blood, though," she said with a proud smile, sharing her joy with the one she loved. "Just don't drain me completely," Chuanfeng replied cheekily. Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance. "Drain your blood," she retorted, her playful tone betraying her seriousness. Having lost interest in continuing her research, she removed her lab coat. "Let us go see Natsuki. She will surely want news of Shumo. All right, let us head home." Chuanfeng wrapped his arms around Tsunade's waist, and in an instant, they appeared in the training hall of the Hitaki household, startling the hidden samurai. Since Natsuki's pregnancy, the security measures of the Hitaki family had heightened significantly. Upon recognizing Chuanfeng and Tsunade, the guards silently retreated. "Housekeeper, where is my sister-in-law?" Chuanfeng called out, and the housekeeper promptly appeared. "Madam is in the living room." "Good. You may carry on." Chuanfeng and Tsunade proceeded to the living room, where they found Natsuki engaged in a playful exchange with the family dog. "Is that really you, Chuanfeng?" Natsuki sensed his presence, disbelief evident in her voice. "It is I, just returned," he announced, but it seemed unbelievable to her. Yet, Natsuki was not one to dwell on such trivialities, for a sister-in-law could never compare to a wife. After some time apart, the dog seemed to miss Chuanfeng, perhaps indulging in a hint of masochism, and bounded over to nuzzle against his feet. Chuanfeng knelt down, surprisingly gentle, scratching the dog's chin, which prompted it to blissfully lie down. "Did you come back alone?" Natsuki, glancing around, noticed Shumo was absent, her disappointment palpable. "I returned on a mission. Brother is safe at the border town," Chuanfeng reassured her, alleviating the tension on her face. "Brother promised he would find a way back before your delivery," she shared. "No need. The mission takes precedence." Though she said this, the happiness radiating from her countenance was evident to both Chuanfeng and Tsunade. "Natsuki, I'll check on you again," Chuanfeng remarked. Since leaving Konoha, Tsunade had not visited the Hitaki residence, and this was a perfect opportunity to do so. "The fetus is developing well," Tsunade announced as they exited the bedroom. "That brings me peace." "Thank you," Natsuki replied, placing a hand on her belly, where maternal instincts were beginning to take shape. "There's no need for formality between us," Tsunade replied warmly. "Haha, we will all be family from now on." Natsuki's candid statement caused Tsunade to blush. "Let us go. Chuanfeng is waiting." Tsunade took Natsuki back to the living room. "Don't worry, both you and the baby are perfectly healthy. Stay for dinner tonight. It has been a while since we all drank together." Chuanfeng nodded, his intentions slightly ulterior. "All right," Tsunade replied without hesitation. As evening approached, they all enjoyed drinks together, and Natsuki's mood lightened, filling the house with warmth that had been absent for too long. Unsurprisingly, Both Chuanfeng and Tsunade drank too much. With Chuanfeng's ulterior motives hindered by intoxication, Natsuki wisely arranged for the two intoxicated individuals to be taken to Chuanfeng's room. The following morning, Tsunade awoke in Chuanfeng's embrace. She had grown accustomed to this. This was not their first encounter of this kind. With a serene expression, she gently removed his hand from her body, which seemed to have a mind of its own, finding its way back to her. She began to question whether he was truly asleep. Leaning closer, she blew softly against his face. Chuanfeng frowned and rolled over, presenting his back to her. Such a lecher, she thought. Quietly, she rose with a smile and made her way to the bathing area. When Chuanfeng finally awoke, he assumed he had slept alone. After breakfast, he accompanied Tsunade to the hospital, staying by her side as she conducted her research and engaged in conversation. As for matters of expertise, Chuanfeng found himself powerless. Days passed, and Orochimaru, accompanied by a substantial force, anxiously awaited developments in the town. Meanwhile, Chuanfeng spent his days in the laboratory, engrossed in intimate exchanges with Tsunade. This resulted in significant delays in Tsunade's experimental progress. At this juncture, Sherman had arrived in the Land of Wind, seeking the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander. Lord Hanzo, Lord Yimaru has fallen in battle. We suffered a devastating defeat while attempting to intercept the forces of Konoha. Lord Yimaru managed to rally some remnants, leading them with a plethora of explosive tags into the Konoha camp, aiming to obliterate their supplies. Now that Konoha's forces have yet to penetrate our territory, it indicates that Lord Yimaru's plan has succeeded. What should be our next course of action? Sherman, now having removed his gas mask, knelt before Hanzo, recounting the events of the battlefield, his face dampened by tears. Yimaru was truly valiant. I have my ways to deal with Konoha. You may leave. Hanzo did not instruct Sherman to return, instead gesturing for someone hidden in the shadows to approach. Notify the intelligence personnel of the Land of Fire. Whether through bribery or by holding incriminating evidence, capture the minister in charge of supplies. Ensure he delays Konoha's provisions. If he cannot, he must report back to me. Despite its small size, the Land of Rain was adept at assassination and intelligence. Konoha would never suspect that Hanzo had arranged for operatives within the Land of Fire's daimyo's estate. Once the ninja departed, Hanzo released his tightly clenched fist, his turbulent emotions betraying his calm demeanor. 1/3 of the Rain ninjas had perished on the battlefield, and the pain in his heart was akin to a knife's wound. Was the notion of creating peace through military might merely a figment of his imagination? It seemed imperative to accelerate the conflict with the Sand Ninjas. Muttering to himself, Hanzo promptly issued a series of new combat orders. The clash between the Rain and Sand Ninjas intensified, with numerous casualties reported daily. Chiyo's disdain for Hanzo's poison grew, compelling her to devote herself tirelessly to researching an antidote. Each encounter between Chiyo and Hanzo left no room for intervention. Only he possessed the knowledge to counter his own poison, while Chiyo's own techniques left no room for close combat. It was disheartening for the esteemed demigod of the ninja world to find himself at a disadvantage against a woman, contributing to Hanzo's rising irritability. Even with the aid of summoning beasts, he could only slightly gain the upper hand, let alone defeating Chiyo. Even landing a blow on her proved a formidable challenge. Hanzo turned his attention to other Sand Ninjas, yet at that moment, Chiyo was intent on eliminating the Rain Ninjas. In terms of numbers, Hanzo had to concede his absolute disadvantage. Without his widespread poison, the Rain Ninjas would have likely faced total annihilation. The war between both factions had reached a stalemate, and he contemplated retreat, yet his pride forbade him from yielding, compelling him to press on. When Konoha's Umbu arrived at the daimyo's estate to report the situation, the daimyo, supported by the militaristic faction, soon acquiesced to the request for supplies. However, the minister overseeing the supplies persistently delayed under various pretexts, and the Umbu's reports to the daimyo seemed to vanish without a trace. The issue of provisions lingered unresolved. Upon learning this, the third Hokage felt helpless, instructing Orochimaru to remain patient. The ninjas of Konoha found themselves comfortably settled in the town, enjoying a respite from battle. The two young ones continued their training under the guidance of Shikumo and Dai, with Orochimaru's mentorship. After returning from the battlefield, both exhibited rapid progress, and it seemed only a matter of years before they would attain the rank of Jonin. Orochimaru, it has been several months. Is there still no news regarding the supplies? Shikumo inquired, concern etched on his face, as he and Orochimaru shared tea in a quiet room. Outside, Shunshu and Manado engaged in a sparring match, exchanging blows with vigor. Dai diligently offered guidance, correcting their techniques and unnecessary movements. My master advises patience, but I suspect there may be issues within the daimyo's estate. Whether it involves the Rain Ninjas, I cannot discern, Orochimaru replied, his intellect sharp enough to recognize the divide between the conservative and militaristic factions within the daimyo's court. How long must we wait? When will this end? Shikumo's impatience was palpable. Months of waiting had nearly exhausted his resolve. Had it not been for the mission, he would have turned back to Konoha long ago. My master seems somewhat weakened. The daimyo's estate has not sent supplies, and he refrains from applying pressure. Orochimaru noticed that the third Hokage lacked the decisiveness of his youth. The third Hokage may have his own difficulties. Perhaps you should discuss it further with him. Shikumo suggested diplomatically, his perception of the third Hokage gradually diminishing, even contemplating how things might differ under Tsunade's leadership. Supplies would have likely arrived by now if she were in charge. She is not known for her patience. Thus, I shall confer with my master once more. Meanwhile, Chuanfeng had enjoyed a more comfortable stay during this period. Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head, finishing his cup of tea before rising. Indeed, that little rascal. Soon. Dai and I must return home. My wife is nearing her time. Upon hearing this news from Shikumo, Orochimaru congratulated him and readily agreed. Chapter 57. Approaching labor. Orochimaru and the third Hokage maintained correspondence through letters, yet neither had resolved to exert pressure. After numerous entreaties from Orochimaru, the third Hokage finally relented and dispatched individuals to apply pressure on the daimyo's estate. As the strongest military force in the Land of Fire, he should have done so long before. At this time, Shikumo and Dai had returned to Konoha, their wives soon to give birth. The two young ones had been brought back as well. In the First People's Hospital of Konoha, a single patient room housed Naishue, who, with her prominent belly, lay in a hospital gown, savoring an apple freshly peeled by Shikumo. With a gentle twist, the fruit yielded effortlessly. The lazy Kiba lounged in the corner, occasionally glancing at Naishue. Tsunade, when will Naishue give birth? Shikumo inquired, setting the fruit knife back on the plate. Worry etched across his face as he addressed Tsunade, who sat on the sofa with Chuanfeng. He felt anxious, having spent several days in the hospital with no signs of labor, having surpassed her due date. Do not fret, my dear brother. With Tsunade present, you can rest assured. Chuanfeng had ensured that ample blood bags were prepared, and Tsunade would personally oversee the delivery. This delivery was guaranteed to be flawless. Brother Shikumo, it is quite normal for labor to be delayed past the due date. Perhaps you should take sister-in-law Naishue for a walk, Tsunade suggested with a smile. Very well. Shikumo's face brightened as he stepped forward to assist Naishue. My dear wife, let us take a stroll. With your demeanor, one would hardly guess you are about to become a father, Naishue teased, taking Shikumo's hand as she sat up and slipped on her shoes. It is not as if she has given birth yet, Shikumo chuckled, supporting Naishue as they left the hospital room for a walk. Wait until you see Dai carrying his son. Then, brother will surely be anxious again. Chuanfeng remarked with a mischievous smile as he conversed with Tsunade. You merely indulge in idle curiosity. I must attend to my duties. You may remain here. Tsunade, uninterested in engaging with this juvenile, rose to make her way to the laboratory. It was disheartening that after all this time, she had yet to stabilize her grandfather's cells. Doubts began to creep into her mind regarding her own abilities. I wish to go as well, came the eager response. You cannot. My research has seen little progress lately. Could you please be clear about your own position? Without glancing back, Tsunade dismissed Kawafu's intentions. Kawafu returned to the hospital room, feeling disheartened after being denied entry to the research facility for over a month. The sounds from outside the room suggested that Dai was boasting once again. Brother Shoma, has your wife not yet given birth? Come see how adorable my son is. Dai emerged, cradling Kai, as the two hospital rooms were connected. Shoma regretted this arrangement. Adorable indeed, a perfect replica of you. He took Natsuki for a stroll in the courtyard. Shoma had never encountered an infant with such pronounced brows. My guy was the first. After a perfunctory exchange, he hurriedly took Natsuki away, gently patting her belly as if to say, My child, why are you not yet here? Soon, just waiting inside me. I am in no rush. Natsuki chuckled at her husband's antics. Isn't it Dai who parades that child in front of me all day? Shoma explained with a simple smile. You all behave like children. Natsuki, with a sigh, continued to walk alongside Shoma. After a considerable time, a sudden pang of pain struck her. We must return. I am going into labor. Natsuki's expression turned pained, her tone urgent. All right, all right. Shoma swiftly scooped Natsuki into his arms and dashed to the delivery room, which had long been prepared. Kawafa shouted for Tsunade, his voice echoing throughout the hospital. He wasted no time, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the lab. My sister-in-law is about to give birth. Hurry. He seized Tsunade and appeared at the entrance to the delivery room. You all wait outside. I will handle everything. Tsunade, calm and collected, with the nurse's assistance, ushered Natsuki into the room. The following moments were filled with anxious anticipation. Shoma, now resembling an ordinary person, paced nervously outside the delivery room. Brother, stop pacing. You're making me dizzy. Kawafa settled in the adjacent waiting area, attempting to ease Shoma's anxiety. What else am I supposed to do? Ignoring his brother's advice. Shoma continued his restless wandering. Have you decided on a name? Kawafa finally managed to divert Shoma's attention, sitting beside him. The boy shall be named Kakashi, and the girl Yumiko. What do you think? Sounds pleasant, does it not? Shoma had pondered these names for quite some time. Let us call the boy 50-50. Kawafa's mischievous nature resurfaced. 50-50. That sounds ominous. The children of the Hitaki family shall only know victory, not mediocrity. Shoma promptly dismissed Kawafa's suggestion without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Inuzuka dog lay in wait at the delivery room door, suddenly recalling something significant, and bolted outside. Inuzuka, where are you going? Shoma called out as a dark shadow rushed past him, but the dog paid him no heed. That foolish creature has no idea what it's doing. Never mind it. Kawafu was unconcerned about the dog being harmed. As long as it did not cause trouble, he would count himself fortunate. My sister-in-law is about to give birth. Dai reappeared, cradling Kai. Indeed, allow me to hold the child, Kawafu said, reaching out to take Kai from Dai's arms. Observing the baby's dark brows and thick black hair, he was certain of the familial resemblance. He playfully pinched Kai's cheek, rousing him from his slumber. Kai blinked his round, dark eyes at Kawafu, seemingly unperturbed. Utterly adorable. Sated from his moment with the child, Kawafu returned Kai to Dai, considering himself among those who had held the young prince. Henceforth, Kai would have to greet him as uncle. Dai recalled that Kai had been asleep when he held him, now wide awake, undoubtedly due to Kawafu's playful pinching. It was imprudent to quibble with Kawafu, so he endeavored to soothe Kai back to sleep. Sleep well, little one. You leave, both Kawafu and Shoma retorted in unison, expressing their disdain for Dai's singing, which was unbearable. If you wish to leave, then go, no need to be so fierce. Dai, feeling a bit aggrieved, muttered softly as he distanced himself with Kai in his arms. The two brothers fell into silence, the weight becoming increasingly excruciating. Kawafu contemplated what state he would be in when Tsunade was in labor. The soundproofing of the delivery room was excellent. Neither could hear any commotion from within. After a considerable wait, the sound of Inuzuka's paws approached from the distance. Kawafu spotted Inuzuka rushing towards him, a small white puppy in its mouth. Upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to a snow dog. Inuzuka reached Kawafu and dropped the puppy into his arms, barking a couple of times. What is it saying? Kawafu asked, bewildered, as he gently stroked the puppy, glancing at Shoma. It says the task is complete. As Tsunade's dog, Shoma could understand some simple meanings. Kawafu then recalled the instructions he had given to Inuzuka months prior. The dog had a good memory. Well done, indeed. With one hand free, he scratched Inuzuka's chin in approval. What is it saying? How would I know? Shoma was equally perplexed now. Kawafu scrutinized Inuzuka's gaze, which shifted between him and the puppy, clearly conveying the message that it had retrieved his child, and that he should not be bullied henceforth. Chapter 58. The birth of Kakashi. As time passed, the gathering outside the delivery room grew larger. First, Dai returned alone, followed by Manado, who brought food. Then, Shoma arrived with Kushina. The waiting area was now filled to capacity. After finishing the dinner brought by Manado, Kawafu and Shoma waited for several more hours. Finally, the delivery room door swung open. Mother and child are safe. Congratulations, Shoma. Tsunade appeared slightly pale, beads of sweat on her forehead, indicating that the process had been far from easy, despite her earlier demeanor. Congratulations, big brother. Shoma exclaimed, tightly gripping Kawafu's arm. I am a father now, haha. The air was soon filled with well wishes from everyone present. Shoma joined the jovial exchange, and the atmosphere outside the delivery room lightened considerably. Was the process not smooth? Kawafu pulled Tsunade aside, wiping her sweat. It was perilous, The baby was in a breech position, and there was significant postpartum hemorrhaging. Were it not for your foresight in preparing blood bags, my sister-in-law might not have survived. Tsunade expressed her lingering fear. Unable to imagine the dire situation had Natsuki perished before her. But now it is safe, correct? Kawafu fixed his gaze on Tsunade, seemingly needing her confirmation to ease his worry. Safe now. With a sigh of relief, Kawafu exhaled deeply, having found the cause of Natsuki's potential demise. He was reassured that Kakashi would not be left without a mother. That is good. You have worked hard. Kawafu grasped Tsunade's hands earnestly. It was my duty. I need to take a shower. I feel unwell. Tsunade disentangled herself from Kawafu's grip, intending to head to her office for a shower. You have worked hard. Allow me to assist you with the washing. My ancestral skill in scrubbing is offered freely, without charge. Should it prove unsatisfactory, you may strike me. There is good news. Chuanfeng has resumed his mischievous ways, trailing behind Tsunade as they approach the office. Spare yourself the effort. Tsunade coldly confines Chuanfeng outside the office. This lecherous fellow. Since when did the Kiki clan become known for scrubbing? Such audacity to joke about ancestral matters. What a miser. Having been met with a closed door, Chuanfeng could not suppress his grievances and turned back to the delivery room entrance. At this moment, Naishua had been wheeled out, on her way to the hospital room. Daiguo returned home to tend to the child. Shuangmao steadied the hospital bed with one hand, while holding Naishua's hand with the other, gazing at her pale face. Filled with concern. Let me hold the baby, Chuanfeng said as he approached the nurse to receive Kakashi. The newborn had a head of thick silver hair and an inconspicuous beauty mark at the left corner of his mouth. No wonder this lad always wore a mask. That mark is not unattractive. The infant, wrinkled and fragile, made it difficult for Chuanfeng to feign admiration. Were he not the uncle, he would hesitate to hold him. Entering the hospital room alongside the bed, he heard, Naishu, I needs to rest now. Keep your voices down. Understood, came the reply. Most ninjas possess robust health. And with Tsunade's prior treatment, the nurses set the bed in place before stepping out. Sensei, may I take a look? Manado softly inquired of Chuanfeng. Shuangmao was preoccupied with Naishue and had no interest in his son. Otherwise, Manado would have had no chance. All right, Chuanfeng thought it reasonable for Manado, as Kakashi's teacher in the original tale, to wish for a glimpse. He crouched down to show Kakashi to Manado. Now, Shunshu and Kushina squeezed in as well. Having never seen a newborn, they wisely refrained from commenting. Only Kushina, with her playful nature, remarked, how ugly. Like an undeveloped monkey. What sort of language is that? Though Chuanfeng shared the sentiment, this was still his nephew, and blood is thicker than water. He stood up and shot a glare at Kushina, playfully tugging at her red hair. She huffily retreated, merely speaking the truth. Shuangmao, where is our child? Naishue awakened and, upon seeing Shuangmao, inquired about her baby. Right here. Blood is thicker than water. You may hold him yourselves. Chuanfeng hastily placed Kakashi into Shuangmao's arms, providing guidance on how to cradle him. Shuangmao glanced at the infant. Having prepared himself after seeing Guy, he was clearly taken aback by Kakashi's appearance, smiling and saying, he is quite handsome. He then brought Kakashi before Naishue. You hold him. Naishue took one look and felt no desire for a second, had it not been for the silver hair and familiar features. She would have suspected the child had been swapped. All right. Naishue claimed the moon in the sky was square, and Chuanfeng doubted if his brother would argue otherwise. His wife's keen perception was commendable. I shall take my leave. Call the nurse for anything you need. Having lingered without purpose, Chuanfeng bid farewell and exited the hospital room with the three little ones. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he ensured their safe return home. Estimating that Tsunade had finished washing, he knocked on the office door upon returning to the hospital. Getting dressed, Tsunade's voice called out. Knowing it was him without needing to open the door. 3-2. Haha, I knew you would come in. Chuanfeng used the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the office, only to find Tsunade impeccably dressed beside him. There was no sign of the bare skin he had imagined. Did you not say you were dressing? Chuanfeng retorted, his expression one of indignation. How shameless of you. I had not even finished counting to 3. Tsunade looked at him, laughing so hard it hurt her stomach. She had finally managed to trick him. No, if you deceive me, you must pay the price. A sinister grin spread across Chuanfeng's face as he lunged towards Tsunade. After a prolonged struggle, they finally separated, both panting heavily. Tsunade brushed away his hand from her chest. Her cheeks flushed. All right, I must return. Just a little longer, Chuanfeng insisted, refusing to relent as he embraced her. Enough of your nonsense. I'm leaving. Tsunade pried his hands away and swiftly exited the room. I'll see you out. Chuanfeng cheerfully followed her. A week later, Naishua had recovered, and Kakashi was no longer wrinkled. His charming little face endeared him more to Naishua, who could not resist stealing kisses, much to Shuangmao's chagrin. Today marked the day of discharge, and Chuanfeng arrived with the two little ones. The hospital room had been tidied, and after Tsunade shared some precautions, she began to chat. Another Jonin's wife will be moving in shortly. Our hospital is well equipped. Those with means are sent here. She spoke with pride, relishing the status it conferred. Who would dare claim Tsunade was wasteful? Just as Chuanfeng was about to drench her with cold water, the voices of a couple outside interrupted. Is this the right room? The man, with striking red eyes, gaunt cheeks, and slightly curly hair, stood beside his wife, who had a notably large belly and was a rare beauty. You must be Yuhi Kurenai, Tsunade inquired. Indeed, Lady Tsunade. The man acknowledged her, though she had not recognized him. This is the room. They will be discharged shortly. Please, take a seat. Tsunade warmly escorted the couple into the room, knowing the single occupancy and postpartum care would come at a steep price. Hello, I am Kiki Chuanfeng. He greeted with a gentle smile, remembering that this must be Kurenai's father. It would be a shame for that girl to pair with the third Hokage's son. My Kakashi is quite commendable. Hello, I am Yuhi Jinhong. Jinhong greeted Chuanfeng with sincerity, shaking his hand. Your sister and you are quite the match. I am sure your child will be beautiful. Chuanfeng began to flatter, hoping to establish a connection for the benefit of Kakashi in the future. Truly, he was concerned for the next generation. Haha, thank you for your kind words. Speaking of children, Jinhong's face brightened with joy. This is my family's hospital. Do not hesitate to ask for assistance. Chuanfeng disregarded any notions of propriety, thinking it best not to wait for Kurenai to be born. Thank you in advance. Jinhong appeared to possess a straightforward disposition, and thus a rapport was established between them. Tsunade could not comprehend how Chuanfeng managed to befriend everyone. Was it simply his amiable nature? We shall not delay you. We must take our leave. Chuanfeng took the luggage from Shuangmao's hands, and they exited the hospital room. Jinhong and his wife officially settled into their room. Days later, they welcomed a daughter with striking red pupils, naming her Yuhi Kurenai. Chuanfeng frequently visited the hospital with Kakashi to see Tsunade, often stopping by to chat with Jinhong. The bond between the two families grew closer under Chuanfeng's deliberate efforts. In the world of Naruto, the children are not only physically robust, but also grow at an astonishing rate. Two infants, having been born not long ago, have already come to recognize each other, often engaging in playful gestures and babbling. Their bond of childhood companionship seems destined to solidify. Kakashi's chances of separating them appear slim. And if he fails, Kawakaze will have to impart some life lessons to him. While peace prevails in Konoha, Hanzo's days are far from pleasant. After a prolonged battle with Chiyo, he is yet to gain any advantage and now finds his own poisons being countered. Hanzo resolves to retreat, leaving behind a battlefield stained with blood as the rain ninjas withdraw from the Land of Wind. With the war in the Land of Wind coming to a pause, Sunagakure also requires time to recuperate. At the Sunagakure encampment, the elderly man with a breathing tube has finally departed. Chiyo, having endured extensive combat and research, has visibly lost weight. Mother, shall we return to the village? She nods in response to her son's inquiry. Ebizo, notify everyone to head back to the village. With these words, Chiyo climbs into bed, exhausted from the battle. Her dreams are haunted by visions of Hanzo wielding his chain scythe. And how could Hanzo not harbor hatred for her? This puppet mistress, he longs to rend her into pieces. As Hanzo leads his troops back to the Land of Rain, he cannot suppress his curses, cleaving trees in his path with his scythe. Lord Hanzo, Chiyo's skill in toxin neutralization is indeed formidable. We have done our utmost. A man with a large birthmark on the upper right side of his face, known as Shindai, stands nearby. Shindai, take the men back. I will make a trip to the Land of Iron. Still unsatisfied, Hanzo plans to venture alone to the Land of Iron. Do you not wish to bring more men? No need. The Land of Iron is merely a gathering of sword-wielding samurai. Can they truly harm me? Hanzo's tone is arrogant. Yet one must acknowledge he possesses the means to back it up. Very well, Lord Hanzo, take care. Shindai nods as Hanzo departs alone. Crossing the Land of Grass and traversing the Land of Waterfalls, Hanzo pauses to regroup before entering the territory of the Land of Iron. Along the way, he dispatches samurai with his chain scythe. It is not long before news of an invasion in the Land of Iron reaches General Mitsuba. He leads a host of samurai to seek out Hanzo, and eventually finds him bare-chested before a grand waterfall. Mitsuba, taking the lead, commands his men to draw their swords in preparation for battle. Our Land of Iron has maintained neutrality. Why does your Land of Rain persist in pressuring us? Mitsuba, noticing the Rain Ninja insignia on Hanzo's gas mask, quickly deduces his origins. I, Hanzo of the Salamander, need not seek your counsel to invade the Land of Iron. Hanzo's demeanor is haughty, dismissing the samurai before him. Mitsuba's expression shifts. He has heard of the legendary status of Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world. The atmosphere grows tense, his grip on the sword trembling slightly, while the other samurai behind him falter even more. With a cry of despair, one of the men breaks and flees, causing the others to scatter in panic. Will you not flee? Hanzo regards the leader, who sports a goatee, with amusement. I cannot abandon my comrades. If I do, they will perish. Mitsuba steels himself against his growing fear, gripping his sword firmly, directly facing Hanzo. Then I shall kill you first. With that, Hanzo lunges forward, swinging his scythe. Mitsuba's swordsmanship is swift, but against Hanzo, even the most skilled ninja would struggle to form hand seals in time. However, Hanzo's blade is swifter still. After a brief exchange, Mitsuba finds himself at a disadvantage. With a strike of the scythe, Mitsuba's sword becomes ensnared by the chain, and Hanzo's scythe strikes him hard on the right side of his face, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Hanzo does not miss the opportunity. He raises his scythe, aiming to pin Mitsuba to the ground. In a desperate move, Mitsuba rolls to evade the lethal blow, rising to his feet and channeling chakra into his blade. Sword technique, air split slash. A crescent arc of energy surges from his sword, aimed at Hanzo. Water body technique. Hanzo performs a one-handed seal and transforms into a puddle, evading the attack. Sword technique, II slash. Hanzo, wielding his scythe, pierces Mitsuba with blinding speed, cleaving his sword in two. As he passes by, Mitsuba collapses, blood pouring from his wounds. Kneeling on the ground. You are poisoned. Your life is forfeit, Hanzo states coolly, retracting his chain. Mitsuba, succumbing to the effects of the poison, falls forward onto the ground. The end of a person is not merely death, but occurs when they lose their will to fight. Even in death, you shall not be a dull knife. I will proclaim to the world that you are a hero. Hanzo admires Mitsuba's resolve. Facing one's own fate alone requires a courage not possessed by many. Before I die, may I request one favor from you? Mitsuba's weak voice reaches Hanzo's ears. Speak your wish. Hanzo finds this encounter intriguing. Let my death serve as a trade for your promise not to harm my comrades. A hearty laugh escapes Hanzo as he tosses a vial of antidote to Mitsuba. Turning to leave. Chapter 60. Supplies arrive. Yui Kurenai is indeed a devoted husband, having settled the expenses for 3 months of postpartum care in full. Tsunade is so elated she nearly shatters the threshold of his hospital room. As a significant client, he is exceedingly attentive, checking in daily with kind words. Little does she know, Kurenai has given birth only once, making this business transaction a singular occurrence. Kawakaze. I've heard from consultant Kamachi that the supplies from the daimyo's residence are nearing the borders of the Land of Rain. Tsunade, cradling the adorable Kurenai by the window, basks in the sunlight. Kakashi lies in his cradle, voicing his discontent with soft cries. Indeed, if the supplies do not arrive soon, Orochimaru will surely go mad. Kawakaze remains unfazed. The pressure from the Hokage still holds significant sway over the daimyo. Then it seems the front line will soon resume hostilities. As a jonin, Kurenai is well aware of such matters. Yes, let us hope this time everything proceeds smoothly. Kawakaze's expression darkens. War is always a detestable affair. Do not fret too much. When you returned, the Rain ninjas had already been driven away. Tsunade reassures Kawakaze. My concern is that Hanzo may have returned to the Land of Rain. If so, this war will be arduous. Kawakaze questions whether he dares to match strength with Hanzo, yet the lethal potency of Hanzo's poison on the battlefield is indeed terrifying. Furthermore, his summoned beast, the salamander, has reached its peak. In the original narrative, apart from the legendary Sannin, all Konoha ninjas fell before Hanzo, had he not shown mercy. It is doubtful how many of the Sannin would have returned. The delay in the war's progression is an unavoidable circumstance. Having fought on the battlefield herself, Kurenai offers her thoughts. The criticism aimed squarely at the third Hokage, which both Kawakaze and Tsunade readily perceive. I must take Kakashi back. I may need to head to the front lines. With that, Kawakaze rises, taking Kakashi in his arms, and vanishes from their sight. Kawakaze is indeed quite impulsive, Kurenai muses. Having witnessed his use of the Flying Thunder God before, she expresses no surprise, merely a note of admiration. The primary issue lies with his impetuous elder brother. Tsunade has thoroughly analyzed Chuanfeng's thoughts. I shall take my leave now. Once Chuanfeng departed, she found no reason to linger, handing over Zhairong to her mother before bidding farewell to the couple. Upon returning home, Chuanfeng chanced upon Shuo Mao basking in the sun with Naishue, engaged in idle chatter. Nearby, the hellhound frolicked with its white offspring, reveling in play. Shengshu and Manado continued their sparring, although their exchanges had begun to lose their allure. Brother, the supplies are nearing the front lines. Then we must prepare to set out. Shuo Mao, who had previously been jovial, now adopted a serious demeanor. All of this fell within Chuanfeng's expectations. Shaking his head, he entrusted Kakashi to Naishue. You leave without considering the feelings of your sister-in-law? Chuanfeng desired to spend a few more days with Tsunade. During this period at the office, he had indeed been somewhat inappropriate. It was as if he had disregarded little Kakashi's humanity. I will notify Dai first and discuss it later. Shuo Mao utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the entrance, a skill he had learned from Chuanfeng. Were it not for his insufficient chakra, he would have preferred to teleport directly to Dai's doorstep. Ultimately, the three agreed to embark on their journey a week later, with the two little ones accompanying them. At the border town of the Land of Fire, a leaf ninja reported to Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru, the supplies have arrived. With a resounding crash, Orochimaru slammed his teacup onto the low table before him. Finally, they have arrived. Dispatch orders for a rest tonight. We shall advance into the Land of Rain tomorrow. As Chuanfeng had predicted, Orochimaru was on the brink of madness without the supplies. After nearly 8 months in this town, even the most patient soul would be worn thin. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, replied the leaf ninja, taking his leave. The following morning, Orochimaru, accompanied by the leaf's main force and ample supplies, once again set foot on the territory of the Land of Rain, not pausing at the border, but advancing directly into the heart of the nation. 2 days later, upon detecting the presence of rain ninjas, Orochimaru ordered the establishment of a camp, constructing defensive structures to rest and regroup. As the ninjas from the Leaf diligently erected their positions, news of their arrival reached Hanzo. The Leaf ninjas have arrived rather swiftly. They cannot wait to meet their demise once the supplies have landed. From Hanzo's words, it was evident that he had everything concerning the supplies within his grasp. The intelligence revealed that the Leaf had already suffered a setback. I refuse to believe another puppet old woman will appear. Gather all the ninjas in the village. Let the Leaf know that the Land of Rain is not a place they can enter and exit at will. With a single command from Hanzo, his ninjas sprang into action. Nearly 2,000 rain ninjas, led by Hanzo, advanced toward Orochimaru's encampment. Lord Orochimaru, a large group of rain ninjas, led by the salamander Hanzo, is approaching from 10 miles away. The Leaf scouts were no mere bystanders. However, this was also due to Hanzo's decision not to conceal his presence. He currently required a decisive victory to restore the confidence of his subordinates, especially after the lackluster performance in the Wind Country. Prepare for battle. We shall cut through them. Orochimaru's expression turned cold, his tone chilling. Though slightly unnerved by Hanzo's appearance, he refused to evade the confrontation, as that would be an affront to the Leaf ninjas. As the Leaf ninjas readied themselves for battle, they observed the formidable wave of approaching rain ninjas, unhesitatingly forming hand seals to cast their jutsu. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The adept ninjas from the Leaf, skilled in both fire and earth techniques, coordinated their efforts to create a composite jutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. Enormous earthen dragons exhaled flames, charging towards the oncoming rain ninjas. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Lightning release. Once again, several massive water dragons crackling with electricity surged forth toward the rain ninjas. The composite jutsu, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet, demonstrated the Leaf's confidence. The destructive power of composite techniques was far beyond that of ordinary jutsu. Summoning technique. Orochimaru unleashed his ultimate form, calling forth the 10,000 snakes. However, at this moment, the 10,000 snakes were not nearly as colossal as they appeared in the original narrative, adorned with purple stripes and a four-cornered head. Orochimaru, I graciously accept your ninja, he hissed, exhibiting an air of arrogance. His prowess and tone were in perfect harmony, even before opening its mouth. The 10,000 snakes exuded the confidence of 100 offerings, provided they could be consumed. Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on the leading Hanzo, not sparing even a glance at the snakes beneath him. Very well. The 10,000 snakes twisted their forms, following the composite jutsu into the fray. The leaf ninjas surged forward behind them. Hanzo, observing Orochimaru at the forefront, allowed a sneer to flicker across his face beneath his mask. Is that all you have? A summoning beast? Summoning technique. A giant salamander, twice the size of the 10,000 snakes, materialized at Hanzo's feet, its body covered in brown warts. Salamander. First neutralize their jutsu, Hanzo commanded. With a resounding roar, the salamander unleashed its might, deftly swatting away the leaf's composite jutsu with a flick of its tail. Well done, Hanzo praised, stroking its head in encouragement. The sight of the salamander struck fear into the heart of the 10,000 snakes, for this creature was formidable indeed. Damn it, Hanzo's summoning beast is unexpectedly powerful. From this singular exchange, Orochimaru recognized the salamander's intimidating strength. Only upon facing Hanzo did he comprehend why the man was hailed as a demigod. The leaf ninjas engaged in close combat with the rain ninjas, and the battlefield erupted into chaos as jutsu were unleashed, claiming lives on both sides. Orochimaru drew his sword, clashing with Hanzo's sickle, but after several exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage, all the while dodging the toxic fumes emitted by the salamander. In this weapon duel, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Seizing an opening, he executed the multiple snake hand technique, summoning numerous snakes from his sleeve to strike at Hanzo, some even attempting to ensnare him. Swordsmanship, I slash. Hanzo sliced through the snakes with a single stroke, rendering Orochimaru's signature technique ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru retreated to the head of the 10,000 snakes. Although at this moment, the creature appeared somewhat weakened, bearing its own injuries. It had succumbed to poison. While it could still endure, Orochimaru suspected its time was limited. As the 10,000 snakes sank its fangs into a few rain ninjas, it raised its head to swallow them whole. I cannot hold on much longer. Take care of yourself. With that, it continued to restrain the salamander, preventing it from launching an attack on the leaf ninjas. 10,000 snakes formation. Orochimaru expelled a multitude of snakes toward Hanzo in an offensive maneuver. Again? Is the only trick you have snakes, Orochimaru? Hanzo remained motionless as the snake horde was devoured by the salamander, which then burrowed into the ground. When it emerged, it struck the 10,000 snakes high into the air. Orochimaru, I can no longer withstand this. The 10,000 snakes dissipated into smoke, retreating into the dragon cave to recuperate. Without your summoning beast, you are even less of a match for me. Hanzo charged at Orochimaru, sickle raised high. At this moment, the mountain pepperfish truly unleashed its formidable lethality on the battlefield. It expelled a vast cloud of purple poison from its mouth, engulfing the entire area. Immediately, several leaf ninjas began to succumb, with even the strongest among them experiencing a sense of paralysis. Gradually, they were slaughtered by the rain ninjas. Orochimaru had already foreseen the outcome of this war. From the moment the 10,000 snakes vanished, no, from the instant he charged in with a large force. The fate of this battle had been sealed. Using the earth substitution technique, Orochimaru evaded Hanzo's attack and swiftly turned to lead the surviving leaf ninjas in a desperate retreat. 7 months prior, the rain ninjas had faced annihilation, but this time, the losses for the leaf village were far more severe. War never shows mercy to the weak. The leaf village now had an influx of orphans. Should they pursue? Shinra appeared beside Hanzo, wearing a gas mask, aware that poison makes no distinction between friend and foe. Forget it. As a disciple of the Hokage, killing him would only bring trouble. Hanzo had no intention of engaging the leaf ninjas in a bitter fight. Death in war is commonplace, but killing the Hokage's disciple is an entirely different matter. In terms of overall strength, the Land of Rain was still greatly inferior to the great nations. Eliminate them all in return. Hanzo issued the cruel command, his heart betraying no flicker of emotion. This is the cost of war. As Hanzo departed with his rain ninjas, the sky began to rain. Torrential downpours washed over the land, and the rain mingling with blood formed red puddles on the battlefield. The ground was littered with leaf ninjas. Apart from the few Orochimaru managed to carry away, none survived. Orochimaru-sama, what shall we do? The remaining ninjas, varying in severity of poisoning, looked pale and sluggish. One of the less affected ninjas inquired cautiously, casting a worried glance at the brooding Orochimaru. We are currently fleeing towards the Fire Country. Hanzo has not pursued us, so we are temporarily safe. However, this battle has resulted in a devastating defeat. We must return to the village. Your injuries require prompt treatment. Orochimaru's mind remained clear. He uttered no complaints, accepting that the weak are often victimized, and he seldom relied on the strength of others. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. If Kawakaze, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were present, would the outcome of this battle have been different? Alas, the world does not entertain such what-ifs. Defeat had become a foregone conclusion. Orochimaru led the remaining Leaf ninjas onward, unceasing in their march towards the Leaf village. Along the way, 3 more ninjas succumbed to their poison. The atmosphere within the group was exceedingly oppressive, with hardly a word exchanged. Due to their injuries, the journey took them 4 days to return to the Leaf village. Fortunately, Orochimaru carried antidotes crafted by Tsunade, which enabled the remaining lightly poisoned ninjas to endure. Upon witnessing the village gates swing open, only one ninja remained standing beside Orochimaru. The others had collapsed, expiring in their last moments. Quickly, arranged for them to be taken to the Leaf Hospital, Orochimaru instructed the Chunin who opened the door. The 2 Chunin, already familiar with Orochimaru's reputation, hurriedly sought assistance without even verifying his identity. Orochimaru watched as medical personnel carried the injured away before he made his way towards the Hokage Tower. He needed to face the consequences of his command. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, the Umbu quickly reported, escorting Orochimaru to the office. "Sensei, we suffered a crushing defeat. It is my incompetence." The admission from the prideful Orochimaru indicated just how immense the pressure of this loss weighed upon him. Hanzo of the Salamander personally intervened? No wonder, I underestimated him. The 3rd Hokage's expression revealed no anger, merely a somber demeanor as he puffed on his pipe, plunging the atmosphere into silence. The 2 advisors remained silent, pondering their strategies. "Please leave for now, I need time to think." After a prolonged silence, the 3rd Hokage set down his pipe with a deep sigh, allowing Orochimaru to depart. "Koharu, Hamura, what are your thoughts?" Once Orochimaru had exited, the 3rd Hokage sought the counsel of his advisors. "Reinforce our troops and continue the fight. The lives of my Leaf ninjas cannot be lost in vain." They voiced differing opinions, but shared a unified purpose. "Very well, I will request supplies from the daimyo." The 3rd Hokage's gaze was resolute. This time, he would not be as accommodating in his request for reinforcements. As Orochimaru exited the Hokage Tower, his expression was somewhat dazed, tears unconsciously escaping the corners of his eyes. Only one's own strength is truly reliable. He gazed up at the sky. The heavens above the Leaf village were a brilliant blue, with a gentle breeze stirring the leaves. For a moment, Orochimaru found himself at a loss as to where he should go. Chapter 62. Jiraiya when the injured were transported to the Leaf village's first hospital. The remaining conscious ninja reported the battlefield situation to Tsunade. She could only offer words of comfort and administer medication to suppress the mountain pepperfish's toxins, temporarily safeguarding the lives of these wounded. Subsequently, she brought blood samples containing the toxin to the laboratory for research. However, the poison of the mountain pepperfish was far from simple. Even Hanzo himself could fall victim to its noxious fumes. Tsunade would require ample time to develop an antidote, and for now, she relied on other medications to keep the ninjas alive and prevent their conditions from worsening. As Tsunade busied herself, the atmosphere at the Hitaki household remained tranquil. News of the defeat had yet to spread. Kawakaze, Shikumo, and Dai were enjoying tea together. Nesuke cradled Kakashi in her arms. Listening attentively, Guy continued to be a devoted father, teaching his young son how to interact with humans. Shiranui and Manado were also rare moments of respite, joyfully playing with the 2 dogs. Regardless of their strength, at their tender age, they still possessed the innocence of youth. "We shall set off tomorrow," Shikumo remarked, sipping his tea, addressing Nesuke. "I have packed everything for you." Nesuke looked down at Kakashi, knowing that in the days to come, only he would be by her side. "I wonder if the fighting has begun at the front lines." Kawakaze pondered the situation, unaware that Orochimaru had already returned in defeat. Perhaps they had already reached the heart of the Land of Rain. Dai maintained an optimistic outlook, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. The previous war had made him underestimate the strength of the Rain ninjas. "Haha, that would be splendid." Shikumo heartily agreed with his friend's sentiments. Just as Kawakaze was about to voice a word of caution against being overly optimistic, the butler led Orochimaru into the training hall. Kawakaze-kun. Orochimaru called out to him, nodding towards Shikumo and Dai. Orochimaru-kun, what brings you back? Kawakaze felt a foreboding sensation. Victories rarely returned so swiftly. I only brought 11 back to the village. Orochimaru wore a self-deprecating smile as he approached Kawakaze, and Nesuke rose to offer her seat, a gesture of respect for a guest. Thank you. Orochimaru expressed his gratitude. Feeling somewhat better now, at the very least, his snake-like eyes regained a glimmer of vitality. How could this happen? Shikumo's expression changed abruptly, his tone urgent. Kawakaze remembered to pour tea for Orochimaru, but now, words of consolation were futile. He surmised that it was indeed Hanzo who had personally intervened. Otherwise, given Orochimaru's capabilities, even in the face of defeat, he would not have returned with only 11 men. With a grave expression, Dai remained silent, awaiting Orochimaru's elaboration. Meeting Chuanfeng's gaze, Orochimaru discerned the genuine concern reflected in Chuanfeng's eyes, indicating he truly regarded him as a friend. After sipping his tea, he began to recount, the day after receiving supplies. I led a substantial force into the heart of the Land of Rain. We engaged in a battle against the Rain ninjas brought by Hanzo, and it was a devastating defeat. His summoned beast was far too powerful, unleashing a toxic mist that resulted in significant casualties on our side. In just 3 sentences, Orochimaru clarified the dire situation. Hanzo's strength was largely embodied in his summoned beast, which proved particularly formidable on the battlefield. Chuanfeng, recalling the original text, assessed Hanzo, concluding that without the salamander, Hanzo would barely reach the level of a Kage. What you say is true, Chuanfeng replied. Orochimaru concurred with Chuanfeng's evaluation, yet acknowledged that the summoned beast was an undeniable aspect of Hanzo's power. What are the third Hokage's plans moving forward? At this moment, Shoaemo, with his wits about him, understood that Orochimaru had undoubtedly visited the Hokage Tower before arriving at his home. The teacher did not provide me with a clear response. However, a battle is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time. Orochimaru was well aware of his teacher's disposition, regardless of whether he had grown weaker. If this defeat was not avenged, his reputation in Konoha would plummet. Prepare yourselves. I have a premonition that we shall not wait long for battle. Chuanfeng also sensed that the third Hokage, be it for his own pride or to appease the martial ambitions of the daimyo, would expedite the deployment of forces. I will seek vengeance for all of us. Dai, now a father, still retained his youthful fervor. The group continued to discuss the heavy topic of war, with even Shungtai and Manado arriving to listen in at some point. That evening, Orochimaru was invited by Chuanfeng to dine, while Tsunade, appearing worn out, made her entrance at the Hitaki residence. What alleviates worries is none other than a rich sauce. That night, Orochimaru indulged in excessive drinking. Once Orochimaru was settled, Chuanfeng found himself alone with Tsunade. Remarkably, neither had overindulged. I fear you too shall find yourself on the battlefield. Under the moonlight, Chuanfeng gazed at Tsunade with tender eyes. The stone table in the training hall was adorned with fruits and yogurt. I must do what I can. At the very least, I can save a few lives. Tsunade's face still bore signs of fatigue, as Hanzo's poison weighed heavily on her. I believe in your strength, Chuanfeng said, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, allowing her to lean against him. This defeat also bears some responsibility on the teacher. He has indeed aged. This marked Tsunade's first admission of her ambitions before Chuanfeng. He did not attribute this revelation to his playful manipulation, but recognized it as her own thoughts. I shall always support you from behind. Tsunade softly replied, closing her eyes to savor the warmth emanating from the man beside her. They exchanged no further words, remaining in each other's company until the night deepened. The following morning, the third Hokage summoned all the village's elite shinobi for a meeting. In the same operations room, the third arrived early to wait for everyone to gather. He began by recounting Orochimaru's devastating defeat. The audience's attention turned to Orochimaru, who remained unperturbed, indifferent to their scrutiny. Then, the third revealed the battle plan for a renewed expedition, led by Tsunade and Orochimaru, with Jiraiya serving as support. Jiraiya had returned to Konoha several months prior, without having joined Orochimaru in the town. Once the daimyo's supplies were dispatched, the main force would march towards the borders of the Land of Rain. The meeting was brief yet efficient. Having assigned the mission, the third Hokage departed with his two advisors, leaving the room filled with elite shinobi in fervent discussion. Hanzo truly lives up to his reputation. Orochimaru is but mediocre. This time, I shall achieve fame through battle. Various comments reached Chuanfeng's ears. Exchanging a knowing smile with Orochimaru, the group exited the meeting room. War cannot be decided by mere discussions. Greetings, Jiraiya. I am Hitaki Chuanfeng. Chuanfeng graciously greeted Jiraiya, who had emerged alongside him. Feeling quite fond of the lecherous sage. After all, aside from his lasciviousness, he had few flaws. He was kind, reliable, and immensely powerful. Without Tsunade, he could help Jiraiya find another suitable companion, be it a steel, aluminum, or even titanium ally. Chapter 63. Return to the Land of Rain. As it was a meeting, Jiraiya donned the Konoha forehead protector and a green ninja vest, his white hair cascading down to his waist, casually tied at the back, with a red mark beneath his eyes that had yet to extend beyond his mouth. Hello, Chuanfeng. Jiraiya flashed a charming smile. In his youth, he was quite the handsome figure. He was a free-spirited individual who wished nothing more than Tsunade's happiness and was willing to offer his heartfelt blessings. No need for pleasantries. Let us get acquainted. Tsunade, with her characteristic boldness, led the group towards the Hitaki residence. If you ask why, it's because the food at the Hitaki household is excellent. Then I shall intrude. Jiraiya was eager to understand what kind of person Chuanfeng was, someone who had captured his goddess's heart. No disturbance. We are about to fight together, so it is beneficial to familiarize ourselves. As the six of them journeyed, they gradually grew closer, though most of the conversation revolved around Chuanfeng, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, with Orochimaru, Shuaimo, and Dai occasionally chiming in, vividly showcasing their distinct personalities. The food and wine at the Hitaki home received Jiraiya's hearty approval, as alcohol was one of his great loves. During the meal, the conversation inevitably shifted to the topic of war. Chuanfeng expressed unwavering confidence. If six of them could not contend with Hanzo, they might as well return home to farm. Through their discussions over drinks, Jiraiya found Chuanfeng to be somewhat likable, though not overwhelmingly so. At the very least, he was someone one could get along with. Orochimaru engaged in a serious discussion with Tsunade regarding the issue of medical ninjas, lamenting the current lack of trained medical professionals in the hospital. Once on the battlefield, Tsunade would likely have her hands full, as medical ninjas were a scarce resource. As more drinks were uncorked, the discussions grew increasingly animated. The two younger ones became diligent servers, while none present dared to provoke them. Jiraiya looked at Manado with fondness, ruffling his golden short hair. It seems Chuanfeng has found a remarkable disciple. Chuanfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. While Tsunade did not infringe upon his territory, Manado was indeed a direct rival. Haha, not at all, just an unremarkable child. Speaking insincerely, Manado did not take it to heart. He had likely grasped what words from a teacher could be taken seriously and which could not. Shengshu, I have a little gift for you. Jiraiya called Shengshu over and discreetly handed him a magazine featuring beautiful women in bikinis. This may not be appropriate. Shengshu hesitated, sensing the piercing gazes from behind. Jiraiya. Tsunade roared, rushing over to deliver a heavy blow to Jiraiya's head, visibly causing a bump to form. It's just a magazine. With a casual scratch of his head, Jiraiya displayed a look of indifference. It was not my desire. Rather, it was my elder brother Jiraiya who insisted on bestowing it upon me. Shoru, startled, hastily discarded the magazine back towards Jiraiya and fled without a backward glance. A dead friend is better than a dead priest. It's prudent to make a swift exit. A limited edition, but never mind. Jiraiya silently retrieved the magazine, entirely disregarding the presence of Tsunade nearby. Kawafu observed in astonishment, pondering how many beatings one must endure to maintain such composure. Following this brief interlude, Jiraiya not only remained unrestrained but drank with even greater abandon. Tsunade found herself helpless against this raucous character and could only turn to sit properly. She shot a fierce glare at Shoru, who was certainly no angel himself. Gaining early insight was not necessarily a disadvantage. Kawafu, perhaps slightly intoxicated, spoke without thinking. He received a sharp pinch from Tsunade at his waist, drawing in a sharp breath that sobered him somewhat. 3 hours later, having indulged to their heart's content, they staggered about, leaning against walls as they walked. Indeed, as Tsunade had mentioned, gathering together naturally fostered familiarity. Kawafu and Jiraiya, the two troublemakers, leaned against each other, bickering about whether the wall was moving or not. Jiraiya, a staunch believer in science since childhood, could hardly entertain such absurd notions, as it fundamentally contradicted his worldview. Just as this childish dispute was on the verge of escalating, Naesuk quickly arranged for servants to escort the group to their rooms for a brief rest. The remaining individuals also dispersed, each finding their own way to recover at the Hitaki residence. In the following days, the group frequently gathered, rapidly strengthening their bonds. 3 days later, they learned that supplies from the daimyo's residence had been delivered to the borders of the Land of Rain. That evening, the expeditionary team prepared themselves, gathering the next day at the gates of Konoha. This time, Konoha deployed a significant number of elite shinobi, including the renowned instructor, Uchiha Akane, known for his exceptional jinjutsu skills. "Ah, you are here as well, Akane." Kawafu greeted him while standing beside Tsunade. "Indeed, I am also a part of Konoha." Akane's smile was sincere. He would undoubtedly rise to the occasion when the village was in need, just as he had fearlessly charged into battle against the formidable Ninetales in the original narrative. "It is time to depart," Tsunade announced, signaling that the team was assembled. "Let us set forth." With Tsunade's commanding voice, the large contingent began their journey towards the Land of Rain. Perhaps due to the previous defeat, Orochimaru had diminished his presence, delegating responsibilities to Tsunade. The vanguard comprised mainly Kawafu and his companions, with the strength of the shinobi dwindling as one moved further back in the ranks. The two younger ones could only blend in with the larger force, lacking the necessity to take the lead this time. The reconnaissance team had long since arrived in the Land of Rain. "Orochimaru, what strategies do you propose for this operation?" Kawafu, unable to devise a suitable plan himself, inquired of Orochimaru. Tsunade, lacking in this regard even more than Kawafu, perked up her ears to listen. As for the others, they were too far away to hear. "We shall establish a base camp, focusing on eliminating the range shinobi without engaging in large-scale warfare. If we encounter Hanzo, we should retreat. There are ways to deal with him once he refrains from sending out more men." Orochimaru, having learned from past lessons, acknowledged the terrifying lethality of Hanzo in large-scale conflict. This time, he planned a strategy of encirclement, saving the main antagonist for last. The idea was sound, though it was uncertain how Hanzo would respond. Tsunade, having witnessed Hanzo's poison firsthand, held a deep-seated apprehension towards him. She had yet to create an antidote. "Let us adhere to Orochimaru's strategy. We shall adapt as circumstances change." Kawafu found this cautious approach to be a prudent means of minimizing losses for the Konoha shinobi and readily agreed. Should they indeed encounter Hanzo, he would not hesitate to test whether his Sage mode was sufficiently powerful. To be on the safe side, the antidote pills Tsunade had brought needed to be distributed among everyone. Although they could not completely neutralize the poison of the salamander, they could at least preserve lives. Orochimaru understood that Tsunade had prepared a substantial quantity of antidote pills to ensure the safety of everyone in the poisonous fog. As for whether they would be killed by the range shinobi, that was beyond her control. After spending half a month, the large contingent of Konoha ninja reached the borders of the Land of Rain. The moment they set foot on the soil of the Rain country, the clarion call of war echoed once more. Chapter 64. Hanzo's empty strike. Orochimaru promptly dispatched shinobi to summon the reconnaissance personnel who had arrived ahead, employing a special method of communication. They had just arrived and were still uncertain whether Hanzo had sent range shinobi to keep watch. After a brief period of rest, the first of Konoha's reconnaissance agents arrived to report. "I have met Yamashiro Hayato, the leader of this Konoha intelligence unit, and a Jonin of the Yamashiro clan." "No need for formalities. Please share the intelligence you have gathered," Tsunade interrupted Hayato's greetings. "Understood." After assessing the expressions of those present, Hayato began to relay the situation. The range shinobi had already established surveillance at the borders, and the arrival of the large contingent could not be concealed. In recent days, the numbers of range shinobi had noticeably increased, and there had already been several skirmishes. From the range shinobi, it was learned that Hanzo was aware of Konoha's large contingent arriving soon. Currently, he remained stationed at his headquarters, making no movements. "I suggest we first eliminate the range shinobi spies before making further plans." The Yamashiro clan, true to their expertise in intelligence, clearly articulated both the information and the action strategy. After hearing this, a troubling thought crossed Kawafu's mind. "We cannot all congregate in one place. We must split our forces immediately, otherwise, should Hanzo launch an attack, it could spell disaster. While I believe I can hold my own against Hanzo, the salamander's potential for devastation against a large force is genuinely terrifying. In the event of an unexpected occurrence, Tsunade's antidote pills would only serve to delay the inevitable. And such losses would be unbearable for Konoha. What Kawafu says is reasonable. Orochimaru, having witnessed the horrific slaughter of Konoha's shinobi under the salamander's poisonous mist, readily agreed with Kawafu's assessment without hesitation. Hanzo likely refrained from preemptive ambushes out of respect for his teacher. In the wars depicted in Naruto, once the leader is unopposed, victory or defeat is half decided. Hanzo likely fears that the third Hokage could withstand him, thus ensuring the defeat of the Rain Shinobi. The third Raikage could single-handedly confront thousands in the Third Great Ninja War, illustrating the terrifying capabilities of certain individuals in combat. However, with the report from the scouts, the situation was no longer so straightforward. Since we are to divide our forces, I suggest that Jonin lead the way, splitting into smaller units. We should advance from multiple directions into the heart of the Rain country, striking before Hanzo becomes anxious, and then regroup to strike him decisively. Jiraiya, also a skilled intelligence operative from Konoha, had remained silent until now. After consolidating the information, he finally shared his thoughts. If we encounter Hanzo, we can retreat. Our primary target is the Rain Shinobi. Orochimaru's voice was somber. He would never have uttered such words if he believed he could defeat Hanzo. I have no objections. Seeing Orochimaru looking at him, Kawafu expressed his support. Very well, let us finalize this decision. Tsunade concluded, and as there were no dissenting opinions, they swiftly dispersed. The large contingent soon scattered in different directions. Dai, whose strength had garnered unanimous recognition, led his own team as a Chunin, accompanied by a clever Jonin provided by Orochimaru. I am unwell and require Tsunade's care. Chuanfeng concocted an exceedingly flimsy excuse, shamelessly trailing behind Tsunade with the two young ones. The crowd, disinterested in exposing his ruse, feigned ignorance, even Tsunade casting him a disdainful glance. Could he not come up with a more plausible reason? Tsunade's team had become the most formidable, leading the largest contingent of ninjas deep into the land of Rain. Meanwhile, the Rain ninjas relayed the news back to their headquarters. Lord Hanzo, the Leaf ninjas have reached the border, yet we have not detected the presence of the third Hokage. This informant conveyed the intelligence that mattered most to Hanzo. Very well. Let us march forth and ensnare the Leaf Shinobi. With the third Hokage absent, even two more of Orochimaru's caliber would be of little concern to me. Orders were dispatched, and the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village sprang into action. Hanzo took the majority of his forces, leaving a few ninjas to patrol various locations. However, upon reaching the border, they found no trace of Leaf ninjas. Only numerous corpses of Rain ninjas were discovered deep within the forest, explaining the lack of reports along the way. Hanzo surmised that the Leaf forces had concealed themselves and hurriedly returned with his main army to defend against a possible assault on their stronghold. This back and forth consumed several days. By that time, the Leaf ninjas had eradicated the few Rain shinobi they encountered along the way. Even when faced with larger groups, they coordinated with the nearest Leaf forces to annihilate them. As they drew closer to the heart of the land of Rain, encounters with Rain ninjas increased. Chuanfeng and his party had just dispatched a troop of 30 Rain ninjas without Tsunade or himself lifting a finger. The Leaf ninjas, lacking high-level combatants, made the numerical disparity a one-sided massacre. The two young ones had grown accustomed to their current lifestyle, having matured through the crucible of bloodshed, with their hands stained with the blood of Rain ninjas. According to the map, we are not far from the Hidden Rain village, Chuanfeng remarked. Seated on a large stone away from the group, with Tsunade beside him. We should arrive in about 4 or 5 days. Tsunade leaned in to assess their progress based on their current speed. After days of travel and combat, even the most beautiful among them appeared somewhat disheveled. And Tsunade was no exception. Do not worry, everything is proceeding smoothly, Chuanfeng said, feeling a pang of sympathy as he brushed aside her bangs and wiped the grime from her face. Tsunade, observing Chuanfeng's gentle gesture, did not shy away, her eyes softening with warmth. Just as Chuanfeng drew closer, Manado arrived with roasted rabbits, interrupting the intimate atmosphere. I just finished roasting these rabbits, he declared, realizing he had come at an inopportune moment as he held up 2 roasted rabbits, his words somewhat jumbled. It was no wonder Shinosuke had sent him. He had quite the knack for timing. Ahem, just in time. I was getting hungry, Chuanfeng said, strategically coughing to beckon Manado closer. Tsunade quickly regained her composure. Thank you, Manado, she said, affectionately ruffling his hair. I'll take my leave now. Manado delivered the food and promptly exited, eager to distance himself from this awkward situation. Yet his thoughts drifted to Kushina, imagining they would one day share such sweetness as well. Chuanfeng and Tsunade gnawed on the roasted rabbits, lapsing into silence, punctuated only by the soft sounds of chewing. After finishing his meal, Chuanfeng broke the quiet. Based on the information provided by this batch of rain ninjas, Hanzo is rallying forces at the border, aiming for a decisive battle. I suspect he has not detected our presence. Upon returning to the hidden rain village, he will likely fortify his defenses. That will be the final confrontation. If danger arises, remember to stand behind me. Chuanfeng recalled that in the original narrative, Tsunade had fallen victim to Hanzo's fire style, exploding flame formation, and had it not been for Jiraiya's flowing locks, she might have sustained severe injuries. I understand, Tsunade replied, swallowing her morsel of meat, unable to refuse his request, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet deep down, she knew she could not comply. Chuanfeng underestimated Hanzo. Mere strength alone did not earn him the title of demigod. Chapter 65. A Trap for the Unwary Bang. Upon learning that the rain ninjas he had left to patrol were slaughtered en masse during his absence, Hanzo smashed the low table before him into splinters. This leaf contingent boasted 6 exceptionally powerful ninjas, with Orochimaru being merely one among them. The specifics of their prowess were beyond the comprehension of this subordinate. Hanzo had faced Orochimaru before, having bested him. He recalled the formidable taijutsu expert with a middle-parted hairstyle clad in a tight suit, as well as the 2 swordsmanship masters, the powerful female ninja, and the explosive-haired man. Hanzo fell into deep contemplation. 6 against him seemed a daunting prospect. These leaf pests, he cursed under his breath. A plan beginning to take shape. Shinda. Yes, Lord Hanzo, Shinda responded, bowing respectfully before Hanzo. Hanzo whispered his arrangements to Shinda, who assured him, I shall see to it. As Shinda departed, Hanzo remained lost in thought. If 6 are too many to handle, then I shall confront them 3 at a time. As the leaf forces approached the hidden rain village, now just 2 days away, they began to draw closer together. The time for the decisive battle was nigh, and the hope of conserving strength without direct confrontation had become a distant dream. Each face bore traces of worry, uncertain if they would find eternal rest within the land of rain. The notion of facing death with equanimity was far easier said than done. Chuanfeng had reunited with Orochimaru and the others, with a small contingent of Jonin still en route. As long as we can restrain the salamander, defeat is not an option, Orochimaru asserted, focusing on the salamander. Though Hanzo was stronger, he was not insurmountable. Comparatively, Hanzo posed less of a threat to the leaf ninjas than his summoned beasts. The salamander's poisonous mist required 5 minutes to gather before it could be unleashed. With the situation unfolding, Chuanfeng no longer concealed the intelligence he had gleaned from the original narrative. Is this information reliable? Tsunade inquired, her spirits lifting. This was critical intelligence. Yet she had never heard of it before. Well, my elder brother once undertook a mission in the Land of Rain, and he learned it from a rain ninja. In his urgency, Chuanfeng inadvertently pinned the blame on Shumo. I can only blame myself for not having been on a mission in the Land of Rain. Otherwise, it would have been easier to explain. The group turned their gazes toward Shumo, who had merely been an onlooker moments prior, now caught in the spotlight, bewildered. When did I learn this? I have no recollection. Chuanfeng coughed twice, confident in the unspoken bond between him and his brother. They were, after all, siblings bound by blood. It's true. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Shumo chuckled awkwardly, accepting the blame and covering it up. If that is the case, we now have greater assurance in dealing with the salamander. Shumo's words instilled a measure of confidence among the group. Even Orochimaru felt bolstered. This time, we shall repay the humiliation of our last encounter. Once I hold Hanzo at bay, you all must swiftly eliminate the salamander. Chuanfeng was eager to test his mettle against Hanzo, having yet to face an adversary of such caliber since arriving in the world of shinobi. Are you confident? Jiraiya felt a twinge of concern, for Orochimaru had openly admitted his inferiority to Hanzo. No problem. I shall first test my wet bone forest sage technique against Hanzo. A single remark from Chuanfeng nearly brought Jiraiya to his knees. His current sage techniques were not yet ready for practical combat. The preparation time required was simply too lengthy, leaving no room for execution on the battlefield. Well, that's reassuring, Jiraiya replied, falling silent thereafter. With charm, excellence, and wealth, he felt his defeat was not unjust. As long as Tsunade could find happiness, that was all that mattered. Let us swiftly deal with the salamander and then assist you. Dai remained the ever-confident youth, believing victory was a foregone conclusion before the battle even began. Haha, indeed. Chuanfeng patted Dai's shoulder, feeling a profound sense of security with such a companion by his side. As the ninjas of Konoha assembled and set forth towards the Rain Village, their movements became apparent. Contrary to Chuanfeng's expectations, Hanzo did not remain hidden but boldly appeared with the Rain ninjas before them. Orochimaru, long time no see, Hanzo began, addressing Orochimaru first. This is our last meeting. Orochimaru replied, his voice laden with significance, sending shivers down one's spine. A defeated foe dares to boast. Hanzo's anger flared as he wielded his sickle, yet he refrained from issuing an attack command. Both sides of ninjas stood poised for battle, awaiting the command from their leaders. Since he has emerged, let us engage. Tsunade found Hanzo's words displeasing. Regardless of Orochimaru's past, he was still her comrade and now a friend of Chuanfeng's. It was an opportune moment to gauge the strength of a demigod in the ninja world. Chuanfeng gripped his eight-faced Han sword, eager to engage. Let us fight. Jiraiya and Orochimaru concurred. Charge. The word resonated among the Konoha ninjas, signaling the commencement of the fierce battle. There were no flashy ninjutsu displays as both sides plunged into brutal hand-to-hand combat. As their forces collided, another wave of Rain ninjas surged onto the battlefield. The leading Rain ninja was exceptionally powerful, managing to block the combined attack from Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Tsunade delivered a punch that sent a nearby Rain ninja flying, rushing to assist. If they could eliminate this skilled Rain ninja, Konoha would save many lives. They could always turn back once the salamander appeared. Shikumo and Dai charged into the throng of Rain ninjas. A whirlwind of green and flashes of white sliced through the ranks, claiming dozens of lives in mere moments. Chuanfeng, wielding his sword enveloped in lightning, pressed forward. Hanzo, you have no chance now without your summoning technique. Instead of rushing in, he advanced deliberately, taunting Hanzo with his words. However, such a high-level ninja could not be easily disturbed by mere banter. Noting Hanzo's lack of reaction, still swinging his sickle in silence, Chuanfeng decided to forego further testing and teleported directly in front of him. To his surprise, the body he struck effortlessly split in two, dissolving into water. A water clone. Chuanfeng immediately retreated, anticipating an attack from Hanzo, yet he saw no trace of him. The battle raged on fiercely. Tsunade and her companions struggled against the Rain ninja, increasingly alarmed as they found themselves perpetually on the brink of victory, yet always just short. Unbeknownst to them, the battlefield had divided into two parts, one under Chuanfeng's command facing Hanzo, while the other fought against the Rain ninja elite. Both sides of Rain ninjas were being overwhelmed by the Konoha ninjas, suffering heavy losses. The salamander still did not make an appearance. I shall not waste any more time with you. We shall fight another day. The Rain ninja elite, anxious about his subordinates' casualties, evaded their attacks. Retreat, he commanded, leading the remaining Rain ninjas away from the battlefield. Tsunade and her companions were unwilling to let their hard-earned victory slip away. An exchange of glances between the three signaled their intent, and they pursued the retreating Rain ninjas. Chapter 66. The substitute death. Hanzo observed as Tsunade and her companions chased the Rain ninja elite from the battlefield, a smirk forming beneath his mask. I'm right here, boy. Upon hearing this, Chuanfeng turned to see Hanzo standing not far from the battlefield, atop a large tree, still swinging his sickle as if playing with a windmill. Let us see how many water clones you have. Chuanfeng was uncertain if the figure before him was the real Hanzo, but he knew that water clones could not stray too far from their original. He retrieved a specially crafted shuriken from his ninja pouch and hurled it at Hanzo. The craftsmanship was indeed impressive. The specialized shuriken flew at more than double the speed of an ordinary one, reaching Hanzo in an instant. Hanzo dodged with a swift movement. But in the next moment, Chuanfeng was already at his side, plunging the eight-faced Han sword into Hanzo's heart without hesitation. You are formidable, but alas, this is merely a clone. With those words, Hanzo transformed into water and dissipated. Chuanfeng sensed something was amiss. A demigod could not simply rely on water clones to absorb punishment. Before he could ponder further, Hanzo's voice echoed nearby. Didn't you wish to see how many clones I possess? Chuanfeng glanced at the battlefield. Dai and Shikumo were still leading the Konoha ninjas in their slaughter of the Rain ninjas, while Tsunade and her companions had vanished, seemingly having grasped a clue. However, Hanzo stood before him, and Tsunade's trio should be safe. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, Chuanfeng decided it was imperative to deal with Hanzo first. He charged forward, moving further away from the battlefield. Lightning-infused chakra coalesced on his sword, extending outward, quickly enveloping Hanzo within his attack range. In Hanzo's horrified gaze, Chuanfeng swung gently, toppling a swath of trees in the forest. "Found you." A smile graced Chuanfeng's lips as he spotted another Hanzo hiding behind a nearby tree. "Damn it," Hanzo cursed. Forming hand seals. Water style, exploding water shockwave. A massive torrent of water surged forth towards Chuanfeng, creating a small lake in the forest. Too slow. Chuanfeng evaded in an instant, lightning flickering as he reached Hanzo's side at high speed. The eight-faced Han's sword was raised, poised to strike down. For this blow was destined to land. Summoning technique. Hanzo unleashed his jutsu, knowing he could not evade Chuanfeng's speed. With a puff of smoke, Chuanfeng's sword was intercepted by a solid object. A giant conch appeared before him, adorned with protruding horns and barnacles. His previous strike had left a deep gash upon its shell. Yet the immense recoil forced Chuanfeng back into the water. "You are not Hanzo." This figure, not only in appearance and demeanor, but even in chakra signature, closely resembled Hanzo, which was why Chuanfeng had not detected the deception until now. But it was too late. In a swirl of smoke, Hanzo transformed into another person, Shinda. Ninjutsu, conch whip. The conch unleashed multiple flesh-colored whips towards Chuanfeng. "I have no time to be entangled with you. This ends now." Chuanfeng swung his sword, severing the incoming whips. He continued to charge towards the salamander, Shinda. Ninjutsu, conch spear. The barnacles on the conch king launched black spears aimed directly at Chuanfeng. Lightning flash. With a swift draw of the sword, the long spear shattered, and Chuanfeng approached the conch. In the next moment, he could sever the neck of Shinda. However, Shinda was prepared. The conch shell slowly opened. Water release. Illusion technique. Mist illusion prison. Snowflakes drifted from the conch's body, enveloping Chuanfeng. His movements became sluggish, a sensation of being covered by snow overwhelmed him. And gradually, he found himself unable to move. Chuanfeng had fallen victim to Shinda's illusion. What use is a sword master if you are merely this? A smile began to emerge on Shinda's face as he drew a kunai, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Chuanfeng. However, Chuanfeng remained still. Yet red curse marks appeared around his eyes, and his pupils transformed into a golden hue. The illusion was instantly shattered under the impact of the Sage Chakra. Thunder God speed. Chuanfeng pierced through Shinda, the eight-sided sword vanishing from his grasp. "Tsunade, wait for me." Sensing the mark of the flying Thunder God, Chuanfeng's figure vanished from the spot. Shinda still bore a smile, holding the kunai, and scathed, as his body split in two upon hitting the ground. Blood staining the lake, rippling outward. Tsunade and her companions chased the Rain Ninja Master into a valley surrounded by mountains, with only a single opening. "You cannot escape." Orochimaru noticed the Rain Ninja's speed had diminished, and he charged forward with a blade. Several giant snakes emerged from his left sleeve. "Why should I flee?" The voice of the Rain Ninja Master came through the mask, revealing a tone of arrogance. Orochimaru found the voice eerily familiar. "The same technique will not work on me." After a puff of smoke, the Rain Ninja Master transformed into Hanzo. Orochimaru's snakes were severed, and his blade was ensnared by chains. Had he not discarded his weapon swiftly, the next strike from Hanzo would have pierced him. Hanzo of the Salamander. Tsunade realized the situation. They had fallen into a trap. This was a scheme set by Hanzo. Orochimaru retreated to join Tsunade, while Jiraiya stood together with them. The ninjas of Konoha clashed once more with the Rain Ninjas in the valley. "Salamander!" Hanzo bellowed. From beneath the ground, the salamander had been lying in ambush for a long time, unleashing a toxic mist upon the battlefield. Although the Konoha ninja quickly ingested Tsunade's antidote, they were still significantly affected. Their movements began to slow, and the flow of chakra became unsteady. The scales of victory gradually tipped in favor of the Rain Ninjas, much to the helplessness of Tsunade and her companions. "You shall remain here today." Hanzo stood atop the salamander, his scythe pointed directly at Tsunade and her allies. "We will fight to the end. Chuanfeng will come." Summoning technique. Tsunade was the first to summon the Sage of Slugs. "Sage of Slugs, please assist my Konoha ninjas." "Understood, little Tsunade." The Sage of Slugs began to split and scurry to the Konoha ninjas, temporarily stabilizing their plight. Summoning technique. X2. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also summoned the 10,000 snakes and Fumita. Is this why you called me? To deal with the salamander? 10,000 snakes. Feeling a bit of a headache, realized it was indeed a formidable opponent. Fumita, though smaller than the salamander, showed no fear, pipe in mouth, drawing his short blade. Yes. Do not underestimate. They are quite powerful. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. From the earlier skirmish with Hanzo and Orochimaru, he sensed this battle would be arduous. Go. Tsunade activated the 100 healing technique, the curse marks crawling up her cheek. She charged directly at the salamander, shattering stones in her wake. It seemed she was quite protective of her home. Painful heaven's foot. Tsunade leaped high and landed a heavy stomp on the salamander's head. Chapter 67. Chuan Feng to the rescue. The salamander's head was crushed into a deep pit, disrupting its gathering of toxic mist. In pain, it did not require Hanzo's command. Turning to lash out at Tsunade with its tail. Fire release, toad oil fireball. Jiraiya breathed forth fierce flames, with Fumita assisting, enveloping both the salamander and Hanzo. The salamander had to abandon its attack on Tsunade, leaping away from the spot. The toad oil fireball blazed vigorously in place. Orochimaru and the 10,000 snakes soon followed with their attack. As the salamander landed and regained its footing, it took a heavy blow from the 10,000 snake's tail. While Orochimaru engaged Hanzo again, both sides retreated a few meters apart. Tsunade and her companions gained a slight advantage in their initial wave of attacks, encircling the salamander in a triangular formation. The coordination was impressive. Saratobi Hiruzen was fortunate. Hanzo felt genuine envy. How wonderful it would be to have 3 such students. The high-level combat power of the Rain Village was indeed scarce. Enough of the chatter. Tsunade, in a fit of anger, raised her fist high and brought it down, tearing the ground as it reached toward the salamander. This little skill cannot affect me. Hanzo leaped off the salamander, charging toward Tsunade. Ninja art, Chaos Lion's main technique. Jiraiya leaped off Fumita, attempting to hinder Hanzo's advance. Orochimaru would not miss this opportunity, closing in for another attack, pulling out a sword from who knows where. Tsunade pressed forward, shouting as she aimed a punch at Hanzo's face. Hanzo evaded the attacks from Orochimaru and Jiraiya with a water body flicker. The scythe was already closing in on Tsunade. Sword technique, Iato slash. Hanzo's voice was indifferent. He intended to eliminate Tsunade first. Tsunade's punch did not retract, barely avoiding a fatal blow. A large wound was inflicted on her waist, but her fist struck Hanzo's shoulder. Hanzo was sent flying by her immense strength, and Tsunade's injury began to heal under the effects of the 100 healing technique. The 3 summoned beasts were embroiled in battle. Fumita's short blade left wounds on the salamander, but proved ineffective. The 10,000 snakes, at a size disadvantage, was injured after being knocked away by the salamander. Fumita, strike harder. The arrogant 10,000 snakes now had to rely on Fumita. It was struggling to hold its ground. Quit the chatter. I'm already striking. Fumita leaped high, swinging his short blade toward the salamander's head. The salamander did not take the hit directly, burrowing underground, and as it resurfaced, it sent the 10,000 snakes flying once more. Just like their previous encounter. I will return. The 10,000 snakes transformed into smoke and dispersed once again. Fumita now had to face the salamander alone. After landing, Hanzo flexed his shoulders, having sustained minor injuries. Not bad strength, if I'm not mistaken. You are from the Senju clan. It's a pity that the wood release of Hashirama Senju has been lost. Do you think you can handle me using my grandfather's wood release? Tsunade, hearing this, grew even more displeased. The research on her grandfather's cells was indeed progressing slowly. Shadow Clone Technique. X2. Orochimaru and Jiraiya attempted to overwhelm Hanzo with sheer numbers. Instantly, 8 clones surged forward toward Hanzo, with the original among them. Hanzo was momentarily caught off guard. Tsunade leaped high once more. Painful heaven's foot. Hanzo stood firm, forming seals, unafraid. 1 against 9. Water release, hidden mist technique. As the voice fell, a thick fog began to coalesce around Hanzo, spreading outward. Tsunade and her companions suddenly lost their target. With a single footstep, a terrifying force struck the ground, creating a deep crater. The sound of 4 impacts echoed. Tsunade's assault had dispatched Jiraiya and Orochimaru's shadow clones. Now it was my turn. Hanzo's voice reverberated from all directions, leaving Tsunade and her companions uncertain of his location. After a considerable pause, a whoosh sounded, followed by another impact. Alas, it was but a clone that fell. Then I shall eliminate them one by one. Hanzo's voice whispered like a harbinger of doom. Wind release. Orochimaru called out anxiously. For within the fog, they were as blind as bats. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Together, Orochimaru and Jiraiya unleashed a gust, gradually dispersing the fog, revealing the outlines of figures around them. Hanzo would not idly observe. He unleashed his chains. Orochimaru and Jiraiya evaded, yet the final shadow clone perished beneath Hanzo's blade. As clarity returned to their vision, Tsunade realized that Wanta had vanished, and Hanzo now stood atop the head of the salamander. His true objective had been to assist the salamander in dealing with Wanta. The situation was becoming increasingly dire for them. Their chakra was nearly depleted, fatigue evident on their faces, while Hanzo appeared unscathed save for a minor injury on his shoulder. You are quite troublesome, but the time has come, Hanzo declared. Ninjutsu, poison mist spray. Recognizing the severe decline in the trio's condition, Hanzo sensed that the poison mist would soon have its intended effect, leading to the conclusion of the battle. The salamander had gathered sufficient poison mist, which had unleashed in a thick, violet cloud towards Tsunade and her companions. The vastness of the area left little room for escape, and none of them were particularly swift ninjas. Hold your breath and run, Tsunade urged, handing each a higher-grade antidote pill before sprinting away. Holding their breath and relying on the antidote was merely a temporary measure. Remaining within the poison mist would lead to certain death. Orochimaru and Jiraiya swallowed their antidote pills and followed Tsunade as they dashed toward the mist's edge. However, Hanzo would not allow them to escape easily, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. During the time of the hidden mist technique, he had not been idle. Fire release, exploding flame formation. As Tsunade ran, she suddenly noticed her right foot plastered with explosive tags, her face filled with shock. Her mind went blank, only recalling the visage of Kawafu and his words. In danger, remember to stand behind me. But where are you now, Kawafu? Tsunade. Jiraiya cried out upon noticing the explosive tags on her foot. He quickly began forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, needle earth concealment technique. His white hair unfurled, aiming to envelop Tsunade and protect her from the impending explosion. Orochimaru hurled a kunai, hoping to thwart Hanzo's detonation, yet such tactics were far too rudimentary for Hanzo. Tsunade. At that moment, Kawafu appeared beside Tsunade, immediately spotting the explosive tags on her leg. Just as in the original tale, he knew that under Jiraiya's defense, Tsunade would only sustain minor injuries. Yet he could not restrain himself, activating the space-time barrier to touch the explosion point. Jiraiya's white hair had yet to envelop Tsunade when Hanzo's command to detonate escaped his lips. He had redirected the explosive damage to the location of the kunai he had previously placed, resulting in a deafening blast. Kawafu-kun. Tsunade and her companions felt a surge of hope. Reinforcements had finally arrived. You all take a breather, I will handle the rest. Kawafu gripped his sword, turning his back to Tsunade and the others, finally facing the real Hanzo of the salamander. Chapter 68. Kawafu vs. Hanzo. You killed Shinda? Hanzo's gaze sharpened. Shinda was his top subordinate, the very right hand that had aided him in countless battles. So, his name was Shinda. You can go see his corpse now. Kawafu stood with sword in hand, his mood calmed after saving Tsunade, and he responded to Hanzo's inquiry with nonchalance. Then you shall accompany Shinda in death. He initiated the chain's side second strike. Hanzo leaped down from the salamander's head, his chains lunging toward Kawafu's sword. At this moment, the salamander remained still, continuing to gather poison mist. Tsunade had already dispelled the 100 heal technique, the curse seal fading, as she utilized healing palm techniques on Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Aren't you concerned? Jiraiya queried, surprised that Kawafu would confront Hanzo alone while Tsunade focused on healing them. He should have confidence without entering sage mode. Tsunade continued her ministrations, as she was one of the very few who had witnessed Kawafu's power upon entering sage mode. The other was Shinda, who was now deceased. With the healing palm technique, both hands at the ready, Tsunade declared, one hand on Orochimaru and the other on Jiraiya. Behold the sage art of wet bone forest. A toad sage had unknowingly climbed onto her shoulder, her tone filled with pride. Prepare to be amazed. Orochimaru intently observed the duel between Hanzo and Kawafu. Kawafu instantly activated the lightning release, body flicker technique, evading the incoming chains, and engaged Hanzo in a sword fight. He raised his sword to block Hanzo's downward strike, sidestepping to slash at Hanzo's neck. Each strike was lethal. Your swordsmanship is commendable, Hanzo remarked. still possessing the strength to speak as he tightened his grip on the chains to block Kawafu's blade. Your swordsmanship is rather ordinary. A slight smirk graced Kawafu's lips, his sword targeting Hanzo's vital points with precision. For a moment, Hanzo could do nothing but defend, lacking the opportunity to engage in banter. Kawafu noticed that the salamander had seemingly completed gathering the poison mist and now understood Hanzo's strength. Sage Art, Lightning Flash. Kawafu activated Sage Mode, his body crackling with lightning, his speed dramatically increasing. Hanzo, sensing the danger, immediately employed the water body flicker technique, narrowly avoiding a fatal thrust. When he reappeared, he was already at a considerable distance from Kawafu. However, Kawafu's target was not him. He had no intention of pursuing. Sage Art, Divine Gate. 6 red torii gates descended from the sky, targeting the poised salamander. The gates precisely pinned the salamander's limbs to the ground. Wah! A cloud of dust erupted, accompanied by the anguished cries of the salamander. As the dust settled, the 6 red torii gates held the creature firmly, sealing its chakra. Poison mist continued to seep from its mouth, yet it lacked the strength to unleash it. Sword Technique, Fire Thunder God. Kawafu surged toward the salamander at breakneck speed, generating flames from the friction with the air. From a distance, he appeared as a blazing lightning dragon. In the blink of an eye, he sliced through the salamander's neck. The creature had no chance to transform into smoke, its head severed cleanly. The head, the size of a small hill, tumbled aside, blood gushing forth in torrents. All of this transpired too swiftly for Hanzo to intervene. In Butsu, Hanzo cried out in anguish. The salamander was not merely his summoning beast, but a companion who had fought alongside him for most of his life. As he faced death, Hanzo's emotions began to spiral out of control. Like a madman, he charged at Chuanfeng. A flash of lightning struck, followed by a series of 9 relentless blows. Chuanfeng transformed into a bolt of lightning, leaving scorched earth in his wake. Hanzo could not keep up with his speed and was forced to utilize the water body technique to save himself. However, Chuanfeng was already prepared, slicing through the water spray, delivering a fatal strike that cleaved both Hanzo and his scythe in two. Hanzo's eyes widened in disbelief. His demise was even more tragic than that of Shin, with his severed body charred and devoid of blood. Thus, the demigod of the ninja world met his bitter end in the northwest. Dispelling Sage Mode and sheathing his 8-sided sword, Chuanfeng approached Tsunade and her companions. It was over. Yes, it had finally come to an end. Jiraiya's words carried a sense of having survived a calamity. Yet, this was merely the conclusion of one chapter. Orochimaru observed the rain ninja dispersing in panic, choosing not to pursue them. A far more brutal war awaited them. This was merely the beginning. Are you unharmed? Tsunade asked, her hands leaving the bodies of Jiraiya and Orochimaru as she stood and clasped Chuanfeng's arm. After a brief examination, she discovered he had only expended some chakra, which eased her worries. My wet bone forest sage technique is quite formidable, the slug sage boasted, basking in the glory. It seems I should pay a visit to the dragon cave. At this moment, Orochimaru had yet to explore the secrets of immortality and was captivated by the power of Sage Mode he had witnessed. Be careful. The slug sage intended to downplay the situation, but seeing Orochimaru's snake-like eyes, he abandoned that thought. This fellow likely wouldn't care about the serpent traits that emerged post-Sage Mode. Regardless of our next steps, we should return for now. Chuanfeng understood that their next confrontation would be with the Land of Wind. The ultimate goal of the Fire Nation's martial faction was not merely the small rain country. Then let us depart. Tsunade took the lead, stepping towards the valley's exit. The leaf ninja began to gather, and the slug sage handed over the antidote he had procured from Hanzo's body to Tsunade before returning to the wet bone forest. It must be said that the slug sage was meticulous in his work, a true master of corpse examination. With Hanzo dead, there was no need to pursue the fleeing rain ninja. In the original narrative, after Hanzo defeated Tsunade and her comrades, he signed a ceasefire agreement with Konoha, after which Konoha invaded the Land of Wind. Now, such a ceasefire agreement was impossible, and the pathway of the rain country was laid bare. The impending civil war would plunge the nation into chaos. A leaderless country could only either see a new leader arise through war or be annexed by another nation. However, the rain country's location, nestled at the convergence of 3 great nations, meant that none would foolishly send troops to occupy it directly, as that would only invite a combined attack from the other 2 nations. The rain country had served as a buffer for the conflicts between the 3 nations, but with Hanzo's death, that role would likely vanish. An ungoverned rain country could do little to impede the clashes among the three great powers. Chuanfeng and his companions exited the valley with the remaining troops, encountering Shua and Dai leading victorious leaf ninjas to provide support. Has Hanzo truly perished? Shua, realizing that Chuanfeng had slain Hanzo, suspected a trap and immediately brought reinforcements. Dead beyond any doubt, Chuanfeng confirmed. Chuanfeng alone has defeated the salamander Hanzo. His strength is unfathomable. Orochimaru, unusually complimentary, discovered for the first time that there were indeed powers in this world worthy of his trust. A cool smile graced his face, emanating an alluring beauty. Well done. Dai offered no further words. His white teeth and thumbs up conveyed his entire respect. Chapter 69. The three young ones of Nagato. We have many afflicted by poison. We should hasten back to Konoha. Tsunade stated, I now have the antidote and can quickly prepare it in large quantities. How long will your antidote last? Jiraiya frowned, observing the pallor of some leaf ninjas behind him, fearful that they might collapse and never rise again. If we avoid combat, it should suffice to return to the village alive. Tsunade was well aware of her own medicine. If another battle were to ensue, the leaf ninjas would be in grave danger. Then we must set off immediately. Orochimaru politely addressed Shua and the others. Understood, Shua nodded in agreement. Dai, Kurenai, and the other surviving Jonin all echoed their consent. Let us go, Chuanfeng urged Tsunade, and the group followed closely behind the main troop, with Shua leading the way. Along the journey, they witnessed damaged homes, the corpses of civilians, and pitiable orphans. As the victorious leaf, they felt no pride. These were the deeds they had wrought. That evening, after resting, the leaf troops set forth once more. The conditions of the poison ninjas did not worsen. As Tsunade had indicated, the antidote was proving effective. On the following day, Chuanfeng and his three companions slowly traversed behind the main force, consuming their rations. The sky began to rain, soon turning into a torrential downpour. The four sought refuge under a bridge to escape the rain. The weather in the rain country was truly unpredictable. Chuanfeng retrieved a sealed scroll from his ninja tool pouch and produced Shua's specialized cooking utensils. To the astonishment of Tsunade and the others, he lit a torch and set a pot over the fire. Jiraiya, contribute the rabbit you caught. You don't intend to feast alone, do you? Having just finished setting up, he demanded ingredients from Jiraiya, who had caught 2 plump wild rabbits the day before. Your eyes are sharp. Do you have any wine? Jiraiya retorted, pulling out 2 cleaned rabbits from somewhere. Now that's more like it. We'll eat our fill before we continue. The rations are hardly palatable, and the rain shows no signs of stopping. You don't bring all these supplies when you go on missions, do you? Tsunade inquired, curious if this was typical of a proper ninja. Not always. I occasionally forget, Chuanfeng replied, scratching his head, slightly embarrassed. Haha. Orochimaru couldn't contain his laughter, finding Chuanfeng amusing. Orochimaru, do you have any edible non-venomous snakes? Chuanfeng, while chopping the rabbit meat with a kunai and placing it into the pot, began to scheme about the snake meat as well. I do not keep non-venomous snakes. Orochimaru, who had just been jovial, now wore a dark expression. I've never encountered such a blatant opportunist. Tsunade, can your antidote neutralize snake venom? Tsunade rolled her eyes, ignoring the glutton's inquiry. Well, eating rabbit meat is acceptable. I'm not that greedy, Chuanfeng sighed, finished placing the rabbit into the pot, and took out the seasonings. He produced 4 bowls and 4 small bottles of wine, then covered the pot and waited patiently. If Shua were to see this, he would likely be furious. Chuanfeng had never cooked while with him. It was always his older brother who took charge in the kitchen. Haha, as long as there's wine, that's all that matters. Jiraiya sat cross-legged opposite Chuanfeng. Both gathered around the pot. Tsunade was not one to act coy. She joined Chuanfeng's side. Orochimaru soon followed, and the 4 of them encircled the pot. After a while, Chuanfeng lifted the pot lid, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing everyone's appetites to stir. He took the lead, raising a bottle and drinking heartily. With a satisfying exhale, he enjoyed the moment. As the group feasted and conversed, a small boy emerged from the shadows, making his way toward them. He appeared to be around 10 years old, with orange hair, a dirty face, and a gas mask slung over his back. Chuanfeng suddenly recalled the infamous pain from the Akatsuki and realized that despite the passage of time, some things remained unchanged. Yahiko approached slowly, his face reflecting a mixture of anxiety and determination, recognizing the identities of the group as invaders from Konoha. Among them was a notorious figure, the one who had slain Hanzo the salamander, a detail he could not overlook. However, hunger gnawed at him, and his companions were equally famished. The aroma of the food they were consuming was simply irresistible. "Who are you?" Tsunade spoke first, not yet setting down her bowl. The others had noticed the boy but had chosen to ignore him. "Could you spare some food for us?" Yahiko timidly extended his hand, seeking some sustenance to quell his hunger. "And where are your parents?" Jiraiya asked, scrutinizing the boy with a furrowed brow. He had long harbored a premonition of encountering the prophesied child spoken of by the Sage of the Frogs, yet he was uncertain if this child was indeed the one. "They were killed in this war," Yahiko replied, his expression devoid of sorrow, suggesting he had grown accustomed to such loss. "You have 2 companions, right? Call them over." Chuan Feng produced a large bowl, filling it with half a rabbit and soaking some rations beside it. "Chuan Feng, even if he is a child, he is still from Amigakure," Orochimaru interjected, his tone cautious. He was a man of vigilance. "It's fine. I know what I'm doing," Chuan Feng replied, exchanging a brief glance with Orochimaru. The latter remained silent, resuming his meal while observing the unfolding situation. Yahiko gazed longingly at the generous bowl of meat beside Chuan Feng. Swallowing hard, summoning his courage, he called out to his friends, "They don't seem like bad people." Chuan Feng, intrigued, turned to follow Yahiko's gaze. A boy with red hair obscuring his eyes and a girl with light blue-purple hair were racing toward them, stopping beside Yahiko. "Who will take it?" Chuan Feng smiled, lifting the large bowl. Without exchanging words, Yahiko, embodying the role of an elder brother, stepped forward to accept the food. "You can't leave. You have to return the bowl," Chuan Feng interjected as he noticed the trio attempting to flee. Tsunade cast a skeptical glance at him. It was merely a bowl. Yet Chuan Feng seemed to engage in behavior she found perplexing, reminiscent of his earlier encounter with Might Guy. "All right." Yahiko recalled the terrifying scene of Chuan Feng slaying Hanzo and resolutely sat on the ground not far from the others. The trio of children began devouring the food with their hands, their hunger evident. "I find these children quite pitiable," Chuan Feng remarked as he savored his meat, contemplating how the old man would likely lose sleep over this. "And then?" Tsunade prodded, taking a sip of her drink. "I intend to take them back with me as my disciples, providing Manado with a few more companions." Chuan Feng was plotting his own strategy, using Manado as a shield. At that moment, Manado and Shiranui were huddled elsewhere, seeking refuge from the rain, munching on their rations, blissfully unaware of their teacher's intentions. "No, they harbor a blood feud with Konoha," Jiraiya voiced his opposition after taking another sip of his drink. In the original narrative, he had felt a sense of guilt for having spent years guiding the trio without bringing them back to Konoha. "I concur," Orochimaru added, unfazed. "Decide for yourself." Tsunade observed Chuan Feng. Though she felt uneasy about the situation, she ultimately chose to support his decision. "Do not worry, they are merely children, posing no significant threat." Chuan Feng refrained from mentioning that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, for fear that Orochimaru might take an interest in him. His potential, combined with the existing animosity, posed a considerable risk to Konoha. He would not allow such a peril to linger. After this exchange, silence enveloped the group as they continued to eat their meat, each lost in thought. The atmosphere grew heavy with contemplation. "Could you possibly give us more?" Yahiko inquired, holding out his empty bowl, realizing that one bowl was insufficient for 3. The gaze of Chuan Feng and his companions fell upon him, and Yahiko felt a surge of nervousness, his hands trembling slightly. "Of course," Chuan Feng replied, a warm smile gracing his lips. He took Yahiko's bowl, filled it again, and added more rations. "Thank you, sir," Yahiko expressed his gratitude. Returning to Nagato and Konan, who wore expressions of surprise, realizing that this formidable Konoha ninja seemed to possess a kind heart. As Chuan Feng and his companions sipped their drinks and savored their meal at a leisurely pace, the rain continued to pour outside. Once the trio of children finished eating, Yahiko took his empty bowl and washed it in the rainwater. In such conditions, whether it is clean or not is inconsequential. It is the thought that counts. "Sir, here is your bowl," Yahiko said, preparing to return it and depart, fully satisfied with this meal. Besides, the memory of Chuan Feng slaying Hanzo lingered vividly in his mind, instilling a sense of fear and respect. He had yet to entertain thoughts of learning ninjutsu from the group. "What will you do for your next meal?" Chuan Feng inquired, fixating his gaze on little Yahiko, recognizing him as the backbone of the trio. We will search for food when we are hungry again," Yahiko stammered. lacking the energy to ponder the next meal. Surviving as orphans was already a stroke of fortune. Do you wish to eat meat every day? Do you wish to learn skills? Yes, Yahiko's eyes sparkled with hope. It was the life he had always dreamed of. Little girl, do you wish to wear beautiful dresses and have many friends? Chuan Feng coaxed, addressing Conan, who glanced nervously at Yahiko before softly responding, yes. Red-haired boy, do you wish to master your own power? Chuan Feng's words were veiled, yet Nagato felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing that this Konoha ninja could see through his facade, Yahiko and Conan's expressions grew wary. Only by mastering your own power can you better protect your brother and sister, Chuan Feng continued, unfazed by their apprehension. He was confident in his control over the three children. He aspired to become the master of Chuan Feng in the world of Naruto. There are no useless ninjutsu, only useless ninjas. However, I will not accept those without talent. I want to, Nagato declared after a moment of contemplation, his voice resolute. I am Hitaki Chuan Feng, and my family possesses some assets. I am merely in search of disciples. Would you be willing to follow me? Upon receiving their affirmative responses, Chuan Feng finally revealed his true intentions, his smile broadening. Tsunade observed him, perceiving him as a cunning fox with 1,000 years of wisdom. Can you guarantee that you will not harm us, and that we will be well-fed and learn skills? Yahiko gathered his courage to ask, fully aware that given Chuan Feng's abilities, should he harbor malicious intent, they would be powerless to resist. Meals and accommodations are provided, with no deception towards young or old. Chuan Feng hesitated not for a moment. After all, these individuals are the founders of the Akatsuki organization. Investing now is an undeniable profit. Yahi looked back at Nagato and Conan behind him, exchanging nods of understanding. Chuan Feng, we shall accompany you. Address me as teacher, not sir. This is your matron, Tsunade. Chuan Feng casually assumed the role of teacher, his hand resting on Tsunade's shoulder as he pulled her closer. A hint of arrogance evident in his demeanor. Refrain from unnecessary touching. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who feigned interest in the sky. Only then did she push Chuan Feng away and settle herself. The rapid progression of events left Yahi and the others momentarily stunned. Teacher, matron. They managed to utter these titles amidst Chuan Feng's warm smile. I am Yahi. I am Conan. I am Nagato. The trio introduced themselves in turn. Greetings, Tsunade responded graciously, her fair visage adorned with a smile, accustomed to being addressed as such by Manado. Haha, good children. These two are Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Chuan Feng, in his delight, did not forget to introduce Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The latter two ceased their pretense and turned their attention to the children, finally offering smiles in return. The rain outside began to subside, and through the dissipating clouds, beams of sunlight penetrated the sky. Comfortable, let us proceed. Chuan Feng rose, brushing off his attire, showing no intention of tidying the kitchenware. Very well. Tsunade and the others were indifferent to the belongings, satisfied with their fill. As the trio exited from beneath the bridge, however, they found themselves reluctant to part with the fine kitchenware. One of them picked up a few items, washing them clean in a puddle. Yahi even slung a pot over his shoulder, while Conan and Nagato grasped bowls and spoons in their hands, hastily pursuing Chuan Feng's direction. Upon witnessing this scene, Chuan Feng reminisced about his own privileged upbringing and felt a pang of sympathy for the children. He approached Yahi, gently ruffling his orange hair. You shall no longer endure hardships. Yahi looked up into Chuan Feng's eyes, revealing a radiant smile for the first time, his gaze innocent and filled with hope for the future. In him, Chuan Feng sensed qualities akin to those of Shinsuke and Manado. Surely, these children could become good friends. Come, you have an elder brother who will introduce you to others. Chuan Feng's hand wrapped around the back of Yahi's head, giving him a gentle push. Yahi stumbled forward, leading the way. Observing this, Nagato could no longer contain his tears, memories of his parents flooding back. Nagato, do not cry. Everything will be all right. We already have a teacher, do we not? The youngest, Conan, stepped forward to console him. Nagato wiped his tears and nodded. Bathed in sunlight, the seven embarked on their journey to Konoha. With effortless grace, Chuan Feng extinguished the Akatsuki organization in its infancy. Reveling in his status as a great contributor to the ninja world, chuckling at the thought until Tsunade's incredulous gaze brought him back to reality. I was just contemplating what our children will look like, he whispered to Tsunade, eliciting a blush from her. What will the children of Chuan Feng and I resemble? Chapter 71. A triumphant return. As the group ventured farther away, A face of duality emerged from the earth below, casting a long, brooding gaze upon Chuan Feng and his companions. The significance of the Rinnegan weighed heavily upon him. It was not until they vanished from sight that he retreated underground, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to Chuan Feng and his entourage, days passed before the dual-faced figure resurfaced within a vast cavern. The space was expansive, with tunnels branching in all directions, and at its center stood a colossal shell, resembling a gigantic humanoid form adorned with 9 eyes, its color akin to withered wood, with 10 protrusions extending from its back. It was the Outer Path's golem, the physical manifestation of the 10 tails. Nagato had been taken by the people of Konoha. Before the dual-faced figure stood a gaunt old man clad in a dark robe, a white tubular structure connecting him to the Outer Path's golem. His white hair obscured one eye, revealing a single Tomo Rinnegan in the other. I must not lose sight of my eyes. Now unable to move freely, he could not retrieve his eyes, thus ensuring the dual-faced figure kept watch over Nagato, at least maintaining control over the Rinnegan's whereabouts. Understood. Their exchange was succinct. The dual-faced figure vanished once more into the earth. Chuan Feng had contemplated the old man's reaction to Nagato's abduction, but he deemed the time for the old man's demise had not yet arrived. There was still time. He harbored his own considerations and plans, with the immediate priority being to return to the village with the Konoha ninjas for treatment. After 20 days of arduous travel, Chuan Feng and his entourage finally arrived at the gates of Konoha village. The gates swung open, and the third Hokage, accompanied by 2 advisors, personally welcomed them. Showing great respect, Tsunade exchanged a slight nod with Chuan Feng. "Teacher," echoed from the group. "Welcome back, everyone. This victory is a testament to your efforts. Konoha shall not forget you and those who sacrificed themselves on the front lines." The third Hokage's expression was grave. Despite the victory, Konoha had suffered significant losses. "Teacher, I must prepare the antidote promptly. I will head to the hospital now." With a nod from the third Hokage, Tsunade departed from the group towards the hospital. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others greeted the third Hokage before parting ways. The 3 children huddled behind Chuan Feng, standing beside Shinsuke and Manado, now clad in clean, well-fitted clothing. Their faces no longer soiled. However, due to malnutrition, they still appeared somewhat unhealthy. 3 pairs of curious eyes gazed at the third Hokage. "Is this the Hokage of Konoha?" Nagato peered through his hair, struggling to see clearly. "What is this?" The third Hokage noticed the children's gazes and inquired of Chuan Feng. "These are orphans I have taken in, intending to guide them." Chuan Feng was candid, as his status afforded him the privilege to adopt orphans without issue. Even the orphanage director could adopt, let alone the true head of the Hitaki clan. "You possess a kind heart." The third Hokage smiled at the children. Not giving it much thought, it was all too common for orphans to arise during wartime. These were merely 3 fortunate children who had been adopted. Their presence at the Hitaki residence would hardly impact the village. "Third Hokage, my elder brother misses the children. We shall return now." "Very well. I have already made arrangements for the wounded here." The third Hokage was adept at winning hearts, having organized matters for the injured, awaiting Tsunade's antidote. The Umbu were also following the third Hokage's orders, escorting the wounded into the village. Chuan Feng and Shinsuke led the 3 children homeward, while Manado and Shinsuke made their way to the Senju clan. "Teacher, where has Manado-senpai gone?" During this period, Nagato and the 3 little ones have been enjoying each other's company, and Nagato has developed a fondness for his golden-haired senior. "He has gone to find his red-haired girl." Chuan Feng affectionately ruffled Nagato's hair, which shares the same hue as Kushina's. "I see," Nagato nodded, casting a glance at Konan. Yahiko was happily chatting with Konan, taking in the tidy and tranquil Konoha and the smiles adorning people's faces. This was to be the place where he would reside in the future. "You show them around. I'll take my leave first." Shuaimo, eager to return home, exclaimed before swiftly leaping onto the rooftops, disappearing in a few bounds. The 3 little ones gazed on in envy, thinking their uncle was quite impressive. They were still children unacquainted with the world. "He is merely my subordinate. He is nothing extraordinary," Chuan Feng mused inwardly, relishing the moment since Shuaimo was out of earshot. "Our teacher is truly remarkable." Konan, quick to flatter, chimed in. Yahiko glanced at Chuan Feng but remained silent, thinking if he had the ability, he should speak up. "Haha, I will ensure you all grow strong." Chuan Feng laughed heartily, hoping this girl wouldn't bankrupt the Hitaki family. Even he couldn't handle the cost of 600 billion explosive tags. as they led the three little ones home. They did not intentionally go sightseeing, but satisfied their curiosity along the way. Upon returning, each of the three little ones had various snacks in hand. Their smiles bright and cheerful. This was the life children should lead. In the original story, the burdens they bore were far too heavy. The butler approached with a sycophantic smile, clearly distinguishing between the various members of the household. Second young master, you're back. These must be your new disciples. Indeed. They are exceptional. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of flattery? Chuanfeng was no exception, especially when it came from the family's loyal servant. This is our butler. In my absence, you may ask him for assistance. Chuanfeng led the three little ones inside. Coming from humble backgrounds, they had never seen such a grand estate. It was akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Their curiosity piqued as they surveyed their surroundings. After exchanging glances, their eyes brimmed with astonishment. Is this what the teacher meant by having some assets? What do you think? Is the teacher's home satisfactory? Chuanfeng, usually not a strict mentor, was quite approachable, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the three. I like it. Konan spoke first, her admiration for the wealthiest woman of the Akatsuki evident, showing no resistance to their affluent teacher. It's acceptable, Yahiko remarked, displaying a hint of rebelliousness, while Nagato remained obedient. You brat, this is quite good. Chuanfeng playfully chided Yahiko before leading them to meet his nephew and introduce them to his family. As they approached the training hall, Shuaimo was indeed seated at a stone table with Nesuke, amusing Kakashi. The demon hound was playing with the now considerably grown white pup, which was developing rapidly. At this rate, it might grow larger than the demon hound itself. Sister-in-law, Chuanfeng greeted as he walked up and sat beside them. You've returned. Nesuke's Kakashi leaped toward Chuanfeng, accustomed to being held by him during searches for Yuhi Kurenai. Oh, uncle, hold me. Chuanfeng lifted Kakashi into his arms, while Shuaimo looked on with displeasure, wondering why his son wouldn't let him hold him and was crying upon being embraced. Chapter 72, Grand Feast Uncle, Aunt. The three little ones addressed warmly, no prompting from Chuanfeng needed. Hello, please feel at home, you may treat it as your own. The once quiet Hitaki household now buzzed with life, Nesuke's maternal affection overflowing, her eyes filled with warmth. The three little ones were touched, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Butler, please arrange for them to sit next to Manado, Chuanfeng instructed without looking up, as Kakashi squirmed happily in his embrace. If only he knew how extraordinary his four senior brothers and sisters would become, he would surely leap for joy. Without exaggeration, they all possessed strength on par with that of a Hokage, and soon he would stride confidently through the ninja world. Brother Manado, Brother Nagato, the butler appeared promptly, ready to assist. Very well, second young master, he replied, gesturing for the three little ones to follow him. The butler, who usually seemed somewhat lecherous, now wore a congenial smile as he guided them. I hear from your brother that there may be battles ahead. Nesuke, not entirely trusting Shuaimo, sought reassurance from Chuanfeng. The ultimate goal of the martial factions of the great clans was not merely the small land of Rain. The forthcoming clashes between the great nations would be the main event. Chuanfeng nodded, speculating that the third Hokage might have already begun discussions with the feudal lords regarding the impending war. Sigh, I wonder how long it will last. Nesuke sighed, feeling that Kakashi would find it hard to have his father around, but at least he had Chuanfeng's disciples for company, ensuring the home wouldn't feel too lonely. I will return once the fighting is over. Shuaimo took a sip of tea, undoubtedly preparing for the front line. Let us not dwell on that. We're back. Let us be happy. Look how joyful Kakashi is. Chuanfeng playfully pinched Kakashi's cheek, eliciting peals of laughter. Nesuke and Shuaimo were drawn in by their son's laughter, and the family enjoyed a harmonious moment, leaving the weighty topics behind. That evening, Chuanfeng invited many friends to gather at home. Tsunade had completed her analysis of the antidote's composition and delegated much of the preparation work to the hospital staff. The poisoned Konoha ninjas would soon receive their antidotes, for which the third Hokage had expended considerable resources. Tsunade, having secured substantial funding, wore a smile of relief. The number of attendees at the Hitaki family feast increased significantly. The Yuhi family, the Dai family, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and even Shinsuke brought Kushina along, totaling nearly 20 people, adults and children alike. As the head of the household, Shuaimo took his seat at the head of the table, beaming. Welcome, everyone. Please, make yourselves at home. There is plenty of food and drink. He raised his glass with the group, initiating the festivities. It was the first time Yuhi Kurenai had tasted such strong liquor, and she found it a bit overwhelming. The three women, cradling their children, sat together, chattering about parenting tips. Kakashi and Han clapped their hands, while Guy felt a bit left out, anxiously seeking a way to join in. I plan to go to the Dragon Cave, Orochimaru announced after a few rounds of drinks. I also intend to return to Myobokuzen, Jiraiya added, having not yet found the prophesied child, and wishing to consult with the Toad Sage. Both were evidently influenced by Chuanfeng's sage techniques. Are you not participating in the upcoming events? Chuanfeng remarked, surprised that events were unfolding in alignment with the original story. After Shinsuke's death, Orochimaru had not participated in the fighting, and Jiraiya remained in the Rain Village. I've discussed it with my teacher, and besides, you and Tsunade are here. Orochimaru replied with a cool smile, knowing the third Hokage could not rein him in. Chuanfeng-kun, do take care of Shinsuke in the future. Of course, Chuanfeng assured, fully committed to guiding his little brother-in-law. I've also spoken with my teacher. It seems I'll need some more time to master sage techniques. But I am nearly there. Jiraiya had not wasted the past 3 years, and proficiency in sage techniques was surely within reach. Wishing you all the best. Tsunade will not impede the two. Strength is the essence of a ninja's survival, and she herself yearns to grow stronger, albeit lacking direction. Let us toast. Kawafeng raised his cup, and the four of them tilted their heads back to drink. The team responsible for pouring drinks expanded from 2 to 4, skittering about the dining area, making it difficult to eat in peace. Nagato, with his hair obscuring his eyes, sometimes wished to sweep it aside, yet recalled his teacher's advice to remain concealed until one possesses sufficient strength. Wherever the wine ran low, the group would refill, and Yahiko, being an earnest child, poured an excessive amount for Kawafeng, provoking several fierce glares in response. Konan and Kushina dined and laughed, the age gap being minimal. And all 6 children had already forged friendships. The more people gathered, the livelier the meal became, with the atmosphere rising and drinks flowing in abundance. However, this revelry starkly contrasted with the somber ambience of the Hokage building. The third Hokage was still at work, receiving reports from the Umbu. Did the elite shinobi still need to be monitored? This Umbu ninja inquired hesitantly, knowing it was an unenviable task, as a single misstep could lead to death without purpose. Never mind, you may leave. The third Hokage waved his hand with a smile, taking a puff from his pipe. Once the Umbu had vanished, he exhaled the smoke and murmured softly, Tsunade, do not disappoint your teacher. He held considerable expectations for her, while Orochimaru remained under observation. Yet for him, such matters were of little consequence now, as the mantle of Hokage would only be passed on after death. The third Hokage gazed out the window. Night had fallen, and he still had much work to attend to. Shaking his head with a smile, he returned to his tasks. Meanwhile, the banquet at the Hitaki residence concluded. The dining table was left in disarray, with only the servants remaining to clean up. At the entrance, Kawafeng and Shumo were bidding farewell. Let us gather again another day. All right. As they watched the guests depart, only Tsunade, Shumo, and Kushina remained. Sister, you stay a while longer. I'll return with Kushina first. Shumo epitomized the ideal of the Hokage's good brother-in-law, and after speaking, he waited for Kushina and Manado to bid their farewells before leading the way. Kawafeng felt an overwhelming urge to kiss him fervently. Such perceptiveness was commendable. Teacher, mistress, we shall take our leave, Manado remarked as he led the 3 little ones away. For this gathering was no longer suitable for them. Did you not see how fast Shumo ran? Go on, Kawafeng waved his hand, thinking how considerate his disciples were. Tsunade, let us linger a bit longer. I may have lingering effects from my battle with Hanzo. Kawafeng spoke the lie with ease. After all, it had been quite some time since then. Tsunade saw through his thoughts clearly and rolled her eyes. Give me some dessert. She headed toward the Hitaki residence. All right, Kawafeng exclaimed with delight. This splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Butler, bring out the dessert. He hurried after Tsunade, both heading toward the quiet room. Yes, young master. The butler's voice, though distant, reached Kawafeng's ears with clarity. Chapter 73, finally in hand. My cat can do a handstand, and my dog can do a Thomas spin. Such remarks were unnecessary for Kawafeng, as he and Tsunade entered her room. They had already freshened up, and Tsunade, clad in a loose robe, revealed glimpses of her delicate skin as she moved. She seemed to have mentally prepared herself, for at the moment the explosive tags were affixed by Hanzo. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Kawafeng, sitting at the edge of the bed, Tsunade watched as Kawafeng approached her slowly. Faced with the moment, she felt a rush of shyness, her cheeks blushing a rosy hue. In Kawafeng's eyes, Tsunade appeared even more enchanting at that moment. "Tsunade, you are stunning today." Kawafeng broke the silence, settling beside her. He refrained from pouncing immediately, as being kicked away by Tsunade would be quite embarrassing. "Was I not beautiful before?" Tsunade, possessing a feminine logic, posed a question that Kawafeng could not falter against. "You are beautiful, but today you are exceptionally radiant." As he spoke, his hand casually draped over Tsunade's shoulder. He felt her slight tremor beneath his touch. "Are you thirsty? I can fetch you a glass of water." Tsunade hesitated, wanting to escape. "I'm not thirsty. Your presence is sufficient." Kawafeng firmly held her in place, turning Tsunade to face him directly as he leaned in closer. Then, he cradled her head in his hands, drawing her nearer. Unbeknownst to them, they both reclined onto the bed. As their lips parted, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with affection. "Kawafeng-kun, I love you. I love you too." Kawafeng murmured softly, his gaze slightly dazed. In this life, having her was enough. They embraced once more. The lapels of their garments gradually slipped away, revealing Tsunade's alluring and graceful form entirely to Kawafeng's view. The temperature in the room seemed to rise, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Their breaths intertwined, echoing in harmony, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Outside, silence prevailed, with the moon hanging high, while inside, the room was filled with springtime warmth. After a long while, Kawafeng and Tsunade lay on the bed, covered by a thin blanket. Their limbs were partially exposed, indicating a hint of warmth. "Tsunade." Her reply was lazy and content, the blush on her cheeks still lingering. "The Hitaki family is sparse in numbers." "Don't start that. I haven't fully rested yet." "The Hitaki family is sparse, so I must burden you," Kawafeng said as he rolled over and pounced on her once more. Time slipped away once again. Tsunade, resting her head on Kawafeng's arm, finally found a moment of tranquility, though the mischievous hand on her body left her feeling a bit helpless. Had she not been so weak, she would have taken charge. "Tsunade, would you consider taking Hitaki as your surname?" Kawafeng asked sincerely, devoid of any jest. Gazing at Tsunade's lovely profile, he inquired softly. "I would." Tsunade turned to face him, their eyes locking without a hint of hesitation. The night passed in silence. The following day, Tsunade awoke, appearing untroubled. Medical ninjas are no trifling matter, just a touch of weariness. "Brother, sister-in-law." In the dining hall, Tsunade greeted Shumo and his wife, even omitting their names. "Come eat." Shumo was not surprised, as a man who could remain oblivious to the situation. Today, his sister-in-law was indeed settled. "Teacher, mistress." Manado arrived in the dining hall with the three little ones. "Take a seat. After we finish, I'll assess your talents." Rejoicing in the joyous occasion, Kawafeng was filled with enthusiasm for everything to come. After the family finished their meal, Tsunade prepared to head to the hospital to continue her research. Kawafeng accompanied her outside, encountering Shumo, who was arriving. "Sister, brother-in-law." Shumo teased, seamlessly addressing him as brother-in-law without any discomfort. "Haha, brother-in-law loves you. Go practice with Manado in the training hall." Overjoyed, Kawafeng ruffled Shumo's hair, pushing him inside the house. Tsunade observed Kawafeng's proud demeanor and rolled her eyes, unable to comprehend a man's delight. "I'm off. I'll return in the evening. Remember to come, for I fear I shall not find solace in sleep alone." Chuanfeng gazed at Tsunade with an ambiguous look, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "Depart now, you lecher." Unable to withstand the intensity of his gaze, Tsunade left without a backward glance. "Today, we common folk revel in joy." Chuanfeng hummed a tune incomprehensible to his subordinates as he made his way to the dojo. Shinshu was already engaged in a practice duel with Manado, their exchanges lively and spirited. The trio watched with rapt attention, clearly captivated. It was evident that Manado's strength was gradually overwhelming the older Shinshu. Should Shinshu lack further opportunities, relying solely on his considerable chakra reserves, it would be quite challenging for him to catch up to Manado in this lifetime. He did not possess his grandfather's wood release nor his great-grandfather's water release, which posed a significant dilemma. "You three, come here." After observing for a while without needing to offer any guidance, Chuanfeng led the trio aside. "I shall first instruct you on chakra transformation. Chakra is innate, yet it requires your diligent effort to master." The trio listened intently, their desire for power intertwined with a wish to control their destinies and protect their loved ones. Following Chuanfeng's guidance, they began to assume a horse stance and transform their chakra. Once they grew accustomed to the process and felt the chakra flowing within them, Chuanfeng took Nagato to a secluded chamber, one that had been part of the ancestral estate since its inception. Lift your hair aside. Chuanfeng stood firm, allowing Nagato to reveal his Rinnegan. Slowly, Nagato pushed his hair aside, recalling the two Konoha ninjas who had perished before him. Teacher, please be cautious. He was uncertain about the source of that power and worried it might harm Chuanfeng. You are still far from it. Without Obito's guidance, Nagato would find it impossible to fully grasp the Rinnegan's capabilities in such a short time. Nagato remained silent, parting his hair. This was the first complete reveal of his eyes before Chuanfeng. Chuanfeng observed closely, noting the purple irises and the concentric circles radiating outward. This was the renowned Rinnegan, esteemed as the eye that governs life and death. Teacher, can you perceive the power your eyes grant you? Chuanfeng was momentarily lost in thought, only returning to attention when Nagato called him. No, Nagato shook his head. He could not even begin to comprehend the Rinnegan's abilities. Do not worry. Once your chakra reserves are sufficient, it will come naturally. Moreover, with these eyes, you can master all chakra nature transformations, save for Yin release. This is your greatest advantage at present. Although this was within Chuanfeng's expectations, having seen the Rinnegan yet not experiencing the Deva path, where the universal pull was somewhat disappointing. Train diligently. Your potential surpasses that of Yahiko and Konan. Chuanfeng did not diminish the abilities of Yahiko and Konan. Greater potential also meant greater responsibility. Teacher, I shall strive to do my utmost. Little Nagato understood Chuanfeng's implication, nodding as he let his hair fall back over his Rinnegan. Now go, focus on chakra transformation. I shall teach you ninjutsu afterward. Chuanfeng did not intend to teach Nagato swordsmanship. He was better suited to be a high-damage mage, until he fully mastered the Rinnegan. Achieving complex ninjutsu would suffice to classify him as a skilled ninja. Although his repertoire of ninjutsu was limited, he had many friends and wealth, so acquiring scrolls would not pose a problem. Chapter 74. The Onset of War. After the triumphant return from the battle in the Land of Rain, Konoha seemed to settle into a deceptive calm. Each night, Chuanfeng engaged in profound discussions with Tsunade about the sparse lineage of the Hitaki family. This took a toll on Tsunade, as they would retire at sunset and rise before dawn. With her spirits rejuvenated, Tsunade made significant progress in her research, largely due to restricting Chuanfeng's access to the lab. The cells of Hashirama had stabilized, and Tsunade seized the opportunity to extract Chuanfeng's blood, initiating cell fusion experiments. Chuanfeng was thrilled, as if the wood release beckoned him, yet the research outcomes were not forthcoming. Judging by Tsunade's demeanor when discussing the matter, progress was far from smooth. The prospect of acquiring the wood release ability seemed unlikely in the short term. He had set his sights on Orochimaru. The combination of this scientific madman and Tsunade would undoubtedly yield results exceeding expectations. Alas, Orochimaru was currently in the Dragon Cave undergoing sage training. Nagato and his companions progressed swiftly, now able to learn simple ninjutsu. Chuanfeng encouraged Konan to delve into her origami, bringing forth numerous ninjutsu scrolls for reference during Nagato's studies. True to her reputation as the angel of the Akatsuki, Konan had already devised paper shurikens and paper clones. Her exceptional talent left Chuanfeng in awe, while Manado questioned his own intellect as he struggled to grasp the ninjutsu proposed by Chuanfeng. Only Shenshu, with his carefree demeanor, cheered from the sidelines, solely impressed by Konan's prowess without any other sentiments. Yahiko quickly mastered water release and was learning swordsmanship alongside Manado. Nagato's talent was unparalleled. He could now employ simple ninjutsu of 5 chakra natures and even expressed interest in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade took a liking to this shy boy, occasionally bringing him to the hospital, perhaps contemplating the cultivation of an assistant. Furthermore, since Nagato was Chuanfeng's disciple, Tsunade felt at ease. One morning, before mealtime, Tsunade hurried back to the Hitaki household. Chuanfeng and Shumo were playing with Kakashi and Hinata, while Neiju and Honma engaged in conversation. Hinata, accustomed to her role as a teacher, was instructing Nagato and his companions on theoretical knowledge and the application of ninjutsu. Tsunade, why are you back so early? Chuanfeng was somewhat surprised to see her. She typically returned from the hospital only after dinner, and there was little that could disturb her research. The Sand Village is stirring. The intelligence department has detected traces of Sand Shinobi in the Land of Rain. The teacher summoned me. He has reached an agreement with the feudal lords. Soon, we shall invade the land of wind. Tsunade had scarcely taken her seat before relaying the news she had acquired. A war between great nations was on the horizon. Although prepared mentally, the reality of the situation bred a sense of weariness. Chuanfeng stood to return Hinata to her mother, while Shumo still clung to Kakashi. This was his biological son. Without Hinata, he would not have been able to hold him. Such a young age, yet already exhibiting his uncle's demeanor. Will you be leading the team? Shumo glanced at Tsunade, Kakashi wriggling in his arms, dissatisfied without Hinata's presence. Yes. A war council is expected to convene in a few days. Tsunade nodded. The Land of Wind boasted formidable opponents, including Chiyo, who could rival Hanzo, as well as the third Kazekage, not to mention another Jinchuriki. This battle would be significantly more challenging than the one in the Land of Rain. Preparations must commence. Chuanfeng's eyes shifted, contemplating an unspoken idea. Has the winds of war begun to stir once more? Hinata approached, joining the discussion among the three. Indeed. I wonder how many lives shall be lost this time. I shall head to the hospital to prepare antidotes. The poison of the Sand's puppets is quite troublesome, Tsunade stated, bidding farewell to the others as she departed, assuming command for the first time. The pressure is indeed palpable, yet fortunately, Chuanfeng stands resolutely by her side. Go on. Let us converse about intriguing matters this evening. The moment Chuanfeng spoke, Tsunade's thoughts took a mischievous turn, recalling the passionate encounter of the previous night, prompting her to blush. With a swift glance of reproach at Chuanfeng, she departed hastily. My dear son, I cannot accompany you again, Shuamao murmured, planting a kiss on Kakashi's cheek. Kakashi, with a playful demeanor, grasped Shuamao's face, finding it amusing. Brother, do bring along a warrior from our clan this time. Warriors that have never tasted battle often struggle to grow, rendering them of little use in the future. Chuanfeng harbored no concerns regarding the elite forces of the Hitaki clan. Yet he acknowledged the deficiencies among the mid-tier warriors. He could not personally handle every task. After all, what would be the purpose of nurturing these warriors otherwise? Understood. Their return depends solely on their own capabilities, Shuamao sighed, aware that in the chaos of battle, he could not afford to coddle these warriors. Such is the nature of tumultuous times. Overthinking is futile, Shuamao Kuan. Yuhi Kurin offered her counsel, discerning that beneath Shuamao's icy exterior lay a warm heart. As night descended, Tsunade returned, weary from her day, essentially residing at the Hitaki household. With her granddaughter growing up, Uzumaki Mito had come to regard Chuanfeng favorably, leaving Tsunade to her own devices. Perhaps in her lifetime, she might even witness the birth of great-grandchildren, a prospect that would leave her with no regrets. Yet, Shoju remained oblivious, even with Kushina residing under the same roof. Mito could only lament the folly of people, while Chuanfeng's eldest disciple reaped the benefits. After a day of exertion, Tsunade found solace against Chuanfeng's chest, the flush on her face still lingering. Chuanfeng's hand wandered beneath the covers, a familiarity she had grown accustomed to, though she could not fathom his affinity for it. Do you recall the intriguing matter I spoke of this morning? Has it not come to fruition? Tsunade questioned with a hint of skepticism. Am I not engaging enough? Ahem, your thoughts have strayed. Chuanfeng finally realized his misunderstanding. I was merely contemplating a simple yet effective means to enhance your powers. Oh, do share. Tsunade's interest peaked. Unable to master sage techniques, she found herself at an impasse in this regard, relegating her efforts to merely storing chakra within the In seal. Do you recall Takigakure? The very village that dispatched assassins to eliminate my grandfather? Tsunade vaguely remembered the incident, wherein the assailant fled hastily after sustaining injuries from her grandfather's wooden clone. Indeed. What is your interest in the Seven Tails? Chuanfeng inquired slowly, catching Tsunade off guard. She comprehended his implication, that he intended for her to become the host for the Seven Tails. She had not even considered the possibility of failing. With Chuanfeng's Ming Shin Gate and her sealing techniques, capturing the Seven Tails was merely a matter of time. Is it not reasonable for Tsunade to possess a sealing technique? The other villages would hardly welcome the addition of another tailed beast to Konoha. Once they succeeded, who would dare demand it back from Konoha? The Wagakure housed two tailed beasts, after all. Tailed beasts were indeed weapons of mass destruction on the battlefield, but they were also akin to ticking time bombs. Chuanfeng did not believe that Konoha would face a coalition assault simply due to one additional beast. Is there a guarantee? Tsunade pondered, finding merit in the reasoning. As long as their capture remained discreet, especially in wartime, the risks seemed minimal. Chapter 75, Takigakure finding it would facilitate all discussions. The uncertainty lay in whether the Seven Tails was sealed within an object or a host. Chuanfeng had contemplated this dilemma. If it were a host, they would need to unseal it first to let the beast run rampant. If it were within a sealing object, Takigakure would naturally deploy it in the face of formidable foes, making matters simpler. When shall we go? Tsunade, having made her decision, resolved to cooperate with Chuanfeng's plans. Should she become the host, her strength would immediately surge due to the tailed beast chakra complementing her immense strength. Moreover, the Seven Tails was the only beast capable of flight. Captured by her grandfather's team, Tsunade was well informed about the beast's capabilities. With the main force, we shall proceed ahead. We will not attract excessive attention. After careful deliberation, Chuanfeng concluded that once they left the village, they could easily fabricate an excuse for their actions. They would capture the Seven Tails and rendezvous with the main force at the border, a flawless plan. Agreed. I shall return tomorrow to consult grandmother regarding sealing techniques. I have become rather rusty due to infrequent use. Tsunade was meticulous in her planning, ensuring all bases were covered. 3 days later, the third Hokage summoned the elite shinobi to announce the plan to invade the Land of Wind. Tsunade would lead, with Chuanfeng as her aide. Supplies from the daimyo's estate had already departed, and substantial funds were en route to Konoha. Saratobi Hiruzen had once again provided a more stable foundation for the villagers of Konoha. The following day, Tsunade and Chuanfeng joined the main forces of Konoha and set off towards the Land of Rain, from which they would infiltrate the Land of Wind. On the second day of their march, Chuanfeng greeted several elite shinobi and concocted an excuse to take Tsunade and Shoju ahead, while Manado led the way to the Land of Waterfalls. Shuo Mao suspected that his brother was up to something and contemplated his intentions. Unfortunately, Chuanfeng remained tight-lipped, divulging no information aside from Tsunade. Departing from the main force, Chuanfeng and Tsunade led, with the two young ones trailing behind. Their enhanced abilities allowed for a much quicker pace. Sister, brother-in-law, where are we headed? Shoju inquired, unaware of their true destination, curiosity getting the better of him. Manado, maintaining his composure, kept his gaze fixed on his teacher and his wife. No need for so many questions. You will understand upon arrival. It will broaden your horizons. Initially, Tsunade had opposed bringing the two young ones, concerned about their pace and safety during potential skirmishes. However, Chuanfeng insisted on allowing them to witness the might of the tailed beasts, believing that such experiences would foster their growth. He held high hopes for Shoju and Manado, confident in their safety with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal. This time, you will witness a grand spectacle. Perhaps one day, it will be your turn. Chuanfeng's assertion rang true. Every fledgling must eventually face their challenges. He hoped never to witness Manado perish due to a tailed beast again. Understood, teacher. We are aware. Manado and Shoju stifled their curiosity, eager to learn the destination. After 4 more days, the quartet finally crossed from the Fire Country's borders into the realm of the Land of Waterfalls. Takigakure, nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, was abundant in waterfalls and was not smaller than the Land of Rain. Unfortunately, it lacked formidable masters like Hanzo of the Salamander. Even the lone expert, Kagaya, had been ruthlessly discarded as a rogue ninja. Takigakure lay concealed behind colossal waterfalls, allowing it to evade numerous conflicts. However, Konoha was well aware of its location. Presently, Takigakure likely housed only a handful of lesser ninjas. Whether they had a host remained uncertain. Chuanfeng recalled that the most intriguing aspect of Takigakure in the original story was the hero's water, capable of amplifying a ninja's chakra many times over, albeit at the cost of the user's life. Would they encounter valiant warriors who, in defense of their village, would consume the hero's water and become their foes? How shall we proceed? The map was examined by Tsunade, thus Chuanfeng was unaware of the location of Takigakure. Just follow me, Tsunade led the way, and the four quickened their pace. After another day had passed, they arrived at a magnificent waterfall. What a colossal waterfall! Is there really a village behind it? This was the first time Shoju had seen such an enormous waterfall. It was hard to fathom that a village was concealed behind it. How could the diminutive Takigakure possibly evade so many wars? Grandfather's benevolence in bestowing them a tailed beast had led to high-ranking assassins being sent after him. Tsunade harbored no fondness for Takigakure, even though this incident had caused Kakuzu to bear the blame. The repercussions were dire for Takigakure, with Kakuzu spilling rivers of blood. Even now, the elite shinobi were in disarray, rendering the village's strength pitifully inadequate. However, Tsunade regarded it as a consequence of their own actions. Is that truly the case? Manado found it hard to believe. In his warm worldview, how could there be such ingratitude? Indeed, it's true. I once heard my grandmother recount this tale. The ninja who attempted the assassination couldn't even defeat my grandfather's wooden clone, and he couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. If Kakaze heard this, he might feel embarrassed bragging about his encounter with Hashirama. Let's proceed. Chuanfeng leaped across the waterfall and landed on solid ground. Before him lay scattered houses and villagers walking along the roads. Tsunade and the two youngsters soon arrived. Equally astonished by the scene before them, there was indeed a unique realm behind the waterfall. Suddenly, before they could converse, shurikens whistled through the air, launched by the ninjas of Takigakure who had noticed them. There was no need for Chuanfeng and Tsunade to take action, as Shoju and Manado swiftly deflected the incoming shurikens. The four remained motionless. Konoha ninjas? What brings you to Takigakure? A group of over a dozen ninjas wielding shurikens took a defensive stance a few meters ahead, with the apparent leader speaking first. Ever since Kakuzu's failed assassination of Hashirama, although Konoha did not hold Takigakure accountable, the relationship between the two villages had soured. It could only be said that Hashirama did not regard this small village as a threat. I am here to find the Seven Tails. It must still be in your village, right? Chuanfeng spoke nonchalantly, a slight smile on his face, for the ninjas before him were pitifully weak. A cursory assessment revealed that not a single one could contend with Shoju. The two youngsters were awestruck. Indeed, this was a grand spectacle, allowing them to observe the tailed beast up close. Their teacher, brother-in-law, truly held them in high regard. The Seven Tails belongs to our village. You shall not lay a hand on it. The Takigakure ninja responded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice hoarse. The Seven Tails was the last hope of Takigakure. He nearly lost control and launched another attack on Chuanfeng and the others. What my grandfather bestowed upon you, I now wish to reclaim. Tsunade, disinterested in further verbal exchanges, focused intently and struck the ground before her with a powerful punch. Chapter 76. Compromise. The ground fissured beneath the force of her blow, extending towards the Takigakure shinobi. The inadequately skilled Takigakure ninjas fell into the crevice, with only a few managing to escape the blow. This group of Takigakure ninjas was woefully weak. Help! The leading Takigakure ninja shouted loudly, as one of his companions produced a firework from his pocket and ignited it. Chuanfeng made no move to stop them. This suited him just fine, saving them the trouble of searching one by one. Tsunade, understanding Chuanfeng's intentions, rose and observed coldly, confronting the Takigakure ninjas, who now lacked the courage to initiate an attack. Moments later, more Takigakure ninjas emerged from the depths of the village, led by a middle-aged man who exuded an imposing presence. He was likely the current village leader. Konoha ninjas, it is rather inappropriate to cause harm in Takigakure. The village leader stood before Chuanfeng and the others, his expression grim, his voice tinged with barely concealed anger. Had it not been for Takigakure's current state of disarray, he would have likely taken immediate action against them. You sent people to assassinate my grandfather. Shoju could not tolerate such double standards and retorted, Your grandfather? The village leader's brows furrowed, wondering if this was Konoha seeking revenge. That incident occurred over 20 years ago. At that time, he was merely a mid-level officer. He could not bear the blame for it. Are you a descendant of Lord Hashirama? The village leader used a respectful title for the god of the shinobi, fearing the displeasure of the individuals before him. Humph, Shoju scoffed, offering no response. Very well. You are the village leader, correct? We have not come to Takigakure seeking revenge. We merely wish to procure something from you. Chuanfeng finally took a step forward, addressing the village leader with their purpose. What is it you seek? I wish to obtain the Seven Tails. As soon as he finished speaking, the previous leading ninja interjected. Indeed, if the village leader could part with it, Konoha would surely not pursue past grievances. Chuanfeng boldly invoked Konoha's name without a hint of trepidation. Once Tsunade became Hokage, it would all be above board. Besides, Konoha had never truly regarded this matter seriously. After all, an elephant would not retaliate against an ant's bite. Aren't you worried about inciting public outrage? Naturally, the village leader was not without intelligence. His first instinct was to leverage the other great nations for pressure. You need not worry about that. I have my own plans. You need only tell me whether you are willing to surrender it. Chuanfeng did not wish to cause excessive bloodshed. If a peaceful resolution could be reached, that would be ideal. I'm sorry, but the Seven Tails is the foundation of Takigakure and cannot be surrendered. The village leader rejected without hesitation, as this would sever the very roots of Takigakure. Then do not blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuanfeng vanished from his position, reappearing behind the village leader with his blade poised at his throat. The village leader found himself with no means of resistance. Release the village leader. The Takigakure ninjas pressed forward, their expressions tense. The village leader was the strongest ninja in the village, yet he was still no match for this man. He had no opportunity to retaliate. If you hand over the Seven Tails, I will spare your life. Chuanfeng whispered this into the village leader's ear, while Tsunade and the others watched, still not taking action, as this had been prearranged. It's not that I refuse to comply, but the Seven Tails is currently in a precarious state. Should it be released from its seal, our containment vessel will not hold it. If the Seven Tails goes berserk, Takigakure will face annihilation. The village leader sighed helplessly. This man was terrifyingly powerful, but the safety of the village was paramount. Oh, then allow me to assist you. Chuanfeng's lips curled into a smile, as the situation seemed to be turning in a favorable direction. The village leader was likely worried for the Seven Tails, as the seal was gradually weakening. How can I trust you? The village leader acknowledged Chuanfeng's strength, but did not believe that they could manage the Seven Tails. He could not wager the village's safety. He still hoped to find a suitable Jinchuriki in his lifetime, for that would give Takigakure a chance to restore its former glory. After acquiring the tailed beast, the village of Takigakure reveled in its newfound pride, unaware that Hashirama would later distribute tailed beasts to other great nations, thereby stripping them of any advantage. Perhaps fueled by resentment, or perhaps overly ambitious, they conspired at the highest levels to assassinate Hashirama, only to provoke a significant backlash. The Seven Tails had yet to find a suitable Jinchuriki, relying solely on the sealing pot from the land of whirlpools to contain it. Initially, they could afford to hire people to reinforce the seal, but with the demise of the land of whirlpools, they could only watch helplessly as the seal weakened over time. They devised a sealing location of their own, placing the Seven Tails within it, which managed to decelerate the deterioration of the sealing pot. However, after all these years, the pot was on the verge of shattering, and should the seal be broken, the Seven Tails would likely escape immediately. I possess the Flying Thunder God technique, which can ensure that battles remain far from your village. Even in defeat, your village would suffer no harm. What do you say? I shall take on this trouble. Kawafumi stepped closer, pressing the blade of his sword against the village chief's neck, drawing a line of blood. Chief, give it to him. The Seven Tails is not as important as you. The Tekinen, full of indignation, voiced their sentiments, demonstrating the chief's popularity. Very well, take it. The chief felt a mix of reluctance and a sense of release, unable to refuse due to the blade at his throat. He believed that even if he died, as long as the Seven Tails remained within the village, it would not escape Kawafumi's grasp and would surely be found. The instinct for self-preservation is inherent in humanity, and only a select few possess the unwavering faith and conviction to face death unflinchingly. He acknowledged that he had not yet reached that level. Living was quite satisfactory. How much better it would have been to avoid this conflict altogether. The eight-faced sword vanished from Kawafumi's hand, and should the chief dare to change his mind, he would indeed unleash a massacre. Let us proceed. I shall lead you. The chief, touching his wound, yet maintaining his composure, walked deeper into the village. The Tekinen glared at Kawafumi with righteous fury. You all wait by the lakeside before proceeding. Kawafumi, unfazed by their glares, instructed Tsunade and the others to wait outside first. He had laid several kunai embedded with the Flying Thunder God technique along the way, intending to facilitate the transfer of the tailed beast orb. This way, he could shift the battlefield without causing harm to innocents. Otherwise, a fierce battle might obliterate the small village of Takigakure. All right, Tsunade nodded, leading the two young ones as they leaped out from behind the waterfall, utterly unconcerned for Kawafumi's safety. Does your village still possess the hero's water? Kawafumi caught up to the chief, inquiring about his interest. He had completely forgotten that he had previously held a sword to the man's neck. None left, none left. The chief glanced back at Kawafumi, hastily responding, shaking his head vigorously. Is this leaf ninja here to uncover the secrets of Takigakure? Why does he covet all our treasures? Look at your stingy demeanor. I was merely asking. That item is life-threatening, and I have no desire for it. Why don't you utilize it? Kawafumi perceived the chief's reluctance. He was genuinely just curious. I told you, there's none left. How could I use it? The chief, filled with suspicion, reiterated his stance. You didn't even give me time to use it. Inwardly, he grumbled about Kawafumi's rapid pace. Fine, I won't ask anymore. Seeing the chief's growing impatience, Kawafumi ceased his inquiries. Acquiring the 7 tails was sufficient. The journey continued with no further exchanges as the chief led Kawafumi deeper into the village, venturing into increasingly secluded areas. There were no villagers in sight, only the chief, Kawafumi, and the trailing Takinen. After traversing a dense forest, they emerged into a clearing, revealing an ancient structure before them. This is it, the sealing location of Takigakure. The chief halted, gazing at the building with a hint of pride, a testament to the village's ingenuity. It's nothing extraordinary. Kawafumi observed the house, faintly sensing a surge of violent chakra emanating from within. Indeed, the seal was not likely to endure much longer. Let us enter. The farther we take it, the better. The chief disregarded Kawafumi's comment and proceeded inside. The Takinen remained outside, waiting. Kawafumi followed the chief into the interior, which was devoid of furnishings, save for an intricate array of seals forming a circle on the ground. At the center lay a dark pot, unremarkable at first glance. Yet cracks marred its surface, confirming the chief's words. The seal was specifically designed to contain tailed beasts, posing no threat to humans. The chief, perhaps sensing Kawafumi's hesitation, stepped boldly into the sealing area without incident. Better to be cautious, Kawafumi murmured apologetically, nodding slightly as he approached the seal. A wave of even more ferocious chakra surged toward him, causing the pot to tremble. The 7 tails sensed the presence of humans nearby, after years of confinement. It yearned to unleash its fury. Take it away. The chief turned, seemingly unable to bear the sight. When he could no longer feel the 7 tails' tumultuous chakra, he turned back only to find the area empty. Perhaps it is for the best. A bitter smile crossed the chief's face as he stepped out of the building. Chief, the leaf ninjas have left. We need not worry about the 7 tails anymore. Yet the chief's expression fell as he pondered the village's fate, likely one of mere survival from then on. Fortunately, no lives were lost in this encounter, and Tsunade had only sustained minor injuries, primarily due to her intimidating presence. Let it be. At least the 7 tails will no longer threaten the village's safety. Should it break free now, we lack the capability to resist. The speaker, likely of high standing, stood close to the chief, prompting many Takinen to nod in agreement after contemplation. Disperse. The chief, lacking the desire to linger, touched the scar on his neck, now scabbed over. You may be fast, but the 7 tails can fly. I hope it causes Kawafumi to stumble. Kawafumi carried the sealing pot containing the 7 tails to the lakeside, where Tsunade and the 2 young ones awaited at a distance. Before Kawafumi could converse with Tsunade, the cracks on the pot began to widen, the ferocious chakra enabling it to break free from its constraints. Floating in the air, the pot exploded into fragments, scattering in all directions with a resounding crash. A massive surge of chakra began to coalesce into a tangible form overhead, a powerful pressure bearing down on Kawafumi. This mass gradually took shape, transforming into a grotesque creature adorned with 6 wings and a long tail, crowned with a lengthy horn. That creature is quite hideous, Shinaru and his sister commented, while Manado stood in awe, wondering if their teacher could handle such a formidable beast. Whether it is ugly or not, do you have the courage to test it? Tsunade shot a glare at her brother, who was still trying to make light of the situation. I'm just here to observe the spectacle. Such dangerous beings are best handled by you all. Shinaru scratched his head. As they approached Manado, the 2 young ones began to converse, feeling a sense of security with their teacher leading the way. Humans, your fortune is rather unfortunate as you encounter me. As Chongming opened his eyes, he beheld Chuanfeng before him, mouth agape as the immense chakra of the tailed beast began to coalesce. The chakra spun at a high velocity, forming a sphere of dense energy, which Chongming then swallowed before unleashing it towards Chuanfeng. The impact of this attack could potentially level several mountains. It was no wonder that tailed beasts served as the nuclear weapons of the battlefield. The devastation this blast could cause to lower-tier ninjas was unimaginable. Chuanfeng swiftly activated a space-time barrier, causing the tailed beast ball to vanish mid-air, followed by a tremendous explosion in the distance. I see now. This is the technique my teacher mentioned, Manado exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. After so long without a lead, the tailed beast ball had provided ample inspiration. What do you understand? Shenshu inquired, bemused. as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. The technique my teacher assigned me is starting to make sense, Manado responded, drawing inspiration from the tailed beast ball and believing that the day of the Rasengan's birth was not far off. Now take this, Chuanfeng declared, observing Chongming dive towards him, spewing scales and seemingly intent on a powerful charge. Senjutsu, sword technique, fire thunder god. Chuanfeng enveloped himself in lightning chakra, seals appearing around his eyes, his pupils transforming to gold. He transformed into a blazing lightning dragon, deftly evading Chongming's charge and slicing through one of its wings. The fire thunder god, bolstered by sage mode, was not to be trifled with. With a pained howl, the Seven Tails plummeted to the ground, one of its wings rendered useless, temporarily stripping it of its ability to fly. Human, you have provoked my wrath. Chongming seethed, his eyes aflame, as he began to condense another tailed beast ball. This one no smaller than the last, aimed once more at Chuanfeng. Chuanfeng smirked slightly, a hint of disdain in his demeanor. The previous explosion of the Seven Tails tailed beast ball had been rather unimpressive. The eight-faced Han sword pulsated with an abundance of sage chakra, radiating a brilliant light. Sword technique, dirge of death, Chuanfeng declared, refusing to flinch as he transformed into a searing bolt of lightning. With a crackling sound, the lightning collided with the tailed beast ball. Tsunade gasped in disbelief as Chuanfeng refrained from using the flying thunder god to evade. Chuanfeng retreat. Even the Seven Tails exhibited shock, unable to fathom how anyone could confront a tailed beast ball with a sword. A deafening explosion ensued, the ground trembling beneath them as the area where Chuanfeng clashed with the tailed beast ball sank into a crescent shape. Chuanfeng cleaved the tailed beast ball in two before the astonished eyes of the 3-in-1 insect. One half dissipated into the sky, while the other crashed to the ground, triggering an explosion. Your tailed beast ball is but a trifle, Chuanfeng declared, standing unscathed with his sword in hand, his golden eyes fixed intently on the Seven Tails Chongming. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Seven Tails bellowed, unable to believe that his tailed beast ball had been cleaved in twain, shattering his perception of weaponry. Gathering a substantial amount of chakra once more, he realized that besides this technique, he possessed no effective means of attack. Yet Chuanfeng would not afford him another opportunity. Sheathing the eight-faced Han sword, he formed hand seals. Senjutsu, Divine Gate. Chongming, unable to fly and still condensing a tailed beast ball, became Chuanfeng's target. The descending red Tori Gate pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile, even causing the tailed beast ball in his mouth to begin to dissipate. With a final attempt to struggle, Chongming flailed his tail against the red Tori. As the last gate ensnared his tail, he lost all capacity for resistance. The entire ordeal resembled a battle against a mountain pepper fish. One could only commend Hashirama for developing such an effective technique to suppress tailed beasts. Moreover, the Seven Tails was indeed weak, possessing vast chakra yet lacking combat prowess, perhaps a decent battery or flight assistant, but little else. Painful earth strike. Chuanfeng intended to seek praise and affection from Tsunade when she suddenly charged at him with a fierce shout. As she leapt, rocks scattered in her wake, and with astonishing force, she landed atop the Seven Tails' head, bending its massive horn into a perfect arc. The sealed Seven Tails was struck hard, its head tilting dangerously. Had it possessed a soul, it might have succumbed to unconsciousness. The two small ones, witnessing their elder sister's merciless assault on the fallen beast, also refused to hold back, each throwing two kunai that clanged futilely against the Seven Tails. How humiliating! The Seven Tails bellowed, a profound sense of disgrace washing over it as the kunai struck. Although it felt no physical pain, the psychological trauma was considerable. Enough, enough. I feel compassion for him, Chuanfeng sighed, rubbing his forehead. What kind of people are you? Do you truly wish to coexist peacefully with the Seven Tails? Is this the end? Shenshu stared in disbelief at the prostrate Chongming, still roaring on the ground, too stunned to approach. What do you expect? Do you think your brother-in-law will let him live or die? Tsunade shot him a glare. Had she been closer, a playful punch would have landed on his head. Shenshu felt a chill run down his spine under her stare, opening his mouth, but refraining from speaking further. Haha. Manado chuckled at his timid expression, unable to contain his amusement. Their shared joy was refreshingly simple. Let us not waste time. Let us begin. Chuanfeng urged Tsunade to commence the sealing process. All right, she replied, her expression turning serious, for sealing a tailed beast was no trivial matter. The Seven Tails finally grasped their intentions. A beating was one thing, but he was still new to this world. I've only just emerged. Is my luck truly this poor? Can we come to an agreement? Can you spare me? The subdued Seven Tails' loquacious nature began to resurface. Shut your mouth. Call out again, and I'll sever your wings, Chuanfeng warned, casting an irritated glare at the creature. Now, it resembled a docile worm, merely a chatterbox. Had it not been imprisoned for so long, it likely wouldn't have erupted in fury. Fear not. I shall treat you well, Tsunade assured him with a kind smile, biting her finger to draw blood and applying it to her palm. After rapidly forming seals, her fingers curled as she activated the 100 Healings technique, the seal instantly appearing on her cheek. 8 trigrams sealing technique. No. The Seven Tails wailed in its final moments, transforming into a dense mass of chakra, which Tsunade gradually absorbed, culminating in a sealing inscription manifesting on her forearm. Is it done? Chuanfeng inquired as Tsunade dissipated the 100 Healings technique, noting that her chakra was now significantly more potent than before. It appeared she had converted the expelled chakra of the Seven Tails into her own with the aid of the 8 trigrams sealing technique. Well, he seems relatively compliant. He has resigned himself to his fate, though he does talk far too much, Tsunade remarked, her brow furrowing as the Seven Tails continued to chatter within her. You may take your time getting to know him. Now that our task is complete, we should rejoin the main force. Chuanfeng felt powerless to silence the Seven Tails. This was beyond his control. He strode alongside Tsunade towards the 2 smaller figures. Teacher, the technique you spoke of is becoming clearer to me. Just like condensing a tailed beast ball, I will develop it post-haste. With a face full of excitement, Watergate eagerly reported the news to Chuanfeng, not expecting that the capture of the tailed beast would bring unexpected delight. Is that so? Excellent. The teacher awaits your good news. Chuanfeng smiled, affectionately ruffling Watergate's hair. You must also strive hard. Do not let Watergate outpace you. Tsunade, observing the foolish grin on Shinshu's face, rolled her eyes. While others have found partners and are making progress in developing their ninjutsu, you remain here, reveling without a hint of ambition. Tsunade's tone carried a hint of disappointment. I know, sis. I've been studying grandfather's ninjutsu, Shinshu quickly retorted, feeling the weight of her growing expectations. His chakra had rapidly increased, and he had already acquired the collection of water release techniques from his grandmother to Tobarama, even without the ocean release. Mastering Tobarama's water release would still mark a significant leap in power. At least you have some sense, Tsunade teased, lightly tapping Shinshu's forehead with her finger. Her eyes filled with affection. After all, he was her younger brother, and blood is thicker than water. Let us set off. Chuanfeng led the way toward the land of grass, knowing that traversing through it would expedite their journey to the borders of the land of fire and the land of rain. Tsunade followed closely beside Chuanfeng, while the 2 younger ones trailed behind. There was little conversation along the way, as Chuanfeng understood that Tsunade needed time to communicate with the Seven Tails. After half a day, he suddenly noticed chakra gathering behind Tsunade, only to see 2 butterfly wings manifesting, already floating in the air. You can fly so quickly? I didn't expect you to be so accommodating. Aside from being a bit talkative, you seem quite easy to be around. Tsunade was equally surprised. She had merely expressed a desire to witness the Seven Tails' abilities, and in return, Shomiai had granted her wings. You look quite beautiful like that. Chuanfeng's eyes gleamed mischievously, his gaze intense, filled with inappropriate thoughts. Don't even think about it. I won't be sprouting wings at night. Tsunade shot Chuanfeng a glare, her face flushing, and took off into the air. Whether due to lack of experience or preoccupation, she nearly collided with a tree. Take it slow. Chuanfeng observed her silhouette, his finger twitching. This was far more thrilling than any cosplay. Wow, my sister has wings. Shinshu exclaimed, patting Watergate in awe. Indeed, that must be the ability of the Seven Tails. Watergate remained calm, lamenting that Kushina might never have the chance to grow wings. Chapter 79, stealing a moment of leisure after several days. Chuanfeng and his companions entered the land of grass. The landscape here differed from that of the land of waterfalls. Rather than numerous waterfalls, it boasted vast grasslands, truly deserving of its name. Chuanfeng recalled that the land of grass lacked formidable ninjas, relying instead on trafficking intelligence from great nations. They frequently captured ninjas from other countries to steal their techniques, severely undermining the interests of those nations. As a result, in the original story, they nearly faced annihilation at the hands of the Kagaya clan, and Kurenai's mother was tragically used as a medical tool during the war, and met a gruesome fate. The Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku could evolve into the formidable Kakoko, which explained why Orochimaru chose Kimimaro as his preferred vessel for reincarnation. Though he tragically passed away due to blood disorders, Chuanfeng speculated that the combination of the power of the Sage of Six Paths and Shikatsumiyaku could lead to the evolution into Kakoko. But he currently lacked the time to seek out the Kagaya clan. However, he would not miss the opportunity to acquire such power. As Kakoko was known as a guaranteed lethal technique, those struck would surely disintegrate along with their bones, their bodies collapsing from the wound and gradually spreading throughout. It seems we have arrived. The main force has yet to catch up. Chuanfeng estimated that it would take another 2 to 3 days for the main group to arrive. Most of their time had been spent on the road, while the process of capturing the Seven Tails had gone quite smoothly. Then we shall wait in the town. After days of roughing it, Tsunade was beginning to feel unwell. All right, I'm in the mood for a grand feast. Shinshu's voice floated from behind, having heard the news despite the distance. Teacher, I'm all set, Watergate added, letting Shinshu take the lead in seeking recognition, as he preferred to avoid the limelight. All right, you two little rascals. Chuanfeng chuckled, his gaze fervent as he looked at Tsunade flying just above him. He had been stifled for too long. What are you smiling about? Chuanfeng was jolted back to reality when Tsunade's wings brushed against his face, wiping away the drool from the corner of his mouth. Nothing, just thinking of delicious food. He replied, his gaze wandering, betraying a hint of guilt. It better be that way. Tsunade regarded Chuanfeng suspiciously, sensing that he harbored ulterior motives, though she lacked the ability to read minds. Otherwise, Chuanfeng would have witnessed her infamous iron fist of embarrassment. Cough, cough. That's how it is. Don't overthink it. Let's quicken our pace. We are nearing the border. Chuanfeng seized the opportunity to dash ahead, with Tsunade flapping her wings to keep up, leaving the two younger ones to struggle behind. Assuming this was a sudden test from their teacher, they exerted themselves to the fullest, pushing their limits. Crossing from the land of grass into the land of fire brought them close to the borders of the land of rain. Sure enough, the main force had not yet arrived, as there were no signs left at the designated meeting point. Chuanfeng's group reached the town where Orochimaru had previously led his team. It had not been affected by the ravages of war and remained as bustling as ever. The two younger ones had been thoroughly exhausted from the journey, and to keep up with Chuanfeng's pace, their chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Let's eat first, then find a hot spring to relax and rest well tonight. Chuanfeng outlined their next steps, eliciting feeble cheers from the two younger ones. Let's go. It had been a long time since Tsunade had enjoyed a proper meal, and she eagerly headed toward the fragrant street. As they passed a gambling house, she paused, but Chuanfeng tugged her arm, pulling her away. No money, maybe next time. He feared that if Tsunade rushed in, they would end up sleeping on the streets that night. What was the point of coming to town then? I was just looking. Tsunade's voice lacked conviction as she was led away, resisting slightly, as if she hadn't won in a long time. She seemed to have forgotten that she had never won at all. The four arrived at a barbecue restaurant, where the owner was grilling meat and calling out cheerfully. Delicious barbecue. If it's not tasty, you don't have to pay. Owner, bring on the meat and the wine. Chuanfeng led the way into the restaurant, not bothering to inquire about prices, as he could afford whatever he wanted. They settled at a vacant table, and soon the barbecue and wine were served. The owner even thoughtfully prepared drinks for the two younger ones. So delicious. Shinshu devoured the meat and gulped down water, reveling in the experience. In contrast, Watergate was much more composed. It was no wonder that Kushina had taken a liking to him. If he were paired with Shinshu, their household would likely be chaotic. Choke on it. Tsunade watched her brother with exasperation, wondering what kind of brother he was. As long as you're full, let us drink. Chuanfeng beamed, knowing he had more important matters to attend to. Feeling a bit weak, Tsunade, accustomed to strong liquor, began to find the sake lacking. Yet there was no harm in having more. No worries, if it's not enough, just drink more. Owner, bring the wine. With a flourish of his hand, Chuanfeng signaled the proprietor to bring forth several more pots of wine. The two youngsters indulged joyfully, while Chuanfeng relentlessly poured drinks for Tsunade. However, he had underestimated her capacity for alcohol. It seemed that as a Jinchuriki, her tolerance had notably increased. Left with no other choice, Chuanfeng resorted to a cunning excuse to excuse himself to the restroom and sober up. Ultimately, he managed to intoxicate Tsunade to a considerable extent, and she began demanding more wine, her excitement palpable. As the proprietor presented the bill, Chuanfeng, observing Tsunade's inebriated state, tactfully withdrew. He wrapped an arm around her waist and guided her out of the barbecue establishment. The two exited, belching contentedly and patting their full bellies. They soon arrived at the most opulent hot spring bathhouse in the area. The proprietor offered them 2 private hot spring rooms, which Chuanfeng reserved at a significantly higher cost. "You two go wash up," he instructed as he sent the youngsters away. Tsunade, still blushing, leaned against Chuanfeng. "I knew you had ulterior motives. It's just a hot spring. Let us go." Tsunade playfully ensnared Chuanfeng by the neck and dragged him into the hot spring room, releasing him only when they reached the pool's edge. "Chuanfeng, have you been planning this for a long time?" As she spoke, Tsunade shed her garments, revealing herself before Chuanfeng in all her glory. Chuanfeng's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. This was a first for him. Previously, she had always rebuffed his attempts at shared bathing. Truly, the heavens do not forsake the earnest. It's not as if I've never seen one. Tsunade scoffed as she submerged herself in the hot spring, closing her eyes in sheer bliss, relaxing after days of fatigue. Chuanfeng quickly disrobed and entered the water, cautiously positioning himself beside her. "Tsunade, allow me to give you a professional massage." "Sure," she replied, emboldened by the wine, becoming a symbol of courage in her inebriated state. Initially, Chuanfeng maintained a semblance of professionalism in his massage, but as time passed, his demeanor grew increasingly audacious. Let us see those wings," he whispered, leaning close to her ear. In an instant, a pair of butterfly wings erupted from Tsunade's back. It was exhilarating. Chuanfeng exerted himself further, disregarding the potential repercussions of a sober Tsunade the next day. For the sake of the Hitaki lineage, he was willing to devote himself wholly, no matter the cost. The following day, as the sun ascended high in the sky, Tsunade's languid voice filled the room as she slowly opened one eye. They found themselves in a luxurious bedroom, tastefully decorated, with a delightfully soft bed. Tsunade grasped Chuanfeng's mischievous hand beneath the covers, recalling fragmented memories from the previous day. She remembered being carried to the room after emerging from the bath, now finding herself unclad beneath the sheets. The memory of her revealing her wings and Chuanfeng's exhilarated reaction made her cheeks flush crimson. Anger soon replaced her embarrassment. This lecherous man was truly shameless. Without hesitation, she delivered a punch to Chuanfeng's well-defined abdomen. Chuanfeng, who had risen early on an empty stomach, was fortunate not to have retched. He blinked in confusion, meeting Tsunade's embarrassed yet furious gaze. He could hardly deny that this was his comeuppance. "You consented," he defended, curling into a protective posture. "Consent, my foot. Prepare to meet your end." Tsunade did not believe his absurd claims of voluntary participation. "Attempting to murder your husband, are we?" Chuanfeng found himself pinned by Tsunade, who had flipped him over. "Scream all you want. It won't help you now. If you don't learn your lesson, you'll make me do such shameful things again." At that moment, both were entirely exposed, with Tsunade maintaining control as she struck Chuanfeng. "I was wrong. When I have wings again, I promise to show you. I shall not break my word." Chuanfeng, feeling the weight of her love embodied in her iron fists, could only plead for mercy. The indulgences of the previous night were proving to be quite burdensome. Who would want to see that? Tsunade relented, momentarily sparing him. Having apparently satisfied her urge to chastise him, she rolled off Chuanfeng and lay back on the bed. With a swift kick, she sent him tumbling to the floor. "You can sleep on the ground tonight." Rising from the carpet, Chuanfeng gazed at Tsunade's perfect figure, his thoughts wandering. "It's still early. Let us sleep a bit more." "Keep your distance. Don't touch me," Tsunade insisted, pushing him away, though her force was somewhat ambiguous. After their morning exercises, Chuanfeng and Tsunade freshened up and ventured into the courtyard, where the two youngsters were diligently practicing. Manado was engrossed in studying his right hand, experimenting with the Rasengan. A truly diligent child. Shinosuke, unable to practice water release techniques in the courtyard for fear of destruction, continued honing his swordsmanship. "Have you two eaten?" Chuanfeng inquired, intending to take Tsunade for breakfast. "We have. I had intended to bring you food, but it has already cooled." Shinosuke's expression shifted. He had initially planned to deliver it to their room, but had been deterred by faint sounds emanating from within. He feared that if he dared knock, Tsunade would likely retaliate fiercely. "You're thoughtful. Then I shall dine with your sister," Tsunade smiled, appreciating her younger brother's consideration. "Teacher, the ramen shop around the corner is quite excellent," Manado suggested, halting his chakra gathering to recommend a meal. "Very well, let us go enjoy some ramen." Chuanfeng led Tsunade to the bustling ramen establishment at the street corner. After ordering their meals, he felt his waist, and when the bowls arrived, he noticed his was topped with an impressive 10 oysters. Tsunade shot him a teasing glance. Cough. I just suddenly felt like having some, Chuanfeng confessed, slightly embarrassed. I'll prepare something good for you sometime. Tsunade, blushing inexplicably, began to eat her noodles. That night, Chuanfeng did not truly sleep on the floor, but instead enjoyed a peaceful night's rest cradling Tsunade. He understood that excess in any form could be detrimental. As he was preparing for battle and recalled the cinematic depiction of a character wielding a knife, struggling to walk, he did not wish to find himself in such a predicament. 3 days later, the main force arrived, and upon seeing the marks left by Chuanfeng, Shuo Mao gathered the troops to meet with him in the town. After discussions, they decided to rest for the night and set off for the land of wind the following day. That evening, Chuanfeng, Tsunade, and the two youngsters gathered for a meal. Have you completed your tasks? Shuo Mao inquired, sitting beside Chuanfeng as they all raised their glasses in a toast. At this question, Dai's gaze shifted toward Chuanfeng. Brimming with curiosity, I have completed them, Chuanfeng teased, withholding details. What was it? Does Chuanfeng-kun not trust us? Dai's curiosity was nearly overwhelming. His youth demanded answers. Nothing of great significance, merely caught a tailed beast for a bit of fun, Chuanfeng replied with a light smile, appearing utterly at ease as he popped a piece of meat into his mouth. Tsunade observed his demeanor, recognizing that he was beginning to show off once again, and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Naive and foolish. How did I end up entrusting myself to him? What? You didn't inform me about such a significant matter regarding the tailed beasts? Shoumao's face was a portrait of shock, tinged with a hint of anger, his voice rising slightly. He had witnessed the terror of tailed beasts. If anything were to happen to Chuanfeng, how could he face his deceased parents? Brother, it's already sealed. So there's no need for concern, Tsunade reassured him, her back adorned with butterfly wings, affirming her identity as a Jinchuriki. Then, does that mean you can fly? Dai was less taken aback by Tsunade's status as a Jinchuriki and more captivated by the notion of flying youth, which he found utterly exhilarating. Indeed, with the seven tails on their side, their chances in this war had increased significantly. Tsunade was aware that Shikaku from the Land of Wind was formidable, proficient in wind release and sealing techniques, boasting high defense. Now that she had become a Jinchuriki, she felt a measure of confidence even against Shikaku. If she couldn't defeat him, at least she could hold her ground. It was best to avoid unnecessary risks if possible. With matters settled, Shoumao chose not to delve deeper. Yet he harbored concerns that the revelation of two-tailed beasts residing in Konoha might incite jealousy from other great nations. Konoha is not the only village with two-tailed beasts, brother need not worry. As long as we possess sufficient strength, even with 9-tailed beasts, no one would dare challenge us. Chuanfeng understood his brother's intent and clarified further. Let us keep this information under wraps for now. It can serve as a trump card. Shoumao absorbed his brother's words, realizing that the information needed to be safeguarded for the time being. Naturally, starting tomorrow, I will refrain from using the abilities of the seven tails, Tsunade readily agreed, her butterfly wings vanishing from sight. Should news of Konoha's Jinchuriki joining the fray reach the Land of Wind, they would likely dispatch their own Jinchuriki in response. In the eyes of the common folk, tailed beasts were the most effective solution against one another. Only figures like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha would treat tailed beasts as mere playthings. Hashirama would clap his hands, and regardless of how many tails one possessed, he could effortlessly grasp them with a single hand. Madara, with the brilliance of his Sharingan, could control one with just a glance, a concept unimaginable to other great nations. Chapter 81. Intelligence. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Chuanfeng and Tsunade returned to their quarters. Shoumao and Dai walked together, making their way back home. Sigh, Shoumao let out a deep breath, prompting Dai to inquire. Brother, what troubles you? Dai looked at the seemingly troubled Shoumao, perplexed, as there had been no news of any calamity. I never expected Chuanfeng's strength to have reached such heights. Regardless of how weak the seven tails may be, it is still a tailed beast. Shoumao was suddenly reminded of his childhood, when he and Chuanfeng had been left alone after the loss of their parents. Back then, he was just a child himself, feeding him and perhaps exaggerating his role in raising Chuanfeng. However, he had indeed contributed significantly. As they grew older, Chuanfeng's intellect blossomed while he provided the physical strength. Yet now, His younger brother had outstripped him in power. Isn't this a good thing? Dai could not comprehend the sensation of being gradually overshadowed by his brother, leaving Shomao to gaze at the sky in exasperation. Family, who understands? Let whoever wishes to be the elder brother assume that role. The next day, as dawn broke, the main force of Konoha assembled and, under Tsunade's leadership, entered the territory of the Land of Rain. Since Hanzo of the Salamander's demise, the Land of Rain had become utterly defenseless. The Rain shinobi encountered along the way circumvented the main force from a distance. They even witnessed battles among the Rain shinobi. As civil strife erupted in full force, the citizens of the Land of Rain were suffering greatly. Those with any financial means had already fled to other countries, leaving behind only the impoverished masses, enduring a life of hardship. Teacher, is there any hope for the Land of Rain? Manado, with a kind heart, recalled his own origins as he observed the orphans peering from afar. Do not worry, I have made arrangements, Chuanfeng replied with a sly grin, already formulating a plan in his mind. It would be better for the Land of Rain to be under his control than to fall into the hands of others. Though now is not the right time. What are you scheming? Tsunade regarded this occasionally brilliant man with suspicion. Haha, it's for a good cause. You should first focus on becoming Hokage, Chuanfeng replied, having distanced himself from the main force and feeling less restrained without others around. You're being cryptic, Tsunade retorted. But seeing that Chuanfeng had no intention of elaborating, she chose not to press further. He would eventually reveal it. She had her ways of compelling him to do so. After several days of hardship and exposure to the elements, they finally reached the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. Along the way, Konoha's ninjas had already clashed with the Sand Shinobi. They had not gathered any useful intelligence. They were merely pawns sent to scout. At the border of the Land of Rain, the main force halted, unsure of what awaited them should they rashly step into the territory of the Land of Wind. Konoha's envoy, contact your people. I need intelligence on the movements of Tsunade. After temporarily establishing camp, Tsunade sat firmly in the tent, instructing the messenger to carry out their duties. Tsunade, appearing increasingly mature, bore a serious expression and commanded with the poise befitting a general. Chuanfeng observed her, and unbeknownst to him, a smile crept onto his lips. The message has been sent. Please wait a moment, Lady Tsunade. The messenger was the kind of person who would be favored by management, as he took initiative in his tasks. Thank you for your hard work, Tsunade replied with a smile, clearly pleased with the progress. Chuanfeng, what are your thoughts? She turned to inquire, as she was a leader who valued the opinions of others. Tsunade is not to be compared with the Land of Rain. They possess numerous skilled shinobi, and their numbers are not vastly inferior to Konoha's. It would be nearly impossible to strike a single line of attack. Chuanfeng expressed his views, which were indeed accurate. The conflict between Tsunade and the Land of Rain did not feature their strongest fighters. It could be said that they were merely saving face for Hanzo, deploying their top-tier expert, Chiyo, while also considering the significant threat posed by the salamander to the main force. What do you think, brother? Tsunade noticed Shomao lost in thought and transformed into a detective. I have executed missions in the Land of Wind and have dealt with Chiyo. She is a formidable opponent. Shomao furrowed his brow. At that time, he was no match for Chiyo and had nearly failed his mission due to her. Her puppet technique, the 10-Puppet Brigade, was crafted by the progenitor of puppetry and could capture a city. Chuanfeng recalled the poignant praise Scorpion had for Chiyo in the original story, indirectly affirming her strength. Just then, Dai, eager to voice something inspiring, was interrupted by the messenger, scratching his head in resignation. The journey of youth is often fraught with obstacles. Lady Tsunade, the people have arrived, announced a masked Konoha ninja as he entered the tent, bowing respectfully before beginning his report. Tsunade has already received news of our impending raid. They have established multiple defensive lines at the border. This time, Chiyo is leading, while the whereabouts of other experts remain unknown. However, we lost contact with our informants a day ago. They may have been discovered. The ninja from the intelligence department spoke in a cold, monotonous tone, delivering news of potential casualties without any inflection. After finishing, he produced a map that marked the locations of Tsunade's defensive lines. The messenger handed it to Shomao after a brief glance. Sand Hidden Village has strategically positioned its defenses along the main routes in the Land of Rain and its neighboring countries, which can threaten the Wind Country. With options for both offense and defense, Chiyo is indeed a skilled tactician. Understood, Tsunade remarked after studying the map, prompting the intelligence officer from Konoha to take his leave. Their contributions in warfare often surpass those on the front lines. As we receive intelligence, it is highly probable that Chiyo is also aware of our movements. The infiltrators in each village are never fully apprehended. Shikumo, in his serious analysis, demonstrates considerable intellect as long as he is not provoked. In a situation where the stakes are clear, only through engagement can one ascertain the outcome. Kawakaze glanced at the defensive map, recognizing that this war would necessitate a hard-fought battle. The ability to breach their defenses is of paramount importance. Currently, we may hold the ace, but once it is played, Shikaku is likely to intervene, and the third Kazakage's stance remains uncertain. Shikumo subtly referenced Tsunade in alignment with Kawakaze's thoughts. Once she unleashes a tailed beast bomb, regardless of the scale of victory, Shikaku's arrival is inevitable. Thus, we must seize this opportunity. Tsunade, leading the charge solo, views this as a chance to establish her authority. Achieving victory over the Wind Country would significantly bolster her military accolades, bringing her one step closer to the position of Hokage. Regarding the daimyo of the Fire Country, it is no exaggeration to assert that Tsunade's connections are more formidable than those of the third Hokage, rendering the daimyo's approval irrelevant to her considerations. She is referred to as Tsunade Heim, not merely because of her lineage to Hashirama Senju. Chapter 82. Shikumo's mission at the central camp along the border of the Wind Country. Identical sand structures stretched as far as the eye could see, showcasing Tsunade's architectural prowess. Within a secluded tent, the elite forces of Tsunade, led by Chiyo, convened. Intelligence indicated that Konoha's ninjas had already established a presence in the Land of Rain. Leading the operation is Tsunade, the third Hokage's disciple and Konoha's most exceptional medical ninja. Do not embarrass yourselves with ordinary poisons, Chiyo admonished, her demeanor serious as she surveyed the room. Understood, Lady Chiyo, the assembled responded in unison. Sister, Hatake Kawakaze is also here, one remarked. Although Hanzo of the Salamander fell to a four-man ambush, it is Kawakaze who is the main threat, deserving of our utmost caution. We must tread carefully, Ebizo urged, recognizing that any opponent capable of defeating Hanzo warrants serious attention. Since Hanzo's demise, Kawakaze's name has been inscribed on the danger lists of various nations, no longer merely a prodigy of the Hatake clan in Konoha. There is also his brother and Might Guy, clad in green spandex. Chiyo's son continued to relay information regarding Konoha. To refer to him as Kawakaze's brother is an insult, Shikumo thought. Fortunately, reports from Konoha indicated that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were not participating in this conflict, which was a small relief. Chiyo's daughter-in-law, a gentle woman, spoke softly. Remain vigilant. I will lead a nighttime raid on Konoha's camp. Both her son and daughter-in-law nodded in agreement, unable to refuse their mother's command. Let us first assess their strength before making plans. Our objective is to prevent Konoha's forces from stepping foot in the Wind Country. Do you understand? Chiyo's voice rose, her authority palpable. Yes, Lady Chiyo, they affirmed. Return to your posts. You will be notified before departure. With a wave, Chiyo dismissed everyone but her family. Sister, isn't this a bit reckless? Ebizo ventured to question Chiyo, having grown up alongside her. Konoha's strength still surpasses ours. If we fail to boost morale initially, the subsequent struggle will be even tougher. Chiyo finally expressed her true sentiments. She would prefer to avoid such risky maneuvers if circumstances allowed. The prodigious talents of Konoha's younger generation far outstripped their own. As Tsunade's intelligence expert, Ebizo was well aware that no major nation boasted as many geniuses as Konoha. The youth capable of rivaling the powers of the Kage were numerous. Once Scorpion matures, he will be formidable, Chiyo said, her eyes softening with affection for her grandson. Even at a young age, Scorpion exhibited remarkable talent in puppetry, and with time, he could easily attain Kage-level prowess. All thanks to Mother's teachings. Scorpion's mother beamed with pride and longing for her son. Haha, Scorpion is truly my treasure. The family's mention of Scorpion brought smiles, dispelling some of the war's gloom. Meanwhile, at Konoha's camp, discussions continued. Our primary goal is to ensure the safety of supplies and routes. We cannot afford a repeat of the previous incident. Tsunade, having learned from the last delay caused by Orochimaru, placed great emphasis on logistics this time. Not only had she assigned Yuhi Kurenai to oversee the supplies, but she also dispatched elite Jonin for support. Even in the face of potential human bombs, Kurenai's Genjutsu was sufficient to control the enemy and minimize losses. Rest assured, I have sent Guy to clear the routes. There will be no issues. Shikumo recognized the significance of securing supply lines, with Guy already conducting patrols. That is reassuring. Tsunade felt a sense of relief before turning her attention to Kawakaze, as the battle strategy remained undecided. Brother, I would like you to lead a night raid on Sunagakure's central camp. First, to gauge their strength, and second, to assert our dominance. If they leave any openings, we will strike simultaneously from 3 fronts. Kawakaze favored lightning-fast assaults. The longer the delay, the more detrimental it would be for Konoha's growth. This would ultimately become Tsunade's capital. Understood. Shikumo, skilled in assassination and ambush, found this mission to his liking and readily accepted it. Contemplating a contest of wills with Chiyo. Thank you, brother. Feel free to choose your team. Tsunade regarded Shikumo without any airs of command, offering him considerable flexibility. Recognizing that not all ninjas were suited for night operations. I will gather the personnel, Shikumo replied with a smile before departing. Tsunade then attended to the camp's security and defensive arrangements, leaving only herself and Kawakaze in the tent. How are you feeling? Kawakaze approached Tsunade. I'm alright. Just feeling a bit of pressure. I'm uncertain how many will return after the battle. I now understand how Orochimaru feels each time he goes to war. He truly bears a heavy burden. Tsunade began to empathize with Orochimaru, who she had previously perceived as brooding and cold-blooded on the battlefield. Now, she recognized that such demeanor stemmed from the pressures of war and human lives. He was not inherently that way. This time, without the need to lead a team. She intended to train in the Dragon Cave. She had never witnessed Orochimaru smile so radiantly. When we return, let us share a drink together. Chuanfeng gently stroked Tsunade's head, and she leaned against him, resting her cheek on his shoulder. What about Shimoku and Manado? Tsunade suddenly remembered that in her busyness, she had forgotten her younger siblings, who had gone to inspect the supply routes. There should be no danger. Chuanfeng, however, was well aware of the whereabouts of the 2 little ones. That's good. Is there anything else I overlooked? Tsunade was uncertain if there was anything she had failed to address, hoping Chuanfeng would identify any gaps. None at all. You have performed admirably, future Hokage. Chuanfeng grinned and leaned closer to whisper in Tsunade's ear. The teacher will not easily relinquish her position. Tsunade, though aspiring for that role, understood that it was not so easily attained. I will provide him with a suitable opportunity. For now, our priority is to win this war. Chuanfeng had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind, though the specifics would depend on the war's progression. Very well. I must also study the poisons of the Sand Shinobi. Tsunade stepped out of Chuanfeng's embrace, having gathered quite a bit of poison from the slain Sand Shinobi along the way. Although not exhaustive, she believed it was always prudent to be prepared. Perhaps there were poisons commonly used by the Sand Shinobi that could mitigate Konoha's losses. I will accompany you. Chuanfeng overestimated his own capabilities. How could someone who wasn't even allowed entry into the research facility have the right to join Tsunade in her studies of poison? Thank you, but it is unnecessary. Tsunade shot him a glare as she stood up and walked away alone, leaving Chuanfeng awkwardly scratching his head in place. Am I really that off-putting? Chapter 83. Chiyo's assault. As dusk fell, the Konoha camp lay enveloped in silence. Shimoku had just departed with a group of elite shinobi, not a large number, predominantly skilled swordsmen and a few with heightened sensory abilities. Their primary objective was to create chaos and seek opportunities rather than launch a full-scale attack. I hope my brother's mission goes smoothly. Inside Tsunade's tent, Chuanfeng stubbornly refused to leave. Are you going or not? If you don't, I will. Tsunade ignored Chuanfeng's words, knowing they were merely a ruse. I will stay for a while, but not overnight. Chuanfeng was not entirely indifferent to the implications. After all, the camp was bustling with people. That is not acceptable. It's time to rest. Tsunade fixed her gaze on Chuanfeng, harboring no trust in him whatsoever. Do you perceive me as that kind of person? Chuanfeng retorted, feeling indignant. He considered himself a good person. Huh. Tsunade scoffed coldly. Her demeanor spoke volumes about her sentiments towards Chuanfeng. Just as he was about to defend himself, his expression suddenly shifted. A loud explosion erupted from outside the camp. Enemy attack. The resounding blast shattered the night's tranquility. Chiyo had played her cards well. Chuanfeng realized that the Sand Shinobi were indeed aligned with his earlier thoughts. Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished from the tent. Tsunade quickly exited the tent, Konoha's shinobi already assembled. The Sand Shinobi have arrived, Prepare for battle. Tsunade rallied her forces and rushed towards the fray. Chuanfeng had already reached the battlefield at the first opportunity. The Sand Shinobi and Konoha's shinobi were entangled at the camp's entrance. Various jutsu clashed, and puppets danced wildly, with injuries and casualties mounting on both sides. Chuanfeng surveyed the densest cluster of Sand Shinobi, his body crackling with lightning as he unsheathed his sword and instantly dashed forward. Employing no special techniques, he utilized only 8 fundamental movements, and few Sand Shinobi could withstand his strikes. For those who did not perish, Chuanfeng refrained from delivering a second blow, as they were unable to rise again. Kakashi Chuanfeng, a voice tinged with skepticism accompanied a white puppet as it lunged toward him. Hearing the sound of the puppet slicing through the air, Chuanfeng instinctively raised his sword to parry, sending the puppet hurtling back. It ejected several poisoned steel needles from its mouth, which Chuanfeng narrowly evaded. This was a female puppet, wielding dual blades, retreating beside a middle-aged woman. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the wielder as Chiyo, a mere woman, yet quite audacious. As Chuanfeng spoke, he did not slow his pace. Lightning flashed. Chiyo, facing the rapidly approaching Chuanfeng, summoned a scroll to release another puppet, this one designated for defense. The puppet stood before Chiyo, arms crossed, successfully blocking Chuanfeng's strike without yielding an inch. Not bad. A smile crept onto Chiyo's lips as she gestured, and the female puppet with dual blades advanced to attack Chuanfeng once more. While Chuanfeng marveled at the puppet's resilience, he countered with an upward slash, yet the female puppet retreated without success. The two once again created distance between them. Chuanfeng. At that moment, Tsunade had also arrived, her fists and feet rendering her unstoppable against the Sand Shinobi. Tsunade, Chiyo murmured, glancing over with a grave expression. Tsunade's formidable punches posed a significant threat to the puppets, and ordinary poisons were ineffective against her. You handle the others, leave Chiyo to me. Chuanfeng had discerned that the current situation at the camp was dire. The sudden arrival of the Sand Shinobi in large numbers, coupled with the extensive use of poison weapons, meant that the Konoha camp's gates were on the verge of collapse. Should the Sand Shinobi breach the camp, the ensuing losses would be catastrophic. Understood. Tsunade leaped high, delivering a powerful stomp that sent surrounding Sand Shinobi flying, then charged in another direction. Observing Tsunade lead a significant number of Konoha shinobi into the fray, Chiyo immediately summoned a dozen of her elite puppets. She was eager to swiftly defeat Chuanfeng to provide support. Just in time. Chuanfeng was also keen to experience the prowess of the puppet technique reputed to be capable of conquering cities. Chiyo controlled each puppet with a finger, leaving the defensive bull-headed puppet at her side, while the remaining 9 advanced toward Chuanfeng from various angles, the sound of their movements echoing ominously. Each puppet employed a distinct method of attack, dual blades coming from the front, iron whips snaking from behind, and shurikens spinning to slice through the air. For a moment, Chuanfeng found himself encircled. Chiyo, seeing the puppets drawing nearer to Chuanfeng, smiled confidently, believing no one could survive such an assault. Chuanfeng nodded at Chiyo, a smile gracing his features, and snapped his fingers. With a clap, he abruptly vanished from Chiyo's line of sight. Flying Thunder God? Chiyo, having participated in the first Great Ninja War, was well aware of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju's technique. The bull-headed puppet beside her promptly assumed a defensive posture. Chiyo's puppet technique was impressively versatile. Chuanfeng had also harbored some caution, only employing the Flying Thunder God at the last moment. To her surprise, before the puppets collided, all ceased their attacks, with none sustaining any damage. Lightning God speed. Chuanfeng had strategically placed several Flying Thunder God markers around the camp, ensuring victory was inevitable. He launched a sudden attack from behind Chiyo. By the time he approached, the bull-headed puppet could only brace itself. Chiyo's modified right hand executed the puppet technique, deploying a shield mechanism. Chakra coalesced into a shield, positioned before the bull-headed puppet. Together, they barely managed to withstand Chuanfeng's strike, the sword penetrating half an inch into the bull-headed puppet's body before losing momentum. Regrettably, such a puppet is but a single entity. Chuanfeng was genuinely astonished by the material of this puppet, having never encountered such resilient defenses before. How infuriating. Do you have any idea how much it costs to repair? Qian Dai winced at the thought. The land of wind was not affluent, and she would have to bear the expenses herself. Seizing the opportunity while Chuanfeng's sword was lodged within the puppet's body, she distanced herself, her left hand weaving intricate gestures, summoning 5 additional puppets to attack once more. It appeared that the bull-headed puppet had already lost control. Clang! Chuanfeng pulled his sword with force, sparks erupting and emitting a sound akin to that of a blade being unsheathed. If I destroy it for you, then you needn't worry about repairs. Celestial technique, 6 strikes. The puppets charged toward Qiandai, who was caught in the midst of 6. The moment the first puppet disintegrated into dust, Qiandai sensed impending doom. In an instant, Chuanfeng's sword sliced through her body, reducing her to 2 segments of wood that fell to the ground. He runs quite swiftly. Chuanfeng's golden pupils fixated on Qiandai, who appeared not far off. Lady Qiandai, we can no longer advance. We must retreat. A sand ninja. A Jonin approached her side, kunai poised against Chuanfeng. Qiandai's expression darkened. Following Chuanfeng's strike, her elite 10 puppets were reduced to merely 5. One required significant repairs, and her strength had drastically diminished. Surveying the battlefield, she realized the tide had turned. Chapter 84. The Sand Ninja's Retreat. Withdraw. Qiandai spat through clenched teeth, her gaze fierce and filled with hatred, locking onto Chuanfeng. It was evident that a man capable of slaying Hanzo possessed extraordinary prowess. The thought of her losses made her heart bleed. The elite 10 of Jinsong were puppets she could never replicate. Retrieving 4 of her puppets, she reluctantly abandoned the bull-headed one. You come and go as you please. Do you think this is your home? Chuanfeng observed as the sand ninja produced a signal flare, releasing it into the sky, signaling retreat. Blade technique, Death's Lament. This was indeed Chuanfeng's technique used to cleave the tailed beast ball. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, he charged toward the sand ninja and Qiandai. Lady Qiandai, you go first. The sand ninja thrust Qiandai away with determination in his eyes. He was prepared to die, but not for her. Retreat. Qiandai called back once more, her voice echoing, as she provided cover for the scattered night assault team, retreating into the land of wind without looking back. Sand release. Shield of the Shikaku. The sand ninja consumed a soldier's pill, forming hand seals. Before him materialized a wall of sand, adorned with the visage of Shikaku. He was indeed a ninja skilled in sand techniques, employing a defensive jutsu modeled after Shikaku. As Chuanfeng's sword met the shield of Shikaku, it instantly faced resistance. The speed of his blade hampered, yet the deeper he struck, the greater the resistance became. The sand ninja behind the shield, continuously channeling chakra, turned pale. After all, he could not match the chakra levels of Gaara from the original tale. Had he not consumed the soldier's pill beforehand, the success of this technique would have been uncertain. When the power of this technique was entirely absorbed, Chuanfeng's sword became lodged at the center of the shield of Shikaku. A commendable technique. Just as Chuanfeng intended to withdraw his sword to deliver a final blow to the sand ninja, he noticed the shield of Shikaku gradually disintegrating, revealing the sand ninja behind it, now silent. He had sacrificed his life to save Qiandai. The sand ninja's night assault had utterly failed. First, carry the wounded back to the camp. The surviving sand ninja is to be taken for interrogation. Tsunade's voice approached, orchestrating the post-battle arrangements. Is this the elite Jonin of Tsunade Sandstorm? Alongside Tsunade was Yamashiro Hayato, renowned for his clan's secret techniques in interrogation. Upon seeing the deceased sand ninja, his gaze was momentarily frozen in surprise. Is there something peculiar? Tsunade dismissed the gravity of the situation, considering him merely an elite Jonin, far inferior to Hanzo the Salamander. Well, Lady Tsunade, to put it plainly, this sandstorm is proficient in sand techniques with formidable defenses, having reportedly withstood a tailed beast ball head-on. Yamashiro Hayato, shaken from his reverie, collected his thoughts. He had long possessed intelligence on Sandstorm. He had not anticipated witnessing his demise firsthand. After stating this, Hayato's gaze toward Chuanfeng shifted, tinged with newfound respect. Chuanfeng's act of slaying Hanzo the Salamander felt distant, lacking the immediate impact of witnessing Sandstorm's death. Quite impressive defense. Chuanfeng sheathed his sword, the markings on his face dissipating, his pupils returning to their normal hue. The tailed beast ball. It's merely average. Now that you are unharmed, I can breathe easy. Many are afflicted by poison. I must attend to matters. Tsunade scoffed, unimpressed by the tailed beast ball, which had merely been cleaved by Chuanfeng's blade. She turned to leave, leaving Chuanfeng and Hayato in a moment of silent exchange. Lord Chuanfeng, I too shall take my leave. After a brief silence, Hayato broke the tension. Following the Leaf Ninja escorting prisoners into the camp, Chuanfeng's thoughts began to drift, pondering the situation with his elder brother. In truth, when the Sand Ninjas attacked the Leaf Camp, Shumo had also infiltrated the Sand Ninja's defenses. However, his numbers were limited. His objective was to incinerate supplies and sow chaos. He remained unaware that Qian Dai had taken a contingent of elite forces, which accounted for his cautious approach. 200 meters ahead, 3 scouts. A member of the Hyuga clan beside Shumo, with Byakugan activated, reported the situation. Eliminate them. Shumo gestured, and 3 ninjas wielding blades stealthily departed. Moments later, the trio returned, signaling success. Upon finally entering the camp behind enemy lines, Shumo was taken aback by the multitude of sand structures scattered about, utterly bewildered. Stand by. I shall return shortly. Shumo left a flying thunder god mark and vanished in an instant. When he returned, he held an unconscious sand ninja, seemingly a Chunin. Shumo had opted not to capture a stronger opponent to avoid unnecessary noise. A Chunin possessed more knowledge than a genin, making him the ideal choice. After his subordinates, skilled in interrogation, questioned the captive, they gleaned the location of the supplies. Thus, the life of this Sunagakure Chunin came to an end. Incinerate the supplies. Act as the situation dictates. The group dispersed, executing their plans in segments. The Sand Ninja supplies were not all stored in a singular location. When the first flames soared into the heavens, chaos erupted. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The entire Sand Ninja camp sprang into action. However, the burning of supplies had already become a fait accompli. Once the personnel regrouped, Shumo noted the absence of 2 squads. It was likely they had been discovered. Distant sounds of battle could already be heard. You all go ahead. I will return to rescue them. Without hesitation, Shumo chose to go back for the trapped comrades. The remaining members exchanged glances, contemplating before ultimately following Shumo's lead. With such a capable leader, what more could be said? Upon reaching one of the battlefields, Shumo discovered 5 leaf ninjas, with only 2 left valiantly resisting. However, the disparity in numbers was overwhelming, and their endurance was waning. Damn it! Shumo muttered curses under his breath as he unsheathed his short blade and swiftly moved forward. The blade shimmered with a ghostly light, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's call. Every path he traversed marked a swift demise, executed with pinpoint accuracy. As he charged into the fray, Shumo managed to seize the arms of 2 Konoha ninjas. And in the next instant, he retreated to safety. Despite his enhanced proficiency with the Flying Thunder God technique, the distance covered while carrying 2 individuals was limited, keeping them close to the camp, still within the vicinity of their earlier hiding spots. Wait here, I shall return momentarily, Shumo announced, pulling a soldier's food pill from his ninja tool pouch and consuming it to replenish the considerable chakra he had expended. Meanwhile, the situation on the other side had deteriorated significantly, with Konoha ninjas who had turned back to assist joining the battle. Remarkably, none of the Konoha ninjas who had been discovered had perished. Observing the chaos unfolding before him, Shumo felt a throbbing headache. He could not extract them from this predicament and would have to confront it head-on. He drew his short blade once more and rejoined the conflict. Fortunately, Chiyo had taken a substantial number of elite forces with her. Otherwise, Konoha's ninjas might not have endured this long. Fight while retreating. Do not linger in battle, Shumo instructed as he defended a Konoha ninja from a Sand Ninja's attack. Seizing the moment, he slashed across the Sand Ninja's neck and shouted, "Dream on if you think you can escape." A young couple of Sand Ninjas, grim-faced, manipulated their puppets toward the Konoha ninjas with deft fingers. Chapter 85. Konoha's White Fang. This duo was none other than Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Although their puppet mastery had yet to reach the level of Chiyo's, they commanded 10 puppets collectively, all modeled after the famous Jinshu's 10. However, their craftsmanship fell short in quality. Nevertheless, their prowess was undeniable, and they were genuine elite Jonin. The 10 white puppets, clattering ominously, surged toward the Konoha ninjas. In a single exchange, 2 Konoha ninjas met a grim fate, and 3 others sustained significant injuries. Faced with the dual-blade puppets advancing towards him, Shumo did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Evading their assault, he maneuvered behind one puppet and severed the chakra strings controlling it. The white puppet collapsed, devoid of control. "You underestimate me," Chiyo's son declared, fingers dancing as the dual-blade puppet rose once more. Truly troublesome, Shumo mused, glancing at the Konoha ninjas still embroiled in combat. The number of approaching Sand Ninjas was steadily increasing. Delaying further would only worsen their situation. Unless we carve a path, we shall all remain here today. With this resolve, Shumo hesitated no longer. Opening the injury gate, a surge of green chakra enveloped him. illuminating even the blade in his grasp. He felt the agony of muscle tearing, his bones straining under immense pressure. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forth. Swordsmanship, Thunder Dragon. With overwhelming chakra and astonishing speed, Shwomo transformed into a green chakra Thunder Dragon, wielding his short blade as its head. This formidable force not only delivered catastrophic damage, but also inflicted paralysis. The Thunder Dragon roared through, sweeping away all sand ninjas in its path, clearing a route for the Konoha ninjas. What power is this? Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law found themselves momentarily stunned, their puppets faltering in tempo. The Konoha ninjas seized this chance to push back the sand ninjas before retreating. In mere moments, they vanished from Shwomo's sight. I shall not play with you any longer. Shwomo had not trained in the 8 gates for long. Maintaining the state for an extended period inflicted severe damage on his body. Deactivating the injury gate. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished in the blink of an eye. Pursue them. With supplies destroyed, if the Konoha ninjas managed to escape, none would dare face Chiyo's wrath upon her return. The young couple led the chase, followed closely by the other sand ninjas. Shwomo caught up with the Konoha squad, reuniting with the 2 injured ninjas. They pressed onward toward the land of rain without pause. Lord Shwomo, the sand ninjas are closing in, a Hyuga clan ninja reported, spotting the approaching vanguard of sand ninjas. Though they carried injured comrades, their pace was undeniably sluggish. How many? 10, led by the couple of puppet masters. The Hyuga's eyes were remarkably keen, clearly discerning the threat from such a distance. Leave some behind. We must resolve this swiftly. The rest shall continue to retreat with the injured. Shwomo decisively commanded, halting to leave 8 intact Konoha ninjas behind. The remaining forces continued their retreat toward the land of rain. I'll handle that couple of puppet masters. You deal with the others. Shwomo understood that their combined assault was something he alone could withstand. Understood, Lord Shwomo. 9 figures concealed themselves, awaiting the arrival of the sand ninjas. It was evident that Konoha was not the only side with sensory ninjas. Among the 10 sand ninjas, there was surely a formidable censor. As they approached the grove, the sand ninja squad noticeably slowed their pace, maintaining a high level of vigilance. When the ambush commenced, the Konoha ninjas leapt from the trees, blades flashing, only to be met with the ninjutsu prepared in advance by the sand ninjas. Even Shwomo's strike was thwarted, blocked by the white puppets. Is this all Konoha ninjas are capable of, such despicable tactics? Chiyo's son, with flamboyant red hair, wore a look of disdain. Are you proud of using poison? One Konoha ninja could not help but retort. Seeking death? The battle reignited. Shwomo faced off against 10 puppets, dodging left and right without sustaining a scratch. However, closing the distance was proving to be a challenge. The other Konoha ninjas were engaged in a back-and-forth skirmish with the sand ninjas, their strengths not too disparate. As the vanguard, the pursuing sand ninjas were no pushovers. Your puppets have been repelled again, the couple remarked, unable to maintain their composure. Konoha's Shikaku is indeed deserving of his reputation. Though this was a compliment directed at Shwomo, it did not sit well with him. Who are you calling a little brat? Shwomo retorted, hurling a handful of kunai, some deflected by the puppets while others found their way toward the couple. They twisted to evade. A cold smirk crept upon Shwomo's lips. It was in this moment that he struck. As Shwomo vanished from their sight, they felt a chilling blade at their backs. Chiyo's son yanked his wife aside, only for Shwomo's blade to pierce through his chest. Go. We are no match for him. He gasped, blood spilling with every word, using every ounce of strength to push his wife away. With wide, anguished eyes, he cried, Scorpion, Daddy cannot return to be with you. Yet Shwomo would not let this opportunity slip away. He lunged forward once more, unaware that the woman had invoked some forbidden technique. A heart-wrenching scream erupted as an astonishing surge of chakra exploded from her. With frantic movements, 10 puppets sprang to life. In her overwhelming grief and rage, she achieved a level of control akin to Chiyo's. I shall ensure you accompany my husband in death. One puppet positioned itself in front of her, absorbing Shwomo's strike, while the remaining 9 launched a concerted assault against him. Die for me. The woman became a terrifying force at such close range. Shwomo discerned numerous explosive tags adorning several puppets. Given their quantity, an explosion would leave him with no chance of survival. Shwomo activated the Flying Thunder God and vanished from the spot. A tremendous explosion resounded. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, a woman knelt on the ground, cradling the dismembered remains of her husband. Her body was riddled with wounds, and it was clear that even 10 puppets would be rendered utterly useless. Observing the vacant expression in her eyes, Shikomo realized she had lost her will to fight. The ninjas assisting Konoha swiftly dealt with the sand ninjas. When two of the sand ninjas attempted to flee with the woman, she exhibited no reaction. She merely sat there, weeping, teetering on the brink of madness. Ultimately, the sand ninjas had no choice but to turn and flee under the relentless pursuit of the Konoha ninjas. "May you reunite with your beloved," Shikomo murmured as he approached the woman, his gaze softened with empathy. With a steady hand, he placed the blade gently against her neck. At that moment, a flicker of clarity seemed to return to her. She ceased her lamentations and began to murmur softly, clutching the remnants of her husband tightly. "Wait for me. I shall join you." The blade sliced through, blood splattering as she closed her eyes and leaned back, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Withdraw," Shikomo commanded, wiping the corner of his eye before sheathing his dagger. He led the Konoha ninjas in retreat towards the land of rain, where safety awaited. Upon returning to the camp, Shikomo found Chiyo arriving with her own troops, having established her defenses. Chapter 86. The horrifying news, brother. How did the mission go? Are you unscathed? You left not long ago, and Chiyo soon led a large contingent of sand ninjas in an assault, which we successfully repelled. Unfortunately, we could not capture her, Shikomo replied. Just as Kawakaze appeared before him, a warmth spread through him. The little rascal still held affection for his elder brother. "Is Tsunade still occupied? I have injured personnel who may require her assistance." The Konoha ninjas Shikomo brought back were all injured, and those severely wounded could only be treated by Tsunade. Without pausing, he moved with Kawakaze into the camp, where remnants of the battlefield still bore traces of blood, the acrid scent a testament to the war's brutality. "She is still preparing antidotes, but she will be finished soon." Kawakaze sheepishly glanced in, only to be shooed away by Tsunade. "That's good. All the supplies from the sand ninjas have been incinerated. It is a pity we couldn't recover all our people." Shikomo sighed. He had done his utmost. "You have done more than enough, Lord Shikomo." A Konoha ninja, limping and supported by a comrade, looked at Shikomo with gratitude. He was one of the two ninjas Shikomo had single-handedly rescued. "Please head directly to the medical area to tend to your injuries. I will join you shortly." Shikomo followed Kawakaze towards Tsunade's location. Upon arriving at her apothecary, they found her engrossed in the preparation of antidotes, having successfully analyzed the toxic components. "Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you to stay away?" Tsunade's voice, tinged with irritation and exasperation, pierced the air as she finally acknowledged Shikomo's presence. "Brother, you have returned." Kawakaze awkwardly scratched his nose, feeling out of place. "Shikomo has brought back injured personnel in need of your care," Kawakaze explained. "Mission accomplished. I heard from Kawakaze that Chiyo attacked the camp. Fortunately, we managed to destroy the sand ninja supplies." Shikomo succinctly conveyed the outcome, his gaze expectant and slightly anxious as he looked at Tsunade. "There are also injured within the camp. I understand the need for fairness, so I won't be overly preferential. Just a moment, I will be done shortly." Tsunade focused intently on completing the antidote, handing the finished product to her assistants. "Let us go." The three exited the apothecary and proceeded to the location of the injured brought back by Shikomo. "Tsunade-sama," the gathered ninjas greeted her. "I am here to assess." Tsunade examined the injuries, directing personnel to bandage the lightly wounded. For those severely injured, she utilized her healing techniques, knowing that while their lives were saved, they might endure lasting disabilities. "Rest well. Once you are stable, we will send you back to Konoha." Tsunade offered words of comfort to those whose conditions had stabilized, while Shikomo remained silent, his expression dark. Kawakaze had already exited the tent, contemplating their next course of action. "Gather for a meeting." After Tsunade emerged, she instructed her subordinates to assemble the key personnel in the tent. Minutes later, a dozen individuals convened inside. "Yamashiro, do you have any useful intelligence?" Tsunade inquired, taking her seat at the center. "They are merely minor figures. I acquired some ninjutsu techniques, but nothing of value," Yamashiro replied. Shaking his head, he glanced at Kawakaze, suspecting that if that sand ninja had survived, they might have garnered more significant insights. "What are you looking at?" "I did not kill him." Kawakaze quickly deduced Yamashiro's thoughts, asserting that not having personally delivered the fatal blow did not equate to his guilt. "Nothing, Lord Kawakaze." Yamashiro hastily looked away, fearing a retaliatory strike from Kawakaze, which would be quite unfortunate. "Brother, aside from burning the supplies, Did we eliminate any significant figures? Tsunade redirected the conversation towards Shikomo, as these two battles were the most pertinent information thus far. There was a couple of puppet masters whose prowess was commendable. They may be connected to Chiyo, Shikomo speculated based on their imitation puppets, though he dared not confirm it, as he could not discern any resemblance between the couple and Chiyo. Lord Shikomo, please provide a brief description, Yamashiro urged, confident that he would recognize any important individuals. Shikomo described the couple's appearances and abilities succinctly. They are Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Yamashiro immediately confirmed, recognizing the couple's prowess and shifting his gaze between Kawakaze and Shikomo. When will my clan produce such exceptional talents? Chiyo will undoubtedly be furious upon discovering the destruction of her supplies and the demise of her son. I can only imagine her wrath. Let us see if she dares to attack again. Tsunade's eyes gleamed with excitement, devoid of any compassion. With the loss of 6 of Chiyo's puppets, her strength has severely diminished. The Wind Country will surely send reinforcements, but their morale and capabilities are waning. I believe we can launch a large-scale offensive. Even if the situation turns unfavorable, they lack the ability to pursue us. What do you think? Kawakaze articulated his perspective. Sensing a favorable opportunity, I concur. I will gather further intelligence. Yamashiro, after exchanging pleasantries with Tsunade, stood to leave. Do not hold back, speak freely. Tsunade's gesture in sending Yamashiro off signified her stance. I support Lord Kawakaze's opinion. The Konoha ninjas, fueled by their frustrations, expressed unanimous agreement without dissent. Very well. It is settled. Our subsequent supplies are also on their way. Even if the Sand Village dispatches reinforcements, they will not arrive as swiftly as we do. When the time comes, we shall strike. Tsunade concluded decisively, heralding the imminent clash against the Sand Ninjas. As Konoha sharpened its blades for battle, Chiyo returned to her defensive encampment, heartbroken. Lady Chiyo, we only found the body. A Sand Ninja knelt before her, his voice trembling. Chiyo's son's body took a considerable time to piece together. Not far from him, beneath a white cloth, lay 2 corpses, the cloth on their heads hastily removed, suggesting a careless descent. Kazuki and Shumo, Chiyo murmured, her head bowed, expression vacant, eyes reddened. Beside her, Kajizumi wore a sorrowful countenance, reaching out to comfort his sister but hesitating, unable to bring himself to act. The gathered sand shinobi within the sand hut dared not utter a word, each one trembling with trepidation. Sister, there are more pressing matters at hand. Kajizumi finally spoke after a moment, his own heart heavy with grief. Yet, in the face of national conflict, personal emotions seemed rather trivial. Let us return to the village for burial. Do not inform Sasori just yet. Chiyo's voice was hoarse as she raised her head, closing her eyes, murky tears cascading down her cheeks. Her complexion was pale. She did not succumb to hysteria. When she reopened her eyes, a semblance of calmness enveloped her gaze. She was not merely a mother. She was also the commander of the Sand Shinobi. Indeed, Lady Chiyo. Several Sand Shinobi replied, lifting the bodies and exiting the sand hut. Chiyo cast a final glance, taking a deep breath. Chapter 87. Task Allocation sends someone back to the village to inform Lord Sandame that we require supplies. Dispatch additional personnel. I must be informed immediately of any significant movements from Konoha. Lastly, ensure our defenses are maintained. Do not afford Konoha any opportunity. Chiyo rasped the assignments, lacking the vigor she had upon arrival, gesturing for everyone to disperse. Brother, you two should leave. I wish for a moment of solitude. Kajizumi sighed, casting a few glances at her before silently departing. Once her brother was gone, Chiyo could no longer contain herself, burying her face in her hands and weeping uncontrollably. Sasori, forgive me. The grief of sending a black-haired child to the grave weighed heavily on her, and she began to regret her decision to assault the Konoha encampment. However, regret was a luxury she could not afford. She resolved to exact vengeance. As days passed, Tsunade received word that ample supplies would arrive in 2 days. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage was entangled in disputes with the daimyo over the matter of supplies. The land of wind was impoverished, and every request for provisions felt like a life-or-death struggle. The Sand Shinobi on the front lines were barely surviving on dwindling rations, their days arduous. Dai led his team to eliminate threats along the supply route before returning to camp with a contingent. Tsunade, aware of the impending large-scale operation, would not squander his elite combat prowess. Kazuki's quarters were modest, arranged by a skilled earth-release ninja, appearing unremarkable from the outside. However, the interior was meticulously organized, prompting the two youngsters to decide to sleep on the floor at their Uncle S, Teacher S, place upon their return. They even constructed their own makeshift bed. In the camp, Kazuki could not reside with Tsunade. Otherwise, the two youngsters would surely be expelled. That evening, the group gathered in Kazuki's quarters to share drinks. Resembling a small-scale war council. The supplies will arrive the day after tomorrow. We can start arranging tasks in advance. Among familiar faces, Kazuki was unafraid of overshadowing Tsunade and spoke directly. I will comply with the arrangements. Dai, munching on meat, adhered to his principle of following orders without question. What about us? Shoju and Manado looked at Kazuki with eager anticipation. You two simply follow my lead. Tsunade playfully delivered a light smack to each of them, reminding them of their immaturity. The two youngsters rubbed their heads in pain and quickly retreated, realizing they were not to be trifled with. Haha, you're still young. Focus on honing your strengths for now, Yuhi Kurenai said with a kind smile. He held a fondness for both youngsters, recognizing their talent and potential to become the backbone of Konoha in due time. Who will take charge of the central defense, the strongest position? Kazuki remained unfazed by the chatter, his thoughts still on personnel arrangements. I will, Shumo responded after a sip of alcohol, ready to tackle tough challenges. Good, stay safe. Kazuki replied, pleased with Shumo's willingness, knowing he could assess the situation and provide support during a retreat. The central line was not their primary target. Kazuki and Tsunade were the main forces aiming for a flank attack. Dai would take charge of the other side. After distributing the main attacking forces, there was little left to discuss. No problem. Dai gave Kazuki a thumbs up, his mouth still full. I'll stay home, eagerly awaiting your good news. Kurenai took a sip of his drink, aware that his genjutsu was ill-suited for large-scale warfare. After the battle, I'll return home to hold my child. Kazuki raised his cup, and everyone drank together. We have children to hold. When will you have one? Kurenai teased Kazuki, who had become more playful after growing closer. Indeed. Teacher, when will you give me a junior? A younger brother or sister would suffice. The two youngsters chimed in, their heads no longer throbbing. Yet Shoju discreetly glanced at Tsunade, inching away slightly, noting the blush blooming on her cheeks. What nonsense are you two making? If you have a child, you'll be the one to raise it. Tsunade promptly retorted, her face flushed. Manado awkwardly sidled away. I'll raise it. After all, it's my dear nephew. Blood runs thicker than water, Shoju shouted defiantly, only to wilt under Tsunade's glare. It would be nice to have one for Kakashi to keep company. Shumo chimed in unexpectedly, leaving Tsunade momentarily stunned. Are parents pushing for a grandchild? Once we're married, we can have two or more. Kazuki shamelessly draped his arm over Tsunade's shoulder. What do you think? Let us discuss marriage first, Tsunade flustered, pushing Kazuki's hand away, her demeanor eliciting laughter from everyone present. After satisfying their appetites, the group departed. The two youngsters took the leftover food with them and did not return, leaving only Kazuki and Tsunade in the room. Is my brother urging us to have children? Tsunade asked, seated on the bed, her gaze fixed on Kazuki, who sat cross-legged at the low table, his expression mischievous. What do you think? Kazuki smirked, surprised that Tsunade was concerned about the matter. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Tsunade rolled her eyes, her charm evident as a married woman. By the way, may I ask you something? Kazuki, unabashed, moved closer to Tsunade, refraining from any inappropriate gestures, uncertain if the two youngsters might return unexpectedly. What is it? Tsunade anticipated that it might not be a serious question, feeling slightly disdainful, yet willing to listen. Why haven't you gotten pregnant? Kazuki inquired, a mix of curiosity and uncertainty in his tone, having never used any protective measures. At times, he questioned whether his status as a time traveler affected his fertility. I took care of it, Tsunade replied, her face flushing again, feeling that being pregnant before marriage seemed rather odd. She had easily terminated the situation. That's good, Kazuki said, patting his chest as if relieved of a significant burden. What do you think I was worried about? Tsunade retorted, bemused by Kazuki's concerns. Haha, not much. But can you control whether it's a boy or a girl? Kazuki gazed at Tsunade with hopeful eyes, prompting yet another eye roll from her. No. How about twins? No. Then can you? No. Where do you get all these questions? Tsunade, unable to tolerate it any longer, kicked Kawafeng off the bed. Thud. Kawafeng sat on the ground, still laughing. Coincidentally, Manado and Shoju pushed open the door just then. Manado entered first, and at first glance, saw Kawafang on the floor, immediately looking up at the sky and backing out, commenting on the pleasant weather. What a lovely day, indeed, only to be interrupted by Shoju, who was pushed out of the way, visibly displeased. He intended to squeeze back in, but Manado firmly grasped his arm and pulled him outside. Shoju. Excessive curiosity can lead to harm. Tsunade, observing the dazed Kawafang, burst into laughter. Soon after, Tsunade exited, and the two little ones scurried out from the corner into the room. What did you two see? We saw nothing, they both asserted, shaking their heads resolutely, which pleased Kawafang, who nodded in satisfaction. Quite perceptive, a promising pupil. Chapter 88. Three fronts. 2 days swiftly passed. Supplies finally arrived, and the war's call to arms was about to resonate. That evening, Tsunade convened a meeting with the key personnel, laying out the plans as per Kawafang's arrangement. Shomo led the charge against the Sand Ninjas' central line. The right flank was led by Dai, while the left flank, the ultimate target of this mission, was personally commanded by Tsunade, with Kawafang providing assistance. Orders were disseminated, and the ninjas of Konoha were divided into 3 factions. To be precise, there were 4 divisions, as Akatsuki Shin had a contingent remaining behind. The following morning, personnel assembled. They set out, ready to respond to signals. With Tsunade's command, the Konoha ninjas left the camp and moved in 3 streams towards the Land of Wind. There was no ambush. The Sand Ninja scouts were relentless, and their movements would inevitably reach Chiyo's ears. A large-scale offensive could not be concealed. Within the Sand Ninja's defenses, a Sand Ninja rushed into Chiyo's tent, panting, to report, "Lady Chiyo, the Konoha forces have arrived. Prepare for battle," Chiyo commanded, stepping outside, and the Sand Ninja sprang into action, ready to confront the impending assault. How shall we engage? During the advance, Kawafang remained close to Tsunade, with the 2 little ones trailing behind the main force. Upon seeing the signal flare from their elder brother, they quickly fired, unaware of who was defending this side. Kawafang's gaze remained fixed upon the approaching Sand Ninja defenses, and the Hyuga clan members behind him, with their Byakugan activated, could already discern the Sand Ninja within their fortifications. Meanwhile, Shomo had led the main force within 100 meters of the Sand Ninja lines. Utilized ninjutsu to clear the path, charge forward. Shomo led the charge, drawing his short blade and advancing at the forefront. The Konoha ninjas behind him began to execute combined ninjutsu techniques: Earth Dragon Fire Flow, Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. Dozens, even hundreds, of massive dragon heads surged towards the Sand Ninja defenses. Chiyo stood at the very forefront of their defenses, unfazed, for she was well acquainted with Konoha's tactics. Earth-style defense, deploy explosive tags. Skilled Earth-style ninjas among the Sand forces combined their powers to form a colossal, thick barrier, effectively blocking Konoha's ninjutsu. From behind the earthen wall, more ninjas launched a multitude of kunai embedded with explosive tags towards the Konoha ninjas. From a distance, it appeared as if the sky were raining darkness. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with explosions, but the Konoha ninjas were no mere bystanders. This was merely a preliminary skirmish. To the vigilant ninjas, it was but a minor inconvenience, with the injured being merely unfortunate souls. Before long, the distance between the 2 sides diminished, and the Sand Ninja surged from their defenses. The chaos of battle officially commenced. Swordsmanship and lightning dragons. Without activating the 8 gates, Shomo's lethality was somewhat diminished, yet he was far from being an easy target. A large contingent of Sand Ninja was swept aside, with direct confrontations resulting in instant death, while those caught in the crossfire experienced paralysis. The Konoha ninjas behind Shomo reaped the rewards. Shomo. Chiyo spotted him at a glance, gritting her teeth as she unleashed a scroll, summoning the remaining 4 of the Puppeteer 10. Along with 6 makeshift ordinary puppets, she gathered 10 in total. Her fingers danced as they targeted Shomo. Chiyo? Shomo's strike was blocked by Chiyo's puppet, allowing him to finally see the fiery eye standing not far before him. Today, you will pay for the lives of my children. Chiyo bellowed, and all 10 puppets launched an assault, leaving no defenses intact. Clearly, her anger had clouded her judgment. Let me assist you in reuniting with them, Shomo sneered, knowing the Puppeteer 10 were incomplete and that they sought his life. Thus, the battle between Shomo and Chiyo commenced, while the Konoha and Sand Ninjas clashed in full force. Soon, the battleground was pockmarked and stained with blood. Both the left and right flanks, led by Dai and Kawafang, initiated their attacks as the signal flares erupted in the sky. Dai activated the 6th gate of the 8 gates, his body enveloped in green chakra. His face flushed and darkened, his pupils turned white. To peacock. With a furious charge into the ranks of the Sand Ninja, Dai unleashed a flurry of punches akin to the descent of a fire god. As flames erupted, none of the struck Sand Ninja survived. Even the moisture within their bodies was vaporized by the intense heat, leaving them as lifeless husks upon the ground. Before long, Dai's vicinity transformed into a no-man's land, as none of the Sand Ninja dared to approach the man clad in green spandex. Yet, his dazzling figure caught the attention of Hanzo. "Let us go." Hanzo steeled himself, leading 9 elite Jonin to surround Dai. The puppets he manipulated numbered 9, slightly inferior to Chios. Each puppet bore a prominent seal on their foreheads, scattered around Dai, ready to unleash sealing techniques. Ninjutsu, 9 puppets sealing. Hanzo formed hand seals, and the 9 puppets emanated chakra that attracted one another, forming a massive transparent barrier. Dai furrowed his brows as a powerful green strike collided with the barrier, sending ripples through it, yet it remained intact. Just wait and die within that barrier. Hanzo maintained his sealing pose, indicating that this technique required his continuous chakra output. Within the barrier, 9 Sand Ninja began to encircle Dai, with 3 forming a defensive line, another 3 attacking, while the last trio disrupted Dai's rhythm. Dai, relying on his speed, avoided injury, yet found it difficult to break through. A smile crept onto Hanzo's lips. At last, he had managed to contain this might Dai from Konoha, with no particularly outstanding high-level combatants. The battle on the right flank also fell into a stalemate. The war was akin to a meat grinder, incessantly claiming lives at every moment. The outcome of the left flank's assault was particularly crucial for Konoha. Both Kawafang and Tsunade had summoned a portion of the Sage Slug, bestowing its power upon the Konoha ninjas, sustaining their fighting strength. Leading the charge at the forefront, Kawafang wielded a sharp blade, his entire being enveloped in flashes of lightning. Where the lightning flickered, not a single Sand Ninja could withstand the onslaught. Tsunade's fists radiated with Chakra's brilliance as she leapt high, crashing into the midst of the Sand Ninja. With her fists as the epicenter, the ground around her collapsed into a circular pit, sending Sand Ninja flying into the air. Both exuded an inviolable aura, showcasing courage and tenacity to the fullest, akin to 2 dragons plunging into the sea. The Sand Shinobi swiftly targeted the 2 intruders within the encirclement, unleashing a torrent of ninjutsu and explosive kunai that rained down upon them. Kawakaze and Tsunade exchanged a glance, devoid of verbal communication, yet they effortlessly neutralized the incoming attacks. With a powerful roar, they surged into the now chaotic ranks of the Sand Shinobi. Kawakaze wielding his blades with lethal grace, while Tsunade's fists thundered with might. They disrupted the Sand forces completely, and soon, an increasing number of elite Sand Jonin arrived to encircle them. "Look for an opportunity and strike hard," Kawakaze yelled to Tsunade, as red curse marks appeared around his eyes. He intended to single-handedly intercept the approaching Sand Jonin. "Understood," Tsunade replied, grasping his intent. Their goal had been achieved, and she turned towards the open terrain, seeking a vantage point. Chapter 89. Breaching the right flank, Painful Heaven's Foot. Tsunade kicked a nearby Sand Shinobi away and sprinted towards the distant mountains. Having identified a suitable position, Kawakaze was now surrounded by a dozen Sand Shinobi, yet his demeanor remained calm as he spun his sword in a dazzling display. Spotting a seemingly timid Sand Shinobi, he rapidly closed the distance, his speed and swordsmanship enhanced by Sage Chakra. In a flash of lightning, the Sand Shinobi could no longer see Kawakaze's figure. Scorch Release, Overheating Kill. A female Sand Shinobi with green hair styled in a bun and 2 strands of yellow bangs materialized before Kawakaze, her expression grave. She was the only one capable of vaguely discerning Kawakaze's intentions. Several fireballs, the size of human heads, appeared beside her, ready to collide with Kawakaze. Feeling his blood boil, he recognized the formidable nature of her Kekkei Genkai. He swiftly altered his target, scattering shuriken in all directions to evade the female shinobi's assault. In the next instant, he reappeared behind a Sand Shinobi who had narrowly dodged the shuriken and swiftly beheaded him. Realizing her attack had failed, the female shinobi's expression grew increasingly tense as fireballs whirled around her. "Yakura?" Kawakaze recognized her immediately. She was the user of Scorch Release from the Sand Village and a popular character from the original narrative. Indeed, Yakura was not surprised to be recognized, for she was deemed a dangerous individual across various nations. This is not the time for conversation, Yakura commanded, prompting the Sand Shinobi to launch a coordinated assault on Kawakaze. Wind release, wind blade, wind release, air bullet. A myriad of wind-based ninjutsu surged towards Kawakaze, while Yakura brought her fireballs closer. The scorch release could instantly evaporate the moisture within an enemy's body, transforming them into desiccated corpses, a fate Kawakaze was keen to avoid. He vanished from sight, evading the torrent of ninjutsu and Yakura's attack once more. Then, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he swiftly maneuvered through the ranks of Sand Shinobi, wielding his sword with such speed that those who met his blade either fell or were gravely injured. The Sand Shinobi, thrown into disarray by Kawakaze's counterattack, desperately sought refuge. Forming groups of 3, they adopted defensive stances, their roles of offense and defense dramatically reversed. "He is too fast. We can't keep up." One Sand Shinobi trembled, gripping his kunai, fear evident in his voice. He had never encountered such an elusive opponent. "Fools, if you can't keep up, prepare to die," Yakura shouted angrily, her back against her comrades as she focused intently on Kawakaze, watching as yet another Sand Shinobi fell before his sword. "Do you think this means I am helpless?" Kawakaze smirked slightly, unleashing an astonishing surge of chakra that transformed into a flash of lightning in Yakura's widened gaze. In an instant, he cleaved through 3 groups of Sand Shinobi, leaving only one who managed to evade the blow with a mud clone, now too frightened to engage Kawakaze again. That shinobi fled in a panic, terror-stricken. "Incompetent fool," Yakura seethed, watching her comrade escape, her eyes blazing with fury. This was more intolerable than being unable to defeat the enemy. Keeping you alive is a nuisance. Kawakaze contemplated, deciding that it would be better for Yakura to meet her end rather than be a pawn in the village's machinations. "Come if you dare." The fireballs beside Yakura began to swirl rapidly, giving her a semblance of confidence. Sword technique, Thunder Shadow Sword Dance. Kawakaze concentrated his chakra into his blade, and with a flick of his wrist, the sword dance accelerated, unleashing countless lightning-infused sword waves towards Yakura and her companions. Unable to engage at close range, he opted for a ranged assault. With the power of lightning, the sword waves reached Yakura in the blink of an eye. Earth release, Earth Flow Wall. 2 Jonin activated their Earth Flow Walls, but they crumbled into fragments under the onslaught, the sword waves continuing their relentless advance. Scorch release, Scorching Explosion. In a moment of desperation, Yakura gathered her fireballs, coalescing them into a massive sphere half her height to collide with the sword energy. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending scorching steam billowing into the air as Kawakaze instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. As the dust settled, Yakura coughed blood, kneeling on the ground, gravely injured. The 2 Sand Shinobi behind her had been reduced to mummified corpses, victims of the Scorch Release's might. "It is time to send you on your way." Kawakaze felt no compassion for the beautiful adversary before him, as the remaining Sand Shinobi posed no threat. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming chakra presence beyond the battlefield. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to retreat. "Fall back." Kawakaze transformed into a bolt of lightning, creating a path for the Leaf Shinobi to evacuate the battlefield. The Sand Shinobi remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Kneeling, Yakura gazed towards the distant mountains, where a colossal crimson figure loomed. 7 tails swirled around it, and a high-density chakra sphere was forming in its mouth, aimed directly at their battlefield. She felt no joy at surviving. Only a deeper dread enveloped her. Tailed Beast Bomb. Flee. Yakura observed the disorganized Sand Shinobi forces, realizing they could not mount an effective defense. Struggling to rise from her injuries, she fled into the distance. As the Leaf Shinobi retreated, the Sand forces finally recognized the imminent threat of the Tailed Beast Bomb. "Run!" they cried in panic. "How ruthless the Leaf is!" "It's the Tailed Beast Bomb." The disarrayed Sand Shinobi began retreating towards their defensive lines, their formation collapsing further. Tsunade remained composed, unaffected by the presence of the 7 tails. Upon witnessing the stark divide between the Leaf and Sand forces, she swallowed the Tailed Beast Bomb and expelled it with a ferocious roar. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, devastating the Sand Shinobi's defenses and camp, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. As the smoke cleared, the ground was littered with casualties. The might of the Tailed Beast Bomb was unmistakable. Kawakaze and the Leaf forces launched another offensive, with Tsunade soaring to rejoin them. "Well done. It was your brilliant command." They exchanged praises amidst the battlefield. The right flank of the Sand forces had collapsed. Following the tailed beast bomb, the Leaf Shinobi surged forward like wolves among sheep. The Sand Shinobi, bereft of resolve, retreated towards the center line, clinging to the hope of survival. We will also move towards the center line, assisting our leader in breaking through. Then regrouping, Kawakaze strategized rapidly, outlining the next course of action to Tsunade. Is Shunshu and Manado safe? Without hesitation, Tsunade agreed, recalling her beloved younger brother. Rest assured, they are well, Chuanfeng replied with unwavering confidence. The two, accompanied by their large troop, pursued the fleeing Sand Shinobi towards the central line. The two youngsters, bloodied and battered, were oblivious to the number of lives they had taken. Manado, my sister is formidable, isn't she? Shinshu said with a sense of pride, as if the tailed beast bomb was his own achievement. She is also my master, Manado replied, momentarily perplexed, struggling to comprehend the complicated family ties. Chapter 90, Shimo vs. Chiyo. As the right flank was breached, fierce combat raged on at the central line. Shimo had already exchanged several rounds with Chiyo. Their battleground transformed into an open field devoid of other ninjas. Only Shimo, Chiyo, and her 10 puppets were engaged in the duel. Although not the complete 10 of the puppet brigade, Chiyo still possessed remarkable combat prowess. With a heightened vigilance against the Flying Thunder God technique, she deftly evaded Shimo's kunai, preventing him from finding a decisive angle for attack. The one opportunity he seized was narrowly avoided by Chiyo, leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash at her side. Had it not been for her exceptional medical ninjutsu, she would have surely lost her combat capability. Injured, she regained her composure, summoning 3 puppets to her defense. As the strongest defensive bullhead puppet had become Chuanfeng's trophy. With nimble fingers, the 7 puppets launched another assault on Shimo. The dual sword puppet descended upon him with a clattering sound, while another wielding an iron whip approached from behind. Shimo charged towards the dual sword puppet, repelling it with a strike and narrowly dodging the other attacks. He pressed onward toward Chiyo, determined that once she was dealt with, her puppets would be rendered useless. Cease these futile attacks, Chiyo commanded, her voice low, a glint of determination in her eyes. With a subtle gesture, 3 puppets encircled her. Shimo repositioned himself multiple times, yet his strike was still deflected by Chiyo. Dodging the poison needles launched from her puppets, he reappeared several meters away from her. You are far inferior to your brother, Chiyo remarked, her words striking at Shimo's pride. Old hag, perish. Shimo's expression darkened, realizing she had struck a nerve. You know, yet you still speak of it. Just like your dead son, you truly are worthless. With a powerful strike, Shimo's short blade erupted with radiant white light as lightning coursed beneath his feet, leaving 2 charred footprints behind. With a swift motion, he lunged towards Chiyo with unyielding force, the sound of cutting air accompanying him. Not again, Chiyo muttered, her expression grave as she manipulated a puppet to step atop the shoulders of 2 others, forming a hand seal. A colossal, transparent triangular shield materialized before her. Shimo's attack met the shield with a resounding clash, causing both combatants to stagger back several meters. For a moment, they found themselves in a stalemate. Shimo surveyed the battlefield. The Sand Shinobi at the central line were at their strongest, while the Leaf Ninjas were at a disadvantage, with many falling before his eyes. He could not afford to remain entangled with Chiyo any longer. Open, the gate of injury. Shimo was now limited to the 4th gate, a testament to his solid foundation. Yet advancing further would demand even more rigorous training. He was astonished at the speed with which Chuanfeng had mastered the 8 gates technique. He himself had taken 5 years to open the 4th gate. In Chiyo's eyes, Shimo's complexion began to redden, an overwhelming chakra surging forth, enveloping him in a verdant glow. Such astonishing chakra, Chiyo murmured, her expression growing increasingly tense as she sensed the impending threat of death. Testing the waters, she manipulated her puppets to attack, uncertain of the extent of Shimo's newfound strength. Shadow Dance of Leaves. Shimo sheathed his short blade, his green figure materializing before the dual sword puppet, delivering a powerful kick that sent it soaring into the air. Chiyo struggled to maintain control over her chakra threads. Leaf Hurricane. Shimo executed a series of powerful kicks, dismantling the dual sword puppet midair. When facing puppets, raw force often proved more effective than blade strikes. Damn it, Chiyo lamented, each loss of a puppet from her brigade weighing heavily on her. Ninjutsu, Triad Absorption. Chiyo rapidly formed hand seals, 3 puppets aligning to form a triangular formation. releasing mechanisms resembling the Buddhist trio from their mouths. A fierce tornado erupted from the center, drawing in debris and shattered wood, compressing them into projectiles that shot forth from behind the triangle. Shumo found himself hindered by the formidable suction, witnessing Chiyo hurl a fist-sized mask towards him. Sealing technique, Lion's Roar. As the mask drew closer, it expanded, revealing a toothy visage with blood-red eyes. Those struck would have their chakra sealed. And Chiyo planned to incapacitate Shumo before delivering the final blow, a well-calculated strategy. Instinctively aware of the sealing technique's peril, Shumo, despite being constrained by the tornado, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from within its grasp. Chiyo could only watch in frustration as her sealing technique failed, while Shumo's assault was already underway. Sword technique, Thunder Fang. Shumo, radiating green energy, unleashed a powerful strike that tore through the ground. His short blade, enveloped in chakra, collided with Chiyo's 3 puppets, producing a thunderous sound. As the dust settled, the puppets lay in ruins, and had it not been for her use of sand clones, this attack would have been devastating. Recognizing her precarious position, Chiyo realized she could no longer confront Shumo directly with her dwindling puppets. A thought of retreat crossed her mind. Explode. Chiyo commanded her last puppet towards Shumo, initiating a self-detonation. Countless poison needles rained down upon him like a torrential storm. Just as he evaded the explosion using the Flying Thunder God, Shumo was still struck by Chiyo's poison needles. Drawing out the needles, he retrieved an antidote pill from his pouch and consumed it. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, he vanished, while a fleeing Chiyo cast a glance back. As she ran forward, she collided with Shumo's short blade. Piercing through her chest, she was moments away from stepping onto a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God. Go reunite with your son? Shumo's expression remained unchanged as he withdrew his blade, blood splattering forth. Chiyo's eyes widened in shock, her mouth opening in a silent gasp as she reached out feebly towards him, unable to touch his face. With a look of resentment, she collapsed forward, lifeless. Shumo stepped back, and Chiyo fell heavily to the ground, blood quickly staining the earth beneath her. Cough. Shumo spat out a mouthful of blood. Chiyo's poison had intensified, and the antidote had not fully neutralized it. Exiting the 8-gate state, Shumo's complexion grew pale, and he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. This battle had proven to be quite arduous. He retrieved another military food pill from his pouch, and, finding himself alone, sat cross-legged on the ground. I may not be as formidable as Chuanfeng, but I can still bring you to your demise. Old man, be cautious with your words in your next life. Shuomo swallowed the antidote, still troubled by Chiyo's words. Soon, he heard the sounds of battle erupting from the right, and upon closer inspection, he saw that it was indeed Chuanfeng and Tsunade leading the charge. They had broken through from the right side to provide reinforcements. The outcome of this battle was now certain. A warm smile spread across Shuomo's face as he shouted, Chuanfeng, over here. Now, someone can finally cure my poison. Chapter 91. Daytime Tiger. The arrival of the Sand Shinobi did not bolster the strength of their ranks. Instead, it sowed seeds of panic. The morale of the Konoha ninjas was soaring under the leadership of Chuanfeng and Tsunade, and it wasn't long before they pierced through the central line. The surviving Sand Shinobi, fearing for their lives, ceased their retreat to the final left flank and began to flee deeper into the Wind Country. Brother, how are you holding up? Chuanfeng approached Shuomo, noticing his pale complexion and evident concern. The sight of Chiyo's corpse did not strike him as odd. It was to be expected, after all. It should be nothing serious. The poison hasn't been fully cleared, and Tsunade's antidote is still in the process of working. Shuomo spoke with a discernible weakness in his voice. Chiyo's mastery over toxins was indeed among the top 3 in the Hokage ranks. Let me take a look. Tsunade crouched down, her wings retracting as she began her examination of Shuomo. How is it? Chuanfeng, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired before Shuomo could respond. There are still some stubborn toxins remaining, but there is no immediate threat to your life. I can formulate an antidote once we return. Tsunade's frown eased. The situation was within her control. That's a relief. Chuanfeng exhaled deeply. Kakashi and my father are still alive. What is there to worry about? I'm not dead yet. Shuomo, still in good spirits, affectionately ruffled Chuanfeng's hair, a gesture he had cherished in childhood. Now, Chuanfeng had mastered it completely. Goodness. If you were to die, who would I vent my frustrations on? Chuanfeng brushed his brother's hand away, asserting that at their age, such conduct was unbecoming. Little brat. If you want to die, just say the word. Shuomo suddenly flared with anger, nearly losing his balance as he kicked out. Huh, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. Chuanfeng observed his brother's expression, believing it unlikely that this would hinder any potential siblings for Kakashi. Don't let me catch you. Shuomo glared at Chuanfeng, incredulous at the audacity of his younger brother. Enough. Brother, you rest here. Chuanfeng, and I will go assist Dai. Tsunade stabilized Shuomo's condition, interrupting the childish squabble. Yet another day of envy towards the talented Naishua, who effortlessly managed her children. She hoped that if she were to have a son, he would not inherit Kakashi's traits. Otherwise, the Hitaki clan might face hereditary issues. Very well, we cannot delay our chances. Off you go. Shuomo rose, his movements not significantly hindered. Let us move. Chuanfeng took the lead, rallying the uninjured Konoha ninjas, and together with Tsunade, they rushed towards the left flank. Dai, having opened the sixth gate, had been entangled in battle with 9 elite Sand Shinobi for quite some time. If it weren't for that damned barrier restricting his movements, the Sand Shinobi would find it exceedingly difficult to engage him. Several of the Sand Shinobi began consuming drugs, realizing that this man's taijutsu was formidable. Their chakra levels were waning. Ero Sennin's complexion grew pale. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure within the confines of the barrier. Dai bore some minor injuries. One of the Sand Shinobi had utilized Jinjutsu, causing him considerable trouble. It was evident that the user was a skilled Jinjutsu master, and given Dai's current state, most Jinjutsu would typically be ineffective. Now both sides were cautious. The frequency of their assaults had diminished. Outside the barrier, the battle between Konoha and the Sand Shinobi was fierce, with no clear victor emerging anytime soon. Mike Dai, even if we are exhausted, we will wear you down. Taunted a Sand Shinobi with a distinctive cross-shaped scar on his eye, sensing Dai's chakra depleting. It was indeed that Jinjutsu master. He surmised that the forbidden technique Dai was employing could not be maintained indefinitely. Eternal youth shall never falter. A surge of green light stirred up a cloud of dust as the 9 Sand Shinobi gradually adapted to Dai's speed. Though they struggled to keep up, they were determined to land a blow. Earth style, Earth return. Dai's swift spinning kick struck the earthen wall with tremendous force, shattering it into pieces. 1, 2, 3. Dai shattered 6 walls, only for his final kick to be effortlessly blocked by a Sand Shinobi. Jinjutsu, Sand Binding Technique. In close proximity, Dai fell victim to the Jinjutsu of the scarred Sand Shinobi. This Jinjutsu had been meticulously prepared, requiring close range for maximum impact. The victim felt as though they were ensnared in sand, gradually suffocating. Dai, as if possessed, stood frozen, unable to move, his breathing becoming more labored. His chakra was dissipating rapidly. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, the 9 Sand Shinobi no longer hesitated. Their previous attempts at Jinjutsu had merely disrupted Dai's attack patterns. Never had they encountered a technique as formidable as the Sand Binding Technique. Armed with kunai, they approached Dai, ready to rend him asunder. The sense of crisis intensified as they drew nearer. Let the fiery blood of youth burn bright. The 7th gate, the gate of shock, open. Dai let out a pained roar as blue steam enveloped him, a vast reservoir of chakra igniting once more. The whirlwind generated by the blue steam sent shivers through the Sand Shinobi. With an eruption of power, he broke free from the confines of the Nando Jitsu Jinjutsu. Attack! The speed of the Sand Shinobi escalated, pushing them to their limits. Daytime Tiger. Dai opened his eyes wide, unleashing a thunderous shout. He launched an ultra-fast straight punch towards the 9 Sand Shinobi. The air compressed instantaneously, followed by a sudden expansion, shaping into an air cannon that lunged at the Sand Shinobi like a tiger. The 9 Sand Shinobi had no time to escape. Caught in the onslaught of the Tiger-S strike, their cries echoing as they were flung away. The first 3 were obliterated, reduced to a rain of blood, while the fate of the remaining 6 remained unknown as they crashed to the ground. The residual force of that punch struck the barrier, creating a gaping hole taller than a person. Ero Sennin coughed blood, kneeling on the ground as 9 puppets flew off. The barrier was breached. After unleashing the Daytime Tiger, Dai found himself unable to maintain the 7th gate state. Had it not been for his recent surge in financial resources, he would have been far from capable of opening the 7th gate. This was his first time activating it, and his body now screamed in agony. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself up with one hand, casting a fierce glare at Ero Sennin, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. Ha ha, cough. You're finished, aren't you? Ero Sennin jeered. Rising to his feet, blood trickling from his mouth. With the last dregs of chakra, he manipulated a puppet, advancing slowly towards Dai. The puppet's right hand rose, transforming into a sharp blade. Dai wished to move, but he was powerless to do so, helplessly watching as the puppet's blade drew nearer. Dai! Erosenin roared. The puppet closing in on Dai, its right hand lifted high, ready to strike down. Dai! Kenjutsu, Thunder Goddess speed. A flash of lightning pierced through Erosenin as he clutched his throat, casting a begrudging glance towards Dai. The puppet's blade had already plunged into Dai's chest, mere inches from piercing his heart. In the final moments of Erosenin's life, he finally glimpsed the figure that had sealed his fate. As Chimu Chuanfeng finished speaking, he collapsed with a resounding thud. The puppet, its blade still embedded within Dai's body, remained upright, yet devoid of further action. In a moment of dire urgency, Chuanfeng's arrival saved Dai's life. Chuanfeng-kun, Dai uttered as he beheld Chuanfeng's silhouette beside him, only to tilt his head and lose consciousness entirely. Tsunade, please check on his condition. Tsunade, having just arrived, flapped her wings and landed beside Dai. Chapter 92. After the battle upon landing, Tsunade tucked away her wings. Her expression grave. Dai's initiation of the seventh gate had already imposed a severe toll on his body. And now he had been pierced in the chest by a puppet controlled by Hozuki. His complexion had shifted from pale to an alarming shade of black, evidently indicating that Hozuki's puppet blade was also laced with a potent toxin. Summoning technique. Tsunade bit her finger, and with a puff of smoke, the slug sage appeared beside her. Without the need for words, the sage's clone split and rushed to tend to Dai's chest wound. Gradually, the injury began to heal under the sage's care, and the blood ceased to flow. Tsunade meticulously examined his injuries, and her expression began to soften. How is he? Although their time together had not been extensive, the bond between Chuanfeng's family and Dai was profound. He exhibited a sense of urgency, rivaling that of when he rushed to Shomo's side. Fortunately, he can be saved. The wound did not penetrate his heart, and he is no longer in grave danger. Although the toxin has entered his bloodstream, it is manageable. As she spoke, Tsunade retrieved an antidote pill and placed it in Dai's mouth, channeling chakra into her hands to ensure the pill dissolved and flowed into him. This antidote may not be perfectly suited, but it will delay the onset of the toxin's effects. If I can counter Chiyo's poisons, this brother of Hozuki's should be no challenge. That's a relief. Chuanfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him as he lifted Dai, cradling him in his arms. Perhaps the motion was too abrupt, for Dai let out a groan, still suffering from the aftereffects of opening the seventh gate. Be gentle. His muscles, bones, and tendons are all damaged. Tsunade shot a disapproving glance at the clumsy Chuanfeng. He is, after all, a severely injured patient. I understand, Chuanfeng replied, nodding obediently, securing his hold on Dai as he moved with utmost care. The two then turned their gaze back to the battlefield, where, with the arrival of fresh reinforcements, the Leaf Ninja had emerged victorious. The remaining Sand Ninja were retreating into the heart of the Wind Country. This battle marked a significant triumph for the Leaf Village, successfully breaching the defenses of the Sand Ninja and officially infiltrating Wind Country territory. After clearing the battlefield, all Leaf Ninja gathered before Tsunade. Inform Akatsuki that they are to rendezvous here. Let us move, Tsunade commanded, dispatching a few Leaf Ninja to convey messages to the border of the Rain Country, while the remainder followed her to the central line. Upon returning to the central line, Shomo had already led the remaining Leaf Ninja to thoroughly scout the Sand Ninja's encampment. The severely wounded had been organized together, awaiting treatment. Chuanfeng carried Dai, guided by one of the Leaf Ninja, to the sand hut where Shomo was resting. Big brother. Chuanfeng, what happened to Dai? As Shomo rose from his bed, he saw Chuanfeng cradling Dai, who showed no signs of life. He sprang up, eager to check on his dear friend. Do not move. He merely fainted from his injuries. He, like you, must wait for Tsunade's antidote. Chuanfeng gently placed Dai on the adjacent bed, allowing Shomo to settle back down. That's a relief. His son is still young. How could he bear to leave first? Shomo, reassured that neither he nor Dai was in critical condition, began to joke. You little rascal, don't run off. Just as Shomo sat up, Chuanfeng had already departed. He was merely trying to facilitate their companionship. I'm off to find Tsunade. Chuanfeng's voice drifted from outside, leaving Shomo shaking his head with a wry smile. That kid. With that, he got out of bed and approached Dai, confirming he was alive before returning to his resting place. Chuanfeng exited the hut and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive beside Tsunade, who was in Chiyo's apothecary. The room was filled with numerous unprepared poisons and poison puppet components. What brings you here? To be a nuisance? Tsunade did not even turn around, focused on identifying usable remedies. Haha, I merely wondered if you needed assistance. Chuanfeng chuckled sheepishly, having been rebuffed once more. I have no need for your help. If you're bored, go assist Akatsuki. He should be arriving shortly. Tsunade, eager to rid herself of Chuanfeng so she could concentrate, assigned him a task. Very well. I shall take my leave. Chuanfeng, feeling like a cast-off child, turned back multiple times, hoping for Tsunade to call him back. However, upon exiting, Tsunade remained silent, her focus on the remedies far outweighing any concern for him. Heartless, Chuanfeng murmured under his breath, dashing towards the rain country without employing the Flying Thunder God, uncertain of Akatsuki's current location. As he neared the border of the rain country, he spotted a large group of leaf ninja, laden with their possessions, advancing towards the central line under the command of Akatsuki. Akatsuki, Chuanfeng appeared beside him, a sight that Akatsuki had grown accustomed to. Chuanfeng, splendidly executed in battle. A subtle smile graced Akatsuki's face. He had not anticipated such a swift victory. He was somewhat taken aback when he received Tsunade's orders, considering they faced one of the 5 great nations. Thanks to your strategic oversight in the rear. Chuanfeng playfully complimented Akatsuki, a jest between familiar comrades. Haha, just remember to credit me for this great achievement. Akatsuki followed suit with Chuanfeng's jest, and the two engaged in light-hearted conversation. I heard both Chiyo and Hozuki have perished? Indeed, Chuanfeng nodded, knowing this news would soon ripple throughout the entire shinobi world. The third Kazekage must be in turmoil. Akatsuki mused, imagining the consequences of such a loss. It was indeed a daunting thought. The third Kazekage's personal involvement in battle was now inevitable. In war, blades show no mercy. No one can be blamed, Chuanfeng remarked. And Akatsuki nodded in agreement, choosing not to dwell further on the subject. Once the main force reached the Sand Ninja Camp, now effectively the Leaf's encampment, Akatsuki promptly arranged for medical personnel to attend to the wounded, ensuring that supplies reached Tsunade's apothecary. He bid farewell to Chuanfeng, seeking a suitable place to continue his duties as the supply chief. Following the arrival of substantial supplies, Tsunade accelerated the process of preparing antidote pills. Before dinner, she completed the medication for Shomo and Dai, entrusting it to Chuanfeng, with many leaf ninja still in need of her care. She even had her evening meal within the infirmary. Chuanfeng, upon receiving the antidote pills, utilized the Flying Thunder God to reach Shomo and Dai's quarters. He administered the antidote to Shomo first, while Dai remained unconscious. Lacking Tsunade's expertise, they struggled mightily to ensure that Dai consumed the pill, nearly waking him in the process, which underscored the physical effort required in administering medication. You usually eat so well, yet now it's a struggle to take medicine. Chuanfeng sat beside Shomo's bed, unable to suppress his complaints, as it was indeed his first experience feeding medication to a grown man. Chapter 93. The third Kazekage your mouth. I feel inclined to sew it shut. Shua Mao was incensed by such insolence, questioning the character of someone who would stoop to belittle an injured person. What arrogance! The medicine was provided by my wife. Chuanfeng, with an air of superiority, relished in the fact that Shua Mao was currently incapacitated. What is the matter? I'm merely inquiring. If I were to spit at you, would you accept it? Shua Mao, equally undignified, engaged in a scuffle with his brother. Chuanfeng, taking full advantage of Shua Mao's weakened state, pinned him down on the bed and delivered a thorough beating. Call me elder brother, and I shall spare you. Chimu Chuanfeng, you must be dreaming. Shua Mao felt utterly humiliated, on the verge of tears. Fortunately, Tsunade was too preoccupied to intervene, or else their plans for childbirth would likely face indefinite delays. After a raucous exchange, the two ultimately parted ways, each leaving with harsh words. After consuming a detoxification pill and stretching his limbs with Chuanfeng, Shua Mao felt significantly improved. After Chuanfeng's departure, he enjoyed a lavish dinner, which, aside from his status, was also a privilege afforded to the wounded. Dai had not yet regained consciousness. He required more time to recuperate. Medical personnel provided him with nutritional fluids, ensuring that he could forego solid food without adverse effects. Chuanfeng arrived in the injured area, where two young ones had inexplicably appeared, assisting Tsunade. They diligently cleaned wounds, applied medicine, and bandaged injuries, performing their tasks commendably. Teacher, brother-in-law. Chuan Feng nodded silently, unwilling to disrupt the treatment of the injured. Upon returning to his chosen quarters, Chuan Feng indulged in a delightful meal. It was not until the late hours of the night that Tsunade, her face etched with fatigue, visited him. Is it over? Yes, only lightly injured individuals remain. So my assistance is no longer required. Tsunade's voice remained steady, though the weariness on her face was undeniable. Though victorious in battle, Konoha had sustained considerable losses. Chuan Feng rose and swept Tsunade into his arms. Why are you so reckless? Tsunade, momentarily startled, regarded him with annoyance. What are you thinking? Just rest here. Chuan Feng gently placed her on the bed, having replaced the linens with something more comfortable. Rest well, I will go to your side. With a tender smile, he covered her with a blanket. I'm sorry. A look of guilt crossed Tsunade's face, her voice barely audible. Good night. Chuan Feng pressed a soft kiss to her forehead before turning to leave. As the Konoha ninjas recuperated at the camp, a sand ninja returned to Sunagakure bearing news of a crushing defeat. For the third Kazekage, it was a night fraught with insomnia. Konoha, you aim to sever the roots of Sunagakure. A cacophony of sounds erupted from within the room. After venting his frustrations, he summoned the village's upper echelon to convene an emergency meeting that very night. Kazekage Tower, War Conference Room. The third Kazekage stood before a gathering of the remaining elite of Sunagakure. Reports from the front indicate our army has suffered a devastating defeat. Konoha has already established a foothold within the Land of Wind. Supplies from the daimyo have yet to arrive, and both Chiyo and Aizu have perished. What shall we do next? Speak boldly. If you remain silent, you may never have the chance again. The third Kazekage, with blue hair and yellow eyes, donned a white Kazekage robe over a blue ninja outfit. As he spoke, his anger was palpable, instilling trepidation in the gathered ninjas. Chiyo and Aizu had long been the backbone of Sunagakure, and their deaths left everyone in disbelief. If you choose not to speak, I shall make the arrangements myself. No more excuses, otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Do you understand? The third Kazekage's demeanor was unusually stern. Should anyone falter further, Sunagakure might as well dissolve. This was the greatest crisis the village had faced since its inception. Yes, Lord Kazekage. The assembled crowd understood the gravity of the situation and responded in unison. Lin, send someone to the daimyo's residence to demand supplies. If there are further delays, inform the daimyo that Sunagakure will dissolve. Let Konoha's ninjas fend for themselves. The third Kazekage was resolute, unwilling to placate the daimyo any longer. These supplies were non-negotiable. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Lin accepted the order and departed, heading straight for the daimyo's residence. Haku, inform Master Bunpoku. We must enlist his assistance this time. Konoha has already utilized the Jinchuriki. The third Kazekage resolved to harness the power of Shikaku. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Another ninja left to seek out Bunpoku at the temple. Have we not located Yezakura yet? Lady Yezakura has sustained severe injuries and is currently on her way back, replied the shadow guard behind the Kazekage. Yezakura was considered one of the top combatants in Sunagakure. Ensure she receives treatment promptly and bring her to me. Understood. A shadow guard departed with the order. We have reached a critical juncture for Sunagakure's survival. Unleash all your resources. Do not entertain foolish thoughts of conserving strength. If Konoha breaks through, none of us will survive. Do you comprehend? The Kazekage's final words were a thunderous shout, startling those present. Yes, Lord Kazekage. The crowd responded in unison, resembling obedient puppets. Dismissed. Prepare for battle and await my orders. After uttering these words, the Kazekage left the conference room without looking back. His mood was beyond grim. Sunagakure was already lacking in resources. The Land of Wind was notoriously impoverished, and with Konoha advancing aggressively and their own generals lost, he felt no confidence. Should they face defeat, the Land of Wind may survive, but Sunagakure would undoubtedly perish. Returning to his office, he surveyed the disarray without the inclination to tidy up. Sitting at his desk, he gripped his hair in frustration, overwhelmed with anxiety. The third Kazekage had not slept all night and encountered Yezakura the following afternoon. Lord Kazekage, Yezakura, wrapped in bandages, spoke with evident fatigue. Having retreated from the right flank, she had gathered the scattered forces, knowing that the outcome would be the same on other fronts. The army's advance was insurmountable. Are your injuries severe? The Kazekage's complexion was poor, dark circles forming under his narrowed eyes. I have been treated. A few days of rest will suffice. Yezakura's injuries primarily stemmed from an explosion caused by the collision of her techniques. Recovery would not take long. That is good to hear. For the next battle, I entrust my shadow guards to you. I hope you will not disappoint me. The third Kazekage placed a heavy burden on Yezakura, hoping her collaboration with the shadow guards could withstand Konoha's elite forces. This was the only option available. I will do my best. Yezakura wished to respond affirmatively, but recalling Chuan Feng's strength left her lacking in confidence. Forget it. You may go. Make time to practice coordination with the shadow guards. The Kazekage intended to reprimand her, but reconsidered. With Chiyo gone, chastising Yezakura would hold no significance. For him, this was an unavoidable war. Konoha had many yet to engage in battle, and they had already cornered him to this extent. Chapter 94. The Mouthpiece. 3 days had passed. The daimyo of the Land of Wind dispatched supplies to Tsunade. This time, he did not lament his poverty, if he were to suffer another defeat. Even the prospect of negotiating peace with the Land of Fire would not be resolved by mere supplies. Rin returned to report to the third Kazekage. Yet his countenance bore no signs of joy. This was all within his expectations. After all, the daimyo was not a fool. How much longer until arrival? In the Kazekage's office, the third Kazekage still appeared haggard, his voice somewhat hoarse. I have urged them to hasten their pace. We should arrive in about a week. Rin stood before the desk, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Still a bit slow, the third Kazekage shook his head in resignation. Aware that the transportation of substantial supplies could not compare to the speed of an individual. Shall I send someone to urge them further? Rin inquired tentatively. No need. Inform the ninjas within the village to prepare for deployment in a week. After speaking, the third Kazekage waved his hand, signaling Rin to withdraw. Master Buntaku, you too have witnessed this. This battle concerns the fate of the village. The third Kazekage addressed the bald man beside him, who was indeed Buntaku, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. I shall do my utmost. Buntaku, still in his middle age without a profusion of white beard, was small in stature, his head gleaming. From the day the second Kazekage sealed Shikaku within him, he had anticipated this day would eventually arrive. Unlike Gaara, he bore no dark circles under his eyes, suggesting he enjoyed restful sleep, which corroborated the harmonious relationship he shared with Shikaku. I entrust this to you. The third Kazekage clasped his hands together, nodding slightly to Buntaku, fully aware of the power possessed by a perfect Jinchuriki. You honor me, Lord Third. After returning the gesture, Buntaku stood and departed. Before long, there was another knock at the office door. Come in. The third Kazekage's face, which had rarely smiled, lit up at the sight of the visitor. Teacher. A 15 or 16-year-old boy entered, with short brown hair and clad in a black ninja outfit lined with mesh. Rosa, what brings you to seek the teacher? The newcomer was Rosa, the fourth Kazekage, Gaara's father in the original narrative. The third Kazekage wore a warm expression. Rosa was his only disciple, having inherited his magnetic release. A rare talent in Tsunade. I wish to join the battlefield and contribute to the village. Rosa's gaze was resolute, unwavering as he met his teacher's eyes. Very well. You truly are my disciple. Prepare yourself to march with me. The third Kazekage acquiesced, initially intending to spare Rosa from battle to preserve a spark for the village. However, as his only disciple, it was indeed Rosa's duty. Thank you, teacher. Rosa's face brightened as he turned to leave, sighing deeply after Rosa's departure. The third Kazekage felt utterly uncertain about the battle ahead. While Tsunade prepared, Konoha was not idle. In the Land of Wind's Konoha camp, Dai had awakened but required rest. His movements temporarily limited. The toxins within Shikumo had been expelled, restoring him to health. After 3 days of recuperation, Tsunade convened the key personnel for a meeting to discuss the next course of action. The good news had already reached Konoha. The teacher was pleased. Let us press forward with vigor and conquer Tsunade. The victory in this battle is indebted to everyone's efforts. I shall duly report each individual's contributions. Tsunade sat at the head of the table, increasingly embodying the demeanor of a commander, having garnered the support of her peers. The meeting commenced formally, beginning with intelligence reports. Hayato, please share the latest intelligence regarding Tsunade. Certainly, Lady Tsunade. Based on the limited intelligence available, the third Kazekage is preparing for battle. It seems he intends to take the field himself, though there has been no news regarding the Jinchuriki. I suspect he is likely to engage in combat. Hayato summarized the critical intelligence, glancing at Kawakaze's expression. It would be him that we would have to contend with. This aligns with my predictions. We currently hold the initiative. The third Kazekage has no choice but to fight. After Hayato finished speaking, Kawakaze interjected, a faint smile gracing his face, brimming with confidence. The elite of Konoha present nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation. The third Kazekage had been forced to the precipice, with no options remaining. Shall we advance deeper into the Land of Wind? Tsunade followed Kawakaze's line of thought, offering her perspective. I concur. Shikumo was the first to respond affirmatively. I fear I may be unable to contribute. Dai, seated in his chair, offered a wry smile, realizing he needed more time to recover. Rest at the camp. We shall discuss it once you are healed. Tsunade, most knowledgeable regarding Dai's injuries, acknowledged that while the 8 Gates technique was powerful, its after effects were equally formidable. According to her assessment, it would take Dai years of rigorous training to master the 7th Gate comfortably. Very well, I await your good news. Dai flashed a bright smile. The only part of him that seemed unaffected was his mouth. Time is of the essence. We shall depart tomorrow. Jin Kurenai. The camp shall once again be entrusted to you. Kawakaze set the timeline, and no one voiced opposition. Be cautious. Kurenai had grown accustomed to his responsibilities as the supply routes within the Land of Wind stretched once more. Let us all prepare accordingly. After Tsunade's statement, the ninjas within the room exited. Shikumo supported Dai as they left the room, leaving only Kawakaze and Tsunade behind. How fares the 7 Tails? Kawakaze was uncertain how much power Tsunade could harness from the beast, and whether there was a risk of it going berserk. If it were to clash with Buntaku and lose control, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, it merely talks too much. Tsunade rubbed her temples. She had been busy and was persistently bothered by the 7 Tails, having not rested well for days. Is there a risk of it going berserk? Kawakaze did not expect Tsunade to achieve the mastery of a perfect Jinchuriki. Controlling the tailed beast's power was sufficient. Building trust is always the most challenging endeavor. It claimed it would not. Tsunade covered her forehead, pondering what sort of tailed beast would yearn for conversation. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Kawakaze scratched his head. The 7 Tails indeed had a rather amiable temperament. Would it be willing to fight alongside Shikaku? Kawakaze was aware of Shikaku's deep-seated resentment toward the 9 Tails, often referring to it as a foul fox whenever they crossed paths. It claimed that the raccoon dog was inherently irritable and enjoyed destruction. Tailed beasts with more tails than it bore natural jealousy toward them. It may not be a worthy opponent. Tsunade had become the mouthpiece for the 7 Tails. Her self-awareness remarkably acute. Do not let others' ambitions overshadow your own. You are the only tailed beast capable of flight, with chakra volume ranking 3rd. Although Kawakaze recognized the 7 Tails' combat capabilities were lacking, he still sought to bolster its spirits, for it was now their ally. His tone was filled with hope and encouragement. Chakra volume does not equate to overall combat prowess. It remarked that when you struck it, you did not consider whether it could fly. After Tsunade finished speaking, she herself chuckled. The 7 Tails was truly amusing. Chapter 95, continuing forward. Wherever it is cooler, that is where one should remain. A sinking ship cannot be salvaged. Kawakaze rolled his eyes, suggesting that the 7 Tails should focus on being a support unit, as it was not particularly adept at combat. He suddenly regretted having captured such a loquacious creature for Tsunade. It claimed its chakra was ample. Whether it could hold its own in battle depended on me. Tsunade was utterly flabbergasted by this old trickster. How could he express such sentiments? What had happened to the arrogance it had displayed upon their first encounter? Disregard him. Let him stew in his own frustration. At this moment, there is no opportunity to release him for another round of punishment. So Chuanfeng can only express his irritation with words. Haha, he is cursing you. Nonetheless, I cannot hear him. Observing Tsunade's demeanor, Chuanfeng surmises that the insults from the 7 Tails are not particularly harsh and decides not to dwell on it. One must maintain a sense of decorum in life. There is no need for concern. I have already acquired the training methods for the 8 Gates from Dai. Tsunade sought out Dai to bolster her strength. Dai, without a hint of hesitation, readily provided the training methods in response to the request of his lifesaver. Do not open the 8 Gates. Chuanfeng's immediate reaction is one of alarm. Opening the 8 Gates is lethal. Rest assured, even if I had that level of ability, I still have a life to live. Tsunade gazes at Chuanfeng with eyes full of affection, unable to bear the thought of parting from him. Then I can rest easy. The two conversed for a brief, while before leaving the conference room, as Tsunade had other matters to attend to. The following day, under Tsunade's leadership, the Konoha team set forth once more, their destination the heart of the Land of Wind, where Tsunade is situated. Lord Third, the Konoha troops have already set out. An intelligence officer reported in the office of the Kawakaze. How swiftly they come, denying me any respite, the third Kawakaze mused. Inform the supply units to send provisions directly to the front lines. Assemble the ninja within the village. We depart immediately. Understood, Lord Third. The ninja bowed and withdrew. 2 hours later, the third Kawakaze led the Sand Ninja army out of the village, accompanied by Bunpoku, Yakumo, and Rasha. Sister Yakumo, is that Hatake Chuanfeng truly formidable? Rasha inquired, having overheard discussions about Chuanfeng more than once, including jesting comments suggesting that encountering him allowed one to abandon their mission without consequence. Very strong. If you encounter him, it is best to flee, Yakumo replied, a frown creasing her brow, pausing momentarily. If Rasha truly encountered Chuanfeng, she likely would not have the opportunity to escape. The man's gaze was one that Yakumo remembered vividly. In his eyes, she would be nothing more than a slightly larger rodent. Is it really that outrageous? The youthful Rasha brimmed with confidence, buoyed by the praise from their teacher. Hatake Chuanfeng is someone I can handle. You need not worry. The third Kawakaze interjected. The level of combat we are discussing is not something Rasha can participate in at this time. Understood, Master. Rasha complied, becoming obedient and refraining from further inquiries. As the group continued their journey, silence enveloped them, while Bunpoku maintained a serene smile. Shikaku was quite docile within him. Based on the intelligence regarding Konoha's advance, the third Kawakaze had already selected a location to encamp. The Land of Wind is a vast desert, with swirling sand and harsh conditions. As Tsunade led the main force forward, the sandstorm intensified. Chuanfeng truly could not fathom what there was to gain from fighting in such a desolate place. He had not heard of any intentions from the Hokage to exploit oil here. Fortunately, Akatsuki had prepared adequately, providing each individual with face masks and ample fresh water. Otherwise, they might perish in the desert before ever engaging in battle. What benefits could possibly arise from conquering this wretched place? Chuanfeng wondered, whether in jest or genuine frustration, questioning Tsunade's deeper knowledge of the situation. Once I am Hokage, I shall enlighten you, Tsunade responded, bemused that such a profound question would be posed to her. Shikamaru discreetly distanced himself from the two, unable to answer the question either. He simply wished to remove his mask and return home to his wife and children. Brother, I am unsure, Chuanfeng began, but Shikamaru interrupted. That is not what I was asking you. Beware of the giant scorpions that emerge at night. Chuanfeng sighed in exasperation. He was merely venting his frustrations. I have already informed you. Shikamaru had completed numerous missions in the Land of Wind, so this basic knowledge did not require Chuanfeng's reminder. After 2 days of traversing the desert, they had yet to encounter any signs of civilization. The Land of Wind may be vast, but what purpose does that serve? On this day, Tsunade abruptly halted her advance. What is it? Chuanfeng inquired, coming to a standstill beside her. I can sense Shikaku's presence, Tsunade replied, her expression turning serious. This indicated they were not far from the Sand Ninja army. Cease all advancement. We shall set up camp here, Chuanfeng commanded, and the Konoha ninja began to bustle about, acutely aware that a great battle loomed ahead. Meanwhile, Bunpoku interrupted the third Kawakage's strategic discussions within the sand hut. Lord Third, Shikaku has informed me that he senses the power of the Seven Tails. The Seven Tails? The third Kawakage's expression remained composed, though his brow furrowed. Konoha had somehow acquired another tailed beast. Indeed, Bunpoku affirmed, confident that the connection between tailed beasts was infallible. Konoha's forces are not far from us. Have we received any news back? Not yet. I will inquire further. With that, he exited the hut, apprehensive of the third Kawakage's displeasure regarding the lack of intelligence. Let us proceed. Konoha is entering our territory for battle, and their supply line is lengthy. If we can sever their provisions, these Konoha ninjas will have no choice but to retreat in disgrace. I will lead the attack on the supply line. Can you hold the fort? The third Kawakage's strategy was crystal clear. Engaging them directly would be unwise, as without supplies, the Konoha forces would find themselves stranded in the desert. We shall defend to the death, Yakumo proclaimed, leading the chorus of agreement from the others. The loss of Chiyo had dealt a significant blow to the Sand Ninjas' morale, which was currently quite low. Lord Third, the Konoha ninjas have set up camp, suggesting they have detected our presence. The intelligence officer who had previously departed returned with news, having received reports from scouts just back from the field. Very well. Ascertain the supply lines of Konoha as swiftly as possible. I require the most detailed map you can muster. Can you achieve this? The third Kazekage fixed his gaze upon the officer, determined that this task must be fulfilled. It is possible. The officer hurriedly exited, knowing that discovering Konoha's supply routes would likely cost many lives. Now, everyone disperse. Increase the watch at night by double. Yes. Lord Third. The ninjas within the hut dispersed, leaving only Bunpoku by the Kazekage's side. Master Bunpoku, once I depart, I entrust this matter to you. The third Kazekage spoke earnestly. Apart from Bunpoku, an ideal Jinchuriki, he could find no other elite capable of standing by him. I will do my utmost. Bunpoku spoke humbly. While within him, Shikaku was clamoring, let one come, and I shall slay him. Let two come, and I shall slay them both. That seven tails with wings is no match for me. If it were that foul fox, it might be different. Chuanfeng marveled at how such contrasting personalities could coexist harmoniously. Was love truly that powerful? Chapter 96. The outbreak of war night fell at the Konoha encampment. Chuanfeng and Tsunade engaged in light conversation within a tent, accompanied by Yamashiro Hayato. Why has Master Shikamaru been gone for so long? Hayato's expression was anxious. His scouts had reported frequent skirmishes with the Sand Ninja since setting up camp, resulting in casualties on both sides. He felt a twinge of sorrow, as those lost were dear to him. Rest assured, my brother is quite adept in this regard. Chuanfeng maintained an unperturbed demeanor as he lifted the cup of tea from the low table and took a sip. The Sand Shinobi's deployment of such a large contingent of personnel suggested a possible hidden agenda. Tsunade sensed something amiss. Although the Sand Shinobi had previously sent spies, never had there been such an overwhelming number. It seemed they were indifferent to casualties. Let us see what intelligence my elder brother can bring back. No sooner had Chuanfeng spoken than Shuo Mao's figure appeared within the tent. I have captured a few tongues. You may inquire, he said, addressing Hayato, nodding in acknowledgement. Hayato promptly exited. Upon discovering the Sand Shinobi encampment, he noted the numerous sentries. An assault would be imprudent. Their encampment was strategically placed, making a direct attack rather unwise. Shuo Mao, devoid of any bloodstains, settled beside Chuanfeng as he spoke. If you were the Wind Shadow, facing a confrontation without assurance of victory and with no avenue for retreat, what would you do? Chuanfeng's gaze on his elder brother was intense. He had already formed a hypothesis in his mind. Identify our weaknesses. The supply lines. Tsunade's words elicited an exclamation of surprise from Shuo Mao. With Dai absent, the security of our supply routes is precarious. If our supplies are cut off, we may find it impossible to retreat. The multitude of Sand Shinobi spies was likely targeting the supply lines. As Chuanfeng concluded, both Tsunade and Shuo Mao fell into contemplation, weighing the plausibility of this conjecture. They could not afford to gamble as they ventured deeper into the land of wind. Better to trust in its existence than to dismiss it. Who shall go? As the commander, Tsunade swiftly made her decision. I will go. Without hesitation, Shuo Mao accepted the task. No, elder brother, allow me to go. I can return with support more swiftly than you. The supply line was extensive, should any issue arise at the encampment. Chuanfeng's Flying Thunder God technique would enable a faster return for aid. Very well. In matters of importance, Shuo Mao did not contest Chuanfeng. Were it any other time, it could be misconstrued as a lack of respect towards his elder brother, as if to say that he, Shuo Mao, was of greater significance. The group continued to discuss possible scenarios and arrangements for Chuanfeng's departure. Shortly thereafter, Hayato re-entered the tent, his expression complex. What is the situation? Speak. Tsunade observed his hesitant demeanor and surmised that he had not acquired any intelligence. The Sand Shinobi brought back a sealed mind. I attempted to infiltrate using secret techniques, but they perished on the spot. Upon hearing this, Shuo Mao and Tsunade exchanged glances, further confirming their suspicion of a conspiracy within the Sand Shinobi ranks. Such stringent security measures were not typical for ordinary intelligence. I will set out immediately. You shall remain vigilant. If circumstances permit, I shall return with supplies before we engage. Chuanfeng rose to bid farewell to the others, having already assigned the task of distributing supplies to Shirijin home. Be cautious on your journey. Tsunade watched as Chuanfeng exited, and the three remaining in the tent resumed their discussion. Outside, Chuanfeng gathered a contingent of Konoha ninjas and prepared to depart. Sensei, brother-in-law, what is the mission? We wish to accompany you. Shunshu and Manado, inseparable as always, had caught wind of the impending task, having grown weary of traversing the desert. They were eager to partake in the excitement of a mission, then follow closely. Chuanfeng wasted no time, leading the team along the supply route towards the border of the Land of Wind. Sensei, are the Sand Shinobi planning to target our supply lines? Manado, with keen perception, detected an underlying concern. Merely a conjecture. However, it is prudent to be preemptively cautious. Chuanfeng patiently elucidated, imparting wisdom to his disciples and brother-in-law. Both Manado and Shunshu nodded in understanding, grasping the gravity of the situation. As night fell, they marched onward, occasionally encountering colossal scorpions in search of sustenance. Fortunately, Chuanfeng's company consisted of elite warriors, with no lower-ranked ninjas to hinder their progress. The giant scorpions posed little threat, easily vanquished by the Konoha ninjas, who took care to conceal their remains, demonstrating impeccable attention to detail. Unceasingly, Chuanfeng pressed forward, while the Sand Shinobi, having paid dearly, finally delineated the supply route map. Within the sand encampment, the intelligence officer presented the meticulously crafted map to the third Kazekage. Well done. The third Kazekage unfolded the map, which detailed the routes and even marked several strategic ambush points. It is the duty of subordinates. The intelligence officer stepped back, the task finally complete. I shall lead a contingent tomorrow. You will immediately launch an assault on Konoha, keeping them firmly occupied. Once I sever their supply lines, their escape will not be so easily accomplished. As the third Kazekage spoke, his tone grew increasingly ruthless. Yes, Lord Third. The Sand Shinobi, led by Yetsong, responded in unison, while only Finfu clasped his hands together in silence. Sensei, I will accompany you. Raza volunteered to join the third Kazekage in the mission to intercept Konoha's supplies. Then prepare yourself. The third Kazekage did not refuse his beloved student, and Raza departed the room, elated. The following day, the third Kazekage, accompanied by Raza and a battalion of Sand Shinobi, set forth towards Konoha's supply routes. The remaining Sand Shinobi, under Yetsong's command, launched an offensive against Konoha. As the Sand Shinobi's main force drew nearer to the Konoha encampment, Tsunade had already mobilized the Konoha ninjas to confront them. Finfu, it is your moment. The two sides were now within sight of each other, and Yetsong spoke to Finfu. Finfu nodded slightly, and soon he was enveloped in sand, his form expanding. As he advanced, his size increased until a colossal, curse-marked raccoon appeared before the Sand Shinobi. Finfu had fully transformed into a tailed beast, yet his consciousness remained dominant. Devoid of Shikaku's brutality, Shikaku opened its mouth, gathering an immense amount of chakra. In kind, the Sand Shinobi prepared to retaliate with their own tailed beast bomb. It is a tailed beast bomb. Scatter! Tsunade shouted, taking to the skies as 7 chakra tails emerged behind her, entering a half-tailed beast state. The tailed beast bomb from Shikaku was already hurtling towards them, yet the Sand Shinobi did not charge forward, for the opposing tailed beast bomb was also coalescing. Thus, the two tailed beast bombs collided between Konoha and the Sand Shinobi, resulting in a violent explosion. The shockwave of the blast stirred the air, enveloping the battlefield in a whirlwind of dust and obscuring the view. Being closer to Konoha, the Konoha ninjas were also affected by the residual force. Wind release, great breakthrough. Both sides invoked wind techniques to clear their line of sight. As the dust settled, the forces of Konoha and Sand Shinobi surged forward under the leadership of their respective Jinchuriki. Any opening techniques were of little consequence against the tailed beasts. Chapter 97. Tsunade vs. Shikaku. Do your best. I will provide support. The 7 tails within Tsunade supplied her with an abundance of chakra, flapping its wings in anticipation. Tsunade paid no heed to its interest, transitioning into her tailed beast cloak state during the march. This form was one she was more accustomed to in combat. Activating the Baika no Jutsu, Tsunade's body became adorned with curse marks, for she could not afford to underestimate the fully realized tailed beast. Her fists glimmered with crimson tailed beast chakra as she soared toward Shikaku. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Shikaku's massive arm struck its rotund belly, launching a wind sphere infused with a significant amount of chakra towards Tsunade. She deftly evaded it, aiming a punch at Shikaku's head. Huh, you cannot breach my defenses. Shikaku, unable to contain himself, spoke through Fu, raising his hand to shield himself. Bang! Tsunade's fist pierced through Shikaku's arm. Quite an impressive feat. The seven tails cheered within, exhilarated as if he had achieved the blow himself. Ah! Shikaku roared in fury, taken aback by how swiftly he was struck. This woman possesses tremendous strength. Shikaku, do not interfere with me, Fu cautioned. The sand within Shikaku's body firmly clamped down on Tsunade's arm, the grains beginning to creep up her limb. With a powerful kick, Tsunade shattered Shikaku's arm, breaking free from the restraints. Soaring high, she searched for an opening in Shikaku's defenses. Enraged, Shikaku unleashed a barrage of air bullets at Tsunade, his severed arm regenerating. Meanwhile, Yagura faced off against Shikomo, while the remaining sand and leaf ninjas clashed in a chaotic melee. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from the battlefield of the Jinchuriki. Utilizing her agile movements, Tsunade evaded each of Shikaku's air bullets, leaving him in a state of impotent rage. With a swift motion, Shikaku extended his arms forward, attempting to seize Tsunade directly. Seizing this opportunity, Tsunade maneuvered around Shikaku's reach, landing a fierce blow to his abdomen. Despite her strength, only shallow craters formed upon impact, quickly healing. Shikaku retracted his arm, but Tsunade expertly dodged again. Realizing her attacks were ineffective, Tsunade grew anxious. What weakness does Shikaku possess? You ask me? The seven tails appeared somewhat bewildered, caught off guard by Tsunade's sudden inquiry. He had been talking to himself for quite some time. What do you think? If it weren't for the battlefield, I would definitely give him a few punches. Shikaku's weakness lies at the base of his tail, the seven tails remarked cryptically. The base of his tail? Tsunade, as a medical ninja, was well versed in various anatomical structures. Many years ago, the nine tails had swiftly defeated him by striking there. The seven tails rambled on, and after gleaning useful information, Tsunade tuned him out. With her wings unfurled, she resumed her assault on Shikaku. Her small size and speed rendered Shikaku's defenses impotent. He could scarcely land a blow. If this continued, Fu's ability to maintain control would be in jeopardy. I will kill you, Shikaku bellowed, raising his hands high as a massive boulder took shape in his grasp. Tsunade found herself obstructed by Shikaku's tail. A shadow loomed over her as the boulder descended. Run. We're about to become paste. Jume, less chatter. Release the 8 gates. Tsunade activated the second gate of the 8 gates, enhancing her physical prowess beyond that of Shikomo at the outset. Like stacking buffs, her output and speed surged to new heights. As the boulder fell, a cruel expression appeared on Shikaku's face. However, before it could crush Tsunade, it shattered under an immense force, and a crimson figure soared into the sky. A punch landed squarely on Shikaku's face, scattering half of it. How can this woman possess such strength? Shikaku exclaimed. The crater on his face began to heal slowly as he opened his mouth to unleash another tailed beast bomb. Impressive. Jume, because of you, I've nearly died several times. Tsunade muttered under her breath, entering her half-tailed beast state. After all, the tailed beast bomb could not be executed without the chakra cloak. The two-tailed beast bombs collided again, and the sand and leaf ninjas retreated further from the pair. It would be a tragic fate to perish by the tailed beast bomb rather than an enemy's attack. Multiple shadow clone technique. Tsunade dispelled her half-tailed beast state and formed hand seals, summoning hundreds of clones. Each clone was formidable, and their sheer chakra allowed for reckless abandon. With so many Tsunades attacking simultaneously, Shikaku found himself overwhelmed, sustaining numerous impacts that left him riddled with craters. Frustrated, Shikaku flailed wildly, managing to disperse several of the shadow clones. Sand technique, sand funeral. After forming hand seals, Shikaku unleashed a torrent of sand that swept over many Tsunades. With a series of loud thuds, only a handful of Tsunade clones remained. This is quite troublesome, Tsunade murmured, her injuries already healing. Secret technique, scale powder concealment. The surviving clones scattered, spewing forth a cloud of scale powder that obscured Shikaku's vision and slowed his movements. Now's the time, attack, the original Tsunade commanded, as her clones surged forward to entangle Shikaku's arms and tail. Tsunade, now at the base of Shikaku's tail, concentrated immense chakra in her foot. Deadly kick. She delivered a powerful kick that sent Shikaku flying, the chakra exploding within him. Half of his body was reduced to a puddle of muck. Shikaku howled in agony upon landing. It must be you, Chatterbox, who exposed my weakness. Tsunade seized the opportunity to relentlessly assault Shikaku, determined to eliminate him and secure victory. Sand Technique, Sand Guardian. Despite the pain, Shikaku began to shrink in size, encasing himself in a circular wall of sand. Tsunade's attacks left numerous dents, yet they quickly healed, preventing any damage to Shikaku's core. His total defense had become impenetrable. Tsunade found herself at an impasse. With this protective shell before her, she was left with no option but to observe from the sidelines. How do I break through? The raccoon claims to be the strongest shield. I have no way to counter it. What if we just try it? Jume was uncertain whether the tailed beast bomb would be effective. Forget it. In terms of single target damage, your technique pales in comparison to my punch. Tsunade shook her head in refusal, and the standoff persisted. Meanwhile, Shikaku within his shell was equally vexed, as Fu had reverted to his human form. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, blood trickled from his mouth, indicating he was struggling to endure the ferocity of the battle. That violent woman, I will tear her apart. Be quiet. After being beaten so badly, you still have the audacity to speak. Fu, usually patient, could no longer tolerate such remarks, feeling that Shikaku's plight was no different than being kicked himself.